and among the people of Suzhou he was long remembered for his just rule. Zhang's kingdom in Suzhou lasted 11 years, but his forces were slowly ground down by bigger and better organised armies. Slowly his territories were reduced. By now, events were moving with unstoppable momentum. In 1367, the great-grandson of Kublai Khan abandoned Beijing and fled over the mountains back to the steppes of Mongolia, leaving the Chinese to fight it out among themselves. The Yuan dynasty was finished. That same year, Zhang's capital in Suzhou was besieged by the Red Turban's great rival, a brutal and charismatic generalissimo who had gathered huge support to his name. Zhu Yuanzhang, a sometime beggar, the follower of Peng the Virtuous, whom we met in the azalea-clad mountains of Dabiashan, was now poised to take centre stage in Chinese history. After amassing his power south of the river in Nanjing, Zhu marched on Suzhou to fight Zhang, the king of Jiazhou, for the lordship of mid-China. The city fell on the 1st of October 1367, after a 10-month siege. By then, packed with refugees, its population inside the walls was more than 1 million starving people. Zhu strictly ordered no plunder, no rape. Zhang was captured and killed. However, his tomb is still pointed out in Suzhou today, in an industrial park outside the southwest gate. And every year on his birthday, the 30th of July, he's remembered by the locals for his generosity and good governance. They still make straw toys in his name and hang them at the doors of their houses in the shape of dragons. The victor at Suzhou, however, the winner in the civil wars and in the expulsion of the Mongols, Zhu Yuanzhang was destined to become one of the greatest figures in Chinese history. A peasant by birth, like Liu Bang, the founder of the Han, Zhu had been merely one of several warlords, several self-proclaimed emperors who had founded new dynasties during the chaotic days of the fall of the Mongols. But his was the one that endured. Suspicious, coarse, cruel, utterly ruthless, but a creative genius, he would found one of the great eras of stability of Chinese history, in an echo of the ancient millennial cults out of which his movement had grown. The new dynasty was to be called the Bringer of Light, the Ming. Chapter 13. The Ming. The Ming dynasty still defines our popular image of Chinese civilization today. The Forbidden City, the Temple of Heaven, the Great Wall, Ming porcelain and painting. Together they speak of high culture, exquisite sensibility, and the dazzling glamour of empire. This was a crucial period in Chinese history which established a bureaucratic despotism under the first Ming emperor that would have great repercussions for the later Chinese state. But it was also the time of the famous voyages of Zheng He to India, the Persian Gulf, and Africa. In the late Ming period, too, a rich middle-class culture arose with many achievements in the arts and literature. New intellectual currents also arose, contesting autocracy with arguments about China's political culture that are still alive today. We start with the amazing story of the founder of the Ming, the peasant emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. We've already met Zhu, the poor farmer's son from Anhui, who fought with the peasant rebels in the hills of Henan in the dark days at the end of the Yuan. He'd been a follower of Peng the Virtuous and his motley crew of visionaries, mystics and rebels, fired by the strange, swirling soup of peasant mythologies, Buddhist eschatology and prophecies of the King of Light, who would come to cleanse the earth. Out of all this, Zhu emerged as one of the most important figures in Chinese history, whose revolutionary rule still casts its shadow over China today. Seldom has one individual had such an impact on history. By an extraordinary chance, we have the emperor's own story of his early life, composed in 1378 for a stele at his parents' tomb. He also related the tale of his rise to power in a fascinating text called The Story of a Dream, one of the most remarkable of all ruler autobiographies. Zhu was born in 1328 in a small village in the Huai River Valley near Fengyang. As he himself tells us, his father was a peasant, enduring all the hardships of agriculture, working day and night, always worrying. The Zhu family had 6 children, but were too poor to feed so many mouths, so the second and third sons were given away to other families, and the girls were married off. The youngest boy, Zhu, worked as a shepherd and a migrant farmhand. In spring 1344, he was already an intimidating teenager, tall and strongly built, with a great nose and a bulging forehead. In later imperial portraits, his face suggests a man of extraordinary and implacable will. During this time, the Anhui Dust Bowl was swept by drought, and the fields were so dry that the earth became patterned with cracks like the back of a tortoise. The millet seedlings yellowed and withered, and the people prayed for rain. They flocked to the temple of the dragon god, the deity of waters, and there the old people knelt in the hot sun, and the children wore crowns of willow. But despite their efforts, no rain came. Instead of rain, locusts swarmed the area, rising and circling in the air, their sound drowning out the birds. Facing starvation and reduced to eating grass and insects, the locals were laid low by dysentery and disease. Then the plague struck. All at once, calamities gripped the land, and my family met with disaster, Zhu said. His father fell sick and died. Soon after, his elder brother followed, and then his mother. The family were even turned away by their landlord, Liu De, when they begged for land for graves. Zhu never forgot their landlord's response. He didn't care about our needs, but just carried on with arrogant shouting. The landlord's brother, however, showing heart, kindness, and benevolence, offered us some yellow earth. In the end, Zhu's family were buried without coffins or burial clothes, and that was an inciting incident in his life. When he became emperor, in vengeful filial piety, Zhu built a mausoleum for his parents. It still stands outside Fengyang with a long spiritway lined by stone figures, and a huge stele that stands over 7 meters high, bearing Zhu's deeply personal account of his own life. In my village, as Zhu tells the tale, food was scarce, with grasses and bark serving as nourishment. As for myself, what did I have but fear to the point of madness? Searching for odd jobs, he tearfully separated from his brother. Under the bright sun in heaven, he said, sorrow split our innards open. Zhu then entered a local Buddhist monastery, the Temple of the Tiger Empress, which still survives today near Fengyang. There, at least, one might get a bowl of rice a day. And yet, after 2 months in the fearsome drought, the monks also ran out of food, and Zhu was forced on the road with a begging bowl. He roamed for 3 years, as he says, my shadow, my companion. As the clouds of war gathered in 1348, he returned to the monastery. Mongol rule was collapsing, warlords were on the rise, rebels were massing under the banners of the White Lotus and the Red Turban. Local militias had banded together in the Huai River region to defend their communities. The rebel groups were loosely coordinated, inspired by millenarian hopes for the coming of the Maitreya Buddha, and Manichaean-tinged beliefs about the imminent arrival of a saviour, a prince of light, who would defeat the powers of darkness. The story of the war is recounted in Zhu's Story of a Dream. He tells us that in 1351, the Yuan Jizheng emperor was the ruler, but they were weak and failed to do their job. Officials usurped the rulers' prerogatives, their powers of terrors and blessings. For the net ropes of sovereign rule had come untied, and there was confusion throughout the world. In the next year, 1352, a great rebellion broke out in Anhui like a raging fire, burning villages, killing people like cutting hemp, and decent people couldn't protect themselves between dawn and dusk. For Zhu, it was a day of destiny. On the 15th of April, he cast a divination with wooden yin-yang oyster shells and left his monastery to join the Red Turban rebels. He was 24, and because of his intelligence and courage, Zhu rapidly rose through the ranks to become a commander. In less than a month, he said, I gathered a multitude, and our red banners covered the countryside and spilled over the ridges. He then married the adopted daughter of the Red Turban leader, Miss Ma, a 19-year-old refugee from the same county as Zhu. Ma had been brought into the leader's household as a servant and could read and write. She would become Zhu's loyal supporter, going on campaigns with him, and even on occasion rallying the troops in his absence. And later it was said she was his advisor, and as empress would manage his papers and handle investigations in her own right. Although Zhu had many consorts as emperor, this was the partnership that mattered. With war sweeping the south, Zhu now had an army. He captured the city of Nanjing, which became his base for wars against his rivals. By now, he said, it was clear to all that the Yuan dynasty, the Mongols, had lost the mandate of heaven. The guide rope of the Yuan could no longer be restored, he said, and its leaders had not consulted the founding ancestors' laws, while the other warlords and rebels lacked all benevolence. Then came the battle for Suzhou and the defeat of Zhang Xicheng, as we've seen, at which point Zhu's followers called upon him to become the emperor. Just before dawn, on the 23rd of January, 1368, he performed the rituals to inaugurate a new dynasty, with the city inauspiciously blanketed in snow. At the hour of my sacrificial ritual and the assumption of the throne, a fragrant mist arose, coalesced in the heavens, and then came down again, enveloping the earth in a bright cloud. Only the middle star was still exposed to view. I then proceeded to adopt the reign title Hong Wu. His grandiose reign title may be translated as meaning abundant martial virtue, or great in war. The Terminator? The name he took for his dynasty reflected the Manichaean cosmology of the rebels from whose forces he had risen. He chose the word for brightness, Ming. A peasant then had become a dynastic founder, like a number of great figures in Chinese history, such as Liu Bang of the Han and, of course, Mao Zedong himself. Though poorly educated, Zhu was a man of action, a bold and shrewd tactician, with a visionary mind. He was also hard-bitten and utterly ruthless. Like many tyrants in history, he would ultimately descend into paranoia, gathering power more and more into his own hands, and eventually ordering the murder of thousands. As soon as his rule was established, Zhu suppressed pockets of resistance in the south and sent his armies north to chase the Mongols out of China. When he took Beijing, he noted that the markets did not fall into chaos, and brave officials came forward to reveal their skills and shining qualities. Many Mongols stayed on after the fall of the Yuan in the military and as translators and interpreters. Still, Zhu ordered the removal of outward traces of the Mongol presence in China. His subjects were forbidden to speak Mongolian or to use Mongolian dress and hats, to practice rituals or perform Mongolian marriages. The new China was to be a revival of Han culture, and to create a secure and stable society, the state apparatus would be all-powerful. Never again was China to suffer the horrors of the chaos Zhu had lived through. and how he achieved that would leave its mark on China to this day. Zhu made Nanjing his new capital, the fifth of China's great historic capitals. The city would be transformed into a magnificent imperial centre, a symbol of the might and legitimacy of Ming rule. 20,000 families were ordered to move there to augment a population badly depleted by war. An immense circuit of walls was constructed, which still stands today, 22 miles long and up to 60 feet high. It's the longest set of city walls in the world. Of the original 13 gates, the giant China Gate survives intact, a fortress in itself with 3 barbicans and 4 separate sets of gateways in huge tunnels, in all 420 feet deep. The work to build the walls took approximately 20 years and involved communities in nearly 200 counties across the south of Hongwu's empire. Hundreds of local work gangs manufactured the 350 million bricks and transported them to the building sites in Nanjing. The names of each community and even of the officials who were responsible were stamped onto the bricks, which can still be seen today in the city wall. The labour involved to build the walls, as well as 1,000 other projects across the new empire, was organised through the lijia, or hundreds and tithing system, that Hongwu established, and which was a key part of his plan for China. A peasant himself, the emperor had a vision of China as a giant community of village-based peasants peacefully engaged in farming and textile production. It would be a world where everyone knew their place. He didn't favour commerce, indeed he issued edicts against it. The common people of the villages, Hongwu thought, should provide the bulk of the products and services required by the state, rendering their taxes, giving grain and rice, making bricks, raising levies for dike construction, and filling army quotas. To facilitate this, Hongwu organised local communities across China into village groups of 110 households each. The largest 10 households were to ensure the whole group fulfilled its tax levies and organised labour gangs for public works. Each of the 10 large households took responsibility in turn, with one of their men becoming tax captain on a 10-year rota. To set up the system, Hongwu needed a register of all households in his empire, so he ordered a new census to be carried out along with a land survey. The census noted down the names of each family, the numbers of able-bodied men in the household, and how many women and children there were. This became known as the Yellow Register. The land survey noted down each plot, who owned it, and the size and quality of the land. The land register became known as the Fish Scale Register because the maps of all the small plots of land looked on the page like the scales of a fish. However, it was also called the Watertight Register because not a drop of land was to escape its reach. On a far bigger scale, this was the Chinese equivalent of England's Doomsday Book. In their village of Tangyue, deep in the Huizhou Hills, lived the Bao family. We previously met them working for the Mongols, with one son even learning to speak and write their language. Now the Baos were recorded in the Yellow Register as a large household and were made responsible for tax levies and public works in their locality. Today, in the family's old courtyard house, up the narrow alleys of Tangyue, the head of the clan, Bao Sunsheng, still keeps the woodblock printed family genealogy. Originally compiled in late Ming times, it records their family's traditions as drawn up in the 17th century and added to in successive editions over time. Thread-bound on soft yellowing paper, with neat rows of characters, the book tells the story of each generation of the Bao lineage with imaginary woodcut portraits. Bao Sunsheng, the current head of Tangyue village, reads some of the story, offering a vivid glimpse of Hongwu's revolution at grassroots. When Bao Jibao was just 18 years old, he became tax captain in our community. There had been much destruction in the local area during the chaos at the end of the Yuan period. County offices destroyed, weeds sprouting everywhere, bridges damaged. When the bandits came, everyone had scattered into the hills. The local magistrate called for a census to ascertain the labour gangs of the hundreds and tithings who would take on the reconstruction. So my ancestor Bao Jibao had to undertake the heavy task of compiling the yellow registers. Because there was no fixed format at this time, Bao Jibao ended up compiling records in the morning and then having to change them at night. He became exhausted with the documenting and calculating. There was no end to the frustration. The following year, discrepancies were found in the register, and Bao Jibao had to go to the capital in Nanjing to make the corrections and deal with the legal punishment. This kept him from paying attention to his own livelihood, tending his farm fields. He had to pay a fine, as well as to cover the costs of travelling there and back. The whole thing was a headache from beginning to end. Hongwu's tax system did indeed generate gigantic amounts of paperwork. The records for the entire population were stored by the finance ministry on 3 islands in the Xuanwu Lake in Nanjing, curated by finance ministry staff. Each time the national census was carried out, 30 rooms had to be added to the archives to accommodate the new records. Though largely destroyed at the time of the Manchu conquest in 1645, it was perhaps the greatest archival project in history before modern times. The first census was done in 1391, with standardized question forms printed out and distributed to the masses through local officials. 1,000 university students helped with the filing under the supervision of revenue officers. 4 copies of each survey were made, 3 for local and provincial government offices, and the 4th under yellow covers for the National Archives. After the first survey, it's estimated that they expanded at 60,000 volumes per survey. By the end of the dynasty, the archive stood at 1.7 million volumes, stored in 700 storage rooms, representing 27 surveys, the last one in 1642. After Hongwu's day, however, accuracy declined rapidly through abuse, corruption, and sheer exhaustion. In the county gazetteers, some communities were still recording the 14th century figures 200 years on. The ambition of it all was astounding. Every 10 years they produced statistics on population, birth and death for every household in China, with widows, minors, old-aged and handicapped people exempted from tax. Even ethnic minorities in the remote south had their own sections. To take one sample year, in 1542, the data came from 1,139 counties, 230 sub-prefectures, and 240 prefectures. It was so vast an enterprise that there were cases of insanity and suicide among the staff, the burden too much for overloaded brains. Battling with the limits of technology, human frailty and dishonesty, not to mention the depredations of nature, Hongwu's desire for absolute control was an impossible dream. In 1609, the editor of one gazetteer condemned the whole enterprise as a waste of paper and writing brushes. Now, with plastic identity cards, today's Chinese government can do what Hongwu wanted with the click of a computer key. In his later years, Hongwu became increasingly suspicious and paranoid. He instigated murderous purges in which thousands died. Trusting no one, he executed anyone that he suspected to be corrupt or treasonous, even 9 of the 24 heroes who'd been with him since the beginning of his amazing rise to power. He flew into uncontrollable rages from which only Empress Ma dared to restrain him. Eventually he got rid of the post of Prime Minister and took on the work himself. The reign would be a turning point in Chinese history, concentrating power in the person of the emperor. It would prove a dangerous legacy. Hongwu died in 1398. His eldest son was already dead, and he decided that the throne should be inherited by his grandson. The new emperor was 20 years old, a bookish and gentle young man who was concerned about the harshness of his grandfather's rule. He took the name Jianwen, meaning establishing civility, and began to promote more benevolent Confucian governance. Jianwen also moved to curb the power of his uncles, the imperial princes. And one of these men was the energetic and ambitious Prince of Yan, Hongwu's fourth son. Schooled in horsemanship and the handling of firearms, swords and crossbows, the Prince of Yan had grown up an excellent soldier, who when he was 20 had been sent north to Beijing, charged with defending China against renewed Mongol incursions. And when the new emperor began to implement a more Confucian style of government, the Prince of Yan became concerned that his young nephew's policies were endangering the state. He rose in revolt, and after a 3-year civil war, Yan captured Nanjing in 1402 and seized the throne for himself. The emperor, his consort, and the crown prince died in the burning palace. The new reign was to be called Yongle, everlasting happiness. And of course, when an autocrat takes a name like that, the people must beware. Yongle executed or imprisoned thousands who'd opposed him. One of the most famous was a senior official called Fang Xiaorou, who refused to draft the proclamation of Yongle's succession to the throne. Yongle was so infuriated that he ordered the punishment of 9 degrees. This meant not only Feng's execution, but that of his whole family, in-laws, friends and students, to 9 degrees of relationship. In Feng's case, however, Yongle ordered, make it 10. In a society where kinship and ancestors are so central, there was no more cruel a penalty. Feng was forced to watch his brother's execution before his own, when it's said that he wrote in his own blood the word usurper. In the end, 873 people were killed. Dozens more officials were tortured and killed or banished, while others committed suicide as a protest against the usurpation. Conscious that many questioned his right to the throne, Yongle was determined to expunge the memory of his accession. One of his early decisions as emperor was to move the capital to the north, to his own power base. There, razing the old Mongol capital of Dadu, he laid out a vast new city called Beijing, North Capital. The construction of Beijing took 20 years. At its heart was a vast theatre for imperial ritual with huge temples, a processional way, and the enormous precinct of the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City was built as a compound of more than 800 rooms, including 3 main receiving halls, 3 palaces, 100 chambers for offices, archives, libraries, factories, artisans' studios and storerooms. For this project, over 1 million labourers felled thousands of logs, quarried rocks, manufactured bricks and tiles, burned lime, and dredged the Grand Canal to bring raw materials into the new capital. The construction wasn't finished until 1421. On New Year's Day, in a great ceremony before the Tiananmen Gate, Yongle was greeted by thousands of foreign envoys, officials and military officers, saluting him as Lord of the World. Save for a brief period under the Republic, Beijing has been the capital of China ever since. Just underneath the northwest walls of Nanjing, a kilometre from the banks of the Yangtze River, stands the Temple of Tianfei, the goddess of the sea. In her sanctum she sits enthroned in all her glory, with a yellow silk cloak and a golden crown, framed by gilded columns and huge yellow silk curtains that billow like ships' sails. In front of her pavilion is an enormous stone stele resting on a giant tortoise, and on it is carved a thrilling summary of the Chinese voyages. The countries beyond the horizon and at the ends of the earth have acknowledged our hegemony. As far as the most westerly horizon and the most northerly of the northern countries, however far they may be, we have calculated the distances and the routes. We have traversed more than 100,000 li of immense spaces of water, and have beheld in the ocean huge waves like mountains rising sky high. We have set eyes on barbarian regions hidden far away in the blue translucency of light vapours, while our sails, loftily unfurled like clouds, continued their course day and night with starry speed, breasting the awesome waves as if we were treading a public highway. Truly, we were under the protection of the goddess of the sea. Between 1405 and 1433, initiated by Yongle, the Chinese sent 7 great voyages to Southeast Asia and across the Indian Ocean, visiting the Persian Gulf, India, and East Africa. Their leader, Zheng He, was a high-ranking Muslim courtier, a eunuch of huge diplomatic experience. They brought back new knowledge, rare foods and plants, spices, pepper in huge quantities, and even exotic animals, including a giraffe, which the Chinese identified with the mythical unicorn, an auspicious sign for the Yongle Emperor. Zheng He's fleets are thought to have included the biggest wooden vessels yet built, dwarfing the tiny ships that would later take Columbus and Magellan on their journeys. The fleets were so huge that the first one alone of 62 ships was crewed by 27,000 men. They took teams of specialists with them, including doctors, naturalists, botanists, and scientists. For fresh food, they even carried vegetable gardens on board. Why Yongle commanded this extraordinary expenditure of resources is still the subject of much controversy. Today in China, the journeys are characterized as peaceable missions to show the flag, to encourage trade, and wield Chinese soft power. But the idea that Zheng He's huge expeditions were done for no real political, economic, or practical gain is, on the face of it, unlikely. The missions carried troops, and in Kerala, for example, it was long remembered that they came ashore with weapons, body armour, and helmets. They certainly engaged in warfare, destroying pirate fleets near Palembang and intervening in civil wars to establish friendly regimes in Sri Lanka and Sumatra. Although Zheng He was not trying to colonize or to conquer, it would appear that his goal was to establish a network of power and control between China and the Indian Ocean over those who, in the words of his Nanjing inscription, resisted the transforming influence of Chinese culture. He gave lavish gifts and received tribute, and each embassy brought back envoys who returned on later journeys or on separate smaller voyages. The tomb of a king of Borneo who died in China can still be seen in a leafy corner of Nanjing, a surviving trace of those far-flung contacts. The aim of the voyages, then, was to establish or reinforce trading relations mutually beneficial to China and its various tributary states and kingdoms, and to ensure stability along its maritime trade routes. The sea routes were cleaned up and made peaceful, so the natives were able to pursue their vocations in peace. But over the 3 decades, these goals seem to have expanded. Of the 7 foreign expeditionary armadas, the first 3 went via Southeast Asia to the Malabar coast of South India, the great land of the Western Ocean, as the Chinese called it. By the 4th voyage, the scope of trade and diplomatic activity had expanded to West Asia, to Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, employing Arab and Persian interpreters and pilots. The last 3 voyages pushed further still to the Arabian Peninsula and the Red Sea, Aden, Mogadishu, and East Africa down to Malindi. Many of these sites, from Kenya to the island of Hormuz, have yielded Ming pottery. In the Red Sea, in the old port of Suakin in Sudan, Yongle period ceramics have recently been excavated. An Arab account of 2 Chinese ships arriving in Jeddah in 1432 suggests that the Muslim Zheng He, or some of his officers, also made the journey to Mecca. Among other Arab accounts, one from the Yemeni kingdom describes the arrival of dragon ships in the city of Aden, with messengers from the ruler of China, bearing brilliant gifts for the Sultan, including the finest silk woven with golden threads and exquisite ceramics. On a second visit in 1420, it was reported that the Chinese greeted the Sultan without kissing the ground in front of him. But after receiving their salutations, the Sultan replied, "Welcome, and how nice of you to come." None of this should be seen as exploration. All these routes had long been travelled by Arab navigators. The Chinese themselves had first gone to East Africa as early as the Tang dynasty. In some places, such as the Straits of Malacca, there was a deliberate effort to develop commercial entrepôts. Palembang was an important trading post and way station for the Chinese, but also a base for journeys into the Indian Ocean. The voyages then were to advertise Chinese power, exact tribute, and open up new trade routes, and in particular to get the states of Southeast Asia to acknowledge the power and majesty of the Ming. Recent discoveries regarding the ships themselves have cast new light on this famous moment in maritime history. In 2018, the Ming civil dockyards were definitively located for the first time during urban developments in Nanjing. As for the site of the naval dockyards, the construction site of the big treasure ships, this remained well known, west of the city walls on a tributary of the Yangtze, and was marked on early maps with its waterlogged basins. In the late 20th century, it was still possible to ask local taxi drivers for the old Ming dockyard. There, in 2003, during the preparations for the Olympic Games, the site was drained and excavated. With an anchor and tools, adzes, hammers, rope, tackle, shoes and weapons among the objects recovered. There's still much debate about the size of the boats. It's generally assumed Zheng He's biggest ships were simply larger versions of the ocean-going junks that had plied between China and the Persian Gulf during the Song and Yuan dynasties, and which are described by Marco Polo and other European writers. The last of these sea-going boats, which still after the Second World War sailed up to Shandong and Korea and down to Vietnam, were known as Pechili traders. They could be up to 180 feet long with 5 masts and high ornamented sterns. Such ships appear in photographs of the late 19th century, moored in rows like old tramp steamers. Perhaps the boats described as ocean traders on Zheng He's third voyage were of this type. Modern theories that the Ming treasure ships could have exceeded 400 feet in length are rejected by all experts in naval technology, as the size of wooden ships was always limited by the length of trees available for the keel. For sailing in heavy seas, a single, strongly protected, scarf-jointed keel is the most that shipwrights judge acceptable for safety. According to today's traditional shipbuilders in Fujian, this would allow a boat, in Chinese junk style, to be between 200 and 240 feet long, a size that would fit with the find in one of the Nanjing basins of a 35-foot stern rudder post. At Point Pedro, on the northern tip of Sri Lanka, in a typical piece of ecumenical thinking, Zheng He left a trilingual inscription to the deities of what he thought were the 3 great religions of the world, Allah, the Buddha, and the Hindu Shiva, in Persian, Chinese, and Tamil. At this moment, it might seem, China was poised to dominate much of the world. In 1433, however, the voyages abruptly ceased. In a memorable advert for the aerospace company Lockheed in the 1980s, this decision was compared to giving up the moon program after Apollo 8. That, though, is to misunderstand the concerns of Chinese civilization. The Confucian ethic was the cultivation of the Middle Kingdom, not the conquest or domination of other peoples. China was civilization. Why go to all this effort and expense to make contact with, say, Africa? In the end, the Confucian bureaucracy and the Ministry of Finance complained the enterprise brought no profit and was enormously expensive. For all the treasure lavished, they said, many perished by shipwreck or were marooned in foreign lands, so that after 20 years those who returned were no more than 2 in 10. That's probably the exaggeration of a hostile party. Still, after Yongle's death, the voyages were stopped immediately upon the accession of Hongxue in 1424. They were resumed under Xuande, but after the 7th voyage and the death of Zheng He, the government banned further voyages and dismantled the ships. Unfortunately for later historians, they even confiscated and destroyed the logbooks on the grounds that they could be dangerous to thinking. According to a 15th century account, documents of the treasure voyages were removed from the archives of the Ministry of War and destroyed on the basis that they were deceitful exaggerations of bizarre things, far removed from the testimony of people's ears and eyes, and that the expeditions of Zheng He to the Western Ocean wasted tens of myriads of money and grain, and moreover the people who met their deaths on these expeditions may be counted in myriads. Although he returned with wonderful precious things, what benefit was it to the state? This was merely an action of bad government, of which ministers should severely disapprove. Even if the old archives were still preserved, they should be destroyed in order to suppress knowledge of these things at the root. In 1492, Vasco da Gama sailed into Cochin, where the locals told him of the great Chinese fleets that had come 70 years before. It's a symbolic moment in world history when the technological lead would pass to the Europeans, who would rise to world domination using Chinese inventions that Zheng He had carried with him: gunpowder, the stern rudder, the magnetic compass, and paper charts. Nevertheless, Zheng He's voyages left many legacies. Commerce was certainly one. A Ming writer attributed the flourishing state of the country during the 15th century to the commercial expansion in this period. It was even suggested that the enormous quantities of luxuries, spices and pepper that were imported loosened up the economy, opened up longer-term trading relations with the countries of Southeast Asia, and increased the market for foreign goods in China, even liberating productive forces among the lower classes. As one Ming writer observed, from the time when the Yongle Emperor ascended to the throne, messengers were sent to every country, and the tribute poured in. Precious merchandise in unprecedented quantities, as compared with former dynasties, filled the warehouses to overflowing. The poor undertook to act as sellers, occasionally making a great fortune through it, and as a result, the empire's wealth increased immensely. So we should see the voyages as motivated neither by exploration nor by conquest, let alone as mere flag-waving. Instead, they were part of a sustained attempt to establish China as a maritime power with a network of commercial links across the South China Sea and into the Indian Ocean. And today, as China reaches out westwards once more on the Belt and Road, Zheng He has become a national hero, a symbol for the new self-confident world of Chinese expansionism and naval might. There were also pressing political and military reasons for giving up on sea power. In the 1430s, the threat was growing by land from China's old enemies, the Mongols. Out to the north, Ming armies made almost annual expeditions beyond the mountains into the vast steppe lands of Mongolia. And then in 1449, the Zhengtong Emperor was defeated in battle near Beijing and captured by the Mongols. The greatest military fiasco in the Ming period, this led to a massive rebuilding of the Great Wall into the form we see today, as well as a new mood of defensiveness and retrenchment. The great era of expansion was over and would not be repeated until the 18th century, when the Qing dynasty expanded into Xinjiang and Mongolia and once more addressed the Nanyang, the southern sea. At home, though, China was changing, reaping the benefits of decades of stability. In the 15th century, small market towns began to spring up everywhere, and China's economy began to grow and diversify. The population rose to upwards of 200 million. Incredibly, when 3 million lived in Tudor England, between a quarter and a third of the people of the world may have lived under Ming rule. In the south, the populous lands of the Delta had recovered from the wars of the 14th century, especially in rich cities like Suzhou. Ming China had begun as an agricultural state, with a stifling command economy, fulfilling Hongwu's blueprint for a nation sustained by an obedient peasantry. But now the growth of markets gave birth to a new urban moneyed class who would begin to loosen the grip of Ming autocracy. From a starting point in which merchants occupied the lowest rung of the ideal social structure propounded by the Ming's founding emperor, by the 17th century, commerce was a profession in its own right, and all aspects of culture, from artworks, ceramics, books and fashion, to education and leisure services, were commercial commodities. There's nowhere better to see how this worked than in the city of Suzhou. Before there was Shanghai, it's been said, there was Suzhou. With its canals and workshops, gardens and scholars, Suzhou was the largest non-capital city in the world between 1400 and 1800. It was a place whose wealth grew not from politics, but from commerce and manufacture, where grain transports and merchant ships gather like clouds, it was said. During the Yuan dynasty, Marco Polo thought Suzhou was a large and magnificent city, the number of its inhabitants so great as to be the subject of astonishment. The city had entered the Ming defeated and mistrusted after its battle against the Ming founder, yet thriving on the Yangtze River trade and the silk industry around Lake Tai, high-quality local specialization soon made the city prosper once more. In the Ming, they said, Suzhou was heaven on earth, like Renaissance Florence with its high culture, palaces and mansions, and its flourishing print culture. Political, cultural and economic success brought spectacular success in the imperial exams too. The long lists of the top degrees won by Suzhou scholars are still proudly displayed on the walls of the shrine to the god of learning in the Xuanmiao temple in the centre of town. Even today, in Suzhou's temples, gardens and family mansions, the visitor can sense the new world of conspicuous consumption, of middle-class private wealth and taste during the later Ming. On their table was the finest blue-glazed porcelain, bought by the new rich from their local art dealers, and made by thousands of indentured workers in the state pottery kilns. Soon they would be exporting these to Europe. To meet consumer demand, old arts like lacquer and silk reached new heights, the best work so coveted that collectors travelled hundreds of miles to buy the top brand names from the most famous houses. Through the 16th century, then, China shook off the commercial ban by the first Ming emperor and got used to a flood of new commodities. Even the poor could rise through commerce to wear silk and educate their children. The strict agricultural order of the first Ming emperor was being loosened by the creative energies of the Chinese people. These changes were visible in the countryside too. In little Tangyue in Anhui, the Bao family had by now joined the rural gentry. Their village had a fine main street paved with stone slabs. It also had a beautiful clan hall for worship of the ancestors, with elegant memorial arches commemorating family members, including women, who had benefited society with their charity. In the 16th century, They also had several successful exam graduates. In the 1520s, after 10 years of study, Bao Xiangxian went to the capital and passed the metropolitan exams, a great academic achievement for a man from a small place. He served as a senior official as far away as Yunnan, where he helped defuse a rebellion by the local Miao people. After his retirement, at around 60, Xiangxian came home to Tangyue and built a clan hall. He published a rule book in 1567, which listed the rituals and sacrifices to honour the virtuous ancestors. But Bao added, "We should also sacrifice to those who make money, because they establish wealth on behalf of all the descendants." It was a sign of the times. Back in the late 1400s, the Tangyue local gazetteer reflected, in the Huizhou area, every family was self-sufficient, with a house to live in, land to cultivate, mountains to log, and a garden to plant. In the 1520s, the source of wealth began to diversify, and merchants and traders became more numerous. By the 1570s, said the gazetteer, the number of those who gained wealth from trade had increased still more, and now it is the god of gold that rules the heavens, and the god of money which rules the earth. China was on the cusp of change. In 1580, a European visitor arrived in the trading post of Macau on the South China Sea, where for the past 30 years the Portuguese had been allowed to engage in seasonal trade up the Pearl River. Matteo Ricci belonged to the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, the shock troops of the Catholic Counter-Reformation in Europe. Ricci's goal, incredibly, was to convert the Chinese to Christianity. He hoped to find a Chinese Constantine who would accept the Christian message and propagate it to his people. Using Confucian ideas to interpret Christianity to the Chinese, Ricci argued that China was a deeply moral civilization which had always believed in God as Tianshun, the Lord of Heaven, but that the redemptive message of Christianity would be the completion of their faith. Ricci too was happy to accept Chinese beliefs and rituals for the veneration of the dead, although other missionaries thought he'd gone too far in his affection for Chinese culture and religion. It was a problem encountered by the Catholic Church in many places across the world in the era of European conquest and colonization. But the difference was that China was a great and ancient civilization, its learning, social customs and traditions far older and more rooted than those in Europe. Ricci would spend the rest of his life there until his death in 1610. And in the end, things went the other way round, one might say. He was converted by China. The Vatican refused his attempts to bridge civilizations by accepting the spiritual basis of the cult of ancestors. But Ricci had come to love and admire the Chinese and what he called their 4,000-year-old tradition. In his Chinese diary, he makes some thought-provoking comparisons between the Chinese and the Europeans, which have relevance to the whole of Chinese history. It seems worthwhile to record a few more ways in which the Chinese differ from the Europeans, Ricci wrote. It's remarkable when we stop to consider it that in a kingdom of almost limitless expanse and innumerable population, abounding in resources of every kind, although they have a well-equipped army and navy that could easily conquer neighbouring nations, neither the emperor nor his people ever think of waging wars of aggression. They're quite content with what they have, and have no ambitions of conquest. In this respect, they seem to me very different from the Europeans, who frequently disturb their neighbours and are covetous of what others enjoy, while the nations of the West seem to be entirely consumed with the idea of supreme domination. They cannot even preserve what their ancestors have bequeathed them, as the Chinese have done for thousands of years. Following Ricci, the Jesuits would hold their position in the Chinese court for over a century, as mathematicians, scientists, astronomers, and medical experts. Christianity itself, as a philosophy, left a smaller mark in Chinese culture. Chinese scholars were deeply impressed by Ricci, by his personal warmth and intelligence, by his ability in written and spoken Chinese. Most of all, though, they were impressed by his scientific knowledge, especially his translation of Euclid into Chinese. There were a few conversions, notably Xu Guangqi, the scholar, astronomer and agronomist who helped Ricci with his Euclid and other translations from Chinese into Latin. Most Chinese scholars, though, were more interested in Ricci's new science than in what one described as this strange and shallow creed. In 1602, Ricci prepared a map of the world for the emperor. The map was 5.5 by 12.5 feet, and on it the Chinese saw the shape of new continents. It was another powerful, symbolic moment. As we've seen, it would be a mistake to think the Chinese were unaware of the world beyond East Asia, but the centre of gravity of world history was shifting in response to the European discovery of the New World. For now, at least, it was moving away from the great powers of Asia to small, aggressive maritime nations on the Atlantic seaboard. Never before in history had one civilization taken a whole continent, dispossessed and enslaved its people, and appropriated its natural resources. Even late Ming China was already caught up in the tentacles of the emerging new global order. In the Anhui countryside, as the Bao family had noticed, Lord Silver was now king. Slowly then, the map of the world was being redrawn. The whole thrust of Chinese civilization had been that they were at the centre, under the circle of heaven, the connecting point to the divine cosmos. Since even before the Shang, their ritual tradition had existed to mediate between mankind, heaven, and the ancestors. To them, their traditional learning and writing enabled them to control that relationship. Their geographical horizons had widened. They knew something of the Western world, and by now the New World too. But the centre was still the Middle Land. Ricci and his followers, though, claimed to speak for a new vision of history, purposive and redemptive, a history that led to an appointed end. Whether the Mandarins considered the Christian narrative hard to grasp, their view of history misguided, or even their monotheism as a moral error, these were questions to think hard on. The extraordinary depth, longevity, and subtlety of Chinese thought would not be overturned overnight, but still Ricci's map was a shock to the cosmology of the Confucian scholars and bureaucrats. Some, like Xu Guangqi, embraced the new knowledge, complaining that practical science in China was in decline. Others resisted the lure and stuck to what they knew, perplexed by the whole idea of conversion. One of Ricci's Chinese friends, who admired him greatly, couldn't believe that he had come all the way to China to convert its people to this facile doctrine. It was simply incredible. He must have come for some other reason. For the writer Zhang Dai, on the other hand, whose grandfather knew Ricci, these Westerners have great knowledge. They believe that the earth is a sphere hanging in the firmament, that it goes round the sun, and that if you go all the way round the earth, you come back to the same place. So in this encounter was the seed of something disturbing. The monotheism of European civilization was not only a theological construct, it was a civilizational and cultural order, a completely different way of seeing not just the divine, but the whole relationship of humanity to the world and the universe. The very idea of a creator God, after all, was alien to the Chinese, as it is indeed to all Eastern religions. But they also, for the first time, saw a superior science. On the map, The world was no longer shaped as they had believed, a square earth beneath a round sky. And they were no longer the centre of that world, the closest to heaven. In a civilization so rich, so ancient, it was not as if their conceptual framework was unable to cope with these ideas, so long as the leadership was intelligent and flexible. In late Ming China, however, that became the issue. Through the 16th century, the empire's economy went into decline. Already in 1502, 120 years after the first census, the taxable farmlands had shrunk by more than a half, while the government's tax demands remained what they were. Only the lands seized by nobles, officials, or princelings and their families got tax exemptions. Ordinary farmers had to shoulder a much heavier tax burden than in the early years of the Ming. Natural disasters, too, had shaken the Ming state's ability to cope as they had so often in the past. There were big floods and famines, and in Shaanxi in 1556, the deadliest earthquake in Chinese history. Even a well-ordered early modern state like the Ming, with massive reach in government agencies, in charity and relief provisions, started to struggle across its vast extent from Manchuria to the subtropical lands of Yunnan. There were rebellions out in the west and in the northeast. Things were becoming overstretched. Other signs of decline were evident at the centre. China's misfortune was that during the difficult times, one of its worst rulers was on the throne. The Wan Li Emperor, 1573 to 1619, suffered from poor health exacerbated by the overuse of palliative opium. In the 1580s, those present at imperial audiences found him a self-obsessed hypochondriac, endlessly complaining about loyal and well-meaning remonstrances. Meanwhile, incursions by Uyghurs, Tibetans and Mongols threatened the frontiers, and Japanese pirates were plundering the east coast at will. Cosseted in the Forbidden City, unable or unwilling to get out for the big public celebrations like the New Year, Wan Li was the very epitome of failure at the top. The foreigner Ricci in Beijing heard all this from his Chinese friends. The emperors in modern times had abandoned the custom of going out in public. And when they did, there were 1,000 preliminary precautions. Had a military guard with the secret police placed along the route the emperor was to travel? He was not only hidden from view, but the public never knew in which of the palanquins he was actually riding. One would think he was going through an enemy country rather than the multitudes of his own people. The truth was, the Wan Li Emperor in his long reign had become increasingly divorced from reality. He ruled through officials and eunuchs, was unresponsive to appeals for help from the often hard-pressed periphery, and was conspicuous in his inattention to the duties of government. This trend for emperors to become increasingly remote and inaccessible was in contrast to some of the great rulers of the past who had regularly met their ministers. For example, Emperor Wu, far back in the Han Dynasty, or Tang Taizong, who even had officials below ministerial level come in for interviews. During Wan Li's time, the practice of full communication, which was fundamental to good governance, had not been kept up, and by the end of his reign, local officials out on the edges were finding it increasingly hard to cope. By the early 1600s, local district officers were reporting disaffection in the popular sentiment of the people. As a result of the wider dissemination of higher learning during the late Ming, schools and academies in the empire had opened the path to an enlarged, educated middle class. These people felt they were entitled to a voice in how local communities were run and how they related to the centre. There was also a rising tide of dissatisfaction among professional scholars, a reformist agenda that we might say signified the point when a civilization begins to outgrow the boundaries of the political order it has created. The problem was the Chinese system of despotism itself. The pathway to getting criticisms and grievances heard was difficult and fraught with danger. Under Ming law, anyone, even a commoner, could make a petition to the emperor. Back at the start of the dynasty, Hongwu himself had insisted that the channels of complaint should always be open. This way corrupt practices could be exposed, and the ruler would know the feelings of the ruled. This principle, which lay behind Mao Zedong's famous 100 Flowers campaign in 1957, was a fundamental part of the Ming system. Indeed, promising scholars might even hope that by presenting a good submission, even more by writing a whole book to be weighed up by the mandarins, they might attract attention from the top and launch a high-flying career. The most famous example of this, as we saw, was in the Song dynasty when Wang Anshe submitted his famous 10,000-word memorial with due deference as a matter of loyalty for the national good. The memorial had been the key to Wang's rise. In reality, however, no matter how it was expressed, and no matter how well-intentioned, the chances of a critical and even frank memorial being accepted during the Ming were slight. Such reprovals were considered the work of embittered, sour old men, sending up sealed memorials to disturb the afternoons of the court. They were often deemed to be self-serving, driven by animosity and rivalry. Petitioners were regularly subject to harsh punishment. So there was very good reason to think that honest advice might invite a heavy and even brutal response. The physical dangers of serving the Ming government were well known. Corporal punishment of officials was an established practice. One could be beaten savagely in court, and on occasion even deliberately beaten to death. Sometimes this happened in front of the throne in the presence of the court as a measure of public humiliation. Just criticism of the emperor's conduct, even implied, was enough reason to be flogged. Back in the reign of the Jiajing emperor, 1522 to 1566, severe physical punishment became a way of keeping the scholar bureaucracy in subservience. In 1524, after protesting against the emperor's plan to grant imperial honours posthumously to his own mother and father, 134 officials were flogged and 16 killed. In the middle decades of the 16th century, many more were beaten to death. So the precedent was established that the official scholar who spoke out to advise the emperor or recommend a change of policy risked physical punishment, exile, hard labour, or execution. Even texts that broke the taboo of naming the emperor, or that were construed as insulting him, inadvertently or not, invited the death penalty. This idea had a long life. It would be the same under Mao Zedong in the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s, when people could be condemned for inadvertently soiling a statue of Mao or destroying his image in a printed newspaper. There were precedents for the wider use of terror against free speech. The Hongwu emperor had carried out 2 massive purges of the civil service when thousands of officials were executed, having been accused of plotting against him a dozen years earlier. 15,000 executions followed another denunciation of a leading general. By then, Hongwu, for all the good intentions of his initial laws, had become a megalomaniac in whom paranoia, rapacity, and realpolitik combined to savagely attack any independent thought by his officials. The result was an increasingly demoralized intelligentsia that, as one noted, blurred the distinction between good and bad, so less worthy officials do not seek to better themselves, and good ones keep their heads down. Later reigns were less savage than the first 2, but the precedent was there. Remonstration was at one's own risk. History gave ample proof that the top jobs, the goal of all high examination candidates, came at great personal risk. But as Wan Li's rule drew to a close in the early 17th century, men of conscience became more and more agitated as the emperor withdrew from public life, ruling through his eunuchs, led by the sinister Wei Zhongxian. Finally, in 1604, in Wuxi, near Suzhou, there was an attempt to organize a resistance movement by what one might call the late Ming Republic of Letters, for whom independent discourse on politics was the way not just to preserve the world, but to change it. With more than 8 million people today, Wuxi is huge by European standards, but a middling city in China. At night, its gleaming skyline looks like quintessential Chinese modernity, but it is in fact older than Rome. Located on the Grand Canal, between the great cultural centre of Changzhou to the northwest and Suzhou to the southeast, it's been renowned as a market for textiles and other products since the Song dynasty. During the late Ming, however, Wuxi became an important cultural and intellectual centre. In the Yangtze Delta, the scholars in Wuxi rivaled the Suzhou and Yangzhou literati for preeminence, and in the early 17th century, its Donglin Academy found a national fame that has never been forgotten. Founded by dissident intellectuals in 1604, the site of the academy lies over the Grand Canal, east of the cobbled streets of the old town. Once the teaching centre of the most prominent intellectual opposition movement under the late Ming despotism, there's now a museum on the site, entered through an old stone memorial arch, which was all that remained after the suppression of the movement in the 17th century. It was in the mid-1980s that the Communist Party decided on its restoration as a memorial to the movement, though the stalwarts of the Donglin would surely have taken as icy a view of the party as they did of Ming autocracy. And in the present climate, the party would have given the Donglin scholars short shrift indeed. 400 years on, true independence of thought is still a charged issue. The Donglin story is a landmark in Chinese intellectual history. An academy was originally built here in the early 12th century, in the golden time of intellectual inquiry during the Song, a period of wide-ranging debate about governance. And here, soon after 1600, intellectual resistance to the Ming tyranny coalesced in a protest by southern gentry, scholars and officials. Corruption, indolence, over-centralization, and the unwillingness of the emperor to engage in the business of government had begun to have a disastrous effect on the morale of governance. Infused with Neo-Confucian ideas, the renewal soon became a nationwide movement linked to many other literary societies, with 2,000 or 3,000 active members and tens of thousands of supporters, many of them young. Then, in 1604, the Grand Secretary, Gu Xiancheng, along with other like-minded scholars, restored the Donglin Academy on its old site as a deliberate protest against government corruption, the rule of the eunuchs, dowagers and in-laws, and the contagious torpor of the Wan Li emperor. Financial backing came from local gentry officials, scholars, and county magistrates. It was a movement with many parallels in Chinese history, where virtue is set against corruption. And as in 1976, 1989, and 2008, it was in the deepest sense about loyalty to the culture. The Donglin agenda also reflected social and economic forces that had been brewing for more than a century. The hegemony of the state in local matters was challenged by reformist gentry, who sought to curtail the absolute power of the emperor in favour of local initiative at the provincial, prefectural and county levels. They were not against the imperial system as such. They still believed in the institution of monarchy and the person of the sage emperor. But the Donglin followers called for devolution of power from the imperial court. Among their supporters was one of the most remarkable gentry families in China's story, one that has produced many thinkers, scientists and poets, both men and women, as we shall see further on in the story. The Fang clan of Tongcheng, and among their backers in Wuxi were the Qin family, whose involvement in the movement is recorded in their woodblock printed family genealogy, as the current clan historian describes. Our ancestor, Qin Erkai, was a disciple of the Donglin movement and gave his son to the academy to be tutored in high Confucian moral tone. They disseminated their ideas through widely attended lecture sessions open to officials and students from all over China, anyone who supported what they called the public-spirited party. It was a kind of ethically intense and militant Confucianism, a pursuit of truth regardless of the consequences. According to our family history and the local gazetteer of Wuxi, our ancestor Erkai was a follower of Gu Xiancheng. They worked hard to get followers in government positions, to influence politics, to remodel the leadership with a moral basis, to communicate sincere moral feelings, which they expected the government would and should listen to. They were the nation's moral elite. It's easy to see striking parallels with later times. Not that the Donglin reformers were Democrats, they were traditional Confucians who believed in the emperor, or at least the office. They thought they should speak out with moral force even at the cost of their lives, and that if only they could reach the emperor he would change his ways. So it was with the letters sent to Mao during the 100 Flowers campaign in 1957, when some critics of Mao specifically called on the model of Donglin. For any Chinese person, the lessons of history are so self-evident and so permanent, they hardly need pointing out. They are the currency of political debate. Even now, to talk of Donglin in relation to, say, June 1989, the meaning is clear. Such critiques, however, were an invitation to be crushed by the government, especially by the eunuch dictator Wei Zhongxian. The Wanli Emperor died in 1620, and his successor, the Taichang Emperor, was found dead within a month of his coronation. Rumblings of discontent grew as the news spread. In Hebei, in the village of Macheng, Donglin loyalists boldly produced a manifesto dated the first year of the new emperor, even though he was already dead, refusing to accept the actions of the Beijing court as legitimate. In the event, the Taichang emperor was succeeded by his son, an incompetent teenager in the pocket of powerful vested interests at court, led by Wei, who now turned on the members of the Donglin movement. In 1625, allies of the academy were tortured, murdered, or exiled. In 1626, the chief agitators were arrested. Their leader, Gao Panlong, committed suicide by drowning himself in a pond, dressed in his scholar's robes. Popular protests followed. Shopkeepers, labourers and commoners blocked the streets in rain-soaked Suzhou when the police came to arrest one of the key leaders, who was tortured and executed. The eunuch Wei then ordered the Wuxi Academy to be completely destroyed, and the buildings were demolished, leaving only the fragment of the stone archway that stands today. Perhaps what was new in this ongoing conflict was not the extremes to which the state would go to defend itself. That was common enough in Chinese history, but rather the openness and determination of the resistance by the literati. And though suppressed across the empire, the ideals of Donglin were not lost. The scholarly underground continued in the lower Yangtze region in cities like Changzhou and Suzhou, where the Fushi movement, the Revival Society, was founded in the aftermath of 1628, linking up with several national literary societies to form a network of tens of thousands of local gentry and scholars who kept the flag of intellectual resistance flying. It would be the son of one of the Donglin members who had died in prison, Huang Zongxi, who wrote the single most remarkable political tract in Chinese history, the anti-authoritarian Waiting for the Dawn, whose central idea was that all under heaven should belong to the people. One day, Huang even suggested the imperial system itself might be replaced. It's been said of Huang's book that since the time of Confucius and Mencius, no other work in the Confucian tradition stands out as such a thoroughgoing critique of Chinese dynastic institutions, or indeed of the imperial system itself. The most powerful affirmation of a liberal Chinese political vision before the 19th century. In the final analysis, Huang said, the fundamental problem in Chinese political life lay in the very structure of the imperial state. For him, the origin of despotic misrule under the Ming lay back at the very beginning, when in 1380 the Hongwu Emperor abolished the prime ministership and began the over-concentration of power. What was needed now, Huang said, was a reformed system of decentralized government based on classical principles that would address the legitimate private interests of local societies. The rationale for public officials, he wrote, lies in the fact that the empire is too big for one man to govern, and that it is necessary to share the work with others. Therefore, when I, an official, come to serve, it's for the sake of the whole empire, not just the ruler. It's for the sake of all the people, and not just for one family name, the imperial lineage. When one acts for the sake of all under heaven and its people, one cannot agree to do anything contrary to the way, even if the prince explicitly forces one to do so. If ministers ignore the plight of the people to aid their prince's rise to power, they violate the true way. These ideas for a decentralized and more consultative Chinese state will come back in the late 19th century when Huang's book was rediscovered. His ideas may appear impossibly modern, equating traditional Chinese scholarship anachronistically with Western democratic values and processes. If they appear so, perhaps this is because we overestimate the uniqueness of early modern modes of thought in the West, and at the same time underestimate the possibilities of intellectual reformation and revival within traditional Chinese thinking. As for the Donglin Academy, the memory was revived in the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s by intellectuals, writers and historians resisting Mao's tyranny. The site, as we saw, was restored in the early 1980s in the heady days of increased openness before 1989. This was a time when the party under Deng Xiaoping encouraged open speech and had ignored for a moment how dangerous history can be. Today, the arch in Wuxi stands as a visible reminder both of the nature of Ming despotism and of the old adage, fear the power of the past to discredit the present. Chapter 14. The Last Days of the Ming. The Ming dynasty lasted for the best part of 300 years, and its material legacy is still there for all to see. But to see the Ming only from the top down, through the glamour of the great rulers and their high culture, is to miss a sense of a dynamically changing society over that period, especially in the later years of the dynasty when urban life was bursting with energy and new possibilities. In the last years of the Ming, our view of China opens up from below and from the fringes and the provinces, seen through the lives of individuals, men and women, writers and travellers, all of whom experienced and reflected on their world and its embarrassment of riches before the Manchu conquest of 1645. This part of the story begins with journeys that are symptomatic of this outward-looking time. Mrs. Wang and her children on a southern river odyssey, the Ming loyalist Zhang Dai on his night ferry, and China's greatest traveller, Xu Xiaoke, with his fascinating portrait of the outer reaches of the Ming world on the very eve of its fall. The later years of the Ming dynasty are portrayed as a time of dynastic decline, but they saw the beginnings of far-reaching changes in Chinese society, with dramatic population growth and the expansion of markets and market towns. China, no less than Europe, was on the path to modernity. There was much more movement between social classes, and also more geographic mobility. People travelled more. The world was opening up. And to travel in the late Ming world was to encounter a civilization of huge vitality and insatiable curiosity about the world. All this was encouraged by a boom in printing that made cheap books available to the middle classes and below. The centre of the popular printing industry was Jianyang in Fujian, where families of book cutters used locally made bamboo paper to serve a wider public than ever, with a huge appetite to know about the wider world. They printed novels, gazetteers, guidebooks, self-help manuals, epitomes of the classics, and guides to the civil service exams. Their printers' lists offered 100 questions on bringing up children. The Board of Health published remedies on women's health. A Li Du commentary for the general reader on the two great Tang poets, Li Bai and Du Fu. There was Deng Xi's Guide to Actualizing the Mind and Zhang's Complete Guide to Positive Thinking, an embarrassment of riches. The Ming was also a heyday for women writers, hundreds of whom appear now in printed anthologies. And they were not only publishing poetry, the age-old consolation of literary women, but writing about the world around them. In around 1600, for example, Wang Fengxian wrote a vivid winter travelogue, sailing the Gan River through Jiangxi, with endless encounters. Truly a superb journey in this floating life, she wrote. A rarity was that she travelled with her children through wild countryside, over dangerous rapids, and in violent storms, sometimes camping out on frost-filled meadows under starry skies. Wang was evidently a wonderful travelling companion, a highly educated woman composing poetry as she went, recording her feelings and the sights on the journey, noting the historic spots that evoked the rise and fall of dynasties. And on one night witnessing, as she described, a moon so beautiful that the children pushed open the boat cover to admire it. Somewhere in the dark a distant flute was playing, and we forgot the dusty world and felt as if we were in the land of the immortals. What also comes out of Wang's journey is her formidable strength of character and her courageous good spirits in negotiating, hiring boats and boat pullers, and facing real dangers. Words cannot describe how unpleasant it was, she wrote. Luckily, my temperament is such that I'm not disturbed by toil and hardship. I just have a good laugh at things. And finally, when she reaches the family home of her in-laws, tonight we'll get drunk to our heart's content. Concluding, though, with an inevitable nod to superior male literary judgments, I've recorded the events right when they happened. I'm ashamed that this does not make for refined writing. Wang's travelogue was part of a growing popular genre of travel writing for the tastes of the new middle class, effectively the birth of tourism in China. Not that the Chinese hadn't travelled before now. Indeed, as we've seen, as far back as the Song dynasty, travellers' diaries, along with landscape painting, gave an insight into the way the lettered classes thought about their nation. But from the later 16th century, in this time of peace, writers found new audiences, describing the sights and sensations, but also the concrete reality of actual places, especially out in the southwest, where the scale, remoteness, and unfamiliarity for most readers made it easier to tap the exotic and the sublime. Books explored what might be called the psychogeography of China, the sacred mountains, Taoist and Buddhist, the sites of history and legend, and the famous temple sites. By the late Ming, you could buy books about these alien lands and strange peoples, and even go there by reliable transport. The growth of market towns everywhere made it easy to travel and to find home comforts in tourist inns and taverns. So the motivation was no longer just religious pilgrimage, but a desire to experience cultural feasts, natural wonders, and to encounter the sheer exuberance of late Ming urban life, when China itself, with its many regional cultures, was the object of desire. By the early 1600s, the Yangtze Delta and its coastal plain was the richest and most cultured part of China. Half of the population of 160 million or more lived there. Its main cities, Yangzhou, Zhenjiang, Changzhou, Wuxi and Suzhou, down to Shaoxing and Hangzhou, were among the most prosperous in the world. As a European traveller of the time wrote, "This province far exceeds all others in goodness and richness of soil. So likewise in trade and commerce. For here are the chiefest cities of all China, each whereof famous for traffic. No less does this kingdom abound in shipping above all the rest, for the number of all manner of vessels is so great that it seems as if all the ships of the whole world were harboured here." Official documents from the time listed 14 chief cities and 110 smaller towns in the south, whose population exceeded that of Europe. In scholarship and the arts, too, European visitors noted the Yangtze Delta was comparable to Renaissance Italy, with very learned men brought up in their schools of literature. Suzhou, in particular, where the goods of all provinces flow, was the centre of what was known then as Suzhou style. Booksellers, printers, fashion, food, racy novels, that was Suzhou style. For with wealth and peace came cultural creativity and an outpouring of the visual arts, music, literature, medicine and science. The sharpest and most engaging chronicler of this time was the essayist and historian Zhang Dai. Zhang came from a Shaoxing landed family. When he was born in 1597, the Ming dynasty had been ruling for well over 2 centuries, and for the well-off and rising middle class, it was a good time to be alive. As he remarked, those days were a time of peace, and the whole world seemed at ease. With Zhang as our guide, we may descend into the crowds of early 17th century China. The scene is uncannily like our accounts of Elizabethan and Stuart London. 100 miles south of the Yangtze estuary was the port of Ningbo, China's richest entrepot under the Ming. From here, ocean-going traders sailed to Japan, Korea and Vietnam. Ferries plied their trade up and down the coast, and a 20,000-strong fishing fleet operated from the landing stages at Qinghai, the outport at the river mouth. The city itself lay 12 miles upriver, surrounded by low hills in a magnificent location above the junction of the Youyao and Fenghua rivers. From the tower of the Tianyi Pagoda one could, and to a degree still can, take in the whole setting, a splendid natural theatre opening northwards to the sea and southwards to wooded mountains. To the east, the blue expanse of Dongqian Lake and the estuary on Hangzhou Bay. Ningbo would be overtaken by Shanghai in the 19th century, but is now rising again in the 21st to be China's biggest container port. Lower down the river, outside the moated oval of the old city, are landing stages still crammed with fishing boats, and still today the ferry boats sail to Shanghai and to the pilgrimage sites on Putuo Island, just as Zhang describes. It's a summer evening in 1630. As night comes on, there's a crush at the jetties on the riverside, below the boat bridge. The narrow alleys running down to the water, crowded with passengers, hawkers, travelling salesmen, beggars, thieves, and vagabonds. There are little wheeled kitchens everywhere with charcoal burners to heat a kettle and fry hot snacks. There are cheap booksellers selling pulp fiction and self-help manuals, flimsy booklets strung on bamboo stands with strings through the bindings. There are Buddhist monks telling stories, apothecaries with strange roots, dried snakes, frogs and deer horn laid out on sheets on the ground. Barbers sit with their basins and razors at the ready. Back from the quayside are professional scribes, their little folding tables arranged with inkstone, brushes and paper. For a few coppers, they'll write letters for the illiterate. There are fortune-tellers, as one may still see today in the lanes round the city's Taoist temple, with their divination books and jars full of numbered strips of bamboo to be selected at random by the client to tally with a prophecy read out from the book. In front of the table, painted placards warn against carelessness or complacency. Life is imponderable, and to be on the safe side, it's best to consult a diviner before undertaking anything of importance, especially a sea voyage. Moored out on the river beyond a forest of smaller masts, junks, sampans and fishing boats are the big ocean-going traders, up to 180 feet long with 5 masts, painted eyes on their prows, and huge ornate painted sterns rearing high above the water. These could still be seen coasting down to Vietnam up to the middle of the 20th century. The workhorses of the coast and estuaries were smaller, 70 feet long, with cabins on the upper deck. They could take up to 200 passengers with a crew of a shipmaster, 2 deckhands, 2 collectors of money, and 2 tea-boys. The crew lived in the baggage room, where they camped out on passengers' boxes and bundles. There was a galley the size of a cabin trunk, with a stove for tea and hot water. Meals were available at a price. As the boat readies to sail, the tea-boys scurry through the crowds on deck with big brass kettles, refilling battered teapots, stepping over trussed-up pigs, baskets of fruit and vegetables, pushing past hawkers, selling fruit, nuts and sunflower seeds. The less wealthy lie on deck, head to head, wrapped up against cool night breezes. Better-off travellers share a private cabin with flat wooden shelves as bunks and wooden latticed windows to let in the night breeze. Sharing Zhang Dai's cabin is a Buddhist monk travelling back to his monastery, and a rather pompous local official who is proud of his learning and keen to let his fellow travellers know it. With a jug of wine, observing it all with a raised eyebrow, is Zhang Dai, writer, traveller, aesthete, bon viveur, a man with insatiable curiosity about human nature. As they sail downriver, the scholar is holding forth on the classics, talking big and wide, says Zhang Dai, from poorly digested reading. The monk is curled up on his bunk trying to sleep, but eventually, irritated by the scholar's inflated view of himself, he asks a question. "May I ask, your worship, is Tantai Miaming one person or 2? Tantai was a disciple of Confucius. "2 people, of course," replies the official. "And Yao Shun," the monk continues, slyly conflating 2 famous mythical kings, "1 person or 2? "1 person, of course." The monk laughs. "OK, that said, it's time for this novice to go up on deck." And with that he stood up, smiled, excused himself, and went out to stretch his legs and take the night air. "Thinking of that night," Zhang Dai wrote, "gave me an idea for this book. It's all very obvious and superficial, you might think, but had my fellow traveller known some of it, then the little monk might not have needed to stretch his legs. I've called the book The Night Ferry." It was a rather modern idea, A Ming China in Your Pocket, a highbrow Reader's Digest. It also opens a window on the literacy of ordinary folk in the early 17th century. In Zhang's hometown of Shaoxing, almost everyone above the peasantry was literate. By the age of 20, some went into government careers and continued their life of reading and scholarship, while others went off to apprentice in manual trades. In his region, especially in the big towns, even artisans and craftspeople were expected to have some book learning. Yet book learning from popular books, Zhang says, was not deep or fundamental knowledge, so he set himself the task of writing a high popularization to bridge the gap. Those conversations on night boats are sometimes the hardest to handle, he wrote. You want to be seen as a cultivated person, to be well informed on various subjects, be seen as a scholar. Some people know 1,000,000 facts. They can list a myriad people, positions, ranks, dates and places like a bookcase on legs. But they're not really any smarter than someone who can't even spell. So that was his idea, a history of the world in 100 stories, as it were, an anthology introducing the reader to deeper knowledge, from astronomy and geography to history, politics, customs, medicine, and foreign lands. It was a potted compendium of Chinese culture for the new middle class, not civil service exam-level, university-educated people, but those curious to know and to be more cultured themselves. Even Zheng He's voyages 2 centuries ago offered content, the flora and fauna of the Straits of Hormuz and East African exotica. Strange customs and landscapes were all grist to the mill for the modern readership in the expanding world of the late Ming heartland of civilization. Travel, indeed, was one of the central themes of Zhang's huge output as a writer. Travel to the famous places that attracted package tours and cultural and even literary pilgrimage. Pilgrimages to the sacred mountains were especially popular, above all to the king of mountains, Taishan. This could be coupled with a visit to Confucius's hometown of Chufu, a tourist trap where the master's descendants charged a fee to enter the precinct of the family mansion. Close by in the town of Tai'an were taverns, hostels, and a dozen huge hotel complexes. I'll never again think of the inns of Tai'an as mere inns, Zhang wrote, stunned by the size of these tourist establishments. The approach road, he continued, is lined with stabling for horses and mules, houses for actors and performers who entertain the pilgrims, and houses for courtesans and prostitutes. I thought they must serve the entire sub-prefecture. I didn't realize they were all for a single inn. There were more than 20 kitchens preparing food, and between 100 and 200 servants running about serving the guests. Yet the rooms of the new and departed guests are never confused. The veg and non-veg meals are never mixed up. And the staff who welcome the guests and see them off are each different. How they get it all right is beyond me. And in the town of Tai'an alone, there are 6 inns just like this one. Supervised by local travel agents and tour guides, these inns offered private rooms and public restaurants with 3 levels of charges. There were inclusive meal deals with fixed menus. The most expensive came with full-scale opera performance with musicians, while packed lunches were provided for the ascent of the mountain. In season, thousands made the climb every day, all paying a mountain ascent tax, creamed off by the provincial government with a cut to the local Ming princely families. When you came down from the climb, after watching the dawn, as is still the case, there was a celebration meal with gourmet food and opera by professional performers, after which the red light district offered further worldly delights after filling one's senses on the king of mountains. That mood of curiosity about the Chinese world, its landscape, history and culture, inspired many writers. "What's the point of living in a little street," wrote one, "and growing old, looking out of the window?" Such wanderlust is exemplified by one of the most distinctive voices of the late Ming, China's most famous traveller, Xu Xiaoke. When we first meet him, he's on the Zhejiang coast, south of Ningbo. The last day of the 3rd lunar month, 1613. I went out of the west gate of Ninghai County town, Zhenjiang. It was a cloudless and sunny day, and I had the feeling that the mountains were sharing my happiness. Having covered 30 li, I reached the Lianghuang mountain. Upon being told that the region was haunted by tigers and that dozens of people had been injured in the last month, I decided to stop there for the night. Xu Xiaoke came from a little village in the flatlands near Wuxi, where his ancestral home is still preserved. He was 25 and already on an extraordinary career, which took him on horseback and by boat, but above all on foot, across much of the heartland of China. With his literary nom de plume, traveller in the sunset clouds, he'd made his pact with nature, swearing allegiance to the great mountains, as he said, and set off on a lifetime pilgrimage whose goal was China itself. It was in one sense a metaphysical search for the sublime, a spiritual quest to attain oneness with nature through seeing and feeling. But his travels were also driven by culture, history, and myth, as was only possible, perhaps, in an old country. Initially encouraged and supported in his wanderlust by his ageing mother, he continued until his death at 52 from malaria, contracted on the road in 1641 on the very eve of the Ming fall. Xu was unrivalled in his productivity. Diaries and notes survived, totalling over 600,000 characters, which were later edited by his family, but printed only in the 18th century. Very likely the notes were not intended for publication, but with a view to a grand work on China and its landscape, which never came to fruition due to his early death. What's left gives us one of China's most distinctive voices, and one that has enjoyed a recent resurgence of interest on stamps, in potted editions, and graphic novels for children, and even a biopic. So much so now that he's the patron saint of China's tourism industry. The start of his first dated journey, 19th of May, 1613, is now celebrated annually as National Tourism Day. A mix of the romantic poet and the natural scientist, Xu's writing owes much to earlier Chinese travel writers. His spontaneous style of observation goes back to Song Dynasty essayists, sometimes pausing to sit for a day, just watching nature and writing up where possible at night or first thing next day. Nothing escaped his eye. On Tiantai Mountain, today a pretty tourist spot outside Ningbo with a well-marked path, he abandoned his horse because of the mud and advanced on a circuitous route along the ridges. The rain had just stopped, he wrote, and the sky was clearing up. I was intoxicated by the magnificent scenery, the gurgling of the spring streams, the beauty of the mountains, the shifting perspective of the scenery, and the full crimson bloom of the azaleas on the verdant hillsides. As far as the eye could see, all was delight, and it made me forget the laborious climb. His travels over the next 27 years took him to the Yellow River and the Yangtze, the 5 sacred mountains, the glorious wooded hills around Huangshan, and the coasts of Fujian, where in the troubled days of the Ming decline between the 1610s and the 1630s, reports of pirate raids and rampaging gangs of bandits led to cancelled local coastal ferries and disrupted journeys. But he also went down into the borderlands of Burma, Laos and Vietnam, 2,000 miles from Beijing, where he gives us a unique insight into the indigenous peoples on the very edge of the Ming world, the exotic other. Xu wanted to go beyond where other writers had gone, though as he never synthesized his notes, we cannot know the full scope of his planned great work. These were not only travels but also explorations. For example, he attempted to resolve debates about the location of the headwaters of the Yangtze. What comes through, though, is his incredible bravery and independence of thought. Tall, rangy, physically tough, he was a big man, strong as an ox but nimble as a monkey. All who met him recognized a great ascetic, as one said. He has no interest in office and a disdain for money. When it comes to the landscape, he's prepared to risk his own safety. For the sake of his writing, he's willing to sell himself. Another reported, "When I questioned him, his voice was clear as a bell, his words as true as the hub of a wheel. He spoke incisively, inexhaustibly. His bright green eyes flash day or night, and his voice is clear as a bell. As spare as a Taoist priest, his outward deportment is that of a mountain recluse, but there resides in him a rich spirit and the essence of courage." Speaking with him, his words were upright and lofty, full of the stuff of strange journeys and extreme danger. In all that, we detect perhaps a touch of madness, as a friend observed. He's neither a Buddhist nor a Taoist immortal, but half stubborn, half deranged. His resilience was legendary, as a friend noted. He could endure hunger for several days, keep walking for several hundred li, ascending sheer cliffs, braving bamboo thickets, hanging over precipices on a rope. He found companionship among fairies, trolls, apes and baboons, with the result that sometimes he couldn't think straight and couldn't speak. However, as soon as we talked about mountain paths, explored watercourses, or sought out some challenging geographical terrain, then suddenly his mind became crystal clear. Xu's last big journey came at the very moment that Ming rule at the centre was collapsing in the face of peasant rebellions. In 1639, now 50 years old, he went down to Yunnan and the precipitous river gorges of the Mekong and the Salween, a land of stunning beauty and extraordinary flora and fauna. It had been nominally a part of China for many centuries, but large-scale Chinese settlement only started in the 14th century, when the Mongols sent garrisons down there as military settlers. In the Ming, Han Chinese followed, but their influence was minimal. Governance was through native headmen or tusis from powerful local families, non-Han peoples who'd adopted Chinese culture. Among the Muslim Yi people, for example, in the midst of deep and remote mountains, Xu says he met a man so civilized it was truly like meeting an immortal. In other areas along the edge of Burma, on the other hand, he met wild men clad only in loincloths, people who'd never heard of China. Formerly under Chinese rule, today they are untouched by imperial rule and orthodox culture. Out here, there were frequent revolts, and only the return of direct Chinese rule, Xu thought, would mean the return of civilization. In Yunnan, he explored the headwaters of the Mekong and the Salween, heading for Lijiang, where he went to Jade Snow Mountain and Mount Chickenfoot, Jizushan, the site of a famous Buddhist shrine. This area was inhabited by Naxi and other indigenous peoples who spoke Tibeto-Burmese languages. Lijiang was an old town founded back in the Song, and when Xu came it was already a tourist destination, though much harder to reach, with a laborious overland journey of many weeks. A colourful outpost on the very edge of the Ming Empire. Even then, the town had tour guides and sedan chair bearers with extra fees to cross bridges and ascend rope ladders to the famous caves. There the local king received Xu well and treated him to a banquet of exotic foodstuffs. At nearby Dali, today a charming hippie lakeside town with vegetarian cafes and Taoist fortune-tellers, Xu stayed for a few months after the death of the monk Jingwen, his long-time travelling companion. The region had been loosely under Chinese control since 1382, on a light reign through local chiefs. The ruling Mu family had taken a Chinese name to demonstrate their desire to adopt Chinese culture, and their armed retinues were a barrier against the Tibetan warlords beyond the mountains. Xu stayed in the cobbled streets of the old town at the Mu Fu Palace in a big temple-like precinct, which survives today, largely restored after the Muslim uprising here in 1873. A family inscription from the 16th century commemorates the defeat of a Tibetan raid with a eulogy to Confucian virtues. Here, Xu's host, Mu Zeng, the loyal and righteous one, was a highly cultured man, a devout Buddhist with a thirst to welcome noble people. The Mu family have been here for 2,000 years, Xu wrote in his diary. Their mansions are as beautiful as the rulers. They were canny operators. Should the imperial army come near, Xu continued, the family meekly submit to being subdued. When the army retreats, they reassert their power. So the Mu family have not suffered the ravages of the imperial army for generations. Moreover, thanks to the uniquely prosperous gold and silver mining production, their region is the wealthiest of all the non-Han regions. Xu was treated to banquets here on a scale that became a real challenge, one of them of 80 dishes, with delicacies including yak tongue and lai cheese. The headman Mu gave a warm welcome to this unusual literary traveller from the heartland of Chinese culture, and they later exchanged letters while Mu was on his rounds of the kingdom. Mu was anxious to learn more about Chinese civilization. He asked Xu to revise his own Chinese verse, and Xu spent several days, as he put it, introducing more variety into the poetry and correcting many incorrect characters. Mu asked him to stay on to write a gazetteer of Buddhist sites around Mount Chickenfoot, and also to educate his fourth son. The boy is interested in writing, Mu told Xu. But because there are no good teachers here, he's been unable to get even a glimpse of the culture of the Central Plains. So I ask you to instruct him. Were he to learn the basic rules, you would have my eternal respect. Xu agreed and gave the boy good marks. His work is very clear. Xu's travels around the empire give us an extraordinarily vivid picture of the reality of Ming rule out on the edges. They tell us about security, transport, and civic order, but they also reveal the limits of Ming autocracy. His travels in Fujian were more than once curtailed by piracy on the coasts, with ferries suspended in the estuaries. In southeast Guangxi and Guizhou, he records many rebellions since the 1620s, and down towards the Vietnam border, he met people who knew only barbarian customs and are not even aware of China. In towns and regions so lawless that they left him literally terrified. In some areas of Yunnan, the local headmen had only a tenuous connection with the centre. In the 1630s, Xu reported, many local chiefs simply oppressed the local people. The resultant chaos reaching the imperial frontiers cannot be allowed to continue. The suffering of the various Yi peoples, stemming from their abuse at the hands of the tribal chiefs, is really heartbreaking and nauseating. The reason the situation has worsened is that the Yi are only concerned with their own survival. So there's no question of them being unbendingly loyal to their distant masters. So they can be incited to rebel by troublemakers. They don't practice the Chinese language and are familiar only with Yi customs. In the huge areas between Burma and Vietnam in the south and the lands that touch on Tibet, Xu concluded, There were a string of towns and prefectures held together merely by the fame of the emperor's name and influence, and the policy of the light rain. Such was the reality of the Ming Empire out on the edges, though there were exceptions. 2,000 miles from Beijing, down in the far south of Yunnan, on the border with Burma and Laos, Shu stayed with a Mr. Zhao at Longjiang in the wooded mountains around Mengla, where snow-capped peaks ring the horizon. Mr. Zhao was a local Tutsi, a tribal chief, and a member of the Yi ethnic group. He invited Zhu Xiake to his house, where Zhao greeted him in traditional Yi clothes, with a red cloth band around his head, then changing his clothes before greeting him again in the Chinese manner. After the evening meal, and perhaps we may imagine Shu sampling the distinctive cuisine of this part of Yunnan, flavoured with coconut and coriander, Shu's bed was prepared in the main hall. But before they turned in, the two men sat up talking about the world in Chinese. In many areas Yunnan was lawless, and the reputation of its chiefs was poor, especially after a revolt in 1621. Zhao was anxious to tell Shu that it was not so in his far-flung but loyal outpost of the empire. In times gone by, he told Shu, perhaps thinking of the 1621 revolt, this place was a battleground, a nest of thieves. But today, under the power and authority of the Son of Heaven, everywhere is at peace. We have bountiful produce here, better than other places. Other parts of the region are suffering droughts, while here the rain doesn't stop. Other places have begun planting, while here the new crops are already climbing and shooting up. Other places are full of thieves and robbers, whereas here we leave our doors unlocked at night. We may be on the impoverished frontier of the kingdom, but this is a happy place. All we lack is the occasional visit of a noble person. And now we have you. Are not the rivers and mountains fortunate? This was perhaps an exception. In reality, the outer reaches of the empire were no longer controlled by the centre. It was a long time since they'd seen imperial troops here, let alone a scholar bureaucrat from Beijing. Shu's last writings link this local, close-up reportage with wider political concerns. The southwest was a hotbed of revolt, where one could see the Ming's loosening grip on the periphery. Shu was aware of this, but he knew what was happening at the centre too. His friendships included members of the Donglin movement from his native Wuxi, and he sympathised with the contemporary critics of the imperial system. Writing in his diaries of the immensely powerful eunuch Wei Zhongxian, Shu implies that Wei's tyranny at court had a direct relation to the widespread and growing disturbances elsewhere in the country. At that time, Wei was in power, he wrote, stirring up trouble and stopping decrees, while out in Yunnan there were powerful local chiefs becoming even more crazed and uncontrollable. The intoxicating sense of freedom of travel that had given Shu such joy in his earlier years was now curtailed not only by local conditions, but by a bigger sense of drift. On Shu's second and last Yunnan adventure, over 1638 to 40, he fell ill with malaria and became so poorly that his royal patron, the Naxi king, provided him with companions and a sedan chair to get him home, a journey that took 6 months. He died on the 8th of March 1641 and was buried outside the old house near Wuxi at the ancestral graves, where today a memorial hall stands decorated with the huge collection of stone-cut epigraphs that Shu had dutifully gathered to honour his mother, the inspiration for his travels. His tomb still stands in front of a huge clump of bamboo in a lovely brick-paved garden. The affection he inspired in his friends is shared by the current custodian, who loved him from her school days when she first came here. To me, she says, he's almost a saint. Xu had embodied the old idea of xiao yao you, of the ancient philosopher Chuangzi, the free and easy wanderer. He had sought the sublime, but also scientific truth. He had displayed Confucian humanity, benevolence and rectitude, while drawn by the freedom and nature mysticism of Taoism and the spiritual horizons of Buddhism. In that, Xu is an eccentric representative of the syncretic spirit of his age. But in the path he chose, looking for the supernatural marvels of our rivers and mountains, he's truly a one-off. As a friend observed, to sum up, there was absolute need in the universe for such a remarkable man, and an absolute need in the annals of literature for his book. I feel great shame that I'm too old to follow in his hallowed path, which made this person unique among remarkable people. Xu's own verdict on himself is in character. My greatest regrets are to have explored fully neither the distant obscurities of the heavens above, nor the profundities of human life below, nor the patterns of the lives of current generations. All I have achieved is what I've picked out with my eyes and examined on foot between these highs and lows. As the ailing Xu was carried home on his litter to the old house near Lake Tai, where he died in spring 1641, storm clouds were gathering. The main provinces facing the sea were encountering the increasing disorder he'd reported on his travels over the past 30 years. On the coast of Fujian, where Xu had journeyed in the 1630s, the problems were not all man-made. The weather patterns had seen serious ups and downs. In the early years of the century, there had been severe droughts, with district officers in Fujian reduced to performing rain rituals to avert disaster. But the 1630s were a time of floods and famine. In Jiangpu County, heavy rains caused inundations. Many houses were destroyed, grain stores ruined, and famine and pestilence followed. Then came the pirates. 3 or 4 times a year, hundreds of people were abducted. Some said, "It's the worst since the 1540s. To those with very long family memories, it was even worse than the plunderings by the Mongols. The provincial government responded where it could with new barracks, signal stations, warships, and detachments of marines. In the late 1630s, County Magistrate Yu reported, "The pirate fleets are banding together to inflict local damage, and have been already for a long time. When I first came to the district, I saw disused armour and unprepared soldiers, all very out of use and incapable. They were old and weak and lacked courage. Proper customs had fallen into abeyance. There was not one quiet day when the people did not come to my compound to complain." These were perennial problems for any Chinese government, even in the best of times. In Fujian, 16 fortified towns were built in a few years in one coastal county as local society militarized. Where effective governance or charity worked, the people were grateful. In 1628, after the pirates had killed and plundered along the coast, the elders of Guanling came together as a group and requested a tablet be put up to a local philanthropist who had raised supplies, gathered troops, and defeated the bandits. And then they built a fortified village to protect the villagers so they could sleep in peace. And that man was Zhao Qiho. The Zhao clan were major figures in the southern reach of the province. Though ordinary country folk today, by no means wealthy, their story goes back to one branch of the imperial family who fled Kaifeng after the disaster of 1127 and made their home here. The Zhao village still exists, just a mile off the new coastal highway a few miles from the sea. The buildings were erected in 1600, and then in 1604 a wall 1,000 metres long and 6 metres high. The massive fortified tower house for communal refuge stands in the centre of the village, commanding views over the countryside. Many of the 150 flat-roofed dwelling places built then are still inhabited. At the bottom of the village is a newly painted Taoist temple of Guan Yu, the loyal, righteous hero of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, for whom shrines are ubiquitous in shops, restaurants, and police stations in today's China. The cult received a boost in 1614, when he was proclaimed not just duke or warrior, but a god, the subduer of demons, whose awe spreads far and moves heaven. But by the 1640s, in a threatened country, he was emphatically a god of war. The temple lamp is lit as night falls. Close by, at the lower gate, an inscribed stele recounts the story of the village from that time, a story that the Zhao family proudly tell over tea with their genealogy, the old woodblock copy, superseded by the latest glossy print edition, updated with colour photos. Their ancestor, Zhao Fan, was a distinguished graduate and philanthropist whose charitable projects provided relief which kept thousands of people alive. After a long career as an administrator up the coast, he came home in retirement in 1600, and with his energy and cash restored the family village. The local inspector handled his petition. Recently I received a petition from Mr. Zhao in the 18th district of this county, saying this: the authorities permit villages to build fortifications to protect themselves against danger and to secure people's lives. I remember that my adopted father, Zhao Fan, after his retirement from high office in Zhejiang, moved to Guantang, which lies deep in the mountains, and he bought land and arranged labour to build a fortified village. Having gained permission, he constructed a wall to ward off thieves and robbers. Last year, heavy rains caused floods and wall collapses. I'm very afraid that in the event of rebellion and mishaps, they will have no place to go for protection. I therefore want to open up a site along the lines of the old fortification to reconstruct the foundation of the stone wall and add a road and battlements. In time of peace, we shall have mutual aid and protection. In cases of emergency, everybody can be on guard. With such arrangements, we can avoid calamity. Our property will be protected and will come to no harm. This matter is of great concern to the local people, so I have filed this request that we may be permitted to go ahead with this construction. The local officer responded, "We can see the situation with the Japanese pirates is very unpredictable. We must have adequate measures for the protection of our land. It has truly been a long time since the days of peace. How can we rely on fortified villages in case of sudden emergencies if their defences are in a state of disrepair? Now, as for Mr. Zhao's petition to permit the construction of fortifications to protect his clan members, it seems that one should therefore allow it." The judicial officer agreed, concluding, "Truly, it is a long time since the days of peace." The story of the Zhao clan village is just one of many tales from the edges of the empire. Those of pirates, peasant risings, and clan feuds, but most of all, the failure of governance. The Ming was in trouble all round its edges, while at court the centre would not hold. And now events began to move with growing speed. In the midwinter of 1632, snow lay thick on the Anhui countryside. A lone rider on his way home crossed the Yangtze by ferry and rode into the countryside north of the river. Anxious to be home, He rode on through the night, past frozen lakes, the landscape scarred by peasant risings which had flared up everywhere since the 1620s. His thoughts, as he rode, he later turned into verse. I travelled home in the winter cold towards the solstice. The north wind blew bitter both day and night. Why is the cold so piercing? Snow blanketing the fields. At curled Mallow village there were cries of despair in the night. They'd had to chop their mulberry trees down for fuel. In the night air I could hear the sound of rain turning into sleet. The whip in my hand was as cold as iron. The man, named Feng, saw himself as a prodigal son. Away from home and now grown low in spirits, why did I choose to live so far away, to become so valiant, he asked himself. In the deserted fields left unploughed and seamed with snow, there were few signs of life. The streams in the countryside were covered with ice. I galloped 100 li to return home for the very first time, and entered the gate still in the dead of night, lamps still burning, and I felt a sadness when we met, unable to find the words. Then my family and the rest of the household all laughed at me. Year after year, year after year, you're always apart from us. Feng was 21, and his family were an old clan of great standing in Anhui. He'd lived the golden life of money and privilege in Nanjing, studying for the provincial exams, reading the classics and history, buying antiques from the Song and Yuan, and visiting rare book collectors in some of the city's stunning private libraries. More interested in science than religion and moral philosophy, he'd also looked at Western learning as transmitted through the Jesuits. The faded glory of the southern capital, Nanjing, had been left behind by the power, politics and bureaucracy in Beijing. But here things were more laissez-faire, and the entertainments were legendary. Friendship, food, music and sex in the flesh pots under the east walls. Across the wooded slopes of Purple Mountain stood a glittering 10 li of riverside mansions with richly carved painted balconies and gorgeous silk curtains, where, as a friend remembered, as night falls, the lanterned boats gathered together in a shimmering mass of lights, like the wriggling of a disorderly dragon, so bright as to light up the night, the throbbing drums to set the rhythm for the rowers, setting the heart pounding. Along the water gates of the east side, the din goes on till dawn. Back home, the family didn't approve of such dissipation. Criticisms had surfaced in the county gazetteers at this time. The ordinary people, it was said, disapproved of how the rich young men of the county's old families had abandoned their ancestral habits of thrift and frugality and were living hedonistic lifestyles. The family were worried too by Feng's alienated student attitude, the streak of discontent. "No one understands me," he would say, and rail about the current political and intellectual climate. To them, his mood of disaffected youth, his cynical humour, his depressed and embittered feelings were not the Confucian way, not conducive to developing the skills for passing the higher exams and giving service to the state. His father and mother, his sisters, and Aunt Wei Yi were people of high moral purpose from a clan of administrators, writers, and artists. His great-grandfather, whom he'd known in his childhood, had built a hall with a shrine to Confucius and founded a lecture series where he encouraged debates on morality, on the innate goodness of human nature. Grandad had even lectured at the Donglin Academy, so the family credentials were long in place. Indeed, his ancestor Feng Fa, an eminent judge, had been one of those who in 1403, at the time of the usurpation of Yongle, had refused the summons and committed suicide, drowning himself rather than serve an illegitimate ruler. So the family had long held firm to its ideals, but now felt threatened by events in the wider world. At home in Anhui, bandit gangs were harassing the province, and even the regular Ming army was to be feared. Murder and robberies and pillaging by government troops, it was said, never ceased. The young man later wrote of that time, describing himself in the third person. And now the family were becoming impoverished, unable to entertain guests save with a small meal, the kind of 3 dishes as one would offer old folk at a village festivity. For generations, the family had been devoted to moral good, but good now was impossible. The family had devoted generations to learning, but now learning in many quarters was despised. He wrote criticisms of contemporary politics, but burned them. Did he dare let men of the present age see them? The times were not right for that. In the early hours, Feng finally arrived home at the estate in Tongcheng. The servants opened the gate and took his horse. His family greeted him, including his beloved Aunt Wei Yi, who'd brought him up after his mother died when he was 12. There was much to talk about. The almost imperceptible diminishing of the confidence of the culture among those most charged with maintaining it. They were old landowners of long standing who exported their produce and rice to Nanjing. They had many workers and were pillars of local society. Like their friends and neighbours, they traced the local troubles back to the summer of 1618, when everyone had been shocked by a sudden violent local riot. A mean-spirited, deeply resentful current had been changing things for a long while. Now the pressure was building, and in the wider empire too. Beyond the Ming's northern borders in Manchuria, a powerful state had arisen. In 1629, the Manchus had attacked Beijing, causing shock and alarm among rulers and citizens alike, who watched powerless as a mounted raiding party, frighteningly caparisoned with their plumed helmets, paraded outside the city walls and plundered the suburbs. The signs were not good. Feng's father had been a departmental head official in the Ministry of War until the previous year. His reports were printed in the Capital Gazette, whose provincial editions the student Feng read in Nanjing. He'd not been reappointed, but remained rightly apprehensive about ill-conceived military planning. Grandma was especially concerned about the general lawlessness and banditry, the breakdown of order. "We have to prepare for the times," she would say. "Accustom ourselves to toil and hardship. Be frugal and hard-working. Don't be self-satisfied or think of yourself as high and mighty. This cannot be forgotten for a single day. We must be prepared for the times." The dynasty had been on the throne now for more than 250 years. But in the 1620s and 30s, a series of peasant risings precipitated its fall. Desperate conditions in the countryside led to local famines. There were outbreaks of smallpox and plague, which spread from the Yangtze region into the north. And then came another of those great surges of rebellion that mark Chinese history. Like Liu Bang, who brought down the Qin, or Huang Chao, who almost felled the Tang, rebel bands joined together in protest over taxation and starvation and moved from Shaanxi into Henan and the Central Plain. In 1635, led by Li Zicheng and Gao Yingxiang, the rebels entered Anhui province, first desecrating the ancestral tombs of the first Ming emperor in Fengyang, and then moving on to the towns of Luzhou and Anqing. Between them lay Tongcheng and the Feng estate. No wonder anxieties were so high at home in the family compound. The rebels' motivations deeply perturbed old landed families like the Fungs. According to the local gazetteer, these popular risings were inflamed by secret societies that preached class war. The growing disparity between landlords and labourers, rich and poor, had ratcheted up tensions. It was said, too, that some powerful clans were known for licentious, extravagant behaviour. Their sons, younger brothers, young male servants and retinues have continually been plundering poor commoners and breaking the law at will. Grievances were simmering. There were rumours that the peasant leaders had made alliances across the region and that the common people were going to rise up en masse. In Tongcheng, placards calling for rebellion had been posted on the front of the government compound, and one night a peasant mob led by local desperadoes cut off the town and burned and looted hundreds of houses, waving flags and setting fires in the night like a cauldron boiling over. This was a disturbance such as the town had never experienced before, young Feng wrote. Though the place was prosperous, a bitter, antagonistic mood had been changing things for a long time. But who would have thought it would come to an outbreak with armed men? His father used all his energies to raise funds to repair the town's defences and to arm a local militia. As the situation worsened, they took the decision to send the women, Feng's sister, cousins, and Aunt Wei Yi, to safety in Nanjing with their elderly mother and some of the household. It was a sign of the times. 9 out of 10 of the rich and powerful families north of the river came south here. In winter 1634, the rebels sieged Tongcheng, but were driven off. There were richer pickings elsewhere. By then, Grandma and the women of the family had set up house in Nanjing. Among them was Aunt Wei Yi. Poet, calligrapher, artist, literary historian and critic, Aunt Wei Yi, Feng Wei Yi, who lived from 1585 to 1668, was one of the most remarkable women of the century. A member of the late Ming gentry and a Buddhist in her private life, she saw it as her duty to pass on Confucian beliefs in humanity to her family. Among her pupils was her nephew. Feng later recalled his beloved aunt looking after him as if he were her own son for 8 years. Then, in her late 40s, she came from a family that for 400 years had provided thinkers, writers, and scientists. The women were especially talented. The sisters, cousins, and daughters were all writers. And as a painter, it was said that Wei Yi had few rivals among men in the whole of the Ming period. The life of the family, though, was marked by tragedy. Her sister Meng Shi, an accomplished poet, would commit suicide when her husband died fighting the Manchu invasion in 1645. Wei Yi herself had been widowed young, losing her husband and her baby daughter. Despite these tragic circumstances, she lived a long and exemplary life, writing poetry, commenting on texts, and producing anthologies of women's writings. She published her late sister Meng Shi's poetry and was tirelessly supportive of the women in her family, her younger sister, her niece, and her in-laws. She was especially close to her sister-in-law, Wu Lingyi, whose son she helped to raise after Wu was widowed, sharing all household duties as well as her interest in literature and history. Firmly committed to the culture through her parents and grandparents, Aunt Wei Yi had had a fine education and was well equipped to teach the young traditional Confucian values. Indeed, she could be scathing about Suzhou superficiality among the nouveau riche, especially women with pretensions to learning. These were just tricks of style, not the real thing, as she put it. Women, too, should espouse Confucian values. a lost figure in Chinese literature, Aunt Wei Yi published 3 anthologies of poetry for women. She wrote a volume specifically for women readers, and also a work of criticism on women's literary history. True to the values of her grandfather, she also wrote a work on modern women's place in a revived Confucianism. But it's her poems about war that best reflect the times. Reminiscent of Du Fu, but with the same clarity as Li Qingzhao's political poems, Wei Yi, of course, was familiar with both. Her voice as a writer is etched with suffering, like so many gifted women in Chinese history who through poetry found some distance from the burden placed on them, especially in troubled times. It's easy to see such a focus on transmitting Confucian values as proof of the extent of the victimization of women in a patriarchal culture, given that those values assigned an inferior position to women. But that, of course, is to see her with 21st century values. To her, they were a source of pride and identity. Like earlier generations of women writers, though, she was not without an overt political voice, as can be seen in her verses, such as this poem, Setting Out from the Passes. Left home for an outpost 10,000 li away, where the mountain roads are severed by wind and smoke. Taxes too heavy, the food run out, the frontier is barren, no planting of fields, our foot soldiers ever mindful of death, but grasping officials still demanding their sum. And then, in her poem, Returning Alone to My Childhood Home. No need to ask about my old hometown. Arms of war torment it without rest. Our family's poor, no use in making plans any more. The taxes multiply and add to my grief. And last of all, Fang Wei Yi's poem, Travelling in the Autumn, Hearing News of the Invaders. In my declining years, I've run into troubled times. When will I return to my native land? Bandits invade the southern cities. Military orders are dispatched to the northern passes. Human horror is at its height. Blood smears our swords to the hilt. Like Li Qingzhao, then, Wei Yi was a very remarkable woman. Her family made great cultural contributions to the Ming, and they've continued to do so ever since. China's greatest 20th century philosopher was a clan member, and the Fang still live in Tongcheng today. Her nephew, Fang Yiji, to whose story we will return, became one of the most significant philosophers and scientists of the 17th century, melding Western and Chinese learning in science and medicine, writing, for example, on the functioning of the brain. But the women in the household were slow to get recognition. Her nephew wrote of Wei Yi, "She had the ambition of being a true man, that is, fully the equal of a man, and always regretted that she was not made so she could have had a career in the world at large." It was the plea of so many brilliant women in the Chinese story who were confined to the inner quarters. Although her nephew, Fang Yiji, published some of his aunt's writings, her 3 books, her studies of women's poetry, of women's literature, and her critique of women's writing, all appear to have been lost. When in the 19th century the family published a grand anthology, The Literary Inheritance, from 7 generations of the Fang family of Tongcheng, it contained only men. Today, however, her poems have an honoured place in the collected works of the family. Her grave, with its tombstone carved with Buddhist images, which was lost in the Cultural Revolution, is tended once more. And the family once again do their prayers on Tomb Sweeping Day, when 200 or 300 gather at the ancestral graves just outside the town on Moon Mountain. In 1635, a rebel army 30,000 strong, commanded by Li Jicheng, defeated the Ming governors in the central provinces and proclaimed a new order with a communistic slogan: "Be kind to the poor, divide the land equally, and abolish the grain tax." The tide of anger and violence grew in momentum. In 1642, both sides breached the dikes during heavy fighting around Kaifeng, causing terrible floods in which as many as 300,000 people were said to have died. Refugees fled, swelling the population of the southern capital in Nanjing. People waited with growing horror for the outcome. In February 1644, in Xi'an, Li proclaimed himself king and advanced on Beijing. The rebels sacked the capital, and the Chongzhen emperor, the last of the Ming, committed suicide, hanging himself from a tree on Coal Hill overlooking the Forbidden City. The tree still stands today, marked by a monument. Li now proclaimed himself emperor of the Shun dynasty, meaning obedient to heaven. In May, however, taking advantage of the chaos, Manchu invaders swept south, combining with defecting Ming generals, and on the 27th of May, Li was defeated at the Shanhai Pass at the eastern end of the Great Wall. On the 6th of June, the Manchu army entered Beijing, and finally, on the 8th of November, a 6-year-old Manchu prince was enthroned as the first ruler of a new dynasty, the Great Qing, or the Purity. No one could have foreseen it then, but the dynasty would last for 267 years, almost to within living memory in our old time. It would also be the last empire. In the summer of 1645, when temperatures were in the 30s and humidity high, Manchu armies moved south and attacked Yangzhou. When the city resisted, they subjected it to a 10-day reign of terror, plundering and burning the old town, and killing up to 300,000 citizens and refugees who had taken shelter within its walls. Crossing the Yangtze, they seized Nanjing, captured the new emperor, Hongguang, and prepared to advance on the big mercantile cities of Suzhou, Ningbo, and Hanzhou. On the 21st of July, a proclamation was issued warning all Chinese males to shave their heads and cultivate the queue, the Manchu-style pigtail. Loyal Ming local governors fought on, but resistance met massive force. One of many disasters occurred in the old city of Changshu, on the south bank of the estuary, which was pillaged and burned, its men massacred, its women and children carried off. The story is recorded in memoirs by locals, including a chronicle by a retired elderly gentleman who noted events in his neighbourhoods with gripping immediacy. In the suburbs, the local resistance was fighting street by street. In the night, the wind came up, so the fires lit up the sky and spread over several dozen li. Of all the people's homes and palanquins, not a whole beam or half a pole was left. On the 14th day in the early morning, the city was broken into. The Manchu army regrouped below the south wall and began firing towards the southwest corner of the city. From daybreak through the early morning, cannon fire blasted the sky, and bullets flew wildly without pause. Eventually, the breaches in the city wall were widened, and as Manchu troops rampaged through the streets, the city fathers decided to capitulate. Like the burghers of Calais, a group of citizens came forward bearing smoking incense to kneel before the attackers and offer surrender. Their spokesperson was a distinguished old actor called Lao Jiang. In a wide-brimmed straw hat with tassels and a long blue-green gown, he bowed and spoke. The Manchus then, in their own language, demanded money. Lao Jiang replied, "Ah, treasure, "You'll find that down the street in the temple." The words were hardly out of his mouth, recorded his old neighbour, than his head was on the floor. He was beheaded there in the street, killed for making a joke. Even in death, an old actor didn't drop his irony. To the very end, he thought he was in a play. In the end, the Manchu army withdrew, leaving the streets full of bodies, the city moat red with blood from floating corpses. 5,000 people were killed, according to the locals, and more than 3,000 men, women, boys and girls were taken captive. Their fate, especially that of the women, is another story. Perhaps the most remarkable of these late Ming voices is one such woman who survived the murder and mass rape of the conquest. Madame Liu was a widow taken with many women by the Qing armies, who eventually became the concubine and wife of a Manchu prince. Her narrative is revealing not only about the times, but also about the culture of middle-class women in the 17th century. The account was composed 20 years later by Liu's maidservant or close companion, and it includes Liu's letters, although whether these are the verbatim texts or have been reworked is not certain. This unique survival of a mother-daughter narrative shows us how women's voices had grown in the world of late Ming literature and were now an accepted part of literary discourse. The tale of Madame Liu, as told through her maid's eyes and her own letters, can be set alongside that of any 17th century female writer in Europe. Indeed, it might be seen as a precursor of the epistolary texts published in Europe at that time that flowered in the 18th century novel. The scene is Jiading County, next door to the town of Changshu, in the aftermath of its sacking. The Manchu general had ravaged and plundered every town he'd gone through, seizing 10 boatloads of women. When the resistance burned his boats, he vowed to seize the most beautiful women of the region in reprisal. This is the setting for Liu's story. She lived in a fine house in a walled compound in the countryside outside Changshu. She'd been married when she was 14 to a wealthy but miserly widower 3 times her age. He died just before the Manchu attack, however, leaving her with their young daughter. Liu was at home, wearing a plain gown and light makeup, she says, when a detachment of 1,000 Manchu troops arrived. They blasted open the gates in the outer wall of her compound and plundered her granaries, storerooms, and even her private chests and cabinets. Then they killed her late husband's son and set fire to the building before Liu and her maidservant were taken away with hundreds of other captives. They were first moved to a camp along the coast near Shanghai, and then all the women were taken to the Manchu headquarters in Nanjing. There, a chilling narrative unfolds. An area was cleared behind the official compound, in an empty yard behind the horse stables, and there a crowd of over 300 women were housed in several tents made of matting. It was almost like living in the open. The stench of horse manure and urine was so pervasive one could hardly stand it for more than a quarter of an hour. So the women wailed tearfully, unwilling to live any longer. And then a Manchu woman of authority came. She was over 70, and she wore a flower clipped at one temple. Her garments and shoes were masculine in style. She spoke Chinese very well, and when they led her into the tents to look around, she spoke in Chinese to the women, sidestepping through the crowd of women, selecting those whom she thought appropriate. She picked over 30, and of them the best 4 were taken to the prince's mansion, including Madame Liu, who went with her maidservant. Meanwhile, back in the devastated Changshu, Her daughter Zheng was desperately trying to find her mother, inquiring after her in the Manchu camp, only to discover that Liu had been chosen to enter the prince's mansion. There follows an extraordinary exchange of letters between mother and daughter, which has the power of a novel, but the immediacy of real experience. Letters had long been a very important medium of personal communication for educated women, all the more so given how enclosed they were compared to men, confined to the inner chambers, the women's quarters, as was customary in middle and upper-class society. The literary quality of Liu's letters places them squarely in the surge of letter-writing among women in the mid-17th century, instigated in part by the scattering of families and friends during the disruption of the Qing conquest. Women's literary clubs were active at this time. 3 women's letter collections came out in the 1660s alone, a new readership for a new age. To her daughter, whom she had no doubt helped to educate, Liu writes, "If my letter arrives, and you write back in your own hand, then I will know that you have survived." The position of women in Chinese society once widowed if they had no legitimate male support could be perilous. But, Liu wrote, "If I am to be a desolate widow in service to a barbarian court, then I have long since decided what to do. By nature I'm high-minded and uncompromising, unwilling to subordinate myself to others. If I stake everything and lose, what will death matter to me? My Zheng, for my sake do not worry." In the end, Liu became a concubine of the Manchu prince. Her acceptance of her fate is the subject of another anguished letter to her daughter. "Alas, my daughter, neither now nor hereafter can I live with you again. What else is there to say?" And with that she departed for the north, where, aged 35, she gave birth to a boy and found herself elevated to principal consort. At 40 she became pregnant a second time. Subsequently, she was reconciled with her Chinese family, even helping to place one of her young male relatives in the Manchu civil service. And finally she was reunited with her daughter. And when they met again, they embraced each other and cried, but before long were as happy as before. As can be seen from just this one example, the conquest brought huge suffering and left deep resentments among the Chinese that were never forgotten. But as the Qing rulers continued the long struggle with the resistance, in October 1648, only months after the union of Liu and the Manchu prince, the court formally announced that marriages between Manchus and Han Chinese were not only permissible, but desirable, as they provided a means to overcome the division between the conquered and the conqueror. And perhaps this is the chief reason that Liu's remarkable memoir and letters were ever published. For the intellectuals who'd been engaged in an attempt to rethink China's culture in the early 17th century, the issue had been how to do this without being a government mouthpiece and simply underwriting Ming despotism, as the Dongling reformers had found out to their cost. Was a learned and humane man to be a bitter gourd, as Confucius had said, hung up but never eaten? The Manchu conquest, however, placed all of them in a new dilemma: to serve the new Manchu regime or to drop out altogether. Many who lived through the cataclysm simply retreated into nostalgia. Zhang Dai, for example, finished his Ming history and wrote backward-looking, self-recriminatory accounts of the good old days, while Yu Huai, a friend in his salad days in the blue houses of Nanjing, penned a tearful memoir of the girls of the Qinhuai quarter and their exquisite culture, replete with lashings of their poetry. But intellectuals, like Fang Yiji, left that world behind. For them, the Manchu conquest brought a deeper disillusionment with politics. but a continuing commitment to the new currents of scholarship. Aunt Wei Yi's protégé, the party boy of 1630s Nanjing, became the greatest scientific thinker of the age, writing on topics as diverse as the brain and optics. Appointed to the top academy in Beijing in 1643, Feng was still there when the rebel army took the capital, and Ming officials were rounded up and told at sword point to support the new regime or to ransom themselves with huge sums. Feng was arrested and threatened with death, his 7-year-old son taken as a hostage. Leaving behind his family, he went back to their home in Anhui to raise the ransom. In the summer of 1645, he was in Nanjing when Beijing fell to the Manchus and a new emperor was declared. At that point, the Ming rump government in the south had a new emperor too, but the resistance was falling apart in enmities and conflicting factions. Friends of Feng's were tortured and broken. Accused of treason for siding with the rebels, Feng was sentenced to banishment, and though he was pardoned, realizing things were getting too hot, he fled south to Fujian, where his father had been a magistrate 25 years before. There in 1645, a new Ming court was set up in Fuzhou. But within the year, as the Manchu net closed on the new emperor, Feng, dressed as a commoner and using his mother's surname as an alias, fled further south to Canton, where he was joined by his wife and son. At that point, Feng had intended to avoid further involvement in politics. But in China, that's always hard. And in the event, his love of books caught up with him. One day, visiting a bookseller in Canton, he was recognized by a Ming official on his sedan chair with his retinue. They'd known each other in Beijing back in 1640 when they'd both passed the higher exams. Now meeting again and confronted by the parlous state of the nation, they both burst into tears. Feng was now urged in the strongest terms to help the Ming and to show loyalty to the dynasty. Cornered, he gave in, and leaving his family behind once again, he went down to Guangdong, to the capital of the southern Ming resistance, led by the Prince of Gui. There he stayed for several months, working for the resistance until the Qing armies closed in, and he was forced to move on, heading further south into eastern Guangxi. He could see that his career as a high-flying civil servant was over now, and as Manchu armies poured into the south with columns of heavily armed mounted troops, his troubles grew. His health worsening, he lived for a while in the mountains near the court in Guilin, and then for 3 years in a village further south near Pingluo. Declining offers of appointments to the rump Ming state as General Secretary and Minister of Rights, he wore rough clothes and lived incognito among the indigenous Miao people until a Manchu thrust south forced him to flee again. Marked out as a Ming collaborator, he retreated to a village in the wooded mountains near Pingluo. And there, in the winter of 1650, he was captured by Manchu troops. He'd shaved his head like a monk and put on Buddhist robes to avoid arrest. But he was recognized nonetheless and brought before a Manchu general who threatened to execute him unless he agreed to serve the Qing. He refused, but somehow talked his way out of execution on the grounds that he'd now renounced the world and wanted only to live as a monk. Amazingly, all this time on the road, while living hand to mouth, he'd continued to pursue scholarship and was able to take books with him. He added to his manuscripts of philosophical and scientific materials on the principle of things and another book on the laws of nature, attempting to amalgamate Western Jesuit science and Chinese learning. Exchanging letters and receiving money even while living among the Miao in 1650, he was able to send a box of manuscript material back to the family in Tongcheng. The world was changing fast. The Manchu conquest was by no means complete yet. there would be a grim 8-year war against the rebellious 3 feudatories in the south. But their military power was so great, with Chinese troops now incorporated under Manchu banners, that the end was inevitable. In late 1652, Fang wandered back up the Yangtze Valley and met his aged father on the river at Zhujiang. He stayed at a Buddhist temple in the mountains nearby, completing a manuscript work dated that autumn at the peaks known as the 5 Old Men, where a friend stayed with him at the famous Cascades, a beauty spot which had been visited by Xu Xiaoke. The manuscript, Dongxi Jun, on speculative philosophy, crystallized 20 years of thinking about the aftermath of the introduction into China of Euclidean science and Jesuit cosmography. But it was a demanding intellectual task, even if he had had all the support in the world. For a man on the run, it could only ever have been interim and contingent. In 1653, Fang returned finally to the haunts of his youth in Nanjing. The old capital had been damaged after Manchu's sacking. The gorgeous riverine quarter with its mansions, gardens and fairy grottos where he'd misspent his youth was now reduced to workshops and shanties. The world of the late Ming was already fading. Finally, he made his commitment to the Buddhist way under a leading master of Zen. By the winter of 1654, he was living in a temple in the mountains of northern Jiangxi. Friends and family didn't welcome the life change, his sons complaining that father was once an expert in astronomy, but now he's retired from the world. He hasn't spoken a word about it. At the same time, he received a study by his father on the Book of Changes, yet again contemplating the experience of defeat. After his father's death, he mourned for 3 years before finally returning to Tongcheng, where his wife and 3 sons were living. But he never renounced the Buddhist life, even writing a Buddhist commentary on the sage Zhuangzi. In later life, he was invited to take charge of a temple in the south, where his sons visited him, and visitors remarked on his literary abilities, the profundity of his thought, and especially his detailed mastery and broad grasp of knowledge of heaven and earth, man and things, images and numbers, astronomy and harmonies, medicine and divination. He'd become a great teacher, tireless in his efforts to instruct others. In old age, some of Fang's manuscripts, including scientific, philosophical works and assorted prose, were published, woodblock cut, at least one prepared by his sons. But fatefully, this flurry of publishing drew the attention of the authorities to the continued existence of a man who'd been living under a series of Buddhist pseudonyms for 20 years. There were accusations that he'd worked for the southern Ming court, that he harboured anti-Manchu sentiments. In 1671, legal proceedings were started against him, and his arrest was ordered. That autumn, heading up the Gan River by boat, he drowned at Fear and Trembling Rapids, an extremely dangerous stretch of the waterway, where Matteo Ricci and his party had been thrown overboard back in 1595. One son was with him, and his second son soon joined. They retrieved his body, but were unable to take him home before officials made inquiries into his works. His elder son paints a vivid picture of being held in the governor's compound, day after day underlings scrutinizing a huge pile of documents, brush and ink at the ready, officials and sub-officials scurrying about, making notes of everything, while his sons slept in the room with their father's coffin. A scene described in a poem by his elder son. My straw bed is at the side of the coffin. The cloth for mourning tugs at me. Morning and evening are like before. I serve him as his child, with his manuscripts crammed on the bed. Leave-taking is over and done. The wick of the pottery lamp is used up. But I don't fall asleep. The inquiry turned up nothing of anti-Manchu sentiment. The government readers allowed his manuscripts to be returned, and the family eventually took the body back home to the graveyard at Tongcheng. Though many of his books were later published, some remain unprinted, preserved by the family through the Cultural Revolution. Feng's extraordinary status as a thinker in the 17th century highlights once again the issue of the intellectual in Chinese society, from then until now. Outside the state, may one be a free thinker, or must one be, as Confucius had said, a bitter gourd? How regrettable it is, wrote his son, that in his lifetime my father was ensnared in fame. The difficulties and troubles after his death have been that much more difficult to endure. Chapter 15. The Great Qing, the Long 18th Century. China's last empire, the Qing, 1644 to 1911, has been ill-served until recently in historical writing and in the popular imagination, especially in the West. The predominant image is one of decline in the face of European industry and innovation, of an inability to meet the demands of modernity, as it is defined by Western culture. And yet in the 18th century, foreign travellers and writers described China as the most prosperous and best-governed state on earth. They may have been right. The dynasty lasted 267 years. In the middle of that time, with over a quarter of the world's population, under three great emperors, China reached its highest level of material success and political stability before its fateful confrontation with the West. Qing society had many features of the European Enlightenment: banks, trading guilds, charitable institutions, widespread access to education, scientific and literary clubs. It was a time of extraordinary riches in the arts, in poetry and the novel, and in women's literature. This chapter looks at the period through stories of real lives. The Emperor Kangxi himself, perhaps China's greatest ruler; Cao Sueqin, the ill-fated writer whose family saga inspired China's best-loved novel; and Goodwife Shun, an ordinary woman in the back streets of the capital, sustaining her family in difficult times. Our story begins after the Manchu conquest with the essayist Zhang Dai, whom we last met on the night ferry, returning crestfallen to the haunts of his youth. As shadows creep across the emerald-green hills, the setting sun turns West Lake into a golden pond. Out on the shimmering water, in a rowing boat, wearing coarse wool clothes, is Zhang Dai. He's nearly 60 now, a chastened man since the old days of the Ming, when, as he ruefully admitted, he was a silk-stocking dandy, incurably addicted to luxurious living, fine mansions, pretty girls, handsome boys, gorgeous clothes, choice food, bright lanterns, fireworks, theatre, music, antiques, flowers and birds. The war, at least here, is long over. Round the shore of West Lake, the familiar landmarks are no more. The lakeside villages, mansions and villas of the big families are gone. Even our own family's garden and summer house, Zhang Dai wrote, all have been reduced to rubble. All the bending willows and lush peach trees and the towers and concert pavilions looked as if they'd been inundated in a great flood. The old life of bandstands, dance floors and evening concerts had disappeared. Driven from his estate below Dragon Mountain in Shaoxing, Zhang had spent time as a wandering Buddhist monk, reduced to begging, later half-starving in poor lodgings, with a rickety bed and a cracked bronze cooking pot. As a Ming loyalist, he would never reconcile to Manchu rule, and devoted the last years of his literary career to a huge history of the Ming. Now, returning to Westlake brought to mind the larger-than-life characters of his lost past. Pock-marked Liu, the storyteller, with his scarred face and his voice like a big bronze bell. Old Pop Min with his tea-house. Wang Yuesheng, the self-assured courtesan, aloof and remote, who would not socialize with Philistines and held her rich suitors in thrall. Yet now the Manchus were the possessors of his world. "I've lived as a tenant in someone else's house for 23 years now," he wrote in the summer of 1671. "When I was 50, my country lay shattered, and I took refuge in the mountains. Since 1644, I've lived as if in a daze. Looking back, those days of 2 decades ago seem to have belonged to another incarnation. It's as if my life in the Ming had been a dream." There was something wrong with the timing of my birth, he concluded. "I've so long been separated from Westlake, some 28 years now, but every day Westlake has emerged in my dreams, and the Westlake of my dreams has never left me, not even for a single day. So I've written 72 stories in a book called Searching for Westlake in Dreams, to be passed on to future generations as my reflections on Westlake. I'm like an explorer who's returned from a long sea voyage." Having finally returned to his beloved Westlake, Zhang hurried away from the site. "I'd made the journey because of Searching for Westlake in Dreams, but considering what I saw there, it would have been better had I simply kept Westlake only in my dreams, which would have been left intact." China was now under a new dynasty, the Great Qing. Yet for all their subsequent achievements, the bitterness of the conquest would never be extinguished. Its wounds took a long time to heal. Indeed, it could be said they never quite did. Like the Mongols, the Manchus would always be seen as foreigners, and there would be risings urging the restoration of the Ming until the very end of the Qing Empire. Among the secret societies behind many of the peasant revolts of the Qing period, the white turbans, the red scarves, the white lotus, the boxers, or the 1910 rising in Changsha witnessed by Mao Zedong, the watchword was still, "Restore the Ming." In one important sense, though, the Ming would be restored. The Manchus' great project would be not only the creation of China's largest empire, but the re-establishment of the Confucian ethos of China. They would rebuild the state and its culture by being almost more Chinese than the Chinese. The Manchus were northerners and kept the capital at Beijing. From there they administered a vast empire that by the 18th century extended to Mongolia, Xinjiang and Tibet. They built fortresses in all the cities across China, garrisoned by their military orders, their bannermen. The emperors made frequent grand inspection tours to keep an eye on the prosperous and immoral south, which was now unequivocally the heartland of Chinese civilization. The great southern centres of Yangzhou, Wuxi, Suzhou, Zhenjiang, Changzhou, Nanjing and Hangzhou were powerhouses of culture with academies of literati financed by the immense wealth of the merchant classes and the textile and salt traders. Here, under Manchu rule, China's thinkers were once again forced to think about the meaning of this culture of ours. So in an attempt to repair the physical and psychological damage of the conquest, the Manchus formed a cultural alliance with these elites. They sponsored the arts, publishing and scholarship, and oversaw an age of Chinese civilization comparable to the Tang and Song dynasties. And this especially took place under 3 great emperors, who between them ruled for 135 years. Kangxi, 1661 to 1722, Yongzheng, 1722 to 1735, and Qianlong, 1735 to 1796. Many factors had hastened the fall of the Ming, not only peasant risings and the Manchu invasion. China was now becoming part of a fast-changing, wider world. A global economic crisis in the 17th century had weakened China as European maritime powers spread their influence into the Nanyang, the Southern Sea. Climate change also played its part in the Little Ice Age of the early years of the century, when, as we've seen, floods, droughts and famine exacerbated the troubles of the dynasty. China's population had declined sharply between the end of the 16th century and the middle of the 17th. All these factors, economic, environmental and demographic, had played their part in the huge crisis that unfolded in the relationship between society and the state under the late Ming. From the mid-17th century, however, the Qing Restoration brought about a dramatic recovery. By the 1660s, the population rose again. Textile manufacture in the south recovered from the ravages of the conquest. Crucially, too, in the last decades of the 17th century, there was a big increase in land opened up for cultivation. Overall, between the 1650s and 1770, government statistics show there was a staggering 50% more land under cultivation. This sustained the population rise and brought a massive increase in tax revenues. Here, then, was the governmental and fiscal basis of the High Qing heyday, which was the envy of European visitors. On these foundations, the first Qing emperors built an imperial superstructure of unrivaled reach, clothed in awesome ceremonial and royal ritual. The traditional rites were all recodified in a new directory of worship during the 18th century, and there was a huge range of cultural expression that dwarfed most other cultures at this time. The early Qing Empire was a colossal engine of war and governance with a standing army of 800,000 men armed with European-style artillery. It would last as long as the vigour of its leadership, and so long as the Chinese civil service were prepared to loyally serve their Manchu rulers. Over this time, China's borders expanded to incorporate nearly twice as much territory as the Ming dynasty had ruled, making it the largest unitary empire in history. And there were no serious domestic or external rivals to challenge Manchu rule. However, paradoxically, there would be a price to pay for that. Opening our view to what was happening in the wider world at this time, Europe had been devastated by the 30 Years' War. In the 1640s and 50s, the British civil wars had engulfed mainland Britain and Ireland with huge loss of life, both military and civilian. During the early Qing period, the wars of the Spanish succession led to a series of European conflicts, from the 7 Years' War to the Napoleonic Wars, devastating civilian populations from the Spanish peninsula to Moscow. These rivalries also spread abroad to the nascent European empires in the New World, and wars were fought in India between the colonial powers. Western technology and industry advanced hand in hand to feed this arms race, developing and improving their weaponry by land and sea. The naval rivalry of the British, French and Spanish saw the building of huge fleets with ever greater firepower. The biggest ships giant three-deckers mounting up to 120 cannon. These conflicts were fought between combatants who technologically were roughly equal and had to keep updating their military and naval science. In the 1700s, the British were able to leap ahead with an industrial revolution that had been driven by military needs from the civil wars onwards. By 1805, the British had the biggest and most professional navy in the world, and the British state, though tiny compared with China, had become a society geared to war and industrial expansion. They experienced a rapid demographic shift as agriculture began to mechanize, and the bulk of the population became employed in industry and mining, along with the army and the navy. Backed by enormous financial power, the British could now also raise armies from the peoples under their control. For one late 18th century campaign in South India, for example, the East India Company put 50,000 men into the field, most of whom were native troops under British officers. While all this was happening in the west of Eurasia and in India, at home the Qing lacked competitive contenders. They'd fought many regional wars around their borders from Mongolia to Burma, to conquer relatively backward inner Asian peoples, and to enforce their hegemony over parts of Korea, Tibet, Xinjiang, and Greater Mongolia. Now, however, the increasingly aggressive maritime powers of Western Europe were expanding into what the Chinese called the Nanyang, the southeastern seas bounded by Taiwan, the Philippines, and Vietnam. The centre of gravity of global politics was beginning to shift. It was inevitable that at some point the Qing would have to engage with them. But what would be the nature of that meeting? For now, though, that moment would be put off. The first of the three great Qing emperors was Kangxi, the longest ruling of all China's emperors from 1661 to 1722, and perhaps the greatest. Physically fearless, he was a true Manchu, a horseman, fighter, and hunter. When Manchus go out to hunt in the north, he wrote, the riders mass like storm clouds. The mounted archers are as one with their horses. They fly together, and their arrows bring down the fleeing game, and heart and eye are gladdened to see it. Kangxi's autobiographical writings, letters and memoranda include an astonishing catch of hundreds of letters and notes discovered by chance in 1911, sealed in a box in the Forbidden City. Nothing like them survives for any other ruler in Chinese history. Especially riveting is his valedictory reflection on the nature of rulership. In it he bares his soul, consumed by his bitter sense of failure regarding the son who plotted against him. As I was yielding, he wrote, he remained unchanging in his wickedness. My heart turned to ash, all hope gone. Seldom has the burden of rulership been more powerfully expressed. And taken together, these documents amount to one of the greatest of all ruler autobiographies. Before I die, Kangxi wrote, I'm letting you know my sincerest feelings. The rulers of the past all took reverence for heaven's laws and reverence for the ancestors as the fundamental way in ruling the country. To be sincere in reverence for heaven and ancestors entails the following. Be kind to men from afar and keep the able ones near. Nourish the people. Think of the prophet of all as being the real prophet, and the mind of the whole country as being the real mind. Be considerate to officials and act as a father to the people. Protect the state before danger appears, and govern well before there is any disturbance. Be always diligent and always careful, and maintain the balance between principle and expedience, so that long-range plans can be made for the country. That's all there is to it. Of course, such a demanding vision needed almost boundless personal energy, and Kangxi certainly had that. He was exceptionally curious about the world. Interested in scientific experiments, he had long conversations about Western science with the Jesuit missionaries who stayed in his court. He was also eager to learn about music, astronomy, poetry and medicine. Kangxi had an engaging sense of humour, a down-to-earth realism, and a feel for the lives of ordinary people. Since childhood, he'd been hardened in the ways of the world and intuitively understood what was needed in a ruler. Giving life to people and killing people. Those are the powers an emperor has, he wrote. There is indeed a lot of killing in the imperial memos, but he knew there must be clarity and care in punishing. He even supervised sentencing reviews for the Board of Punishments, checking cases thoroughly. "Errors are inexcusable in matters of life and death," he wrote. "Naturally, I could not go through every case in detail. Nevertheless, I got into the habit of reading through the lists, checking the name and registration and status of each man condemned to death, and the reason given for the death penalty. Then I would go through the list again with the Grand Secretaries and their staff, and we would decide who should be spared." Trained by his Han Chinese teachers in Confucian morality, Kangxi was assiduous in his work. He regularly burned the midnight oil, so that by his 30s he complained that his sight had already deteriorated after so many late nights working by lamplight on official documents. 16,000 memoranda still survive today from his own daily official duties, annotated in his characteristic hand in red ink. For Kangxi, detail was everything. He knew that the greatest failure of the last Ming rulers had been a failure in leadership. Therefore, as he prosecuted wars in the south to subdue his enemies, the last Ming resistance, and his own rebel feudatories, Kangxi and his advisers, Manchu and Chinese, set about the Great Restoration. Some native Chinese scholars who were Ming loyalists opted out and refused to serve the new order. For many others, though, buying into the Manchu project was a matter of saving the world. The seriousness with which they viewed the propagation of morality and the cultivation of Confucian civility and humanity was evident through the founding of new schools, establishing curricula, writing and copying texts for guidance on education, for men as well as women. Among them was Chen Hongmo, the most famous Chinese official of the 18th century. Chen has left us a rich collection of writings that show his belief in the fundamental civilizing mission of Han Chinese culture. Like Chinese educators under the Mongols, the task was to pass on this culture of ours. The first step was to reinvigorate Confucian values at the grassroots. And so the Manchus revived the old custom of regular readings of key government educational edicts. Such readings had a long history. Village lectures enunciating the government's ideals at village level were given during the Song. School children were gathered in a circle to hear local Confucian scholars or educated village gentry read the edicts, rather like singing the national anthem at school, and to give lectures on community solidarity and morality. In the 14th century, rather like the biblical Ten Commandments, the Hongwu Emperor had enunciated his 6 maxims, centering on filial respect, neighbourly cooperation, self-cultivation, and doing no wrong. In 1670, the Kangxi Emperor and his advisers issued the famous Sacred Edict. Comprising just 16 lines, each of 7 characters, it was intended to instruct the ordinary citizen, and especially children, in what today we would call good citizenship. The edict would be copied and posted everywhere, neatly written on small slips of wood and placed on public view in local government offices and public places. It spoke of filial and brotherly love, generosity to the family, keeping peace with your neighbours, respecting farming, being frugal and not wasting valuable resources. People were enjoined to support schools and colleges to promote education and encouraged to reject strange beliefs, including Buddhism and Christianity. The edict encouraged the well-educated to elucidate the law, to instruct and warn the ignorant. It spoke of how one should always show courtesy, good manners, and work diligently, instructing the young to stop them from doing wrong. It told the people not to bear false witness, not to shelter deserters, to pay their taxes promptly and fully, and to work together to stop theft and robbery. And finally, in a spirit of self-help long encouraged in popular literature, The edict announced that you should free yourself from enmity and anger to show respect for your person and for life. The sacred edict was read out in every town and village twice a month in the 18th century, at the beginning and middle of each moon. Local scholars would explain what the lines meant to the assembled village community in their own dialect. In 1724, Kangxi's successor, Yongzheng, issued an expanded version in 10,000 characters with explanatory stories and anecdotes which could be amplified as people saw fit. The edict was also to be delivered to non-Chinese peoples in their own languages to help convince them of the benefits of Chinese rule. This was part of a huge educative program under the Qing, as their power spread over non-Han Chinese territories and peoples. This didactic articulation of the core ideas of rulership and civic values was still custom and practice in the 19th century. While travelling in China in the 1870s, the British sinologist Herbert Giles reported that after the catastrophic Taiping Rebellion, there was a renewed push at the grassroots for the recital of the sacred edict. This was to help pull the country together and also to work against the inroads being made by Christian missionaries. Indeed, the tradition carried on well into the 20th century. The famous New Culture radical Guo Mario, who was born in 1892, wrote in his autobiography that in his youth in a small town in Sichuan, he and other villagers loved to hear the lectures on the sacred edict. The lecturer would come round the villages, setting up a table on a street corner, lighting incense and candles almost like an altar as offerings to the book. He would bow and kneel, knocking his forehead on the ground 4 times in the kowtow, the ketou, and then recite the 16 maxims, explaining them with stories, sometimes from famous folk tales or novels. It was a form of storytelling, integrating the ethos of government with tales from popular culture, and for that, perhaps more effective in transmitting the Confucian ethos of Manchu rule than the elevated classical language of bureaucrats and scholar officials. This tradition of didactic political moralizing didn't die out with the end of the empire. It continued into the mid-20th century in the village lectures adopted by the Communist Party, to the dismay of many who were required to listen to Marxist jargon after a day of back-breaking toil. Indeed, not long ago, 16 points of good citizenship were published by the government of Xi Jinping and are now available on a mobile phone app called Study Xi, Strong Nation. How to rule such a huge population and how to hold their allegiance is still the key issue for any government of China. In the 18th century, these ideas percolated to the grassroots as Kangxi had intended, and were especially useful in the Qing civilizing mission on its frontiers. One example is Yunnan in the far southwest, where the celebrated administrator Chen Hongmo was commissioner in the 1730s. A century after the traveller Xu Xiaoke explored these wild frontier lands in the company of its native headmen, as we've seen, the Qing ploughed enormous military resources to subdue the region, and now sought to impose direct Chinese rule. They aimed to integrate the area into the Chinese state with ambitious educational projects. Chinese language schools were founded with the goal of genuine mass literacy training. Curriculum books were provided for hundreds of new schools. Among these were works in classical prose, histories and anthologies, works of filial piety, and Zhu Xi's rules on the management of the household. Along with the sacred edict, these were provided for each elementary school in Yunnan, of which there were 200 before the 1730s, but 700 after Chen Hongmo's term as provincial commissioner. Our nation offers the model of proper human behaviour, Chen wrote, by means of which all others can be instructed. There were many achievements in the great restoration of the Manchus, and their effort to bring good governance and justice. The argument of administrators like Chen was simple. How was China to rule, feed and protect a population that was now rising past 200 million? The task had been no less difficult when Wang Anshe and Sima Guang debated the new policies in the 11th century. The problems of governance in China were and are on a scale different to anywhere else in the world. It was, perforce, a deeply authoritarian state culture that had resisted the movement for intellectual freedoms which had briefly flowered in the late Ming. Hugely ambitious publishing projects were initiated under Kangxi, but they were conservative in the true sense of the word. The great Kangxi Dictionary of 1710, for example, which explained some 49,000 characters with copious quotations and citations, was one of the most remarkable publishing projects of the age, East or West, a precursor of Samuel Johnson's Dictionary of the English Language of 1755. Still, there were many persecutions of writers, book burnings and executions throughout the Qing period. These inquisitions began with the case of an unauthorized history of the Ming dynasty in 1661. The Qing government was paranoid about any vestige of Ming loyalism, and families closely involved with the publication, including printers, booksellers, and the officials who'd failed to report the book, were executed or exiled. The writer's family was wiped out, and 70 others were killed. Late in Kangxi's reign, Dai Mingshi, who lived from 1653 to 1713, and who came from Tongcheng in Anhui province, the seat of an influential literary movement we've already encountered, was condemned for anti-Manchu writing. Kangxi himself felt obliged to justify this case. He was the only scholar I executed for treasonous writings during my reign. The emperor cited his wild and reckless writings and his connections with the Feng family, and singled out the printing of the reign titles of the 3 Ming claimants who continued to fight after the Manchus founded their new dynasty. Dai had argued that following Confucian principles in the writing of history, the Ming claimants should be properly recorded. He also said that the government has imposed censorship, that people still avoided the subject of the Ming fall as a taboo, and that evidence of the conquest was being destroyed and covered up. As Kangxi saw it, he'd been merciful. The Board of Punishments recommended that Dai be put to the lingering death, Kangxi wrote, and that all his male relations over 16 be executed, and all the female relatives and children be enslaved. But I was merciful. I lowered his sentence to beheading while sparing the relatives. History may be written by officials, but it is the emperor in whose reign the history is written who is finally responsible, and it is he who will be blamed by posterity if there are distortions and errors. I refuse to allow that. Such literary persecutions would confront Chinese writers for as long as the empire lasted, and still do today. In the mid-18th century, they reached a head in the wide-ranging literary inquisition that surrounded the Emperor Qianlong's complete library of the 4 branches of literature of 1772. Indeed, the greatest of all Chinese novels would arouse the attention of the censors, and it was said, even of the emperor himself. And that story takes us to the very heart of court, society, and literature at the height of the Qing. On a clear autumn day, the grey ridges of the western hills can be seen from Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City in Beijing. Out there, near the Zoological Gardens, 15 miles out of town, is a place called Fragrant Hills. Nowadays, crowds of Beijingers come up there to see the spectacular spring peach and cherry blossoms and the autumn red leaf festival, when the hillsides are a riot of burnished copper, orange, red, gold and crimson. From the mid-1740s, The impoverished hero of this part of our story, Cao Suechin, lived out here in a place which his friends called Yellow Leaves Hamlet, on a wooded slope where the wind ruffles the lake and stirs the willows round its shore. His lodgings, as he said, were in a thatched cottage with matting windows, an earthen stove, and a rope bed, the shuttered windows poor protection against Beijing's bitter winters. A friend sketched Cao Suechin at the time, maybe here, in this very place. He's sitting by a stream, leaning on a rock in a landscape with stands of bamboo. At his side is a musical instrument, a chin, in its cloth bag, and a satchel of scrolls and brushes. Though swiftly drawn, the face is unmistakably a real portrait of a man who looks in early middle age. He's short and plump. His balding head still has a little hair above the ears. His eyes are widely spaced, eyebrows sloping like a clown's mask. If it's not reading too much into the sketch, it's a wry, quizzical face, a moustache and shaved chin, a drinker's nose. The expression is humorous, the eyes twinkly, suggesting a wit that would lighten up any gathering. He was such an entertaining storyteller, especially with drink, that, as a friend said of him, wherever he was, he made it spring. The scion of a family once highly favoured by the Kangxi Emperor, Cao Suechin had failed in life by the time he was washed up here in the Western Hills. He'd done many odd jobs, for a time in a government office, but he gave that up. He'd been a private tutor and a painter, selling his pictures to pay his drinking debts. He'd even managed a wine shop and a hut dispensing hot water for tea, having been thrown out by a princely family who'd employed him as a tutor, only to see him get a maid pregnant. Now he was in trouble, drinking too much. Yet he was writing a novel, the idea for which had obsessed him for over 10 years. It was written in instalments and circulated in copies to friends, often in exchange for a square meal and a pitcher of wine. "If you want to know what happens next," he would say, "keep me supplied with roast duck and good Shaoxing wine, and I'll be happy to oblige." He got the cottage here with help from the White Banner, the Manchu military order to which his ancestors had belonged. This is where he resided for the last 6 years of his life, perhaps with his second wife, living on porridge, as he said, borrowing money to keep the alcohol flowing. At least there was some consolation in the view down to the capital. "Reminders of my poverty were all about me," he wrote. "The thatched roofs, the wattle walls, the rope bed. But these did not need to be an impediment to the imagination. Indeed, the beauties of nature outside my door, the morning breeze, the evening dew, the flowers and trees, were a positive encouragement to write. What was to stop me turning the whole thing into a story in the language of the people?" His project was nothing less than the great Chinese novel. The story of a family over 100 years at the height of the world of the Manchus, the palace intrigues, the fear, the love, the disappointed dreams. For the Chinese, it would become their best-loved book. In the modern world, cinema and television versions have made it known to every household. Behind it, however, is a real story of a real clan, the author's family. Their rise and fall over 4 generations opens a window on Chinese politics and culture in the golden age of the Qing dynasty. And to tell that tale, we first need to go back in time to Cao Suechin's ancestors over a century earlier. The Cao clan were Han Chinese from the northeast of China. In the late 1610s, as the Ming Empire declined, their ancestral lands had fallen under Manchu rule, and great-grandfather Cao Xi became a slave of the Manchus. After the Manchu conquest of China proper in 1645, the old bureaucracy in Beijing, headed by eunuchs, was abolished, and a new department of the imperial household was set up, staffed by Han Chinese. Among them were the Caos, who became bondservants of the most powerful Manchu prince Dorgon in the White Banner Order of the Manchu military system. Because his nephew, Shunzi, the first Manchu emperor, was too young to rule, Dorgon became the key player in the court, and through Dorgon's patronage the Cao family rose. All official bondservants tied to the royal clan were ethnic Han, from important families who'd been captured, imprisoned or enslaved during the conquest. So the position was low, but it was special. The Caos, too, had a special pride in their own ancestry. They had helped the rise of the Song in the 10th century, which meant they had a stake in Chinese history long before the Manchus. The family steadily rose in the Manchu world, hunting and riding with the court, joining in its military culture, but also acting as sensitive interpreters of traditional Chinese culture to the Manchu foreigners. The key to the relationship lay in great-grandfather Cao's wife, Lady Sun. Sun was a wet nurse in the royal household, and their son, Cao Yin, was brought up from childhood with the boy who would become the Kangxi emperor. More than a nurse, Lady Sun had been a teaching and guiding mother and was a great influence on the young emperor's development, and that link would see the family projected into the stratosphere of preferment. The first Manchu emperor died of smallpox, still in his 20s. His third son, an 8-year-old who had providentially already survived smallpox, became the Kangxi emperor in 1661. As a trusted friend, Cao Shi was promoted, and his son, Cao Yin, became an intimate of the emperor, the young emperor's milk brother and boyhood study companion. Eventually, Kangxi appointed Cao Shi as the imperial textile commissioner in Suzhou, a much coveted and very lucrative post, overseeing silk factories with thousands of skilled employees. And later, the adult Cao Yin followed his father, moving to Nanjing as commissioner for the south, with a personal staff of 300 people. He was now disposing of vast sums of money in the diamond of China, as a visitor described the city. The family's rise had been meteoric. Today, nothing remains of the Cao family's grand mansion in Nanjing. It lay outside the North Wall, across the bridge at Qingliangmen. Now there's a big park and garden on the spot, with views over the Qinhuai River and across to Purple Mountain. It was there that Cao Shi built imposing halls and pavilions, gardens full of trees and rockeries for imperial visits, as well as a theatre and an archery field. Kangxi was a keen archer and loved to go on mounted hunts. The hall and pavilion where Kangxi stayed on his visits were treasured as family heirlooms. In the west garden, they planted pear trees, magnolias, and handsome willows, creating a dreamlike world that would be recreated in the great-grandson's novel. For 30 years, the family lived and worked in the great southern cities that were then among the most cultured places on earth. Relatively undamaged in the Manchu Wars, Suzhou was one of the most fashionable centres of wealth and nobility in the world of men, as Cao Qi's great-grandson would describe it. With its literary salons and printing presses, it was a magnet for poets and writers. In Yangzhou, too, the centre of the salt industry, which also came under the family's supervision, poets and littérateurs, patrons and book collectors congregated. His job of commissioner plugged Cao Yin into all these networks. In 1705, the Kangxi emperor announced a huge cultural project to produce an edition of the complete poems of the Tang dynasty, the greatest age of Chinese literature. To do it, he turned to Cao Yin, who could mobilize his literary friends in the south, the scholars and collectors of rare books, the expert woodblock cutters and bookmakers in Yangzhou. These were the people with access to the old printed editions and rare manuscripts. Here were the printing houses with the technical means to produce such a work. Kangxi's complete Tang poems would be a Manchu monument to Han Chinese culture, the defining of a canon, a recognition that the Qing literati class looked back to this age as the peak of Chinese literature. And Cao Yin would be the chief collector, publisher and organizer of the woodblock cutting. Published in 1712, the edition contained 50,000 poems by 2,200 poets. To his great joy and pride, when the edition was published, Cao Yin's name appeared on the frontispiece. "I don't know what happiness could exceed this," he said. Those were golden days for the Cao family. The emperor's visits to their house in Nanjing were never to be forgotten. Indeed, even today, among old families in the cities of the Yangtze Valley, the stories of those southern tours by the Qing emperors are still recounted by elders as if they occurred yesterday. They can still recite their words and quote the poems they left behind as gifts. To host the emperor was to experience pure elation, like the arrival of a deity. Gardens were reshaped, new pavilions and marquees built, trees strung with fairy lights, the garden paths and rockeries lined with lanterns for night strolls, with live entertainments by musicians, singers and dancers. What a time for the family, at the centre of this exhilarating melding of Manchu and Han culture. On his 6 southern tours, the Emperor Kangxi stayed with the Cao family 4 times in a tented residence in the grounds of the Cao estate. The family basked in his glow. On one visit in 1699, Kangxi greeted Cao Yin's mother, Lady Sun, his old wet nurse, with real affection. "You are the senior lady of our house," he said. The emperor wrote an epigraph commemorating his visit, and the family made sure it would always be remembered, reproducing it as an inscription on a large curved wooden plaque for public display. Painted bright azure with letters finished in dark paint, on the edges 9 golden dragons with intertwining heads which seemed to move. It was a work of art that symbolized the sacred and incomparable power of the emperor. Kangxi even arranged the marriage of 2 of Cao Yin's daughters to royal princes, sealing the family's ties with the imperial court. But, as the old proverb went, misfortune can strike at any time. Or as Grandad Cao Yin used to say, when the tree falls, the monkeys will be scattered. Scarcely had the great work been published that in July 1712, Cao Yin was taken ill with malaria, aged only 51. The last exchange of letters between him and Kangxi survives. The emperor recommends quinine, a remedy he'd learned from the Jesuits at his court. Take care, he urged his old friend. The dose was sent, but too late. On the 24th of August, Cao Yin died of malaria. His estates and titles were passed on to his only son, Cao Yong, who became his successor as the imperial textile commissioner. But he was a 19-year-old youth with no experience, unqualified for the position. And then, fatefully, in 1715, Yong also died suddenly, still in his early 20s, and without a son. The family's position was suddenly under serious threat. Who would be the head? To carry on the line, out of his old affection for the clan, the emperor allowed a paternal nephew to be adopted as Yin's posthumous son. But this man, Cao Fu, was a far less capable person. It was around this time that Cao Yin's grandson, Cao Suechin, with whom we began this story at the hut in the hills, was born. When exactly this was has never been determined, but 1715 seems likeliest. It's still unclear who his father was, whether he was the posthumous son of Yong, whose widow was pregnant when he died, or whether he was the son of the adopted Fu is not known. Most likely it was the latter. On this reckoning, in his early years, young Suichin still knew the family at the height of its fortune. But when he was almost 13, the age he would later give his hero in the novel, the axe fell. The family's precipitous decline began when the Emperor Kangxi died in 1722, aged 68, after a reign of 61 years, first as ward and then as sole ruler. The last years of the great emperor had been troubled by palace intrigues and anguished talk of betrayal by his sons. The emperor descended into paranoia and cruelty amid bitter factional feuds, suspicious of even those closest to him. "If I can die without there being an outbreak of trouble," he wrote near the end, "my desires will have been fulfilled." Any change of ruler in Chinese history was a dangerous moment, but with such a big royal family, this time it was especially so. Kangxi had fathered many children by his wives and concubines, 24 sons all told, and the senior ones were fighting for the throne even before his death. The victor was not the named successor, but a usurper. Yin Zhen, one of the younger sons, took power, proclaiming himself the Yongzheng Emperor, blessed with sincerity. Vengeful, cunning, and vicious, Yongzheng was determined to root out corruption, which was draining the treasury. For the bond servants, he harboured a particular resentment. As soon as he had power, he moved against his father's old friends and their allies, among them the Cao family. His method was to pursue them for debts and procure their financial ruin. Yongzheng seized property, possessions and lands, haranguing them with his gangster tone. "Never before," said one, had such vulgar language been used in imperial edicts. First to go was Cao Fu's brother-in-law. Then the emperor closed in on Cao Fu himself, who had huge debts, mainly incurred by Grandad Cao Yin over a lifetime of lavish patronage and charity. Fu responded to the emperor's charges with a memo whose courtly conventions don't disguise the fear of the writer. Evidently, he could hardly hold his brush steady. "Your respected eminence, I previously wrote to you about the financial deficits of the imperial textile factory, and in this report I begged you to allow me 3 years to balance the books. Today, after receiving the documents from your office, I understand that you have accepted this plan with the great generosity characteristic of your majesty. I, your ever-deferential servant, realize I have failed in my duty. I deserve to be torn to pieces without complaint. Yet, unexpectedly, I am blessed by heaven and saved from harm by your grace. I, your humble slave, indeed now a reborn person, shall gratefully await any punishment." Cao Fu was now criticised out in the open, and in June 1722 the court stopped his salary on the grounds that his cloth was not of high enough quality. His enemies gathered round him, accusing him of hiding his assets and of corruption. In early December he was charged with taking bribes and designated a criminal official. And then, on the 24th of December, the emperor sealed his ruin. The Nanjing Textile Commissioner Cao Fu has mismanaged his office and put the department into considerable debt. I frequently delayed his debt repayment, but rather than work to clear it, Cao Fu secretly transferred property and hid his assets. What disgusting behaviour, completely devoid of gratitude. I hereby order the governor of the southern Yangtze region to seal off all of Cao Fu's properties and arrest the main servants. The servants' properties must also be sealed until the new textile commissioner deals with them. I also understand that Cao Fu may try to send servants to the southern Yangtze region to transfer his properties before the confiscation is complete. Be sure to investigate every visitor. Government agents and soldiers descended on the family house in Nanjing. The family and their servants were arrested. The contents of every room were itemized, sealed with paper strips and stamped with the official seal. The confiscation inventory of all their houses listed 483 rooms in a dozen locations, including the main house, the scene of their golden days in the old reign, those breathless lamplit nights when Kangxi had come to stay. There were lands and gardens totaling around 50 acres, and 114 staff, cooks, stablemen and maids, who now became property of the state. On a separate list were furniture, old clothing, and other odds and ends, even 100 pawnshop tickets. When questioned, the staff and servants stated that their master owed them 32,000 liang of silver. Clearly the family had been unable to pay the bills for a while in the lead-up to the final denouement. A later document states that when the family's straits were eventually revealed, and it became clear they hadn't concealed hidden wealth as their accusers had alleged, even the emperor felt pity for them. Perhaps that was why, in 1729, the emperor, having forced the family to relocate to Beijing, allowed them to retain a modest house there outside the Tartar walls. Their grandma, the widow of Cao Yin, was allowed 6 servants to support herself. The family house lay just outside the Chongwenmen Gate in the so-called Chinese town, halfway between the Temple of Heaven and the main city wall of the Tartar city. The great government street map of the city, prepared in the 18th century, shows the house in a dense pattern of alleys and houses, around a single-storey tiled courtyard at the junction of the main road from the city gate. There were 5 main rooms to the north, 3 down each side, with a kitchen, bathroom and storerooms for rice and grain to the south. The house survived until the area was levelled for road widening in 2003. Still inside were 4 screen doors, carved with the characters Duan, Fang, Zheng and Zhe. These 4 characters made up the family motto: virtuous, honest, decent and just, which was not forgotten by Yin's grandson in his novel, where it's used by the fictional family. By now, in 1729, Cao Suechin was 14, beginning a new life with his grandmother and extended family in the suburbs of the capital. After a pampered and privileged childhood, he was a wary teenager in anxious times, mistrustful of all power. Later on, in his persona as author, he offers a self-deprecating captatio about his wasted education. He said this: "In defiance of my family's attempts to bring me up properly, and all the warnings and advice of my friends, I had brought myself to this present wretched state in which, having frittered away half a lifetime, I find myself without a single skill with which I could earn a decent living." He was, however, good with the brush, both with paint and with words, and he found other inspirations in the streets around him. In the mid-18th century, Beijing was the place to be. The famous aphorism by Cao Suechin's contemporary Dr. Johnson, "When a man is tired of London, he is tired of life," was true too of Qing Beijing. This is one of those times in Chinese history, like Tang Xi'an, Song Kaifeng, or Southern Song Hanzhou, when urban life simply overflowed with vitality. In the 18th century, with over 1 million people, Beijing was one of the world's most vibrant cities. Suechin lived in the centre of a vast multiracial, multilingual empire, its teeming streets right outside his front door. He saw huge caravans heading out to Mongolia, sometimes 2,000 camels at a time, carrying brick tea across the Gobi or coal to Russia. The goods of the Silk Road poured in from Central Asia, gems, spices, woven cloths, leather and metalwork, melons and dried fruits of all kinds. Looking out from his street corner, over the rooftops towered the Chongwon Men, the gate of excellent scholarship, a big brick arch with a huge superstructure of wood with triple eaves and balcony guard rooms. Its big bell announced the closing of the gate at the end of the day, and nearby were crowded night markets. The acrid smell of many small distilleries wafted over the houses, and brewers' carts rumbled along rutted streets. Living cheek by jowl with ordinary people, Suechin saw actors, jugglers and storytellers on street corners. Beijing was also a city of temples, huge state institutions and small local shrines. It was only a short walk into the Tartar city and its suburbs for the big temple festivals. One can see in his book that he was enraptured by the traditions and customs of the peoples from all over China who gathered at such times. The most loved shrine for the people of the city, and surely for Suechin himself, was the great Taoist temple Dongyue, also known as the God of the Eastern Peak, the patron deity of the sacred Mount Tai. The temple had been built in the Yuan when Tibetan Buddhism came to the fore in China out of an older mix of Buddhist beliefs and folk religion. It stood a mile out of the east gate of the Tartar walls, where it still stands today. Despite being trashed and gutted in the Cultural Revolution, it's made a hesitant recovery in recent years. But back in Suechin's day, it was a little city on its own, with its stands of ancient cypress trees and its spacious courtyards, a centre of the social life of the city. There were special cults here for the guilds of tile workers, carpenters, masons, lime manufacturers, decorators, butchers, miners, bathhouse proprietors, and midwives. The city's actors put on shows at festival times, and even the street beggars had their own associations here. All ages, all classes, men and women, old and young, urban and rural, elite and commoners rubbed shoulders during festivals in an unbroken stream. This was the world of popular Chinese religion that survived everywhere up to the 1949 revolution. The liturgical layout of the shrine represented a symbolic universe. It included a series of 72 chapels, dusty cubicles depicting all the departments of Yama, the god of the dead, borrowed from Tibetan Buddhism. When you go into the Dongyue temple, it was said, you're confronted by the gates of the 72 offices and you're immediately filled with fear. Here, laid out as a kind of infernal bureaucracy, were the circles of the underworld that punished human sins, the department for determining destiny, the office of life or death, the department of wandering ghosts, the department of timely retribution. Here the pilgrim could also find the gods of childbirth, eyesight, promotion and plague, as well as the old man of the moon, who was the much sought-after god of marriage. In the main hall sat the statue of the god of Mount Tai himself, with all his maids, servants, ministers, celestial officials, and generals. He was accompanied too by the primordial deities of China, Fuxi, Shennong, the first farmer, and the Yellow Emperor. With such an all-inclusive pantheon, the temple was a memory room of the Chinese story, much as one might find in India in popular Hinduism today. In the teeming courtyards of Beijing's most popular shrine, all human life was there. This was the city in which Cao Suechin grew up in the 1730s and 40s. It's easy to see how the flood of sensory impressions, the stories and spiritual topographies, gave the budding writer a rich source of metaphor and symbolic landscapes. It's rather similar to how, in Europe, the spiritual topographies of high medieval Christian scholastic theology, with its 9 circles of purgatory and its gradations of punishments gave Dante the imaginative structure for his Divine Comedy. A key element of Suetchin's book would be the satirizing of traditional religion, with the eye of what we might term a magical realist, beginning by taking us through the great gate of the land of illusion to his imagined offices of the heart, the department of fond infatuation, the department of ill-fated unions, and the department of spring fever and autumn grief. Any satire, however, was dangerous in the 18th century literary world. Suetchin's formative years as a writer in Beijing were years of literary purges. By the 1730s, the Yongjung Emperor had established his power on all fronts. In the outside world, he'd consolidated the empire to an unrivaled extent, including Xinjiang, Mongolia, and Tibet. "Since our dynasty began to rule China," he pronounced in a royal memorandum, "the Mongols and other tribes living in extremely remote regions have been integrated into our territory. This is the great expansion of the lands of China." At home in the 1730s, Yongjung launched a 5-year literary persecution, which included word prison cases for any writer who was thought to have intentionally slandered or criticized the emperor. Several writers were killed. And then in 1736, Yongjung suddenly died, still only 56, his health undermined by elixirs intended to prolong his life, though there were rumours that he'd been assassinated by a woman whose family had been executed in his literary purges. He was succeeded by his son, Hongli, who came to the throne at the age of 25. Hongli took the reign name Qianlong, lasting preeminence. Incredibly, he would live till the last year of the century and met the first British embassy to China in 1793. Qianlong began his rule with pardons to many who'd been purged by his father. In the amnesty, Cao Fu was acquitted, and though his branch of the clan never recovered its position in Qing society, the family was released from further punishment. During these years, Suetchin learned to be a writer and found his path. While he painted and wrote poetry to earn money, the great Chinese novel was the thing, and would occupy his thinking from the age of 30. The dream of the Red Chamber was to be an 18th century saga, the tale of a noble family that falls from great heights. A friend who annotated his manuscript in 1754 speaks of 10 years of blood and sweat. So Suetchin was already writing the book when he was around 30, and it went through many drafts. It was a time when the role of popular literature in China was going through revaluation. Effectively, there are 2 canons in Chinese literature. Each is defined by the language in which it's written: the classical literary language of China and the vernacular. Suetchin was a champion of vernacular literature. His ambition for his tale was to turn it all into a story in the vernacular. In his time, there were new developments in Chinese literary education. These followed critics of the last century who'd argued for a revision of the canon, retaining some of the classical greats like Du Fu, but replacing others by vernacular works that drew on the life of the streets and the marketplace. Texts would be chosen on literary merit, not on moral value or canonical status. Some were ancient, for example, the writings of the philosopher Zhuangzi, 4th century BCE, humorous, irreverent fables and parables in a sparkling, riddling tone. Others were more recent, such as the colourful Ming Dynasty novel Outlaws of the Marsh. These were both a big influence on Suetchin, but especially the novel. The 18th century literary world then was moving away from the Confucian classics to a purely literary canon. The novel, the great literary form of the Ming, had come into its own. Works like the scandalous Plum in the Golden Vase, with its mix of satire, lurid sex and social commentary, showed what a novelist could do. new possibilities were opening up for an ambitious writer. Suichin left few clues about the last phase of his life. For a time, as we've seen, he lived out in the western hills above Beijing. In the 1960s, redologists, as red chamber obsessives are known in China, were hunting his trail up near the zoological gardens and were directed to a semi-derelict row of cottages. Locals said he'd lived there for a while, where 18th century graffiti and wall paintings remained on the plastered walls. It's likely the story was true. The property had belonged to Cao's white bannermen Manchu order. So maybe a kindly clansman had helped him out, seeing he was down on his luck. Sympathetically restored, there's a little red stone post office there now, where one may send specially franked postcards showing the novel's main characters. A different kind of novel from the earlier Chinese classics, like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Water Margin, or Monkey, Dream of the Red Chamber is a vast, sprawling narrative, surreal and poignant, full of songs and poems, a Chinese remembrance of things past. The story is about 3 generations of a family who rose to dizzying heights. One daughter even becomes an imperial consort. And then it tells of their fall from grace. In the end, their house is raided and their wealth confiscated. In the 100 years since the foundation of the present dynasty, says one of the characters, several generations of our house have distinguished themselves by their service to the throne and have covered themselves with riches and honours. But now the stock of good fortune has run out, and nothing can be done to replenish it. Among the galaxy of characters is the grandmother who holds the family together, and the adolescent hero, carefree and sensitive, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, in his case a piece of magic jade. At the centre of the plot is his love for his fated cousin, who shares his love of poetry and music, but who dies of a broken heart after his arranged marriage to another cousin, a girl of ideal female virtue, but with whom he lacks a true emotional bond. The troubled boy is surely autobiographical, with his perverse, intractable nature, as Suichin writes, eccentric and emotionally unstable, whose natural brightness and intelligence augur well. But we fear that owing to the fated eclipse of our family's fortunes, there will be no one at hand to give the lad proper guidance and start him off on the right path. Initiated by the fairy disenchantment, he enters the gate to the Buddhist and Taoist-tinged land of illusion, in which is inscribed a sphinx-like riddle. Truth becomes fiction when the fiction's true. Real becomes not real when the unreal is real. Suichin probably died on the 1st of February 1764, heartbroken, it's said, by the death of his only son in a smallpox outbreak. His second wife survived him. The book was finally published in print only in 1792. The last 40 of its 120 chapters are a patchwork of different fragments collected over the years by his friends. Clearly something happened in the intervening time. Possibly one of his readers confiscated or destroyed parts, believing them to be dangerous. The poet's uncle, it said, declined to read it, fearing indiscretions. The story picked up in the 19th century by the British missionary Arthur Cornaby was that the book had been altered and toned down because eminent people it satirized had been too thinly disguised. This may be true. Writing in Qing China was always dangerous, with censorship, book burnings, and execution of authors who strayed too far in their freedom of speech. Even their bones could be disinterred and destroyed. The beginning of the 1770s in particular coincided with a major literary inquisition around the collection of books for the huge Qing encyclopedia, the complete library of the 4 branches of literature. This giant work contained an annotated catalogue of over 10,000 key works in classics, philosophy, history and literature, with the full texts of over 3,500 literary works in more than 36,000 volumes. In a project unparalleled in world history, collectors were ordered to hand in written works on condition they would be returned so long as the books were free of anti-Manchu sentiment. It's possible that Dream of the Red Chamber was caught up in that after the author's death, especially with its underground fame. There was a story that Qianlong himself was shown a copy of the manuscript by a member of the royal family and pronounced it obscene, inquiring after the real family behind the fiction. The text, as we have it, ends with fulsome praise of the emperor. A darker ending with criticism of the emperor who had ordered the family's downfall, it is said, was removed. Perhaps reshaped after his death then, the rewritten book took no risks. It was not against Confucian morals, Cornaby's informants told him a century on. We can well understand why, Cornaby wrote, apart from the disclosure of family secrets and the fact that the writer evidently drew from life, such a work should have been proscribed by the authorities for 50 years after its publication, and that it should have been again proscribed in the 1830s when manuscript copies sold in temple book markets for a small fortune. From its first publication in 1792, the novel's fame was assured. Written by a great artist with his very life blood, as its translator David Hawkes said, The Dream of the Red Chamber, also known as The Story of the Stone, is now seen as one of the great novels of world literature, a candidate for the Book of the Millennium. To the Chinese, it's been said, it is as Proust is to the French, or Karamazov to the Russians. Particularly striking in a work of the mid-18th century is the preponderance of female characters. And in that sense, the book is part of a surge in interest in women's voices by writers of both sexes. The female voice, as we've seen throughout this book, was always constrained by China's patriarchal society. Here, though, the boy hero says, the pure essence of humanity was all concentrated in the female of the species, and the males were its mere dregs. This is the first great work of art in China where women are at the centre, which helps explain its enduring popularity today among female readers. On the strength of the female characters, Cao Sueqin himself, as author, is illuminating. Having made an utter failure of my life, he wrote, one day I found myself in the midst of my poverty and wretchedness thinking about the female companions of my youth. As I went over them in my mind's eye one by one, it suddenly came over me that those slips of girls, which is all they were then, were in every way, both morally and intellectually, superior to the grave and mustachioed signor I'm now supposed to have become. The realization brought with it an overpowering sense of shame and remorse, and for a while I was plunged in the deepest despair. And there and then I resolved to make a record of all the recollections of those days I could muster, those golden days when I dressed in silk and ate delicately, when we still nestled in the protecting shadow of the ancestors, and heaven that still smiled on us. I resolved that however unsightly my shortcomings might be, I must not, for the sake of keeping them hidden, allow those wonderful girls to pass into oblivion without a memorial. The depiction of women in The Dream of the Red Chamber is one aspect of the rise of women in Chinese literature, of whom thousands appear as authors in 17th and 18th century poetic anthologies. The Cao family, of course, inhabited the world of high society and elite culture, with their immense household and their retinue of servants entertaining the emperor himself. They lived in a world where even a woman might have a writing room that could be mistaken by a visitor for the master gentleman's room. The private lives of less highly placed women are harder to touch. In the late 18th century, however, there's much more writing by and about women and their predicament, the abuses of marriage, the concubine system, and foot binding. The historian and philosopher Zhang Xuecheng, for example, wrote a series of biographies of women he knew, which give intimate glimpses into the lives of the impoverished middle class, who often struggled to make ends meet. Such women were often the earliest teachers of their sons and daughters, and would support their sons' higher education with earnings from spinning and weaving. In the biographies of successful men, the debt to their mothers' sacrifices is a common theme, but of their mothers' lives and feelings less is known. Seldom, save sometimes in their private poetry, do we hear their own voices. Zhang had been brought up surrounded by women. An only son with several sisters, he'd been educated by his mother, and from his teens developed close friendships with older women. His intimate knowledge of the reality of women's lives made him impatient with the conventional stereotypes of womanhood honoured in imperial commendations, on clan monuments to chaste wives, in standard histories written by men for men. This affected Zhang's attitude as a historian to his craft. Although a conservative Confucian, he argued that mothers and daughters transmitted the learning and traditions of families, and at crucial times were often the ones who preserved bodies of knowledge that war or death would have otherwise wiped out. Within the constraints of Chinese society, then, although confined to the inner chambers, as Zhang saw it, women were vital transmitters of history, as well as of custom and family ritual. Zhang wrote about several women in his immediate family, including his mother, who came from a well-known family of scholar officials. A woman of great acuteness, she once bailed her husband out of financial troubles through her own care with the family budget. She held the family together in adversity and was the real fount of wisdom and good counsel. A poet herself, she had a role in her only son's early education. When he left home as a young man, Zhang also seems to have been drawn to surrogate mothers and sisters with whom he was at ease, coming from a family of women. And women, it should be said, were also a very strong cultural influence in his native Shaoxing and in eastern Zhejiang, an area whose distinctive literary culture produced far more women writers than any other in the 18th century. Among Zhang's narratives about women, some of the most moving and intimate concern women in his wider circle. One particularly long and affectionate account was called A Factual Record of the Deeds of the Good Wife Shun. It was drawn from his own memories and from those of Shun's daughters, family members and friends. As a work of history by a great historian, it's without parallel in literature. In its way, it's as memorable a portrait of a woman as those to be found in 18th and 19th century European novels. Zhang says he pieced together the story after knowing Shun for over 30 years, and it includes interviews with her daughters, whom he sometimes asked to come over by carriage to the family house, the Yamen, to tell him their life stories. Lady Shun, as he calls her, was the wife of Zhang's elder paternal cousin. Born in 1715, Shun was 23 years older than Zhang. Her life spanned the century. So when Zhang's intimacy with her began, he was in his early 20s and she in her mid-40s. She was the 7th child of a well-to-do family, but her husband was negligent and irresponsible, hopeless at managing money and providing for his family, so they became very poor. She had 7 children. The first, a son, died in infancy, and none of the next 4, all girls, survived to adulthood. Only the youngest, the 2 girls whom Zhang came to love, grew to adulthood. They were born when Shun was in her mid-30s. In 1751, when she was 36, the elder girl was a toddler, and the younger only 5 months old. With no surviving sons, her biographer Zhang gave one of his own sons to the family after her death, as he'd promised her. The family weren't like the Caos. Being very poor, they had to live a frugal life, but never complained. They rented a house in Beijing in the southern Chinese city, beyond the main wall in the outer quarter, an area inhabited by low-level officialdom, traders and shopkeepers. It was a neighbourhood of hutongs, alleys outside the southern precincts of the Temple of Heaven, near a market, a cluster of decaying Taoist temples, and a Buddhist nunnery. It's here, Zhang says, that Shun and her husband were regular hosts of 4 generations of the Zhang clan in town to sit the examinations, on business trips or doing government jobs in Yongzheng's time and through the long reign of Qianlong. Shun was always washing, sewing and repairing clothes for them and cooking food. Her husband's parents also lived with her. They were demanding in-laws who expected Shun to do everything for them. And yet, Zhang says, she always tried to please her mother-in-law. The household accounts had to be carefully managed, as her husband was so irresponsible with his family duties, and Shun had to stretch the family budget further to feed scores of unpredictable visitors, even lending money to hard-up students. Zhang's picture of her is as the head of the household, a person of fortitude, ingenuity and dedication to the family, although hers was far from a love marriage. Zhang himself, in his younger days, had spent months relying on her, because despite his huge talent, he never got a good government job. When he talked about her life with his cousins, in the writing of the memoir, they all shed tears. My visits to her home, he wrote, spanned more than 30 years, from the time my father got his Jinshe degree till I myself became an academy student. That's how I came to know her so well. I knew her better than anyone. Women at this level of society generally only had a basic education, though there were moves to change that in the middle of the century by forward-looking educationalists. Lady Shun wasn't classically educated. Indeed, Zhang says she wasn't terribly at home with books. Still, she loved popular novels and tales from heroic operas, especially stories of faithful widows and loyal ministers who stood fast in the face of adversity. Sometimes these stories were told in her neighbourhood by blind storytellers, drumming and strumming to accompany their performances. Shun resembles medieval women in Europe who derived great comfort from saints' lives, tales of constancy in the face of cruelty, abuse and attacks on their honour. Tales that, for all their fantasy, in their directness validated their experience as women. Whenever Shun read that kind of book, says her nephew, or whenever she saw those plays, she seemed transported to the scene herself, carried away by their example. Most importantly, good wife Shun was inculcated with a Confucian moral sensibility from her own parents. She believed this should determine how a woman lived her life. As the family's fortunes fell, she tried to protect her parents-in-law from the poverty that the rest of the family suffered. She even pawned her jewels from her dowry, so she could still serve them their favourite dish of pork. When her mother-in-law was dying, she couldn't open her mouth and chew her food. And for the last 6 months, Shun would get up early every day to prepare special dishes that could be easily swallowed and digested. She would then spend hours patiently feeding her mother-in-law, opening her mouth and gently putting each spoonful between her lips. Her life had many trials and tribulations, all of which she met with resolution. Her father-in-law, for example, took an overbearing concubine who drank and cursed, but when the woman grew ill and incontinent, Shun still tended her and cleaned her, as Zhang describes in graphic detail. In her resolute public humanity, Lady Shun was a Confucian, but in her spiritual life she was a Buddhist and, it appears, a vegetarian. All this and much else she did while still raising her own daughters. Zhang also describes her sense of humour. On one occasion, her husband went away for a 3-year journey to the south, leaving her with 6 dependents. When he returned, she kidded him that in order to raise cash to feed her impoverished family and the unending flow of guests, she'd sold his precious library of rare books. In fact, she'd carefully saved them, while still making ends meet. She loved to talk with me, Zhang remembered. She even told him about her dreams. On one occasion, she brought her old account books out to show him how she'd managed the finances all those years. This was something for which she got no credit from her indifferent and feckless husband. And in the end, the toll of it all showed in her careworn face, Zhang said. Later, she also gave Zhang material for her biography, as did her daughters, one of whom also wrote an account of her mother for him. When he read it after her death, her husband wept at his realization of her nobility of character and his own thoughtlessness and inadequacy. "How I failed you! How I failed you!" he cried. In 1768, aged 54, Goodwife Shun died. She'd been ill for a while, worn down and broken-hearted over the death of her elder daughter. Her story is a small domestic tragedy amid the grandeur of Qianlong's reign. The position of women in imperial China would begin to change in the next century. Mother Xun and her daughters were women of moral courage and high sensibility, which is why Zhang felt privileged to have been the recipient of their true friendship, affection and intimacy, and why he felt impelled to write of them, as well as of more fortunate women in his family. In the same sentiment, Cao Sueqin had written of the women of his family, the women who had inspired his writing, although Sueqin turned them into fiction. There was a wider import in Zhang's arguments about women's learning, that women were no less than men. Indeed, in some ways they were more important in carrying down this culture of ours. What he admired in the women he knew, as his modern translator has written, was their intuitive ability to sense what they ought to do in every demanding situation, and to act on it with alacrity, competence, and consummate grace. The demands were overwhelming, the toll was enormous, yet their capacity to meet the demands and absorb the toll appeared to him to be infinite. Zhang was well aware that very few women escaped suffering in marriage, and that even what promised to be a good marriage might turn sour, and then no one could set it right. These profound lessons, which are so central to our historiography in the 21st century, also informed Zhang's work as a professional historian. Though today he's compared to historians of the European Enlightenment, such as Giambattista Vico, he never made it as a great figure in the Qing state, carrying out provincial jobs and working on local histories. While compiling one such history of Hebei, he paid special attention to the biographies of living women. Even though he was a traditional Confucian who saw a woman's place as at home rather than in the public culture, it was a remarkable innovation based on his close relations with women. This still seems very topical in the modern-day plea for forgotten lives and the erasure of women's history. As we see it now, it's part of the long lead-in to the modernization debates that arose in the second half of the 19th century. What of the clever spouse who is a companion to her husband, wrote Zhang, or the wise mother who teaches her son, or the far-sighted wife who sustains the family? Women like these are praised to the skies in surviving family memoirs, but the history books relegate them to a short sentence. How are we to uncover their hidden virtues and display their obscured deeds to influence those who will come later? We shouldn't conclude, though, that Shun's life was the fate of all educated women in the 18th century. The huge growth of published literature saw countless female writers in print who talked positively about women's experiences. Among the next generation, for example, Gan Lirou, born in 1743, was a gentry wife who wrote a remarkable autobiography and thousands of poems. The concubine Shen Tai, born in 1752, composed a startlingly assured rejoinder in a public letter to male critics of her verse. These women, in their battles for the female voice to be heard, are comparable to Britain's Jane Austen, first publishing anonymously and with trepidation as a lady, or the Bronte sisters, who used male pseudonyms for fear of the judgment of their male peers and the effect of their gender on their readership. The Qing dynasty, though long underestimated at least by Western historians, is now receiving richly rewarding reconsideration. The irony is that in the 18th century, European Enlightenment writers such as Montesquieu and the contributors to Diderot's Encyclopedia were positively influenced by travellers' accounts and by reports from Jesuit missionaries in the Chinese court. They saw Qing China as a model for stable monarchical order based on reason and civilité, and the Qing emperors as rulers were held up as exemplars of the cultivation of civilized behavior as the basis of statecraft. Of course, they were seen differently in the following century, and are viewed differently today. Though perhaps when we look at great Qing administrators and teachers like Chen Hongmo, such judgments at least help us to understand the nature of a state ruled by the principles of Wenli, the rule of reason and civility. In China, this was society's response to profound social, cultural and demographic change. In such a populous, diverse and meritocratic society, there was an erosion of status and distinctions, along with growing social and geographical mobility and cultural pluralism that we began to glimpse in the late Ming. The need, then, was both to redefine the world and to get back to basics. Despite the enormous burden of rulership with a population that passed 300 million in the 18th century, the Qing state achieved an extraordinary level of success. This was the world's biggest economy, a great multiracial empire. Away from Beijing, in the prosperous cities of the south, complex urban societies flourished with many of the characteristics of the European Enlightenment. Banks, trading guilds, charitable institutions, widespread literacy, publishing and print cultures, scientific and literary clubs, poetry circles, and even a measure of public opinion. In Yangzhou, for example, the great salt merchants like Bao Jidao, a member of the Bao family of Tang Yue, which we've already met, was a major patron of charity and culture who involved himself in issues of what we might call workers' rights. Women, too, were now a major voice. Modern studies list 4,000 women poets whose collected works existed at one time or other during the Qing, even if they don't survive or have yet to be located today. After small beginnings in the Ming, the 18th century also saw the start of a societal reaction against the traditional treatment of women, including foot binding, concubinage, and social seclusion, which would grow in the late 19th and early 20th century feminist movement and come into the open under the People's Republic. That said, then, may we even say that Qing China was developing what we would call a civil society? If we look at these markers, to some extent we might answer yes. Left to its own devices, 18th century China would surely have evolved its own distinctive forms of modernity. But in the event, the outside world would have its own say on that question. In 1751, the Emperor Qianlong commissioned a set of illustrations of the tributary peoples. Published in 1761, the scrolls carried illustrations of 303 different peoples of the known world, including Mongols, Tibetans, and ethnic minorities of the southwest and southeast, with whom the Qing came into contact. Among them were also thumbnails of Westerners, including a small island nation 7,000 miles away, at the other end of Eurasia. The scroll has illustrations copied from a Western source of a man with a cocked hat and breeches, clutching a bottle of drink, and a woman in a fine gown with a box of snuff in the act of pinching her nose. The British. Fighting wars in South India and Bengal, in America and Canada, the British were slowly extending their power, mercantile and military, across the world. However, in the 1750s, they were still a people about whom the Qing Foreign Office had only a few vague ideas. Indeed, in Qianlong's tributaries scrolls, there's a strange absence of any attempt to conceptualize or order the outer world as a whole, in a way which might have helped as they attempted to adapt to swiftly changing geopolitics over the next few decades. "Britain is quite rich," wrote the scroll compiler. "Their women, when unmarried, bind their waists tightly, as they like them really narrow." After talking about hairstyles, fashion in clothes, and British women's taste for snuff, the text concludes, "They greatly enjoy drinking alcohol." Soon enough, fate would bring the Chinese and the British together in a way that could never have been imagined by either side. Chapter 16. The Opium Wars and the Taiping. In the 18th century, in the middle years of the Qing dynasty, the Chinese Empire reached its greatest extent. With Mongolia, Xinjiang and the Protectorate of Tibet, it was China's largest land empire, and perhaps the world's biggest economy, though the weight of its GDP was generated by the immense internal market. From 1735, the emperor was Qianlong, whose reign saw immense cultural achievements but growing problems in the economy and society. His predecessor Yongzheng had battled corruption and tax evasion, but Qianlong reversed his prudent fiscal policies, and with tax levels frozen since Kangxi's days, from the 1780s the state's finances became precarious while it experienced a rapid population rise. Civil servants and magistrates were underpaid, bribery and extortion were habitual, and rebellions in the outer provinces now began to occur with growing frequency. Fatefully, this is the moment the British appear in the Chinese story. On the 25th of July 1793, after a 9-month journey from Britain, HMS Lion anchored in the mouth of the High River. In the somnolent heat, junks and sampans rode around its ornamented stern under the windows of the captain's cabins, their curious crews crowding the rail to see the visitors from the other side of the world. With a mainmast towering almost 60 metres over the local craft, the Lion was bigger than any Chinese ship. Weighing nearly 400 tons unladen, her gun deck was 50 metres long and carried 64 guns. Though only a third-rate man-of-war, the biggest British warships were huge floating castles with 3 decks and 100 guns. She was equipped with all the modern European technology of naval warfare. Close by at anchor accompanying the Lion was the Hindustan, a new East India Company vessel chartered by the British government to take its embassy and their staff on their 2-year journey to open trade negotiations with the imperial government in Beijing. On the deck, in parade dress with his spyglass, was Britain's ambassador, George Earl Macartney of Lissenor, KB. Macartney was 56 years old and already famous for his observation that Britain controlled a vast empire on which the sun never sets. From an old Scottish family settled in County Antrim since the 17th century, he'd been ambassador to Russia, governor in the West Indies, and governor in Madras, where the Fort St. George we see today was largely his creation. An affable exponent of what today we would call realpolitik, in 1784, he'd negotiated the Treaty of Mangalore, ending the Second Anglo-Mysore War, after which he refused the position of Governor-General of India and returned to Britain with 32 years of world travels behind him. Few people in the late 18th century had seen more of the world, still less possessed a better strategic grasp of the British Empire, its far-flung possessions, and the links that held it together. Few, too, had a better sense of the economic necessities that drove the British expansion, and the pressures which might facilitate its rise or precipitate its fall. Now, with growing confusion in Europe in the wake of the French Revolution, Britain was using its naval power to move outwards, acquiring an empire, as was said later, in a fit of absence of mind. In reality, it was surely more calculating than that, but nonetheless contingent, responsive to changing situations, and certainly at times improvised. The timing of the Chinese encounter, however, was no accident, and the key to the British move east was India. In 1765, the British victory at Plassey in Bengal had detached the most populous part of India from the Mughal Empire and appropriated its tax revenues. The British hold over the south was strengthened in 4 Mysore wars between 1767 and 1799, the third of which ended in 1792 with the defeat of Tipu Sultan of Mysore, who ceded half his territory to the British East India Company, a joint stock company formed in 1600 to trade in the Indian Ocean, which in time would control half the world's trade. With its Indian conquests, Britain was now a global player, with a powerful navy, able to move forces across the world, armed with the latest mass-produced weaponry from arms factories of Birmingham and the Midlands. The East India Company had traded with Chinese merchants for over a century, but in a strictly limited way. Foreign traders were only allowed into the port of Canton, today's Guangzhou, for 5 months of the year, and all transactions had to be carried out through Chinese officials who imposed high taxes on foreign commerce. This is what Macartney sought to change. His goal was to meet the Qianlong Emperor and to obtain concessions of Chinese territory near the tea and silk-producing and textile-consuming areas of the country, where English traders could reside and where English jurisdiction might be exercised. He wanted to establish a resident minister at Peking, Beijing, and to extend British trade and commerce throughout China by negotiating a commercial treaty and opening new ports under more favourable conditions than those in Canton. He also had a wider eye on developing British trade with Japan, eastern China, and the islands of the South China Sea. Qianlong was now 82, a ruler of immense experience, affable and masterful, cunning and sophisticated. He was already familiar with aspects of European culture through missionaries and artists at the Qing court and traders in Canton. But since the beginning of the 18th century, the Chinese had been wary of European approaches in the South China Sea, and the emperor's own merchants and diplomats had warned him that elsewhere in the world trade came with settlement, backed by force where necessary, as recent events in India had shown. In order to travel upriver to Beijing, the British Embassy had to leave their ocean-going ships, transferring to junks for the journey to Dagu and then smaller boats to get to the end of the Grand Canal. They then travelled overland and reached Beijing on the 21st of August, where they were conveyed to a residence near the old summer palace. Throughout these journeys, the members of the Macartney Embassy had been concerned to protect their gifts, which were intended to showcase British scientific and artistic achievements and to encourage interest in British trade. They were carrying exotica such as amber, coral and ivory, along with European manufactures, including woven cloth from Bolton, brass from Birmingham and linen from Ireland. In pride of place was a planetarium and a Herschel telescope, along with Wedgwood pottery, chandeliers, clocks and watches. To avoid damage, they'd been carefully transferred from vessel to vessel along the journey, But the last stage into Beijing along bumpy roads caused the already exhausted British some anxiety. On arrival, the gifts were stored in the throne room at the Summer Palace, close to their residence. The construction of the planetarium was so complicated that it took 18 days to reassemble. When they arrived, however, the Emperor was not in Beijing. He was on a hunting expedition north of the Great Wall. And the embassy was instructed to travel a further 120 miles for an audience at Jehol. Leaving the planetarium and other large and fragile presents in Beijing, Macartney, his secretary George Staunton, and some 70 members of the party duly travelled north. They met the Emperor in the Garden of 10,000 Trees in the great imperial mountain resort at Jehol on Saturday the 14th of September 1793. After lengthy deliberations on whether Macartney would or could kowtow to the Emperor, that is, go down on both knees and touch his head on the ground in respect, as was customary in the Qing court. In the event, Macartney compromised by genuflecting as he would to his own sovereign, King George. The British were very impressed by Qianlong. He was a very fine old gentleman, they said, vigorous and in good health at 82, but looked not a day over 60. Dignified and affable, Qianlong had the common touch too. When he asked whether anybody in the embassy spoke Chinese, Staunton's 12-year-old son stepped forward. He'd learned some Chinese on the long voyage, and the Emperor was so delighted that he gave Staunton the yellow silk purse that hung on his belt, containing his favourite nuts. The purse survives today in the royal collections. The British took that friendly exchange as an optimistic sign, but in truth the Chinese had been playing the British, and would continue to do so, drawing them into a web of protocol, ceremony, and fine dining, while ignoring all requests for meaningful discussion. The Emperor received the delegation along with other tribute envoys from Burma. Such was the status of the British in the eyes of the Chinese. To mark the day, the Emperor composed a poem. The envoy of the King of the Red-Haired English arrived, bringing a message and tribute, he wrote. Formerly Portugal presented tribute. Now England is paying homage. My ancestors' merit and virtue must have reached distant shores. Though their tribute is commonplace, my heart approves sincerely. Curios and the boasted ingenuity of their devices I prize not. Though what they bring is meagre, yet in my kindness to men from afar make generous return, wanting to preserve my good health and power. Things didn't improve. After a frustrating time in Jehol, Macartney was told that the Emperor would be travelling back to Beijing, so the British contingent had to leave in order to be in the city to meet him. They left Jehol on 21st of September. Macartney now fell ill and was in bed in Beijing on the 1st of October, when the Emperor arrived at the Summer Palace unannounced to view his gifts which had been laid out there. The Emperor looked at the lenses for less than 2 minutes, rejected the camera obscura, and declared that the air pump was only good enough to amuse children. Of the 3 horse-drawn ceremonial coaches that were presented, one was rejected immediately, as the driver and postilion would be positioned higher than the Emperor himself, something the British had not taken into account. The British were dismayed and exasperated. The Chinese, of course, had decided on their response to the mission long before, as was underlined by the missive that was sent to Macartney to take back to King George. The British, they acknowledged, had come thousands of miles across the wild seas out of respect for Chinese civilization. But their demands, their diplomatic requests, were completely impossible. Commercial missions, trading towns, an island offshore that they could use as a mercantile base, it was all out of the question. The Emperor explained that the Chinese had no wish to change our way of doing things, which we have done for so long in our empire. The imperial reply, framed by his mandarins, accordingly first outlined the Qing Empire's principles of diplomacy, which were of the utmost importance in China's relations with the world. In the eyes of the Chinese emperor, the British had come to pay tribute to him, rather than to establish diplomatic relations as understood in the West. In a lengthy edict addressed to King George III, the emperor said this: "Yesterday, your ambassador petitioned my ministers to memorialize me regarding your trade with China. But his proposal is not consistent with our dynastic usage and cannot be entertained. Hitherto, all European nations, including your own country's barbarian merchants, have carried on their trade with our celestial empire at Canton. Such has been the procedure for many years. Although our celestial empire possesses all things in prolific abundance and lacks no product within its own borders. There was therefore no need to import the manufactures of outside barbarians in exchange for our own produce. But as the tea, silk and porcelain which the celestial empire produces are absolute necessities to European nations and to yourselves, we have permitted, as a signal mark of favour, that foreign merchant houses should be established at Canton, so that your wants might be supplied and your country thus participate in our beneficence." Nothing would change. The Chinese had no need of British products and saw no reason to give them special treatment. The regulations governing trade between the two countries should stay as they are. The concluding part of Qianlong's missive contained a remarkable restatement of China's cultural integrity, which gives a sense of how Chinese intellectuals in the Qing saw the Europeans, with a robust assertion of Confucian ethics. "Regarding your nation's worship of the Lord of Heaven," said Qianlong, "this is the same religion as that of other European nations. Ever since the beginning of history, sage emperors and wise rulers have bestowed on China a moral system and inculcated a code which from time immemorial has been religiously observed by the myriads of my subjects. There has been no hankering after heterodox doctrines. Your ambassador's request that barbarians shall be given full liberty to disseminate their religion is utterly unreasonable." Qianlong ended with a sharp warning to King George. "It may be, O king, that you yourself are ignorant of our dynastic regulations, and had no intention of transgressing them when you expressed these wild ideas and hopes. If, after the receipt of this explicit decree, you lightly give ear to the representations of your subordinates and allow your barbarian merchants to proceed to Zhejiang and Tianjin with the object of landing and trading there, the ordinances of my celestial empire are strict in the extreme, and should your vessels touch the shore, your merchants will assuredly be subject to instant expulsion. In that event, your barbarian merchants will have had a long journey for nothing. Do not say that you were not warned in due time. Tremblingly obey and show no negligence. A special mandate." As diplomatic rebuffs go, it was crushing, or so it seems. Qianlong's rejection of Macartney, or at least the diplomatic language in which it was expressed, was seen as arrogance by the British, and no doubt the Chinese mandarins did still think they were the centre of the world. But it shouldn't be thought that the Chinese were uninterested in European culture. In the 18th century, they had enthusiastically engaged with Western ideas in science and art. Emperors had even had their portraits painted by European artists. They were specially interested in military technology. Indeed, perhaps what the emperor really wanted was guns and artillery, which were not on offer. But Chinese wariness of European trade and the fear of importing European ideas cosmologies and morals seem to have outweighed other considerations. The emperor, after all, was predominantly a moral figure, guided by Confucian ethics. Undesirable change and innovation were a threat to harmony and stability, and to the emperor's status as the ruler of all under heaven. The mission, then, was a failure in its stated goals. But for Macartney, it raised big questions. China, he understood, was an archaic civilization of extraordinary accomplishment that had, by a quirk of history, come through to the verge of the 19th century, possessed of many of the great inventions of modernity, yet with a cosmology and imperial ideology still linked to its Bronze Age origins. It was, let's say, as if pharaonic Egypt had come through to the 18th century, still worshipping Ammon, its bureaucracy still skilled in hieroglyphs, while having invented the steam engine and Euclidean science centuries before Europe. The British, in the Age of Enlightenment, were a realistic people, in many ways attractively open-minded. But in their dealings with the world, they were driven by economic realities. They were predatory, if not militarily, then at least economically. And their appraisal of the Chinese Empire was bluntly realistic. For all its evident greatness and extraordinary longevity, China, they thought, carried all the indications of its own decline. The English had no need of omens, divinations, and hexagrams. As modern people, they could read the signs before them. On their return, the British sailed from Tianjin to Hangzhou, from where they made their way overland to Canton. This allowed them to see the country for themselves. In the rich south, there were exquisite landscapes to delight the expedition illustrator. "The scene was picturesque beyond comparison," wrote one of them, "with its fields of rice, plantations of sugar cane, orange trees, tea bushes, camphor, and bamboo." The opportunity to travel by road also enabled them to observe the people of China. "The common people of China are a strong and hardy race," wrote Macartney, "patient and industrious, and much given to commerce and the art of gain. They're cheerful and loquacious under the severest labour, but by no means that sedate, tranquil people they've been represented." Indeed, the British saw signs of social unrest on the journey south to Canton through Fujian, where local reports from the time show that coastal counties and inland districts were plagued by bandits, ruffians and armed gangs. In Canton, the British learned through their interpreters and their merchant contacts of an increasingly volatile situation in the countryside, which became fully apparent only after Qianlong's death. For all its glories, therefore, the empire was no longer in good shape. Population rise, inflation, and a decrease in tax revenues, combined with the enormous cost of maintaining the ruling class and the imperial structure in days of rampant corruption, created a tough situation for the many local governors, clerks, and magistrates. These were the loyal officials on whom the empire rested, but they were paid starvation salaries. In the south, then, where the people had never fully reconciled to Manchu rule, the British soon became aware of the cracks behind the grand facade of the empire, the class tensions, and the huge inequalities. "The lower sort," wrote Macartney, "most heartily detest the mandarins and persons in authority, whose arbitrary powers to punish, oppress, and insult them they fear, whose injustice they feel, and whose rapacity they must feed." Resting in Macau before he sailed back home, and reflecting on his whole experience, Macartney framed his report with the kind of breezy nautical metaphor that came naturally to a late 18th century British imperialist whose travels had spanned half the world. "The Empire of China," he wrote, "is an old, crazy, first-rate man of war. which a fortunate succession of vigilant officers has contrived to keep afloat for these 150 years past, and to overawe their neighbours merely by her bulk and appearance. But whenever an insufficient man happens to have the command on deck, adieu to the discipline and safety of the ship. She may perhaps not sink outright. She may drift sometime as a wreck, and will then be dashed to pieces on the shore. But she can never be rebuilt on the old base. As it seems now, this was a harsh but perceptive judgment. But however it played out, Macartney's concern was the role the British could play in that future. He felt the Chinese would trust the British, as they had never acted aggressively towards the Middle Kingdom. In terms of international geopolitics, the British observed that the Manchus ruled a vast multinational empire. But the huge territories they'd recently acquired, Mongolia, Xinjiang and the Protectorate of Tibet, might not necessarily adhere in the long term. And if the Manchu Empire did not hold together under pressures from elsewhere, especially from the Russians on their northern frontiers, the question for Macartney was what new China would emerge, and how could the British take advantage? To conclude, he projected his mind forward into the new century. The breaking up of the power of China, no improbable event, he wrote, would occasion a complete subversion of the commerce not only of Asia, but a very sensible change in the other quarters of the world. The industry and the ingenuity of the Chinese would be checked and enfeebled, but they would not be annihilated. Her ports would no longer be barricaded. They would be attempted by the adventurers of all trading nations who would search every channel, creek and cranny of China for a market, and for some time be the cause of much rivalry and disorder. Nevertheless, as Great Britain, from the weight of her riches and the genius and spirit of her people, has become the first political, marine and commercial power on the globe, it's reasonable to think that she would prove the greatest gainer by such a revolution as I have alluded to, and rise superior over every competitor. There were other grand geopolitical considerations for the British. The loss of the American colonies and the very real prospect of a forthcoming war with France had focused minds on new markets. The British economy was already deeply tied to its international trade triangles across the Atlantic westwards and eastwards through the new territories in India. As a result, the textile industry in England in particular was now such an important part of the national economy that any threat would be so catastrophic that it literally could not be allowed to happen. Looking ahead, Macartney concluded, "The aim is gradually to mould the China trade to the shape that might best suit us. Our settlements in India would suffer most severely by any interruption of the China traffic, which is infinitely valuable to them, whether considered singly as a market for cotton and opium or as connected with their adventures in the Philippines or Malaya. To Great Britain the blow would be immediate and heavy. Our great woolen manufacture, the ancient staple of England, and our other growing exports and imports would be instantly convulsed and not soon recover. If the British economy was already tied to China, when it came to diplomatic relations, the goal was not aggression, but cooperation, which the British believed would be to China's great advantage too. As Macartney saw it, modernization would bring the Chinese the benefits of the West, the fruits of modern civilization, the arts and accomplishments of civilized life, as he put it. The Qing government, he thought, was holding the Chinese back, and a nation that does not advance must retrograde and finally fall back to barbarism and misery. But as the living incarnation of the Chinese tradition, the emperor wasn't concerned with the future, nor was he contemplating change. His sacred duty as the ruler of all under heaven was to maintain the order he'd inherited from the ancestors. And on that difference of perceptions, together with the failure to reach an understanding on trade, would hang the convulsions that lay ahead. And those in turn would shape not only China's relations with the outside world, but also the struggle for modernization within China, from then until today. In China, though, these were still clouds on the horizon. For those with power, wealth, or position, especially the middle classes in the prosperous heartland of the Yangtze Valley, life could not have been better. The writer Shen Fu, born to a family of officials in the delightful and cultured city of Suzhou, saw no clouds. In his famous book, 6 Records of a Floating Life, he notes that to have been born into the gentry class in 1763, or as he put it, in the 27th year of the Qianlong Emperor, was to have been truly privileged, indeed, to have won the lottery of life. Heaven blessed me, and life then could not have been more full. It was a time of great peace and plenty. That's how it looked from the rich cities of the Yangtze Valley, whose citizens enjoyed as high a standard of living as any on the planet. Out in the wilds, though, especially on the frontiers, it was a different picture. An inscription set up by the local community in 1783 in front of the Matsu temple in Meishan gives another view. Meishan lies in one of the 20 or so main bays along the coast of Fujian, used by fishing fleets and traders who dealt with foreign ships on their way into the port of Quanzhou. It had an official for customs examinations. From the 1760s, there were growing troubles there. The garrison mutinied because of lack of pay, and as pirates and ruffians of the coast moved in, extorting illegal levies from the merchants, the trade deteriorated. And then in 1781 the government was forced to act against its own garrison at Chongwu in Hui'an County, a major naval defence post in the area, one of the bases for the 62,000 troops garrisoned in these harbours along the Fujian coast. 850 men were stationed in the town to protect the great port of Quanzhou upriver, but instead they were demanding illegal levies, hurting the local traders and endangering the timely supply of grain. So the authorities were forced to send in fresh troops to arrest the entire garrison. The problem wasn't just confined to the coast either. Beggars and bandits in organised groups plagued the interior of Fujian, extorting food from the locals. In the late 18th century, banditry, rural unrest and local uprisings increased all over the country, especially in the frontier regions. As one British observer put it, the local poorly paid magistrates were overwhelmed by their tasks. They needed help from the centre at a time when the centre was leaving more and more locals to their own devices. Of course, these were tasks on a scale faced by no other government on earth. But just as had happened in the late Ming, the ethos transmitted from the centre to the periphery was failing. Many issues then came together to threaten the secure world of the High Qing, some of them almost perennial in Chinese history. In the countryside they faced several revolts in the later 1700s as millennial cults and secret societies fanned the flames of discontent that rapidly flared up in response to local conditions. These rebel groups could raise armies big enough to threaten local county authorities and even whole provinces. In 1796, when he was 84 years old, Qianlong abdicated on the grounds that after celebrating the 60th year of his reign, it would be disrespectful to rule longer than his revered grandfather Kangxi, who'd ruled for 61 years and who was universally seen as the preeminent ruler of the dynasty. Qianlong gave up the throne in favour of a son who took the name Jiaqing. For his first 3 years, he was ruler in name only, as Qianlong still held the power behind the throne as Emperor Emeritus. Jiaqing came to full power only after Qianlong's death in early 1799, the year the British consolidated their power in South India at the Battle of Seringapatam. and with the East India Company's profits almost doubling in 4 years, turned their gaze eastwards to the trade with China. From this point, China increasingly became immersed in troubles. There were revolts in the south among ethnic minorities. One among the Miao lasted 10 years. And even attempts to kill the emperor, who had many enemies among disaffected exiles. The economy was suffering with a huge outflow of silver to pay for imported goods like opium and cotton. The Middle Kingdom was now part of the world economy, even though as yet it had not formally agreed to be so. The imperial advisers, however, continued to insist on the use of the ancient teachings of Confucius to promote harmony, stability, and the eternal hierarchy, and to recruit the bureaucracy using the old examination system as set down in the 14th century. For them, change and innovation were a threat to the ancient moral order and the traditions of imperial rulership in the person of the sage emperor. Heterodox ideas and the customs of foreign peoples were not the Chinese way, even if their technology was useful. But that opened up questions that will mark the next 200 years. Could a great traditional civilization incorporate some of the benefits of modernity without the wholesale acceptance of modernity itself? Or were the habits of the civilization so ingrained that only wholesale revolution could bring about that change? In the early 19th century, few went so far as to ask that question. The imperial monarchy was still the model. But for the intellectuals in the cultural powerhouses of the Yangtze Delta and in Guizhou, modernity was becoming a concern. In the 1780s, government book burnings, censorship, and attacks on intellectuals accused of anti-Manchu sentiments had fostered an atmosphere of real anxiety among the intellectual class. As we saw back in the late Ming, the rise of private academies saw a convergence between Confucian philosophy and political activism, a direct response to the failure of Ming emperors to live up to the ideals of the empire. It was the same again now. Scholars and thinkers with strong links to the southern mercantile elites responded to the social, intellectual, and economic forces that had been brewing for over a century. They suggested there should be a limit on imperial power in favour of more freedom to debate governance through local initiative at the provincial level, a devolution of power so that local regions had a say in the affairs of empire. They wanted to curb the imperial restraints on trade and industry and stop arbitrary taxation. Although the Donglin reform movement had been suppressed in the 17th century across the empire, its arguments against despotism had been continued underground in the lower Yangtze region in rich cities like Suzhou and Changzhou after the Manchu conquest, which many Han Chinese intellectuals saw as a restored despotism. And now the movement rose again as a forum for political and social protest among reform-minded gentry and scholars. In his 1793 essay on the governance and well-being of the empire, the Changzhou scholar Hong Liangji, who lived from 1746 to 1809, looked at population growth and its socio-political consequences, his concerns precisely shadowing those raised by Malthus writing a little later in England. Hong pointed to the tension between the rate of growth of the means of subsistence and the growing population. Taking a somewhat exaggerated Malthusian perspective, he wrote that the tension would only be relieved by disasters, famine, and plagues. Speaking of households, he wrote, there are 20 times more now than there were 100 years ago. Some people may propose that there's wild land to cultivate and spare space for housing, but the available land can only be doubled or tripled or at most increased 5 times, where the population over the same period could be 10 to 20 times larger. Therefore, housing and crop fields tend to be in scarcity, while the population tends to be excessive at all times. Given the fact that some households become monopolists, there's no wonder that so many have suffered cold and hunger and even died. How does heaven deal with this tension? Flood, drought, and pestilence are the means of heaven to temper the problem. Born in 1746, Hong had lived through the later stage of the huge growth of population from Kangxi's reign up to 1790, when the number of people doubled from 150 million to well over 300 million, with an even higher rate of rise in the rich lands of the Yangtze Delta, which to locals seemed to have become crowded with people in a mere handful of generations. Hong pointed out that government could try to mediate the problem by adjusting tax, encouraging colonization in unpopulated lands, and enhancing the social safety net. However, he expressed his concern about the limits of government policy in addressing such an inherent structural issue. Could the old imperial state ever cope with the pressures on it in this new age? The protest came to a head after the death of Qianlong in 1799. Hong now boldly wrote a letter to Prince Cheng, earnestly discussing the political affairs of the time, which directly implied criticism of the throne. It was the opening salvo. The new emperor pondered his response to the challenge, enraged by its audacity and even more by the fact that copies had been printed and disseminated behind his back. He demoted those who received it and recommended that Hong be executed. Hong, in reply, reaffirmed the right of a dutiful Confucian official to engage in loyal remonstrance and public debate, asserting that it was the public responsibility of the intellectual. His sentence was commuted to exile in Xinjiang in the far west of China, but he was treated as a hero in the Delta, with crowds cheering him on his journey. The emperor, though, later claimed he'd kept Hong's letter by his bedside as a constant reminder to himself of a ruler's obligation in affairs of state. In 1800, during a prolonged drought in Beijing, the emperor granted amnesties and performed archaic rituals for rain to propitiate heaven. Hong was pardoned and allowed to return. In the official pardon, the emperor publicly blamed himself for punishing a loyal, remonstrating official, something that he claimed would never have happened under Qianlong. It was a vital precedent. Dissent could be accepted if channeled the right way. Rains immediately followed the imperial rituals that year, but the late imperial state had more profound structural problems. Attacks on intellectuals, book inquisitions and censorship had played a part in robbing China of intellectual vigour on the eve of her encounter with the West, while the unresolved issues of land use and population growth, together with economic stagnation, unemployment and an unfair tax system, meant the country was heading for trouble in the next generation. And the troubles grew in frequency and number. The most serious was the 1796 to 1804 White Lotus Rebellion, which started as a tax protest and became an anti-Manchu revolt that led to 100,000 deaths. A millenarian rising incorporating many strange sects. In the early stages they defeated the imperial army, only later to be surrounded and crushed. For the government, however, it was a troubling event. As one Qing official reported with consternation, "The rebels are all our own subjects. They're not like some external tribe that can be demarcated by a territorial boundary and identified by its distinctive clothing and language. When they congregate and oppose the government, they're rebels. When they disperse and depart, they're civilians once more." The clampdown involved the harsh treatment of civilians. Hundreds of stockaded villages were established in disaffected areas for the mass resettlement of offenders who were brutalized by militias and mercenary forces. Then in 1813 came the rebellion of the 8 trigrams. Li Wencheng, a hustler and drifter, was proclaimed as the emperor, the true lord of the Ming. Another rebel, Li Qing, announced himself a reincarnation of the Maitreya, the prophesied future Buddha, his banners carrying the slogan, "Entrusted by heaven to prepare the way." Drought and floods had caused a steep rise in food prices, and many in the countryside were desperate. In the summer of 1813, the rebels combined with sects like the White Lotus and the Eternal Mother. The plan was to capture the emperor on his return from a hunting trip, to kill him and proclaim a new order. The date was set for 15th of September, right after the harvest, but their plans were revealed and the rising was suppressed. Although on the 8th of October, aided and abetted by disaffected eunuchs, 75 rebels did break into the Forbidden City itself and managed to hold out for 2 days and a night before they were overpowered, captured or killed. First-person testimonies survive of captured rebels interrogated before their execution, mainly illiterate hired labourers, carters and household servants, as vivid and poignant as those from the Luddite risings that same year in England. They told all the people who had joined the sect to give money and go with them. If you didn't give money, they would kill you. I was afraid, and I paid cash. After the village was burned, I fled to the south and lived by begging. I had 50 to 60 mo, about 10 acres of land, and I was coming back from tending the crops. And then they said we all had to go to the city. In this business it was death if you went, and death if you stayed. Fighting continued in the provinces till the end of the year. In all, 20,000 rebels were killed, and an estimated 70,000 people died altogether. By Chinese standards, the revolt was perhaps small-scale, but the shock to the state was huge. The ease with which the rebels had swept up the discontented and the rural poor in an eerie mix of millenarian cult, anti-Manchu feelings and heterodox beliefs highlighted the dynasty's alarming vulnerability. Symbolically, too, they had even penetrated the imperial compound in the Forbidden City. We also have the view from the centre of this crisis, in the perplexed voice of the Jiaqing Emperor himself, referring to his 8-year struggle against the White Lotus after he descended the throne on the death of Qianlong. A copy of this extraordinary text appeared in translation by the East India Company Press in Canton in 1815. The self-justifying tone could not be more different from the calm authority of Qianlong. My family has continued to rule the empire during 170 years, said the emperor. My grandfather and royal father, in the most affectionate manner, loved the people as children. Their benevolence and virtues I am unable to express. Though I cannot pretend to have equalled their good government and love of the people, yet I have not oppressed nor ill-used my people. This sudden change I am unable to account for. It must arise from the low state of my virtue and my accumulated imperfections. Though this rebellion has broken forth in a moment, the evil has been long accumulating. 4 words: supineness, indulgence, sloth, and contempt express the sources whence this great crime has arisen. And hence also it is that affairs, whether at home about court or abroad in the empire, are equally in a bad state. The Jiaqing Emperor died in 1820. To reform the government across the empire was perhaps beyond the powers of anyone, but certainly one without the energy, moral authority, and steely will of his grandfather. He was succeeded by the Daoguang Emperor, a well-meaning but ineffective man, who promoted officials who presented a purist view, even if they had nothing to say about the real domestic and foreign problems surrounding the dynasty. As internal and external pressures grew, the first military confrontation with the imperialists took place. The problem was opium, sold by the British through Canton and other ports on the coast. From its warehouses in India, the East India Company was exporting larger and larger quantities that were being sold not only to Chinese dealers in Canton, but also in illicit operations in the myriad ports and bays northwards, along the indented coasts of Fujian. The trade had begun in the late 18th century, when the East India Company had started smuggling opium from its Indian possessions in Bengal into China through dealers in Canton. Trading in opium was illegal. The Chinese government had passed decrees against it 3 times since 1799, yet the trade continued to grow regardless. From 4,000 chests of opium a year in 1787, by 1833, 30,000 chests were trafficked annually, one chest containing 170 pounds of the drug. And Chinese estimates suggest there were as many as 12 million addicts, especially in the coastal cities of Zhejiang. By the late 1830s, opium had become a serious social problem. Along the east coast and into the interior, the signs were everywhere. So much so that in the important cultural centre of Yangzhou, social realist dramas were being acted in local playhouses which focused on the ravages of the drug. It was clear something had to be done. The emperor appointed a new commissioner to move against the trade, Lin Zexu, who in retrospect has come to be seen as the quintessential loyal Confucian official. Soon after he arrived in the south in the middle of 1838, Lin wrote a famous open letter to the young Queen Victoria, who'd come to the throne the previous year, urging her to put a stop to the trade. "We find that your country is 60 or 70,000 li from China," Lin wrote. "The purpose of your ships in coming to China is to realize a large profit. Since this profit is realized in China, and is in fact taken away from the Chinese people, how can foreigners return injury for the benefit they've received by sending this poison to harm their benefactors? They may not intend to harm others on purpose, but the fact remains that they're so obsessed with material gain that they have no concern whatever for the harm they can cause to others. Have they no conscience? I have heard that you strictly prohibit opium in your own country, indicating unmistakably that you know how harmful opium is. If you don't wish opium to harm your own country, but you choose to bring that harm to other countries such as China, then why?" Whether Queen Victoria ever read Lin's memorial is not known, but the letter was later printed in the Times newspaper as a direct appeal to the British public, among whom there was widespread revulsion about the trade. In spring 1839, Lin began his move against the sale of opium, arresting many hundreds of Chinese dealers and pressuring foreign merchants to give up their trade in narcotics in exchange for other commodities such as tea. In the early summer, he seized over 1 million kilograms of opium and began to destroy it. But Lin's belief that Confucian morality would triumph was out of step with the times. The nature of international relations was changing, and the Chinese underestimated the commitment of the British government to protect their vital interests. Open hostilities started that same year. The British organised a task force from India, with an army largely composed of Indian sepoys led by British officers. In high summer 1840, they attacked the Pearl River coastal forts, and in February 1841 blasted the Chinese forces in the south to defeat, wooden junks no match for ironclad ships and rocket launchers. At this point, there were disagreements at the imperial court as to how to handle the situation, both militarily and politically. Some, like the strategist Wei Yuan, felt the Chinese reaction had been too confrontational, that they should have focused entirely on the opium trade and not compromised the rest of Anglo-Chinese political and trade relations, instead giving themselves time to modernize and build up their military and navy, and to open up diplomatic relations with other foreign powers, like the Americans and the French, who had a vested interest in containing the British. Factional fighting in the court came to a head in the summer of 1841, when Commissioner Lin was dismissed and sent into exile. The Chinese suddenly found themselves on a steep learning curve in modern realpolitik. In September 1841, in the governor's compound in the old city of Ningbo, a tall Scotsman, manacled and chained around the feet, was led from the jail into an interview room. A big man, 20 stone in weight, with a shock of red hair and a huge rufous beard. He had a deep, rich voice and a sagacious, massive face, brimming over with jollity. Captain Peter Anstruther of the Madras Horse Artillery was 33 years old, but looked older than his years after the wear and tear of 17 years fighting with the East India Company, along with a fondness for brandy and cheroots. In the habit of exploring the hills beyond his base, Anstruther enjoyed sketching for pleasure. He was an accomplished artist, given to painting pictures of Chinese life. But he was also making preliminary notes for a map survey. On the morning of 16th of September, sketching in the hills on the island of Zhoushan, he'd been seized and taken across to Ningbo. His Chinese inquisitor, the historian and scholar Wei Yuan, was one of the most brilliant intellectuals of his time. An austere Chinese mandarin wearing a long gown, with his hair in the Manchu style, Wei was a close friend of Commissioner Lin. He'd already published several important works, including a modern anthology of writings on statecraft in 1826, a text for the troubled times. Indeed, Wei, it could be said, was one of the originators of the idea of self-strengthening. His doctrine that wealth and power was the key, and that China should strengthen the army to enrich the state, was the forerunner, the ideological ancestor of today's four modernizations. In the summer of 1841, however, Wei's concern was to build up a profile of the British, who he felt were poorly understood, a major failure of Chinese intelligence gathering. In July, before he went into exile, Commissioner Lin had met Wei for the last time at Zhenjiang on the junction of the Grand Canal and the Yangtze River. Their conversation was of the utmost importance for the story of modern China. They talked long into the night about maritime affairs, the state of coastal defences, the daunting extent of British military and naval power and technology, and the implications not just for Chinese coastal security, but for the empire itself. How could they be combated if China was so unaware of the threat? Lin told Wei to publicise the issues as widely as possible, to awaken the Chinese to the seriousness of the Western penetration of the maritime seaboard of China. To help in the task, he handed over all the materials he'd put together as commissioner in Canton, government memorials, translations from English and Portuguese, maps and diagrams, drawings of ships and guns. He also gave to Wei The Geography of the Four Continents, a text he'd based on translations from Murray's 1834 Encyclopedia of Geography, which he'd acquired as part of his rapid information gathering when Lin realised China was so unprepared and so lacking in knowledge about the British. Now, 200 years and more after Matteo Ricci, and rather late in the day, the Chinese mental map of the world was about to be redrawn. When they parted, Lin headed for exile in the far west, while Wei remained in the south. In September, hearing about the British captive, he got permission from local officials to question Anstruther. Through an interpreter, he asked about England, its people, history, geography and customs, and on the basis of his notes he wrote a short essay called A Brief Account of England. In the book, he described a tiny island, 60 or 70,000 li away, that produced powerful ships, tough soldiers, and enterprising merchants. What sort of culture was this? That autumn, Wei left the Pearl River Delta and took Lin's materials back to his house in Yangzhou, with a view to publishing the book he'd promised to write. It was a rushed job, but as he saw it, an urgent necessity. Meanwhile, the war intensified as the British fleet moved up the Chinese coast. Following a further defeat in the estuary outside Ningbo, Wei's friend, the local commander Yu Qian, committed suicide, and in shame, grief and anger, Wei threw himself into his work. As the British assaults on China's coastal defences continued, he made an urgent journey to Beijing to consult the imperial archives, hoping to finish his military history of the current dynasty in summer 1842. But by then the war had reached its crisis. On the 29th of August, resigned to defeat, the Qing government signed the Treaty of Nanjing on the British flagship HMS Cornwallis in the Yangtze River. The treaty abolished the old Canton trading system and gave the British favoured nation status and 4 treaty ports, Xiamen, Fuzhou, Ningbo and Shanghai, where they could engage in commerce with whomsoever they wished. The Chinese were also to pay an indemnity of 21 million silver dollars to cover the opium destroyed by Commissioner Lin, other financial losses and war reparations, all to be paid within 3 years. So ended the First Opium War, the first of what the Chinese later called the unequal treaties, which would ensure a British presence on Chinese soil for the next 100 years and in Hong Kong until 1997. In that sombre climate, Wei Yuan finished his brilliantly written and researched account of the Opium War, castigating the Qing government for its failure to look for alliances with Britain's enemies. Our ministers had no knowledge of geography, he wrote, especially the French and the Americans. He also attacked their strategic decision-making. It was the closing of trade, he wrote, not the forced surrender of the opium that brought on the Canton War. The British agent there, Elliot, had not wanted to fight. He'd agreed to the confiscation and offered rewards for the discovery of the murderer of Chinese civilians. Our demands on him were too great. It would have been better to sacrifice our customs interests for a time, to devote full attention to measures of defence. Wei Yuan's overview of the First Opium War ends with a passage worthy of Thucydides. The barbarian pirate war lasted 2 years in all, and cost us 70 million taels of silver. There was always a clamour either for peace or war, but no one, strange to say, ever recommended a strictly defensive attitude. Again, fighting was neglected when fighting was proper, and indulged when out of place. So also peace was neglected when peace was proper, and peace was decided on at exactly the wrong time. Had we fought on the defensive, while negotiating, we could have had the benefit of other troops beside our own, for instance the French and the Americans, and also the Gurkhas, setting foreign enemy against foreign enemy. We should have resolutely adhered to the opium interdiction, gone down hard on the British there, and allied ourselves with the other foreigners to gain their affection. Oh, opportunity. It's only the true genius who can take opportunity by the forelock. But the next best thing is to repent when the opportunity has gone by. Repentance followed by the capacity to change for the better will yet enable us to repair our errors at some future time. In New Year 1843, only months after the Treaty of Nanjing signalled China's defeat, Wei Yuan published his Treatise on the Maritime Kingdoms, a book of fundamental importance in modern China. Its frontispiece in Bronze Age seal script announced its point of departure, loyalty to the Zhou, but positioned in the modern Chinese revival. With European-style world maps, it was the first work in Chinese history to take account of the expanding power of Western countries, their domination of the maritime world, and their growing threat to China. Drawing on work by Commissioner Lin and from many conversations, including his interviews with Peter Anstruther, he put together as much information as he could on the nature of the new threat. Wei's work was remarkable in part because of his lack of research resources. Without the ability to travel to the West or to speak its languages, and looked upon sceptically by Confucian scholars who dismissed and derided barbarian studies, Wei nonetheless compiled the first piece of Chinese scholarship on Western technological advances. Through his innovative approach, he was able to devise an overarching foreign policy, a program of action connecting all corners of the Qing realm from the Pacific to Central Asia. Having always seen itself as a land power, Wei argued, China had to take control of the seas around its eastern seaboard to protect itself from the encroachments of the Europeans. For him, the assertion of Chinese influence and power in maritime East Asia was vital, both to protect China internally and to secure her global position. It was a formulation of Chinese policy that would project far into the future. Today's contentious debates about the Nanyang, the South China Sea, as a Chinese zone of influence, go back to him. At the heart of Wei's understanding of the Opium War, though, was the traditional view that had preoccupied reformers since the days of the Donglin Academy. Political stability only came from renewed inner strength. The breakdown of the Chinese moral political order came essentially from trouble in men's hearts, as Wei put it. One of the most interesting figures in modern Chinese history, Wei had a profound influence on all the reformers that followed. But his attempt to alert the intelligentsia and the mandarins was subverted by the onset of the Taiping Rebellion, which would convulse China through the 1850s and 60s. Wei resigned from government and entered a Buddhist monastery on the shore of West Lake in Hangzhou, from where he saw the sack of the city by the Taiping rebels in 1856, the year before he died. A fierce, angry spirit, his writing encapsulated the shared experience of decline among intellectuals in the 19th century. When the state is rich and powerful, he wrote, it will be effective. If it deals with traitors, they will not persist in their ways. It administers revenue, and there will not be waste. It acquires weapons, and they will not be flawed. It organizes armed forces, and the troops will not be weak. What then is there to fear about barbarians anywhere? While lobbying for a strengthening of the machinery of the state, however, Wei did not foresee the dynasty's collapse. Nor should we let the trajectory of hindsight rule our narrative at this point. In the mid-1840s, at the moment after the First Opium War, when China was poised between the old and the new, a Chinese-speaking French missionary, Père Gabet, travelled across the country and was profoundly impressed by what he saw, the fruit of 2 centuries of Qing rule. The Chinese, Gabet wrote, have been able to preserve their empire for 4,000 years. Long ago, they already had inventions that the Europeans proudly believed they had discovered, namely printing, gunpowder, the compass, silk weaving, the decimal system, so many other things. The Chinese have ancient classics full of the deepest wisdom, philosophical insights far superior to our classical antiquity. And unlike the Europeans, they had the sense to apply these ancient ideas to the actual practice of government, which shows how intelligent they are. They're not Christians, but they have hospitals for orphans, for the old and sick, welfare offices where food is provided for the destitute, and medicines for the sick. Along the roads, they provide shelters for the free use of travellers. How dare one say, then, that a nation that displays such enlightenment, generosity, and wisdom is inferior in any way to we Europeans? Taining County lies in northern Fujian, 300 miles from the sea, in still sparsely populated wild mountains around Dajin Lake, where crumbling red cliffs hung with ancient trees are pockmarked by caves and temples of Taoist hermits. Cut off till the laying of the railways in the late 1950s, it was a world away from the offices of the Board of Finance in Beijing. It was one of countless small areas that through the 19th century were more and more prey to disorder and social dissension as the old ethos broke down and communities recorded a sense of being abandoned. "Our county lies in the midst of mountains," wrote the community scribe in summer 1841. "The land is lean and the people are poor. They look up to the emperor for support. For 200 years the grain tax could not be collected in full, not even 1 out of 10 times. In recent years the tax inspectors haven't used any standard measure, and taxes have been collected with flagrant abuse, unheedingly above the quotas. Everywhere there is extortion and deceit. The people of the town, even the Taoist priests, have suffered endlessly with cruel exactions." When the new local magistrate stood up to the tax gatherers, insisting on justice and accurate measures, there was joy in the village. "The entire county felt gratitude like a hanging man cut down," it was said. The community had his story engraved on a stone stele, so the memory of his virtue might be handed down forever. It still survives today. There were many like him, for the Confucian ethos inculcated through the examination system was still a living code of life. However, in reports to the provincial government, covered in the newly founded local newspapers, there was a sense of anxiety and gradual disillusion. Many local communities like Taining reported tensions, social unrest, class warfare, bandits, pirates along the coast, and even private armies owned by gangsters and powerful kin groups. The impression from the periphery is one of the sheer difficulty of administering law and order in a country now of 400 million people. Loyal Confucian officials were struggling without tools and money. The old problems of Chinese history had returned to haunt them. Away from the centre, the greatest, oldest, and most populous state in the world could no longer govern itself. The state had been fatally weakened, and at this moment came the first of 3 great crises that would bring the empire down. The struggles felt in Little Taining could be found all over late Qing China, and in the 1840s and 50s, new troubles began. With the concessions made after the First Opium War, the weakness of China, which Macartney had seen 50 years before, was revealed for all to see. In the countryside, even in quite isolated regions, the oppressed peasantry was increasingly coming under the influence of new ideas, millennial creeds and prophecies, some long-rooted in China, some new-minted through the creeping influence of foreign missionaries. In the past, Chinese rulers had often allowed other religions into China so long as they did nothing to compromise the imperial order or the traditions of the culture. But now, Western missionaries were going into China through the new treaty ports, bearing the assumptions of imperialists, convinced of the superiority of their civilization as well as of their religion. And in the 1840s, a millennial movement inspired by Christian missionaries gave birth to one of the most violent, bloody, and sensational events in China's modern history, which threatened to overthrow the Qing state itself. Not long before the First Opium War, a chance meeting had taken place in the crowded streets outside the foreign merchant's concession in Canton between an American missionary and a young Chinese man. The American, the Reverend Edwin Stevens, Yale-educated, wearing Chinese clothes, his hair in a queue, was distributing Christian pamphlets illegally. Hong Chiu-chuen, a failed examination scholar, was, we may assume, looking for a new direction. Their interchange was short. "Follow the Christian God and you will reach the highest glory," said Stevens, handing over a pamphlet printed in Chinese that included the story of Noah and the flood. Whether Hong read it then is uncertain, but later, when he did, the message suddenly became startlingly personal. He read his own name, for Hong literally means the flood, God's instrument to punish humanity for failing to follow the path of righteousness. Throughout Chinese history, strange sects, White Lotus, the Red Turbans, had preached such millennial ideas. Wandering preachers had been a feature of the countryside since the Ming. But in the strange, unsettling aftermath of the First Opium War, such things lodged in the mind, especially in someone whose traditional education had got him nowhere. And Hong's interests in such ideas were not just those of an inconsequential dreamer, a man out on a limb. All around there were debates about national renewal. Intellectuals in the cities were in ferment. And then, in the 1840s, the Bible texts he'd received years before began to work on Hong's mind, especially the words of the prophet Isaiah, "Your country is desolate. Strangers are devouring your land before your eyes. Why be downtrodden any more? Rise up and revolt." Hong headed to the hills where he became a village teacher out in the wild landscape near today's town of Guiping. There he found an impoverished countryside with mass poverty and unemployment, where corruption was all too plain to see. Even those who had a job in local government were on starvation wages, while unemployed scholars like him with years of training had no future, as more graduates joined the labour market every year, and unemployment steadily rose. Here was fertile ground for revolution, and Hong began to speak of a new age of justice and of the blasphemy of the Qing Empire and its foreign Manchu rulers. Hong's preaching found a willing audience. While he and his early followers earned their keep by teaching, they started to organize village meetings in the wooded hills around Guiping. Today, oral stories are still told by peasant families descended from those who supported Hong and his disciples. Old Wood Village, for example, is so out of the way that it's hard to imagine much has changed since the 19th century. Old family houses surround a clan hall with a big stone-lined water tank, cowsheds, stables and workshops. At the centre of the village is a giant old plane tree under which villagers meet to talk and smoke. Here, as they tell the tale, Hong stayed for a time. He and his friend Feng were educated men, and with their traditional respect for learning, the illiterate villagers listened. Hong had identified the Christian God with the high god of ancient China, a common elision made by Christian missionaries, and he now announced that he wanted to create God's kingdom on earth by overthrowing the corrupt Qing Empire. Together they would make a golden age when society lived in harmony, when justice was for the poor as well as the rich. For families like the Zungs, it was a powerful message. Nearly 2 centuries on, in 2016, the head of the clan proudly explained, "They came to teach us about the Taiping religion and to preach revolution, and we, the Zung family, were the first to take part in that revolution." Over time, the rebels created revolutionary cells in hundreds of villages. Brightwater Village, over the mountains on narrow walking paths, was home to Hong's right-hand man Feng right up to the eve of the uprising, and the site of the school where he taught is still remembered. Again, the landmarks of the story are still pointed out by the elders. This is where the great rebellion started that would shake the empire to its foundations. Through the 1840s, the movement grew and gathered thousands of followers. Eventually, the Qing government ordered imperial troops from the provincial governor to put down the revolt. But in such trackless and out-of-the-way places, it was too late. The rising was announced from a fortified base in Zhentian, where the peasant army had gathered. Their goal was to establish the Taiping Tianguo, God's heavenly kingdom. The early course of the rising was a classic rural guerrilla war inspired by clear messages. They were against Confucianism, against the Manchu emperor and the feudal landlords. They were for the peasants and the poor. They believed in a new world and even preached communal property ownership and rights for women. Their appointed leader, Hong, his mind turning on Christian missionary texts, now announced himself to be Jesus' younger brother, God's Chinese son. By 1852, he'd gathered an army of 100,000 men. The rebels were joined by local people, the unemployed, miners, seasonal labourers, bandit gangs, enemies of the local elites. They armed themselves from captured munitions dumps and seized supplies of ready cash from local government offices. They even purchased armaments from foreign treaty port merchants. The Taiping army soon defeated the Qing forces in the south, opening the path to the southern capital of Nanjing. The rebels marched north, gathering support, and in spring 1853 their combined forces attacked the southern capital in a dramatic assault. Many of the Taiping's early supporters were miners from Guizhou, expert sappers who dug tunnels under the giant walls on the northern corner of the city looking over the Yangtze. On the 19th of March 1853, the Taiping forces broke into the city, and Hong was enthroned as ruler of God's heavenly kingdom in his new Jerusalem. In the hills to the east, on the slopes of Purple Mountain, the rebels desecrated the tomb of the Ming founder, Zhu Yuanzhang. A new age of revolutionary violence was dawning. The Taiping had now gained power, but what would they do with it? It's a question faced by all of China's revolutionaries. Once God's kingdom on earth had been established in Nanjing, a blizzard of ideological pronouncements came pouring from the throne. In one of the book production capitals of China, they set up printing presses and a workshop for woodblock cutting. Their publications included Taiping translations of the Old and New Testaments. They banned opium, tobacco, alcohol, foot binding, prostitution and gambling. Gender separation was enforced in public places, and the death penalty introduced for sex between men. Most important of all, China was to be classless. Private ownership of property and land was to be abolished. Both would be owned and distributed by the state. All this was accompanied by a move to purge the language of foreign elements that had been introduced by the alien Manchu conquerors. It would be a new world of words for a new time, much of it uncannily prefiguring what would happen 100 years later, after the revolution of 1949. Indeed, the Taiping revolt was glorified as such by Chairman Mao in the wholesale rewriting of Chinese history in the 1950s. But in the 1850s, the task of overthrowing feudalism, redistributing land, reforming the law, and moving China into a more equitable future was too great. The Chinese divination text, the Book of Changes, says there are 3 warnings of a coming revolution. When the third comes, it's too late to turn back. Then the moment becomes clear and cannot be deferred. And so it happened. The blow to the morale of the Chinese governing class was shattering. Taiping armies were now in control of huge swathes of the south, the richest and most populous part of the country. Their forces crossed the Yangtze and even mounted an attack on Beijing in a thoroughgoing attempt to overthrow the Qing state. But the most devastating disaster was the sacking of the rich cities of the lower Yangtze, Yangzhou, Changzhou, Suzhou, Wuxi, Shaoxing, Ningbo and Hanzhou were the cultural and intellectual powerhouses of China, the centres of trade with the West, some of them among the richest cities in the world. Arthur Moule, a 25-year-old British missionary, had only recently arrived in Ningbo. in the autumn of 1861. In his diary, he describes the growing panic with the Taiping attack imminent. People began to leave, by junk and lorchas up the coast to Shanghai, and by road up into the hills to take refuge in country villages. Half Zhejiang was on the road. November was wet and cold, and crowds of refugees were hurrying through the dripping streets with despair on their faces. Of the city's 400,000 population, scarcely 20,000 were left as the Taiping closed in. Moule conveys the intense drama of the moment and the sheer terror generated by the Taiping. We began to lay in stores as for a siege. On the 3rd of November, the news arrived of the fall of Shaoxing. On the 5th, the gates of Ningbo were shut early, and so every succeeding day till they were opened by the Taiping themselves. On the 9th of November, walking on the walls, we observed bamboo cranes fitted with ropes and pulleys, ready to let down heavy beams of wood, bristling with iron or wooden spikes, on the heads of the assailants. On the 22nd, as the Christians prepared for a grim winter, news came that Fenghua, 30 miles away, had been taken by the rebels under Feng, Hong's second in command. As the panic in Ningbo grew, a gunpowder factory caught fire, and in the ensuing explosion 30 or 40 men were fearfully burnt, and scarcely any recovered, wrote Moule. But such sorrows and calamities were soon swallowed up in the great flood of misery, coming as if in an earthquake wave. On the 25th of November, Moule noted in his diary, "Yu Yao fell, and in a great fire 3,000 houses were burned." On the 29th, we suddenly saw vast columns of smoke to the northwest, evidently from the proud and rich city of Xicheng, only 12 miles off. At nightfall we heard that the great Taoist temple there, the glory and the pride of all that region, had been burned to the ground. Back at Ningbo, the authorities ordered the houses in the suburbs next to the north and east gates to be burned so as to offer no shelter to the enemy. A whole suburb from the east gate to the old bridge of boats was swept away, and the fires burned for 2 weeks. On the 7th of December, Moule continues, the Taiping forces reached the west gate. There was heavy firing. On Sunday the 8th, I attended church by the north bank, and later the city fell. It was an austere Christmas under Taiping rule, with a great snowstorm followed by huge downpours which left the streets flooded. As Moule describes, the river was empty of ships bound for foreign and coastal markets. The harbour was usually full of clippers loaded with Ningbo cotton bound for Liverpool, the American supply being cut off by the Civil War. So cessation of the China trade only worsened the serious cotton famine prevailing in the north of England. Foreigners were still allowed to move about, and a Christmas service was planned for the British on a gunboat in the river. Searching for holly on Christmas Eve, Moule walked into the countryside outside the walls and encountered terrible desolation. We saw great numbers of dead bodies. The state of Zhejiang and most of the 13 ravaged provinces of China could best be described in the words of Isaiah. The city is fallen, and all the graven images of gods are broken. Dark days indeed they were for us all. The new year came with more huge snowfalls, as there had been when the English seized Ningbo in 1843 at the end of the First Opium War. The weather was intensely cold, reports Moule, standing at only 13 degrees above zero in my room with a fire burning all night. But at least the severity of the weather kept the Taiping quiet for a time. The dramatic story of the Taiping rebellion can still be followed across China in clan records, local gazetteers and family histories, and also from living oral tradition. The Xue family in Ximen, for example, tell how the head of their family went out to the town gate with his little son to parley with rebels, asking them to spare the townsfolk, whereupon both were summarily killed. The horror of the scene was relayed to his young wife, pregnant with the child from whom the present family are descended. Another Huizhou clan we've met in these pages, the Bao family, describe how the rebels swept into Tangyue village, looted properties and burned the family temple, whose shell still stands today opposite the women's ancestral memorial hall. The Bao's oldest son then fled to Yangzhou, carrying the family's valuables and archives, including the woodblock printed family history and a magnificent scroll painting nearly a century old depicting the salt merchant Bao Jidao with his family and their ancestors. Unfortunately, he was caught on the road by Taiping bandits who seized the bags and spilled their contents on the ground. As today's family tell the story, "Take what we have, but please don't destroy the painting," he pleaded. "To my family it's worth more than gold. It was painted for our ancestor, Jidao, a man of charity who shared his wealth and cared for the poor." "You're a filial son," said the bandit leader, and stamped on it with his boot. "Take it away." The scroll survives today, still with the family, rolled up onto the sofa in their flat in Dongtai, complete with the faint boot mark of a Taiping rebel. They were lucky, but some local stories are simply terrifying. A unique and harrowing diary by an otherwise unknown writer called Zhang Dayu gives us a child's view of the war. Born in 1855, Zhang was only 7 years old when the Taiping sacked his native town of Shaoxing, a town with an incomparably rich cultural and literary history. He spent 2 years on the move, hiding from Taiping rebels, local bandits, and the imperial army and its local militias, all of whom preyed on the people for money and food. He conveys the sheer terror that descended on the town, which had known peace and stability for many decades under Qing rule, and also the terrible cruelty, mass killing and burning alive of whole communities. "From the cry of a tiny insect," he wrote, "one can hear the sound of the vast world." Travelling by boat on the waterways of Zhejiang, he describes rivers choked with the dead and covered with a thick white film of corpse wax from dissolving bodies. Remembering it all with a child's clarity, he writes of massacres and terrible cruelties done to women. In one walled town in the Zhejiang plain, local leaders mounted a long and fierce resistance to the Taiping army. When it finally fell, several 100,000 people had gathered in and around the town, including many of the wealthy families of the coastal plain and other parts of Zhejiang who'd taken refuge there. Later, local official histories speak of the deaths of up to 600,000 civilians. Hiding in woods on Snow Shadow Peak Mountain, overlooking the town, Zhang describes Taiping armies taking the road below him, advancing like ants on Bao village, which he could see as big as a dinner plate under plumes of dark smoke. He describes the roar of cannon fire, the distant cries of the people, and tens of thousands sank into oblivion in an instant. Later in life, Zhang reflected on these childhood experiences. "And yet human beings continue to dream their great dream," he wrote, "and none wakes up from it. From past to present, they've always been busy harming and murdering one another. What ignorance! It is all so sad." Then came the final awful aftermath, the experience of the child, still haunting the mind of the adult. "A strong wind started blowing," Zhang wrote. "At dusk we looked in the direction of the village from afar. It seemed to be in great turmoil. The sound of crying and shooting, like water noisily boiling in a cauldron, continued all night. As the moon was about to go down, the morning wind blew on our wet clothes, and the cold penetrated our flesh and entered our bones. My mother and I faced each other, and both burst into tears. The next day it was already noon when a villager informed us that the bandits had finally left. We went back. There were flames and smoke throughout the village. Broken body parts were strewn about, and blood everywhere. I can't bear to describe the awful smell of burnt flesh. Oh, the cruelty of it all. The prosperous world of Zhejiang urban society depicted in famous works like Shen Fu's 6 Records of a Floating Life was wrecked. It's no exaggeration to say that the Taiping changed everything. Far more than the Opium Wars, this was a profound disruption of society. The destruction of the intelligentsia would impact on Chinese culture into the 20th century. The realm of happiness in nature and that of suffering in the human world, concludes Zhang Dayue, looking back on the tragedies of the mid-19th century, are as far apart as clouds and ravines. China now had rival dynasties, the Qing in the north in Beijing, and the Taiping that had spread its power and terror across the rich heartland of the south. For the British and the other foreigners, however, their stake in China was too big to jeopardize. So they lent the Chinese government advisors and the latest weaponry to help crush the rebels. The Taiping sent a northern expedition to take Beijing, but it was poorly planned and ended in disaster. Taiping expeditions between 1853 and 1863 to capture the upper Yangtze Valley, Sichuan and western China also failed. The Taiping attacked Shanghai in summer 1860, but were repulsed by Qing troops supported by European officers. Eventually, the Qing massed 1 million men against the rebels. The war ebbed backwards and forwards. Yangzhou, for example, was occupied 4 times. But finally, in 1864, nearly 16 years after they left Thistle Mountain, the Taiping were forced back by imperial forces behind the walls of Nanjing, where they were decimated by disease and starvation. Hong himself fell ill and died on the 30th of June, 1864. The following month, Nanjing fell, the leadership surrendered, and were executed. Hong's body was exhumed, burned, and his ashes blown from a cannon, so no resting place could become a focus for commemoration by Taiping loyalists. For rehabilitation, he would have to wait until the 1950s, when the Communist Party pronounced him their heroic precursor. The war was won, though local fighting continued for 7 more years, with hundreds of thousands of Taiping supporters still resisting the Qing. It wasn't until the summer of 1871 that the last pockets were wiped out in the border regions of Hunan, Guizhou, and Guangxi. The loss of life had been huge. It's been estimated that between 20 and 30 million people died over the 16 years of war and its aftermath in the south. If these figures are correct, then it was the worst war of the 19th century. Indeed, the losses may have been heavier than those suffered in the First World War. In the lower Yangtze, estimates suggest that the population of 67 million recorded in the census of 1844 only recovered to 45 million by 1894. Jiangsu alone lost 6 or 7 million dead. Urban life in many places was wrecked. The defences around Shanghai had offered protection to foreigners and asylum for a flood of gentry, merchants, and the general population of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. But Nanjing, Changzhou, Yangzhou, and Suzhou, some of the richest and biggest cities in the world in the 1830s, were decimated. Protected by foreign guns, it would be Shanghai that took off after the Taiping. It's no exaggeration to say that the Taiping rebellion left the whole body politic traumatized. Hardly any part of China proper had escaped the conflagration in one of the worst wars in history. In the end, the Taiping failed, but as a rising against the empire, it was a forecast, a statement that nothing could be the same. It was a sign that the whole great edifice that had grown up over 2,000 years of imperial history was now under threat. There had been breakdowns in the past, in the time of the 3 kingdoms and the 5 dynasties, in the Mongol and Manchu conquests, but now imperial China was cut to the heart, A deep tear had appeared in the gorgeous but increasingly threadbare fabric of the Chinese monarchy. In the south, the devastation of Chinese culture over a generation put a halt to more far-reaching plans for cultural reform. Writers like Zheng Zhen and the Guizhou movement had hoped for a synthesis of old and new learning, but the optimism that they and many southern literati had held for the future had been broken by the war, the killing of teachers, and the destruction of academies and libraries. The dreams of a new southern cultural powerhouse, already contested by the imperial government in Beijing with its hostility to the new wave scholarship, were gone. The great scholarly movement in the Yangtze Delta during the 18th and early 19th centuries, which was beginning to develop its own vision of Chinese modernity, its own enlightenment, perished in the havoc caused by the terrifying dissolution of order during the Taiping Wars. Everyone now could see, as the North China Herald reported, that China is at the present time undergoing the throes of a transition state which in all probability may be the turning point in her destiny for future generations. Indeed, when we look at the successive blows of the Japanese invasion, the Civil War, and the Cultural Revolution in the 20th century, it could be said that China is only now recovering. The effect on schools, academies, and libraries was devastating. Lost lives, lost books, but especially broken links in the chain of scholarship, the scholarly lineages that had always been so important in the intellectual and cultural life of China. Hangzhou especially had been a great centre of cultural life. Sacked by the Taiping twice over 1860 to 61, when family and monastic libraries were lost, the city is only now recovering as a great centre of education with the new universities of the south. The losses in Suzhou were particularly severe. A gathering point for refugees at the start of the war, it's been estimated that as many as 500,000 people died in the city and its region in 1860. Yangzhou, which was the preeminent cultural centre in the 18th century, never recovered its position as the cultural leader in scholarship and printing. Among the losses were the leading mathematician and astronomer Luo Xilin, killed in Yangzhou in 1853, and the scholar Su Yuren, who lost his life in the battle for Suzhou. Among the enormous number of works of literature that were lost were many unpublished writings of the historian and philosopher Zhang Suocheng. It was as if, let us say, the scholarly heartland of Western Europe in the 1860s had been smashed from Amsterdam to Paris, its scholars killed or dispersed, and its libraries destroyed. One of the great eras of Chinese culture, the last phase of its traditional civilization, was coming to an end. Across the world, imperialism and colonialism in the 19th century had accelerated the forces of modernity, both cultural and technological, shifting mental horizons, rubbing out encoded ways of seeing and doing often built up over millennia. With increasing speed, colonialism introduced secular capitalist modernity. The world of the traditional civilizations of Eurasia, which had grown up in the Iron Age and late Antique world, had seen its last great flowerings under the Ottomans in Anatolia and the Near East, the Safavids in Iran, the Mughals in India, and the Qing in East Asia. Now their thought worlds were under threat, as the power of the maritime nations on the Atlantic seaboard of Europe reached out across the globe. If renewal was to come, it had to begin not just with the physical fabric of the country and new technologies, but in men's hearts, as Wei Yuan put it, with the rebuilding of the cultural fabric, the very ethos of the civilization. And that was much harder to do. Chapter 17. The Great Chinese Revolution, 1850 to 1950. The Opium Wars and the Taiping Rebellion were huge blows to the Chinese Empire, but the Qing state was nothing if not resilient and could still call upon deep reservoirs of loyalty from its Confucian scholars and administrators, and many of its hard-worked local officials. Under resolute leadership, renewal was still possible, and now a new generation of intellectuals and public servants grasped the nettle and pushed for major reform of the state. This movement encouraged the first embassies to the West, anxious to learn from the technological advances made in Europe, but also to understand the nature of the Western liberal mind. In the Forbidden City, however, there was resistance to real structural change, and the reformers of the late 19th century were unable to translate their ideas to the imperial establishment or to the grassroots administration of the empire. Every year between the Taiping Revolt and 1911 there was a rebellion somewhere in the Chinese countryside, and the unravelling of the empire began to resemble the periods of social unrest that had brought down earlier dynasties. This last phase of the imperial story begins in the aftermath of the Taiping, in the ruins of God's kingdom on earth. At the end of the Taiping War, Nanjing lay devastated, like Berlin after the Second World War. The writer Chen Zuolin, who had lived through the horrors of the Taiping, was shocked by the extent of the destruction when he returned to the city and saw barren encampments and abandoned ramparts. Desolation filled the scene. The great Ming city with its glorious architecture had been cut loose from its past, obliterating so many of its meaningful places, urban landscapes, temples and shrines. The Scottish photographer John Thomson witnessed many dreary acres of demolished streets with not a single occupant. But by 1869, many major restorations were underway. Thomson, for example, photographed the abbot of a Buddhist monastery supervising coolies working in the grounds of his newly restored temple, amid piles of fallen masonry and the freshly plastered walls of newly erected brick buildings. This period from the 1860s to the 1870s is known as the Tongzhi Restoration, named after the emperor who reigned from 1861 to 1875. It saw the growth of the so-called foreign matters or self-strengthening movement, whose origins go back to before the First Opium War. It has largely been seen as a failure because it devoted itself to material changes, importing Western technologies like armaments, ships, and later railways, but without any meaningful political change. It did, however, keep the empire afloat for another 50 years and sowed the seeds for many developments in 20th century Chinese history, including the birth of democratic ideas and the beginnings of the Chinese feminist movement. New academies, printing offices and libraries were set up in the sacked cities of the south, and a modern naval dockyard was constructed in Fuzhou. In the field of ideas, open debate began about the merits of traditional Chinese learning over Western learning, and about which direction the Chinese intellectual tradition should go. This would become the central question of the next century and a half, and the debate is still ongoing. After the shock of the Taiping Rebellion, the rebuilding was in the military too. An arsenal was built in Nanjing in 1865 under the auspices of Li Hongzhang, one of the victorious Qing generals who dealt with the Western powers and who had advocated modernizing the Qing army by bringing in Western armaments. The arsenal with its casting forges was the first in China, run on the latest scientific industrial military principles under British military advisors. Every year from now on, hundreds of tons of guns and ammunition were manufactured, ranging from heavy artillery for mounting on battery trains to field guns and carriages, howitzers, torpedoes, rockets and launchers. One of Thomson's photographs from Nanjing in 1872 shows Chinese officials in robes and mandarins' hats standing next to stacked piles of heavy ammunition and a Gatling gun with 8 rotating brass barrels mounted on a wooden carriage. First used in the American Civil War, the Gatling gun was the earliest automatic firearm adopted by the Chinese army. An example of the latest Western technology, it was hand-cranked and could discharge 200 shots a minute. Thompson noted the low quality of the raw materials and the poor and underpaid workers, but it was a start. After such a massive shock, the key was to restore the state's solidity of purpose. The victorious field commander Zheng Guofan was charged with overseeing the restoration of the structures of civil administration. He began a huge program in Nanjing in the south, rebuilding walls, granaries, schools, governors' compounds, and magistrates' offices. The aim was to reinstate the traditional institutions of governance and to encourage the merchants and the gentry to come back to the lower Yangtze region. His greatest goal was to get the examinations going again in the south after the long hiatus, in the hope of producing the next generation of Confucian administrators. In winter 1864, the huge examination compound in Nanjing was inspected, and the 16,000 cells were found to be still intact, but stripped of their wooden writing boards and seats, while the residences and offices for the supervisors had been destroyed. So workmen were dispatched to cannibalize wood from various Taiping palaces around the city to remake the cells and enable exams to resume as soon as possible. The old classical education system would continue as before. But for how long? When the main restorations were completed, the emperor came to Nanjing. At that moment they must have believed that they'd weathered the storms of the mid-century, the Opium Wars and the Taiping Rebellion. At that moment theirs was still one of the greatest empires in history, extending from Manchuria all the way across to Central Asia, from the steppes of Mongolia down to the forests of Burma. To the Confucian bureaucrats who stood around their emperor that day, China must still have seemed the centre of civilization. But the pressure was growing on the empire, not only from foreign powers, but from within China itself. For in the eyes of some, the question now was not only physical rebuilding, but fundamental cultural reconstruction. And that had to begin with opening up to the world. And indeed, the first tentative steps had taken place within months of the defeat of the Taiping. In early 1866, an English clipper from Canton completed its 14-week journey to Europe. Among the passengers were 3 government-approved Chinese students and their Manchu government chaperone. One of them, Zhang Deyi, was a 19-year-old studying English who later became an ambassador in England. Zhang had been one of the first pupils to attend the newly set-up Combined Studies College in Beijing, which he joined aged 15 to study Western languages. The group wasn't engaged in official diplomacy. Their sole mandate was to make a record of the geographical conditions and manners and customs of all the countries through which they pass. The expedition was the idea of the British Inspector General of the Maritime Customs Bureau in Canton, Robert Hart, who proposed on a brief return to Britain to take the Chinese students with him. Then only 31, Hart had lived in China since he was 19 and was destined to be one of the most influential Westerners in Qing China. He was devoted to the country, horrified by the recent disasters, and his great hope, he said, was to aid the Chinese in their many troubles and to ease the way for China, so long isolated, to be brought into contact with the West, moving in the direction of what we in the West are pleased to style progress and to regard as of utility to the human family. With this ambition, Hart submitted a memorandum to the reform-minded Prince Gong, the leader of the Qing Grand Council, with practical ideas to remedy China's international weakness, advising, for example, on the running of postal services and the proper supervision of taxes. Gong, whose charismatic portrait appears among Thompson's photographs, was a remarkably far-sighted figure who pioneered the opening of embassies in foreign countries and established the School of Languages and Combined Learning in Beijing, with a branch in Canton to encourage young Chinese students to learn foreign languages, culture, and science. The journey opened the students' eyes to the new world of the military and commercial power of the Europeans, the French ports in Indochina, and the British maritime presence across the region from Hong Kong to India and onto Suez. In the courts of Europe, the Chinese visitors were greeted with royal receptions, touring the key cultural, institutional and industrial sites. They thought Paris the finest city, with its beautiful parks, boulevards, culture and food. And there too they couldn't help but remark on the beauty of the women and their freedom compared with women in China. In London they saw a stark reminder of the recent violent past with an exhibition of loot from the Summer Palace, sacked by the British and French in 1860. The students were fascinated by modern transport, especially by the trains and the railway engineering, so much so that one of them took home a working train model. Travelling on to the USA, they were struck by the cleanliness of the cities compared with the squalor and stench of so many of China's old towns. And again, they mentioned the beauty of the women. The fragrant aroma of their whole bodies was so enticing, wrote one of them, though they were shocked by the freedom of the sexes. Intimacies such as public touching and kissing, and even shaking hands, were all so un-Confucian. But these freedoms were exhilarating to the young Chinese visitors, one of whom wrote breathlessly about a group of women in Boston high society, glimpsed, standing on a balcony lovely as fairies and lavishly clothed, beautiful enough to cause cities to fall. In America, the Chinese visitors found themselves in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, and they began to understand some of the key political and social issues that dominated American politics. The party of hierarchy, wrote one of the students, regard blacks as slaves, but no longer dare say so. Their opposite is the party of equality. Democracy is a new concept, but the problem seems to be that irreconcilable self-interests lead to deadlock. But it was the differences between China and the West that struck these first visitors most forcibly. China was simply the other pole of the human mind, as Zhang noted. There is nothing here that is not the opposite of China. In politics, the people discuss, and the ruler obeys. In family regulations, the wife proposes, and the husband follows. In writing, they write from left to right. In books, they begin from the back. Customs and systems are just reversed. All of this is a mystery to us. After that first encounter, it was vital for China that light should be cast on the mystery. The way was open for a fuller official engagement with the world through diplomacy. China was increasingly part of a fast-changing world which could not help but change China too. In earlier dynasties, diplomacy had been an important part of statecraft. The Northern Song had owed its very existence to expert and subtle diplomacy, which sought to understand the other. But the Qing had never sent ambassadors beyond the borders of its own protectorates, and there was no suggestion of a trained corps of Manchu officials who spoke foreign languages other than Chinese, Manchu, Mongolian and Tibetan. Now it was high time the Chinese had their own representatives abroad. On the 21st of January, 1877, China's first ambassador to the West arrived in Britain on the P&O liner Peshawar. A typical workhorse of the British Empire in the East, Peshawar was powered by steam, not sail, a sign of the fast-changing times. At 3,782 tons and 378 feet long, she carried 112 first-class passengers and also 106 troops returning from Calcutta in British India. And standing at the rail in his Chinese mandarin's hat and fur-lined silk coat, wrapped against the cold, was a veteran of the Opium Wars and the Taiping Rebellion, Guo Songtao. The translator accompanying him was Zhang, the young man who had visited London as a student 10 years before. The journey from Shanghai to Colombo through the Straits of Malacca confirmed to Guo what he already knew, the size of the British Empire in the east and its naval and mercantile supremacy, which, along with Russia's land empire, was surrounding China day by day, eyes glaring like predatory lions, as he remarked in his diary. Since the start of Victoria's reign, their bruising encounters had perplexed many in Beijing. As Guo had advised the Qing government in a memo before he left, the international situation was complex, with so many foreign powers, which is why it is so important to understand foreign affairs, he wrote. Ever since foreign trade was opened, there have been many incidents, usually arising out of our dealings with foreigners. We must create a proper foreign policy, while at the same time establishing the basis of national strength and prosperity. And all this depends on one decision only on the part of our government. Now, on a chill and damp late winter's afternoon, Peshawar rounded the Needles and entered the Solent. On the port side, Hurst Castle and the soft green forests of Beaulieu. On the starboard, the Isle of Wight, where a fellow traveller pointed out to Guo Queen Victoria's residence at Osborne House. Then into a bank of fog cloaking Southampton docks, and arrival past a forest of masts from all over the world. After 50 days at sea, Guo set foot on British soil, the real beginning of China's modern international diplomacy. It was a journey of intellectual discovery that Guo was extraordinarily well equipped to undertake. Born in 1818, he'd been educated at the prestigious Yue Lu Academy, founded back in the Song dynasty. The great Zhu Xi had lectured there. In recent years, the academy had broadened out its curriculum to practical subjects such as military engineering, political economy, and waterworks, and its network of alumni included some of the leading progressive thinkers of the late Qing, including Wei Yuan, author of the first treatises on Western geography and naval policy. There Guo had befriended Zhang Guofan, the architect of the Tongzhou Restoration. As a young man, he'd organised defences on the Yangtze in the First Opium War, and in the Second War he'd built the Dagu forts, only to see them taken in a firestorm by British and French assault troops. Later a commander in battles against the Taiping, Guo was a man grounded in reality. Like his friend Zhang, Guo was a vocal advocate of China's self-strengthening. Even while the Taiping War raged, he'd called for foreign languages to be taught in Chinese schools. But before he left China, his views had become controversial among conservatives, committed as he was to the radical transformation of China. He was a well-known supporter of technological innovation and educational reform, calling for an enlightened understanding of the West, an apostle of progress, as the Times in London had called him. He had an insatiable curiosity about Britain, and especially its parliamentary institutions, which he understood as a relatively modern development. Talking about Britain's political culture of parliamentary democracy, he observed, "At first, the British didn't have a long and accumulated tradition of high virtue and culture, but for over a century now their officials and their common people have collaborated in discussion of national policies, have reported these to the king and put them into application, thereby making daily progress. And now the sovereign is beloved for her wisdom, and their way of life becomes better and better." Britain's modern progress he traced back to the scientific revolution that had paved the way for the kind of modernity that in his eyes China conspicuously lacked. In particular, there was Francis Bacon's New Science, which Guo had had translated into Chinese before he left. He saw this as the founding text of Western modernity, and in its advocacy of a clear break with the past, a text of deep relevance to China. Bacon began studying the Latin and Greek classics, Guo wrote, thinking of the status of the Confucian classics in China. But after a long while he realized they were empty now and incapable of practical application to the times. That's why he started to develop knowledge about natural laws that he called the new science. Within 230 or 240 years, the Europeans have become wealthy and powerful, and all this is explicable by their learning and knowledge. Western politics, education, and manufacture are all based on knowledge. Turning these things over in his diary as he travelled around Britain, Guo reflected on the comparative history of China and Europe. In Europe, he wrote, people have been competing with each other with knowledge and power for 2,000 years. Egypt, Rome, and Islam have each in their turn flourished and decayed, yet the principles that formed the basis of these states still endure. Nowadays, England, France, Russia, America, and Germany, all of them great nations, which have tried their strength against each other to see who is preeminent, have evolved a code of international law which gives precedence to fidelity and righteousness, and attaches the utmost importance to relations between states. Taking full cognizance of feeling, and punctiliously observing all due ceremonies, they have evolved a high culture on a firm material basis. They surpass by a long way the states of our spring and autumn period. So there was much to learn. Guo went to Oxford, where he attended a lecture by the great sinologist James Legge. In London he visited factories and was pained to see another exhibition of Chinese treasures looted from the Summer Palace. In July he travelled by train from Liverpool Street to Ipswich on a visit to the engineering works of Ransomes and Rapier to see the manufacture of steam locomotives. The 2-hour train journey, he remarked, would have taken 2 or 3 days in his own country. This convinced him that railways would transform the life of the country. The railways will pass through the country rather as blood circulates in the human body, Guo wrote to his minister back home, urging the immediate development of railway technology. He recognized that this technology could be applied to defence too. For one of the ways in which Britain has taken advantage of our weak political position was to come to our shores as if instantly over a distance of 70,000 li. A fascinating meeting recorded by one of Guo's party took place with the 70-year-old railway engineer Roland Stephenson. On the 16th of March 1877 he came to visit us, and he said he'd built railways in England and in India. The English railway system extends over 510,000 leagues and cost £630 million. Every year they carry 507 million passengers and 200 million tons of goods. Stevenson then unfolded for his Chinese visitors a very workaday map of a projected Chinese rail system. He could no longer at his age do the work himself, Guo reported, but he could direct others. Stevenson left the map with them. This, it might be said, was the founding moment of what is today the world's most extensive and up-to-date rail network. Now, considering the great population of China and the wealth of our products, wrote one of Guo's companions in his diary, if we build a railway from Canton to Changsha, Yuezhou and Hankou, all the way along the Yangtze River and turn east to Nanjing, north to Zhenjiang, Yangzhou, Huai'an, Qingzhou, Tianjin, and up to the capital, it would involve a distance of 6,000 leagues at the cost of only 20 million in gold. We are sure to gain much profit from it. When this line is up and running, we can go on to open branch routes to reach every town and city, and so change the face of China. 150 years ago, then, Guo had articulated some of the fundamental issues on China's path to modernity, from practical engineering and long-term economic planning to the reorganization of knowledge itself. The changes Guo and his reform-minded colleagues looked for were not just for China to modernize through technology, but to embrace modernity itself, to change the mindset of China's great tradition. But was China ready to listen? In Britain, the press was quick to realize that the establishment of a permanent Chinese embassy in London was an event unprecedented in the history of the relations between China and foreign countries, and even constituted a proud page of British history. But in China, the reaction was more muted. As a prominent scholar, social critic and statesman, Guo had long been committed to an informed and enlightened understanding of the West. But at home such ideas were resisted by what he likened to a Chinese Oxford movement, a Confucian high church Tory revival, which aimed to purify national life and oppose the introduction of Western thought. On his return, Guo was the target of a vicious campaign organized by those scholar officials, those purists based in the government-sponsored Hanlin Academy. Criticized and marginalized after his return, Guo died disappointed and in seclusion. His brilliant journals were barred from publication and have only been published in modern times. The Qing dynasty had survived the Opium Wars and the cataclysm of the Taiping, but across China society had been stirred up. The business classes in the treaty ports had opened up to the West, from the battered intelligentsia in the cities of the Delta to the scientific thinkers of the Song Literary School in Guizhou. Everywhere, the future of China was up for debate, and many key figures that might have helped bring in the change had been lost. The heroic Commissioner Lin had died at the start of the Taiping War. The brilliant strategic thinker Wei Yuan had died a renouncer in a monastery in Hangzhou as the city fell to the rebels. The poet and critic Zheng Zhen perished in a stockade on Mount Yumen in the bitter aftermath. And Zheng Guofan himself, the architect of the restoration, died in 1872. A new generation would have to take the torch on now. The New World theorist Kang You-wei, born during the war in 1858. The journalist, scholar, reformer and activist Liang Qichao, born during the Restoration in 1873. The great writer and essayist Lu Xun, born in 1881. And the new wave of feminists, women like Qiu Jin, 1875, and He Zhen, 1883. This next generation would bring reform ideas into an open clash with the Qing government and eventually bring the empire down. First, though, there was the pressure from the outsiders. In the Second Opium War, towards the end of the Taiping, the British and the French had forced more concessions from the Chinese. More treaty ports were opened up on the coasts and in the interior, eventually over 80 of them. During the Taiping War, European troops had been brought in direct confrontation to protect their interests, and with their banks and villas, parts of some Chinese cities began to look like corners of Europe, with the infrastructure of telegraph and banking, railways and trams. Swelled by merchants fleeing the Taiping, Shanghai was launched on its path to become the world's greatest city. China had already begun to open up, but in that lay a profound threat to the way China had seen itself and the world for so long. For some, the whole culture needed to transform. The imperial system with its age-old rituals, its introspective Confucian culture, its feudal order, and its legal system that had never been separated from the executive, even the traditional examinations held in the time-honoured way, in huge examination halls, in cities where thousands of little brick cubicles awaited scholars immersed in the ancient classics. For the reformers, it all needed to go. For others, however, the Chinese tradition itself was still a potential medium of revival by combining Western technologies and Chinese culture. Chinese academies had now begun to teach Western science and political philosophy, and Chinese students were being sent to the West. But to all Chinese patriots, it was clear that the biggest threat to China's continuance as a unitary state was the intervention of the imperialists and all that they stood for. Some modernizers argued that the only way out was to borrow from and to imitate the West, to build modern armaments, ships, guns, railways and manufacturing industries, to industrialize and to do it fast. But in the 1870s, further clashes with the Europeans followed. No sooner were the Fuzhou dockyards built than the French destroyed them. The smell of burning was in the air. Meanwhile, the old order continued in the countryside. Out in the provinces, despite the ever-present fact of peasant unrest, banditry and piracy, loyal local magistrates, educated in the old ways, still tried to administer China on behalf of the Son of Heaven, and civic-minded local gentry and merchants continued to support the ideals of a Confucian society with acts of benevolence and virtue. On the Fujian coast, a host of inscriptions commemorate such people. One of them, from 1882, tells the story of how one small town, Anhai, near Quanzhou, looked after its poor in the declining days of the Qing. Providing for the poor was an ancient tradition in China, and relief halls went back hundreds of years. But since the 18th century, there had been no central legislation on poor relief, much of the burden of social welfare falling on the local communities. This included the creation and upkeep of relief halls for widows and orphans, long life halls, old people's homes, and infant rearing halls for abandoned babies, who were mainly girls. Lists of such benefactors can still be found everywhere in southern temples today. One of them, the clear and benevolent temple in Anhai, with its ancillary buildings for the poor, had been founded in 1875 by a group of the town's gentry. But these weren't wealthy people. As the inscription says, their financial strength was not equal to their will, and the project stalled for lack of funds. Luckily, a prominent local clan member and benevolent trader, Mr. Rui Gang, returned from Shanghai and ploughed some of the fortune made in the boomtown back into founding a local benevolent society. He and his brother bought a property with a communal hall, prayer room, coffin room and office, and roped in other local gentry to get behind the project. From then on, their inscription says, the widows and orphans from the poor and indigent families from the whole town had a monthly stipend. The sick had medicine. The dead had coffins. Travellers in financial difficulties received help. Relief was given to the destitute and support to those in danger. Quoting the classics, the Book of Changes and the Book of Documents, this tale from early June 1881 shows the ethos of the old order in the countryside still in place, the old Confucian belief that goodness and virtue, not law, governance, and an effective state, were the keys to social justice. But just up the coast, in the environment where Rui Gang had made his money, the urban elites in cities like Shanghai were changing fast, imbibing European ideas of individualism and capitalism, which would begin to transform the old assumptions of the ruling class. And now many critics of the government began to argue for a top-down renewal of society, some even for direct action, rebellion against the emperor, and resistance to the foreigners' malign influence. And in the 1890s, the next explosion came. Sparked by drought and famine, poverty and class war, peasant risings were flaring up across China. And then in 1894-5, China suffered a humiliating defeat in a disastrous war with Japan. Now the colonial powers gathered like vultures, the Russians, Japanese and Germans in the north, the French and British in the south. Mocking cartoons in Western books and periodicals showed China as a rich cake waiting to be cut up by Queen Victoria, the Tsar and the Kaiser, greedy-eyed and licking their lips. A pronounced shift in foreign attitudes to China was underway, as the civilization that the European philosophers of the 18th century had looked up to was now derided as a sick giant locked in its past and incapable even of defending itself. In response, the movement for reform inside China grew more vocal. Thinkers like Kang Youwei argued that what was needed now was no longer simply self-strengthening, but radical institutional and ideological change. Arguing for a constitutional monarchy like Meiji Japan, Kang was able to persuade the young Guangxi emperor to support his ideas, and in the summer of 1898, the emperor initiated the 100 Days Reform. Guangxi issued a series of edicts calling for comprehensive changes in a number of areas: the abolition of the traditional exam system, the introduction of Western scientific curricula, the establishment of a constitutional monarchy, rapid industrialization, and the acceptance of the principles of capitalism in order to strengthen the economy. This was the most radical manifesto to date in Chinese history, crystallizing many of the ideas that had been debated by the opponents of despotism since the Donglin movement nearly 300 years before. Had these edicts been put into practice, the course of modern Chinese history might have been very different. Indeed, the country might have been spared some of the suffering it endured in the 20th century. But the reformers faced opposition from the conservatives in the government, including members of the imperial family led by the Dowager Empress. When the reformers' plan to remove her from power was leaked, they were defeated in a coup d'etat, and the emperor was placed under house arrest. The reformers were executed or driven abroad, crushed by the Dowager Empress Cixi in the name of China's ancestral laws. "All under heaven is that of our ancestors," she wrote. "How dare you act so recklessly? The ministers have all been selected by me for years to be left to assist you. How dare you wilfully dismiss them? And then you dare to heed demagogic and rebellious words to change and wreak havoc upon our fundamental model. How can Kang Youwei be superior to the ministers I have selected? How can the laws of Kang Youwei be superior to those of our ancestors, changing and wreaking havoc upon ancestral laws and letting subjects violate them? Do you know what a crime this is? Let me ask you, who is more important, your ancestors or Kang Youwei? What can be more stupid and benighted than turning your back on your ancestors and implementing Kang's laws?" In the face of this, the Guangxi emperor trembled with fear and dared not respond. It was a critical moment. Had he succeeded, the path would have been open to a constitutional monarchy and fundamental changes to the political system. But it was not to be. Trapped by the weight of the ancestors and the immense burden of rulership which he embodied in his person, the emperor caved in and submitted to house arrest. It was under these conditions that a year later, in the last days of the century, the emperor performed for the last time the most solemn of all imperial rituals, the great midwinter solstice ceremony at the altar of heaven, with which this book began. These rituals would never be performed again. The following year, 1900, the Qing government was plunged into a catastrophe from which it would not recover, as North China was swept by a great rebellion, the Boxer Rising. In the Book of Changes, the I Ching, the great Chinese book of divination, whose beginnings can be traced back to the oracle bone divinations of the Bronze Age, there's a passage about great crises. It says that there are always 2 warnings of an impending crisis, and then with the third it materializes. For China, after the Taiping, the Boxers were the second great sign. In Shandong in the northeast, a peasant uprising broke out brought on by famine, drought, economic collapse, and popular fury with the Qing government. The revolt was led by the Society of Righteous and Harmonious Fists, or the Boxers. Like the wrestling clubs in the Iranian Revolution, martial arts clubs in China had long been a hotbed of dissent, from spiritual sects like White Lotus and the Red Turbans in the 14th century, through to the Communist age. In 1899, one Boxer leader called Zhu, Red Lantern, was a wandering healer who claimed descent from the first Ming emperor. Looking back nostalgically to the brutal fist of Zhu Yuanzhang, he proclaimed, "Away with the Qing, restore the Ming." Believing themselves to be possessed by the ancient spirits of China, the Boxers were thoroughly anti-imperialist, anti-colonial and anti-Christian. Early in 1900, the Boxers swept towards Beijing in their black clothes and bandanas, calling for the killing of foreigners and the wiping out of their influence. Obscurantist and mystically driven, they were responding to a much wider sense of grievance across China. The Westerners, of course, portrayed the Boxers as violent primitives from a backward society. China's ancient civilization, with its Confucian ideals and its beautiful and mysterious rituals, the culture beloved of the philosophes of de Tocqueville and Père Gabet, was now an object of revulsion, held up for its barbarities by the civilized world, in a torrent of racist cartoons, postcards and pictures. For the outsiders, this was a terrifying glimpse of the irrational forces that lurked beneath the surface of an archaic civilization that simply needed to move into the modern world and turn its back on its old self. They dismissed the Boxers as a crazed sect trapped in the past, driven by people who thought that the railways were disrupting the spirit lines of the nation, who believed that the famines were due to the displeasure of the gods, people who told their followers they would be invulnerable to bullets. But the Boxers had support from many of the peasantry, and they gathered numbers in the countryside as they marched on Beijing, destroying Christian churches, killing Westerners and Chinese Christian converts. Finally, the Dowager Empress held a council of the Qing government in Beijing, and there they decided to support the Boxers and declared war against the colonial powers. In Beijing, the foreigners resided in their own legation quarter. A mile by a mile and a half, it was the same size as the Forbidden City, and indeed it was another forbidden city for the ordinary citizens of Beijing who weren't allowed to enter except as service staff. Inside were Western shops and clubs, a Catholic church, the new Hôtel de Pékin, the railway officers' telegraph, the German cemetery, and French, Russian, British, German, American and Dutch legations. It was also a fortified enceinte with high walls, embankments, berms and platforms, behind which about 900 European diplomats, soldiers and civilians were sheltered along with nearly 3,000 Chinese Christians, preparing to face a siege by the Boxers, who were now supported by troops from the Imperial Army. As the revolt spread, isolated Europeans in the countryside were killed, and Chinese Christian communities were massacred and their properties sacked. But now a relief army of 20,000 men, drawn from the 8 foreign powers who had stakes in China, landed at Tianjin and marched from the coast. In the height of summer 1901, the siege was broken. Beijing was stormed, and the foreign powers took revenge in a rampage of looting and killing. The Boxers were crushed mercilessly with summary executions in the streets of the capital. Photographers who had previously taken society portraits of treaty port bigwigs now captured images of boxers with kongs around their necks or in cages or pens awaiting their deaths. Harrowing pictures survive showing boxers beheaded in the streets, their severed heads in blood-stained sand outside shops, while cowed crowds look on, supervised by Westerners clad in pith helmets. The acts of savagery by the Europeans and their allies, including rape and murder, were too awful to report, some Western journalists admitted, though atrocities by the Russians and Japanese were deemed to be acceptable copy. Just as Karl Marx's reports on British atrocities in India over 40 years before could not be published in Britain or Europe, war crimes committed by the bearers of civilization were not for the British public to read in their clubs or over their breakfast tables. After the Anglo-French armies had destroyed the Summer Palace outside Beijing in 1860 in the Second Opium War, the Empress Dowager had rebuilt the walls and gardens and liked to spend her summers here. But now, in revenge for her support for the Boxer Rebellion, the British sent an army into the hills and smashed the restored palace to pieces, even destroying the temples and desecrating the Buddhist images. For the occupying powers in 1900, nothing was sacred. So the imperialists wrought their havoc, and the Qing state was shaken to its foundations. Unable to decide which way to act, it got the worst of all worlds. The Boxer Rebellion was the beginning of the end. Even in provincial places, belief in the empire and the great edifice of Confucian values and their ritual universe had begun to ebb away, emptied of charisma. The old imperatives, including rites, rituals, allegiance to the emperor, and the significance of history, were all drained of meaning. The whole vast, magical, imaginal world, replete with beliefs and symbols, was crumbling. The mandate of heaven was lost. The indemnity imposed on the Qing government, to be paid off over 40 years, was the equivalent of more than $60 billion today. What the Chinese people felt about it all can be seen through an extraordinary range of diaries and memoirs. One remarkable source is the 200-volume diary of an ordinary man in a small village near the mining town of Taiyuan in Shaanxi. His name was Liu Daopeng, and he was an unlikely local hero, a kind of Chinese everyman who gave voice to the true feelings of the people. Liu was a provincial degree holder who never held office, a teacher, farmer and mine manager who was loyal to the emperor and to the old ways, a pillar of the traditional Confucian morality. He wasn't the sort to support fanatics, but he understood the root causes of the rising. In his diary, Liu wrote about the spreading violence and the killing of Chinese Christian converts. He'd been shocked by the brutality of the murders as the Boxers came through his village and past his front door. But all the same, despite his values as a Confucian gentleman, he understood the Boxers in their way to be patriots. "The uprisings are all caused by the foreigners," he wrote, "and by Christians tyrannizing the common people. People who oppose them are accused of being rebels, and soldiers are used to put them down. But the people cannot accept this. So I suspect that the murders of officials and the killing of soldiers will continue to occur in many places. The indemnity is huge. The people can scarcely survive." As Liu saw it from his down-at-heel house on the main street of his village, the very existence of the empire was now at stake. He still believed in the old examination system, though to his disappointment he'd only passed at the provincial level, twice failing the national exams in Beijing. But he looked up to the gentlemen who passed the Confucian examinations with top degrees and believed they best understood and internalized the Confucian vision of social order and public morality. For him, still most respect was due to the all-powerful and transforming image of the sage emperor himself, in this case the now imprisoned Guangxu with his long, pale, drawn face. Liu believed that behind the public mask was a stern, wise, unfailing goodness. The figure of the emperor even inhabited Liu's dreams, as when he, the poor farmer, teacher and mine manager, had a chance to remonstrate before the emperor and to expose the dishonest and incompetent advisers who'd brought the nation to the edge of ruin. "I stood forth to speak alone," he wrote of his dream. "The taxes in money and grain must be reduced," I said. "Suitable and well-qualified men should be appointed to the government, and the dishonourable should be dismissed. Schools should be rebuilt. Agriculture and sericulture should be valued. The common people's feelings for the dynasty should be confirmed, and the state should be strengthened. We need generals to drive out the Western and Japanese barbarians." My words shook the room, but the emperor bent his head and listened attentively, and there was delight on his face. This, of course, was not the only culture where ordinary people dreamed of the monarch, but we can hardly have a better example of how the centuries-old image of the sage emperor suffused the deep psychology of ordinary Chinese people. But now, as Liu wrote in his diary, speaking of his own neighbours in the coal belt of Shaanxi, the taxes to pay the indemnity of war were causing real hardship, and with no security, an oppressed people will rise up. The Qing government was restored in Beijing, but it was now in the power of the foreigners and handicapped by the huge reparation bill. Exiled in Japan, survivors of the 100 Days, reformists and revolutionaries continued to publish and speak out against China's rulers and made their plans to overthrow the dynasty. Revolution was in the air, and among women too. Their position had always been hard in such a patriarchal society, but things were now changing. The first women's school in China was founded in Shanghai during the 100 Days Reform on the 1st of June 1898. Henceforth, women's education would be a major priority for reform-minded intellectuals, signalling the beginning of a women's movement across China. Establishing institutions for female education became a priority for young intellectuals and revolutionaries, and many girls' and women's schools opened during the first years of the 20th century, teaching Western-inspired curricula. As we've seen, there had been a circulation of feminist ideas among women artists, poets and writers over many centuries, speaking within the constraints of the culture, but finding ways to publish their feelings and ideas. Thousands of women writers had gone into print during the 18th and 19th centuries. But a modern feminist movement arose in China during the struggle for reform in the 1890s. And a number of women's journals, founded in the first decade of the 20th century, had a big impact among radicals, men and women, for whom women's liberation was central to any true revolution. Their star was the feminist poet and nationalist Qiu Jin, charismatic, fond of wearing Western male dress, and flamboyantly keen on martial arts. Today, Qiu has even been recast in the cinema as a kung fu heroine. In reality, however, she belonged to an old family of Shaoxing literati and had been well educated in the classics. In her 20s, trapped in an unhappy arranged marriage, she came into contact with revolutionary ideas and went to Japan to join other exiles plotting the downfall of the Qing state. There she became part of the Republican movement in exile, founding a radical vernacular journal for women's political voices so long suppressed in China. In one issue, she printed a scintillating manifesto, a respectful appeal to China's 200 million women comrades, where she attacked the traditional patriarchal system that led to unhappy marriages like her own, and to the outrage of bound feet, from which she also suffered. She spoke up for the freedom to marry and the right to education, arguing that the future would be better for women under a Western-style government than a Confucian state. Brilliant and courageous, she was the tragic protagonist of the failed revolution of 1907. Qiu Jin went back to China to edit another radical women's journal, China Women's News, but it was closed by the authorities. Finally, she was arrested at the school for girls in Shaoxing, where she was a teaching assistant. Despite being tortured, she refused to reveal her contacts, but she was condemned by her own writings. When the police closed in on the clan house, her family burned incriminating documents in the backyard. What they missed, which were found only later in a little niche in her bedroom, were revolutionary tracts and guns. Her last poem ends, "My death is of no consequence at all now. All I hope is that my sacrifice will help preserve our country." Qiu Jin was beheaded on the 15th of July 1907 in the centre of Shaoxing, China's greatest literary city. A monument now marks the spot opposite the shopping mall where the women of today's China can buy commodities from all across the world. Still, her words are not forgotten. As she wrote, "Don't tell me women are not the stuff of heroes." A younger feminist, He Jun, heard the news in Japan. Far less well known than Qiu Jin, yet He Jun now seems one of the most shining, if troubled, precursors to China's modern feminist movement. The details of her lost career and some of her writings have only emerged over the past generation. The first studies on her appeared in the 1980s, but only in 2013 did a translation appear in the West. Born He Ban, near Yangzhou, at the junction of the Grand Canal and the Yangtze, she was another product of the stellar literary world of Jiangnan. Educated at the patriotic women's school in cosmopolitan Shanghai, she became fiercely anti-Qing, and in her late teens was forced to move to Tokyo. There she joined an anarchist group that published the magazine Tianyi, Natural Justice, in 1907 and 1908. She wrote too in the Paris anarchist journal New Century, one of the pioneer magazines of modernism. And there, under the pseudonym He Yin, her mother's family name, and Jun, the thunderclap, she was a major influence not only on the rise of Chinese feminism, but also on ideas about social revolution and even communism in the first decade of the 20th century. In Tokyo, she'd read the first Japanese translation of the Communist Manifesto in 1904, which was reprinted 17 times in 6 years. A version in Chinese wasn't completed till 1920, translated from the English. At the very moment the suffragettes were fighting in Britain, He Ban formed the Association for the Recovery of Women's Rights, calling for the use of force to end male oppression of women and to abolish the corrosive influence of the alliance between the ruling class and capitalism. Among her recently rediscovered works, her essay on the question of women's liberation, published in Tianyi in 1907, now looks like one of the great tracts of feminism. "For thousands of years," she wrote, "the world has been dominated by the rule of man. This rule is marked by class disjunctions over which men, and men only, exert proprietary rights. To rectify these wrongs, we must first abolish the rule of men and introduce equality among human beings, which means that the world must belong equally to men and women. The goal of equality cannot be achieved except through women's liberation." Other essays, such as On Women's Labour, written in 1907, before the end of the Empire, highlighted women's economic subjection, infanticide and prostitution. She also wrote anti-war tracts, called for an economic revolution, and in the Feminist Manifesto made a powerful attack on patriarchy, which was read by many radicals in the period after the First World War. unlike many of her contemporaries, He Zhen was an internationalist, concerned less with China's fate as a nation and more with the nexus of patriarchy, imperialism and capitalism, and with gender subjugation as a global issue. We know that she returned to China after the fall of the empire in 1911, and that her husband worked at Peking University. But what happened to her after that is still a mystery. Even her face is scarcely knowable, as only one fuzzy image has so far been certainly identified. After her husband's death, there are stories that she died after a breakdown, but a friend, the poet Liu Yazhi, said that she renounced the world and became a Buddhist nun, taking the name Xiao Qi, the one of little talent, defeated perhaps by the immensity of the task she had so boldly laid out in her writings. How long she lived and how much she saw of the unfolding of China's 20th century tragedy is not known. Suffice it to say that much remains to be discovered of her amazing tale. Caught between its Confucian past and the Western future, the empire was shaking. And as belief and allegiance dissolved, power visibly ebbed away. Risings broke out all over East Jiangsu and neighbouring regions through 1900 to 1906 under triad banners, while Boxer remnants were still fighting to the west. In 1907, famine broke out. The gathering disaster was big news abroad, as events in China had been for the last 10 years. The Manchester Guardian, on Tuesday the 1st of January 1907, headlined the famine in China with 4 million of starving people. Reuters' Peking correspondent, the Guardian went on, telegraphs that owing to the excessive rains and the consequent failure of the crops, the famine in the north of Anhui, the east of Henan, and the whole of the north of Jiangsu provinces is at present worse than it has been at any time during the last 40 years. It's estimated that 4 million are starving, tens of thousands reduced to utter destitution are wandering over the country, and the danger arising from this state of affairs is increased by the present activity of the secret societies, the homeless wanderers being glad to enroll themselves as members of these organizations in order to obtain a little rice. The Viceroy has been repeatedly memorialized on the subject. From other sources, equally black news was emerging. 50,000 refugees have arrived in Nanjing in a pitiable condition. The authorities are unable to cope with the situation and would welcome foreign assistance. An edict has been issued temporarily abolishing the land tax in Shandong, as the people are unable to pay it owing to the famine. Once the greatest power in the world, China could no longer feed its people. Confucius was even promoted in a desperate attempt to make the old language of loyalty and virtue speak once more. Reuters' Peking correspondent telegraphs that an imperial edict has been issued raising Confucius to the same rank as heaven and earth, which are worshipped by the emperor alone. It is believed that this edict has been promulgated in deference to the religious scruples of the Christian students in the government colleges who object to kowtow as required by immemorial custom before the tablet of Confucius, which is placed in all state colleges. The Chinese famine of 1907 was a short-lived event, but still took the lives of nearly 25 million people. And then, while east-central China was still reeling from the series of poor harvests, a massive storm flooded 40,000 square miles of lush agricultural territory, destroying all the crops in the region. Food riots took place daily and were often suppressed with deadly force by the Manchu garrisons. It is estimated that on a good day, reported the correspondent of the Manchester Guardian, only 5,000 were dying due to starvation. After an ill-fated reign of 35 years, the Guangxu Emperor died on the 14th of November, 1908, one day before the Dowager Empress. He was only 37, and it was rumoured that the Dowager Empress had poisoned him, fearing that after her own death her policies would be reversed. Others speculate he was killed by the warlord Yuan Shikai, who feared his own execution if the emperor came to sole power. His reign had been the nadir of imperial power. His successor on the dragon throne was Cixi's choice, the emperor's 2-year-old nephew, Pu Yi, and he would be the last emperor. The public mood now turned decisively against the Qing. Conditions worsened over the next 2 years with more riots across the country. A survey made by the Shanghai journal Eastern Miscellany counted 113 peasant riots in 1909 and 285 in 1910. Disorder intensified with further natural disasters, floods and bad harvests. When riots broke out in Leyang in Shandong in 1910, the government brought in troops to crush the revolt, with the loss of 40,000 lives. Particularly momentous was a riot in April 1910 in Changsha, the story of which was carried across the world in newspapers from Melbourne to Devon, and which has a very special place in the tale of modern China. The name Changsha means long sands, and still today, though a modern high-rise city of 10 million, opposite the tree-lined corniche of the old town is a long sandy shore where wild horses roam and fishermen sit in thatched huts watching the world go by. The city lies along the Xiang River, 100 miles south of the Yangtze, whose tributaries in flood time swell into a huge lake, Dongting, 70 miles long. The capital of Hunan, Changsha had a population of more than 250,000, and with its pleasant situation and climate was one of the best cities in China, as one Western visitor remarked in 1910. Inside the 4-mile city wall, with its 7 gates, was a crowded old town, a warren of stone-flagged alleys and many picturesque temples and shrines, where one might hear a babble of regional and tribal dialects from the hills to the south. Changsha is one of the most interesting places in the empire on account of its extreme exclusiveness, a U.S. railway surveyor wrote. Only 2 or 3 foreigners, but no missionary has ever been in the city, and these few were smuggled in closed chairs. Like all Chinese cities, it's heavily walled and strongly gated, the gates being locked at night, giving a most medieval air. The city had opened to foreign commerce in 1904, after the Boxer Rebellion, with an export trade seasonally dependent on the rise and fall of the water downriver to the big treaty port of Hankou on the Yangtze, today's Wuhan. In the past few years, a foreign settlement had rapidly grown up in the northern suburb, and now there were a dozen quays along the river where steamers, junks, coal boats and huge timber rafts loaded goods and produce, coke from the local colliery, lead, antimony, tea, beans and rice. By 1910, there were even shelled preserved eggs for export to confectioners in London. If this goes on, they'll soon be sending lettuce and fresh strawberries with the morning dew frozen on them, wrote the American William Gill in 1910, in an uncanny forecast of the future. But here too tensions were rising, especially against foreign missionaries and their converts. By 1910, there were 6 Christian missions in Changsha, along with Western companies like Jardine Matheson and Butterfield and Swire. Yale University also had a compound with a school, hospital and college, which still exist. Now in this subsistence-level province, there was increased agitation about rice being exported out of Changsha for profit, and there were widespread complaints about the conduct of local merchants. The key man was Ye de Huey, who had a bad reputation for being greedy and stockpiling his rice in storage warehouses in the city. In such times of dearth, grain speculation became a big thing. It was like buying stocks, recalled one witness looking back in the 1970s. Some bosses were buying and selling grain that didn't even exist, and the landlords took advantage of harvest crop fluctuations to raise the prices. As a low-lying city on the banks of a big river, Changsha had recently had a few bad years. In the massive inundation of 1906, most of the city had been underwater, with streets flooded and people living in their roof spaces and attics. That terrible spring, the farmland of the whole plain was submerged. The city and its region had scarcely recovered when in 1909 another flood brought crowds of refugees into the city from the countryside. Outside Changsha's south gate, a huge area of open ground filled up with shanties and makeshift shelters for more than 30,000 refugees and peasants who were desperate for food. Soon known as Hungry Stomach Ridge, with its itinerant population of scavengers, waste collectors, clay diggers and water carriers, conditions were atrocious, and many people had frozen to death during the winter. Here, in early April 1910, a small local tragedy took place. A young woman killed herself and her 2 children when she tried to purchase rice from a local dealer who'd refused to help her. Holding her young children, she drowned herself in a pond. When he heard the news, her husband, a water carrier, also took his own life. The news spread like wildfire through the city, and by the evening it had become the talk of the shops and tea houses. The suicide pond became a place of ill omen. Another woman, who was quoted 80 in copper cash for rice, was told 2 of her coins weren't in good enough condition, and she should get better ones. When she returned, the price had gone up to 85. Rather than be browbeaten, however, she stood up to the dealer. A crowd gathered, and the grain warehouse was sacked and looted. Soon such confrontations grew into major riots. One big rice dealer was beaten almost to death by a mob who pillaged his store and then marched on the government compound to demonstrate. The temperature was rising. After the woman at the pond committed suicide on the 11th of April 1910, there were riots for 3 days. Seeing the writing on the wall, the American William Gill left the city, noting that food riots were affecting all in the city, and also from local masons and carpenters objecting to outside workmen coming in to erect foreign houses and government buildings in foreign style. With thousands now without food, a delegation of peasants appealed to the local governor for food relief, which was refused, according to one missionary, with callous indifference. Along with the starving poor, members of local craftsmen's guilds were angry at the British bringing in Hanko workers to build the new Western-style buildings. And finally, the governor's walled compound was attacked, with a group of former Boxer rebels joining the rioters. Together, they sacked the compound and cut down the mast with the governor's insignia. Overturning the ceremonial stone lions, they burned the government buildings with kerosene and destroyed the British consular office on the riverbank. Western homes, schools, businesses, steamboats and churches also went up in flames. The only foreign place spared was the Yale compound. The neighbouring street association posted notices saying the Americans shouldn't be attacked because of their philanthropic and medical work. The Qing governor responded by bringing troops in, and 10 demonstrators were killed and many wounded. The story later became the subject of folk ballads and storytellers. 60 years later, one of the participants, Zhang Liangsheng, who was 20 in 1911, remembered a local carpenter leading the crowd into the governor's compound. At twilight, he said, I was standing on the old screen wall opening near the ceremonial archway bearing the inscription, Protect the country, aid the people. and I happened to see there were many people outside the governor's yamen. They were all yelling and cursing. Dog government officials, so wicked that the common people have no rice to eat. Everyone was crying out, and the emotion of the crowd was explosive. Everyone rushed towards the outer gate of the compound. Suddenly, I saw a short, stout fellow, Shorty Liu, rush out from among the crowd. In his hand he brandished a shining saw and flew fast as an arrow towards the east-facing part of the screen in front of the government building. Liu charged forward to the gate where the sentry guards were using guns to block the crowd. One of Liu's legs flew up and he kicked a guard to the ground, and after a few more swift steps he charged to the base of the mast located in front of the screen wall, lifted the saw high and started cutting. When the crowd saw Liu, they charged in, already extremely excited, all of them yelling, crowding through the archway. When order was restored, the ringleaders were executed by firing squad, and some were beheaded, their heads displayed on poles. But by then parts of the city had been burned, and tens of thousands had joined the protests, shouting, "Kill the governor! Drive out the missionaries!" The riot was covered in the press throughout China, and news of the critical situation in Hunan spread on the telegraph wires across the world. Among the witnesses to these events was a young trainee teacher, Mao Zedong, who 40 years later would become the first leader of the People's Republic. Mao had been born in December 1893 outside Changsha in Shaoshan village, in a region of Hunan where violence and class conflict had been the norm, with peasant uprisings every year since the 1840s. Mao's father had been a small-holding peasant born into poverty and debt, who dragged himself up by his bootstraps to become relatively wealthy as a village moneylender and rice dealer. The house where Mao was born survives, and though entirely reconstructed, gives an impression of ample space for living and storage. Mao's early years were not uncomfortable. Given that he's one of the most famous men in history, Mao's biography still has many imponderables. The most useful account of his early life is still the interview he gave over several nights to the American journalist Edgar Snow in the summer and autumn of 1936 in the communist base at Bao'an after the Long March. Mao told Snow that he'd worked on his father's farm from the age of 6 and between 8 and 13 attended primary school where he had a traditional education, reading Confucius and the classics. A voracious reader, he especially loved the great novels, Monkey, The Water Margin, and The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Born in the last days of the empire, his teens were, however, a time of turmoil in China, and especially in his native Hunan. And young Mao was inevitably drawn into the tumultuous events of 1910 in Changsha. In his region, reformist ideas had come to the fore. For example, the southern thinkers of the so-called Qing dynasty Song literary movement from Guizhou, who were a major influence on thinkers like Kang Youwei, writers like Lu Xun, and political leaders like Chiang Kai-shek and Mao himself. Mao in particular says he worshipped the heroes of the failed 100 Days reform, Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao. But the book that especially influenced Mao was Words of Warning to a Prosperous Age, published in 1893, the year of Mao's birth, by Zheng Guanying. Zheng was a product of the new age of Chinese professionals in the circles of the treaty ports from the 1870s onwards. Though a merchant, not a scholar, Zheng was a nationalist who wrote about renewal, economic freedom from the Western powers, representative democracy, and women's rights. For all the fame of celebrated reformers like Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao, Zheng would have a powerful influence on Mao's way of thinking. Writers like Zheng gave Mao the beginning of a theoretical intellectual grounding, a political conscience, as he put it. But it was the politics of his youth that made the biggest mark. If we can trust the account Mao gave Edgar Snow in 1936, the inciting incident was the 1910 rising in Changsha and the subsequent waves of protest in his native Hunan. This touched the Mao family directly, as starving peasants marched into Shaoshan village and seized Mao's father's stored grain. At the time of the rising, Mao was 16. The leaders of the uprising were executed, Mao told Edgar Snow, and their heads were stuck on poles in town as a warning to rebels. This incident was discussed in my school for many days. It made a deep impression on me. Though parts of Mao's account have been doubted, he had indeed started at middle school in Changsha that year, so it may well be that the memory is first-hand. The town was rife with Republican sentiments by then, strongly hostile to the Qing, and most of the students sympathized with the rebels, if only from an observer's point of view. As Mao said, they didn't understand that it had any relation to their own lives. But I never forgot it. I felt that there, with the rebels, were ordinary people like my own family, and I deeply resented the injustice given to them. The writing was on the wall for the empire, or so it looks now. But perhaps that trajectory is only clear with hindsight. To many in 1910, even though pamphlets warned of the coming dismemberment of China by foreign powers, the future wasn't clear, and the end of the dynasty was not certain. Nor was the end of empire inevitable or even in the eyes of many desirable. Some thought the new emperor could still be turned into a constitutional monarch, as the reformists of 1898 had proposed. Take the British scholar and missionary Arthur Moule, whom we met as a young man in the dark winter of 1858 during the Taiping siege of Ningbo. Moule was now about to retire and sail home after 50 years in China, a land he deeply loved and profoundly understood. In late 1910, after such a turbulent year, Moule climbed a hill outside Hangzhou to look over the heavenly vistas of West Lake, ringed by wooded hills topped with pagodas. And there he penned his final thoughts after so long in China. He reflected on the changes that were already apparent from fashions and hairstyles to Western ideas. "I take it for granted," he wrote, "that the phenomenon of change in China is so significant as to mark a new era in the world's history." But Moule's great fear was the over-hasty rejection of China's traditional culture. Indeed, he continued, it may be asked whether a country and a people so ancient and stable, so highly educated and civilized, need any radical change at all. China, he thought, should still follow the Chinese way in the new 20th century, and not slavishly follow Western models. Even the idea of political parties, he thought, in a population 10 or 20 times larger than Britain's, could never be successful. But regional assemblies, a national parliament, and a constitutional monarch could. Unless events should be violently altered by revolution, he hoped, some such enlargement and adaptation of the ancient government of China will be adopted, such as have been realized in some of the golden periods in her history. The emperor will still be supreme, the source of power and law, but in touch with his people through constitutional utterances in legal assemblies. It was a verdict that perhaps came naturally to a late Victorian imperialist. But the wholesale abandonment of the old, Moule insisted, would be a grave error, sure to wreck her high emprise by headlong pace and neglect of the balancing powers in a true constitution. But as he surveyed the green hills of Hangzhou for the last time before leaving, his reflections ended on a note of anxiety. I cannot but regard the political future as ominous and uncertain. At that very moment, just before the end of 1910, the pressure across China was growing to bursting point. The peasant risings in Hunan signalled a summer of revolt, especially in the central region. And the final flashpoint came in the treaty port of Hankou on the middle Yangtze, today's Wuhan, with its long Western-style bund lined with trees, grand pillared and verandahed houses, its foreign consulates, and its bustling quaysides and floating pontoons for ocean-going steamers. Modern Hankou was the creation of Zhang Zhidong, an important reforming politician and governor of Hunan and Hubei from 1889 to 1907. He'd governed with huge energy, his motto, Chinese learning as a foundation, Western learning for practical application. The city was now a cutting-edge place in the textile industries. It had a new steel factory, iron and coal mines, and a government arsenal. But cultural life hadn't been ignored. There were important academies and schools here too, and a foreign languages institute. The British had opened a missionary school with a busy and highly regarded hospital. So Hankou was a place that had now deep links with the outside world. On the 10th of October 1911, an army mutiny here launched what became known as the Wuchang Uprising. The leaders were followers of a revolutionary nationalist called Sun Yat-sen, a Chinese convert to Christianity born in Guangdong but educated in Hawaii. Unusually, Sun was an English speaker. Sun had trained as a doctor, but his frustrations with the entrenched conservatives in the Qing court led to his espousal of open rebellion and the overthrow of the state. In exile in Japan, he had fomented several failed risings against the Qing and had travelled to the USA, Europe and Britain to raise money and support for revolution. He attempted to unite the many radical movements against the Qing with his flagship 3 principles: nationalism, democracy and public welfare. In Hankou, rebellion finally broke through. The local army units joined the rebels, and the Manchu garrison fled. Calling on other provinces to join them, the rebels declared the abolition of Qing rule in Hubei and the founding of a Republic of China. That October in Hankou, as the fighting spread over the city, a British schoolboy took pen to paper to tell the latest dramatic news. The world was changing before his eyes. Tom Gillison was the son of a missionary family that had founded the hospital in Hankou and spent the past 40 years there as doctors, teachers and missionaries. And young Tom now wrote home about the Republican risings in Wuchang, Hankou and Hanyang, and the massacres of hundreds of Manchu officers and soldiers. "The fight has been fierce," he wrote, "and hundreds have been killed, and over 1,000 wounded have been treated in our mission hospital and elsewhere. Bullets whistle along our street, and the sharp rattle of the Maxim guns and the plop-plop of the rifles are heard day and night." On the 1st of November he wrote again, "They're setting fire to this great city of 500,000 inhabitants. Of course, most of the people have left. Hankou now is almost like a city of the dead. I can see the smoke rising as I write. It will destroy the trade of this place for years to come." After a bloody siege, the Qing army recovered the city, but too late to save the empire. The rebels' call to arms had been met, and with more risings elsewhere, peace talks began. In December, a coalition of the army, bankers and the urban bourgeoisie declared China a republic. Sun Yat-sen was summoned from exile, and he founded the new Republic of China on the 1st of January 1912. On the 12th of February, the boy Emperor Puyi was forced to abdicate, the papers signed by his aunt, the Dowager Empress Longyu, consort of the late Guangxu Emperor. It was 2,132 years since the first emperor, nearly 3,000 since the Zhou proclaimed the mandate of heaven. And now, almost overnight, that great structure of governance and ideas, that vast and resonant universe of ritual, symbol and belief was gone. But what kind of China would emerge in its place? Chapter 18. The Age of Reform, from the Republic to Mao. The period between the end of the Empire in 1911 and the founding of the People's Republic in 1949 is often seen as a broken, fragmented time of lost opportunities before the triumph of the communists. At certain moments, with warlords controlling parts of the country, China seemed about to split up again, as it had at the end of the Tang and the Yuan dynasties. But with foreign investment pouring into the new China through treaty ports like Shanghai, it was a time of great possibilities, the crucible in which modern China was formed. As British naval intelligence reported in the Second World War, in spite of many vicissitudes and much current anxiety and uncertainty as to the future, the dominant note has been one of recovery and reconstruction. Perhaps no 50 years of Europe have seen changes so remarkable as those which have occurred in what the West used to regard as unchanging Cathay. But in its brief life, for all its successes, the Republic in the end was consumed by Japanese invasion, civil war, and finally, communist revolution. For those attempting the giant task of building a new China, the great issues were those already outlined by the pioneers of the 100 Days Reform of 1898. Would the great tradition of China, classical learning, Confucian ideals, provide the basis of a modern China in a modified form? Would Western ideas about capitalism and the market and democracy be the path forward? Or was root and branch change the only answer? A new order, as had been attempted by the Taiping revolutionaries in the century past. Shadowing these possible paths was another question. How could China escape the cycle of despotism, so deeply written into the psychology of the culture, embodied in the rule of the sage emperor? These crucial questions were encapsulated by China's first elected provisional president, Sun Yat-sen, in his formulation of 3 people's principles which should guide the new republic: nationalism, socialism, and democracy. And on the very complex issues surrounding the meaning of those 3 terms, the battles of the 20th century would be fought. The Chinese Republic, which lasted from 1912 to 1949, was always fragile, never united. In some ways it has the appearance of a breakdown period like the 3 Kingdoms or the 5 Dynasties. It was a time of rival factions and warlords, of peasant risings and struggle between the nationalists and the communists. And then the Japanese occupation of Manchuria in 1932 and full-scale invasion of the mainland in 1937, which was defeated after huge destruction and loss of life in 1945. After less than 40 years, the Republic fell apart in the civil war that followed, leading to the triumph of the communists in 1949. But the Republic was also a dynamic, creative time, one of those interstitial periods between dynasties that occur in Chinese history, and though short, bequeathed many ideas that will be adopted by the longer and more successful successor regime. Born in 1866, in the aftermath of the Taiping, Sun Yat-sen came from a peasant family from Guangdong. His father, who was from the Hakka minority, was a small landowner, a Christian convert who worked as a journeyman, porter and tailor. Sun's teenage years in Hawaii, where he'd joined his elder brother, gave him a different perspective with which to see his troubled native land. As we've seen, he'd participated in an armed uprising in the south in 1895 and had been exiled to Japan, from where he led the Republican movement. But now, though the empire was gone, from the beginning of the new republic in 1912, Sun had to deal with the old powers, the army, the warlords, and the foreigners. And in its short life, the republic never knew peace. Old China was now a new republic, but it was a divided land, with whole regions under powerful warlords, especially in the southwest. Sun had no alternative but to throw his lot in with one of them, Yuan Shikai, who at one point was even emboldened to declare himself emperor and attempted to revive the imperial ceremony on the altar of heaven, though the spirits of the ancestors did not respond to him. And so, like other parts of the globe that had endured colonial rule, poised between the old and the new worlds, ringed by treaty ports of the foreigners, with foreign troops still camped in some of its cities, the Chinese people now faced the great dilemmas of modernity. The first assembly elections were held at the end of 1911. In Chiqiao village near Taiyuan, in the mining belt of northern Shaanxi, the old Confucian farmer, teacher and mine manager Liu Daopeng found himself in a conflicted situation. He hated the idea of the new republic, which went against the very order of heaven, and he hoped for the restoration of the emperor. But as a man of honour, a trustworthy Confucian gentleman who had passed his provincial examinations, even though only a farmer and a mine manager, he was chosen to go round the area knocking on doors to establish the electoral roll for the first election in China's history. It took place on the 29th of December 1911 and saw Sun Yat-sen elected president with representatives for each of the 17 provinces. In his diary, Liu confided that his first experience of democracy had not been edifying. "They're using the method of election by ballot," he wrote, "so that all the rogues and villains intrigue for office by campaigning, and the ones who have most money win. How can we possibly get decent officials from a selection process like this? Who says that elections are a fair method? All I see is people campaigning. They've no sense of modesty and no shame. When they tout for your vote, they treat you like a god." In the First World War, the Republic of China initially stayed neutral, but as part of its effort to join the international community, from 1916, China provided hundreds of thousands of workers to the Allies, 140,000 to the Western Front, along with somewhere between 250,000 and 500,000 more to the Russians on the Eastern Front. After the Indians, they were the largest non-European contingent on the Western Front, digging trenches, repairing tanks, assembling artillery shells, and transporting munitions. Photographs and even film footage survive, showing the customary celebrations of Chinese festivals in France, with paper lanterns and flags, dragon dances, and traditional opera with dancers on stilts. Today, the military cemetery at Noyelles-sur-Mer by the River Somme contains the remains of several hundred Chinese dead, with Confucian epigrams on their tombstones. There are many more, from Anfield in Liverpool to Basra in Iraq, where 227 unnamed Chinese dead are buried by the banks of the Euphrates. Only in 2018 was the Chinese government invited to the ceremonies at the cenotaph in Whitehall. In 1917, China joined the war on the side of the Allies, and when the fighting ended, an issue arose of deep contention to the Chinese. Among the many foreign colonies in China, the Germans had held much of Shandong, including Qufu, the birthplace of Confucius. It had been assumed that after the war, in recognition of its help to the Allies, This would return to China. But they were in for a shock. At the peace conference at Versailles in spring 1919, Shandong was not restored to China, but given to Japan. The reaction in China was fury. Foreign Minister Lu left Versailles early, refusing to sign the final treaty. Student demonstrations broke out across China, and on the 4th of May 1919, a huge protest took place in Tiananmen Square, where loyal remonstrance had taken place throughout Chinese history. Led by the students, the demonstration was joined by many citizens of Beijing, and that hot Sunday in the city has come to be seen as a powerful symbol of the Chinese people's struggle for liberation in the 20th century, the birth of the May the 4th, or New Culture movement. 3,000 students had gathered first in front of the gates of Peking University, outside the old library, the Red Building as they called it, which is still there. With banners made out of bamboo and cloth, they wanted the world to know about their grievances, even preparing English-language statements, which they hoped to hand in to the embassies of the colonial occupying powers. The Chinese people's struggle was about to open to the world. The 4th of May demonstration in Tiananmen Square was a key moment for modern China. In a culture that gave such respect to the old, the young had spoken, and their ideas spread like wildfire. They wanted to sweep away the old and create a new culture based on Western democracy and science. With it came a powerful and creative literary movement, using the vernacular, the speech of the people, as opposed to the classical language of the old academies. A key figure in the movement was the social critic, poet and journalist Lu Xun. Lu, whose real name was Zhou Shuren, was from Shaoxing, China's preeminent literary city, home of the Ming essayist Zhang Dai, the Qing historian Zhang Suicheng, and the feminist Qiu Jin. Lu's family were well-to-do landowners who'd fallen on hard times. His father was an invalid and became an opium addict. Lu Xun was born in 1881, so by the time the May the 4th movement came about, he was nearly 40, the age when, Confucius said, perplexities are cleared, long past the idealism of youth. Lu had trained as a doctor, and though he became a writer, through his whole life he kept that bedside manner of a world-weary, ironical, but humane physician. He was, however, a pessimist, not one to let hope run away with him after the many defeats of the time. Exiled in Japan in the last years of the empire, along with many other radicals, such as Qiu Jin and He Jin, as we've seen, he returned to the Republic to produce a stream of essays and brilliant stories that diagnosed China's ills with a sharp lucidity. And in 1920s China, after the humiliation of the Treaty of Versailles, his was the voice. Lu was against China's great tradition, which he felt had run its course and was now a deadening weight on people's lives. He described it as cannibalistic civilization, eating its own children, a terrible metaphor evoking a persistent dark shadow on China's history. "The Republic has failed us," he wrote. "We've been cheated. We were slaves before, and now we're ruled by slaves. We must renew the spirit of China." Without thoroughgoing reform, he believed, China faced tragedy. Lu died of tuberculosis in 1936, but we might wonder what he might have felt about the Great Leap Forward, or the Great Famine, or the Cultural Revolution. He would have been in his 80s then. But as Chairman Mao himself observed, had Lu survived into the communist era, he would either have gone silent or gone to prison. His most famous work, The True Story of R.Q., is the bitter tale of a Chinese everyman, set at the time of the overthrow of the empire in 1911. A peasant trapped by the system, who even after the empire has gone, cannot free himself from its coils, or from his destiny as one of the poor masses of China, struggling to find a place in the modern world. Hope is like a path in the countryside, Lu wrote. At first, there's no path, but if enough people walk in the same direction, the path appears. But which path would China take? In the 1920s and 1930s, China was a land of extraordinary extremes and hugely uneven development. In places in the deep countryside, peasants laboured barefoot with medieval implements, faced with famine and flood, selling their children into slavery, while warlords and their militias extorted and murdered at will. Yet in treaty cities like Shanghai, the Jazz Age was in full swing. China's politics might have been fractured, but the 20s were a dynamic time for some. The economy was booming in cities such as Shanghai, where the splendid architecture of the Bund surpassed that of Liverpool and Manchester, a European colonial city where money was to be made and where motor showrooms, horse racing tracks and cinemas beckoned to a rising, westernised middle class. A young Briton who came out here from Lancashire after the First World War to join the police, as there were no jobs at home, said with prophetic enthusiasm, "It's the best city I've ever seen, the most cosmopolitan place in the world, and in time it will leave every English city 100 years behind." But westernisation wasn't just about material life. It was about China learning to be modern. Magazines and newspapers taught the new moneyed generation how to be in clothes, gestures, and ways of speaking. The Chinese now were to leave the old ways behind and become modern people in the way they looked, too. Adverts in 1920s Shanghai fashion magazines and shop windows in department stores juxtaposed what a traditional person was like and what a modern person should be. There were even guidebooks on how to behave, how to wear one's hair and how to wear a suit. Sketches showed not the Ke-Tao, Kowtow, or the Confucian greeting with one hand enclosed by the other, but how to shake hands, a gesture that for a traditional person was just not done, an inappropriate act of intimacy with a stranger. Among the great buildings on the Shanghai Bund was the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, today the HSBC, and one of the richest banks in the world, but founded here in China by a British trader at the end of the Taiping War. When the new building was opened in 1923, it was one of the greatest banking buildings in the world. In the foyer, murals show Shanghai alongside Paris, London and New York, with an inscription, "All men in the four oceans are equal." But of course, in Shanghai and in China in general in the 1920s, they weren't. For all the transforming power of European ideas and innovation, the treaty ports were places of deeply entrenched racialist ideas on the part of the colonial powers, the British and the Americans, the French, the Germans and the Japanese, who had carved out their enclaves in China in the preceding 70 years. Not surprisingly, therefore, it was here in Shanghai, the city that was most open to modern ideas, that national feeling erupted among those who believed that China's social problems were so great that only revolution offered a path forward. And one group in particular believed that history was on their side. Among the many Western ideas coming into China was Marxism. In 1917, the fall of the Russian Empire and the October Revolution had electrified the world. At the end of the First World War, communist ideas spread across the globe, a model for the liberation of colonized societies everywhere. In British-occupied India, for example, the Bolshevik conspiracy case at Kanpur aimed to deprive King George of his empire by violent revolution. In China, too, a strong early focus was anti-colonial and anti-imperialist. The Communist Party of China, the CPC, was founded in July 1921. Its first meeting in a small house which still stands today in Rue Wantz, then in the French concession in Shanghai. There were only 57 delegates, including the bookish peasant son Mao Zedong, whose voracious reading had led him from Hunan to a job as an assistant librarian at Peking University. There his boss, Li Dajiao, had written articles about Lenin and the October Revolution. Having joined Li's group and inspired by the May the 4th movement, as Mao later told the story, he rapidly moved towards Marxism. At the heart of Marxism, as understood by the generation after Marx, especially Lenin with his scientific socialism, was the idea that human history could be divided into defined phases, from its primary stages of feudalism and capitalism to its ultimate development in a socialist society. Chinese society was so big and suffered from such deep-rooted poverty, injustice and inequality that Marxism offered a powerful, indeed utopian, vision of a path forward. In the febrile atmosphere after May 1919, it's easy to see why such ideas had taken root among Chinese intellectuals, political activists and anti-imperialists, especially as utopian idealism lies at the very heart of traditional Chinese political philosophy. But it's important to see that at this point, the Chinese knew very little about Marx's original ideas. None of the key texts were available in Chinese, apart from the Communist Manifesto, which was only translated into Chinese from English in 1920. Far from being theoretical Marxists, then, these early Chinese followers are better described as revolutionary nationalists. Inspired by the Russian Revolution, their understanding of Marxism came first through Stalin, who sent Russian agents, starting in summer 1921, to support the fledgling CPC. It was through them that the Stalinist model for organizing society became ingrained in the minds of Chinese revolutionaries, who believed that in Russia the Soviets had initiated an age of socialism and equality under Communist Party rule. The great guides, then, were Lenin and Stalin, whose images were in every town hall and school in the Mao era, and whose pictures still look down on party conferences in the Great Hall of the People in Tiananmen Square. So though the Chinese Revolution was one of the most significant moments in history, it came about, in some sense, through happenstance. Communism in China was driven above all by post-May 1919 nationalism. It was anti-foreigner, and it was for the peasants. The rural problem from the beginning was seen as the key. The Chinese Revolution would unfold in the countryside, not in the cities as it had in Russia. And there the grievances were by now so great, as they had been for much of China's history, that they found wide support as the 1920s unfolded. The rural issue was at the heart of Mao's early thinking. Briefly a librarian and then a trainee teacher, he'd read widely in such European radical literature as was available in Chinese. Back in Changsha, he'd formed political discussion groups and published pieces in radical newspapers. His earliest theoretical works were a short note on classes in Chinese society in 1926 and a more substantial investigation into peasant conditions in Hunan in 1927. But then, in his mid-30s, he was an experienced and hardened activist. As for Mao's character, much is still opaque. One of the most adored and yet most reviled people in the history of the world, Mao's reputation these days is enjoying a revival in China, while in the West his character has been assassinated in recent studies, which have seen him as irredeemably cruel and callous from his youth, a manipulative and ignoble person from the very beginning. It's been denied that he ever had any interest in the fate of the common people, and that he set no value on human life. But this is not how some who knew him then saw him, and it's a viewpoint hard to square with the fact that the son of well-off peasants went through such privations and personal risk for so long. As for the claim of a pathologically evil nature, how is the historian to respond if a person is irredeemable from childhood, as some modern biographers have claimed? Where is there to go? At the very least, it seems perverse to deny that the young Mao was driven by idealism and feelings of sympathy for peasant oppression to help explain the still astounding trajectory of his life, even though he would eventually become their oppressor and must bear full responsibility for some of the greatest disasters in Chinese history, and for unleashing and encouraging the irrational cruelty and murderous violence that went with them. In this, indeed, he's not so different from some of the emperors, such as Hongwu, whose rule also ended in tyranny and paranoia. Even his own party admitted in 1981 that in the end Mao had become a man who mistook right for wrong and the people for the enemy. And therein lies his tragedy, they said. But the true tragedy, of course, would be the one suffered by the Chinese people. Sun Yat-sen died in 1925 in a divided country, and by then the gradual modernization of Chinese society, which he and his party had hoped for, was looking less and less likely. Or at least, though already visible in a city of the future like Shanghai, it seemed far off in the impoverished, deep countryside, where over 80% of the people still lived and toiled. In this increasingly unstable situation, countless political groups, rival parties and social thinkers were now contesting the possible pathways forward into China's future. By the late 1920s, the communist movement had grown in strength, and Mao Zedong was looking to put his ideas of revolution into practice in rural Hunan, where there'd been peasant rebellions every year since the First Opium War. Here was the proving ground for Mao's theory that revolution would come not through the cities, but through the rural masses. In a remarkable text written in March 1927, Mao's first major piece of writing reported on the situation of the peasantry in Hunan, where he'd spent 4 weeks on the ground. Constructed from interviews, observations and field notes, it provided a detailed description of state oppression, clan feuds, supernatural superstition, and relentless, unreconstructed patriarchy, which for all the communist jargon and class war sloganizing shows that the young librarian had read much and learned well. But still at this point, Mao was not a Marxist. He was at root a revolutionary nationalist. The country Mao was hoping to transform was a land of extremes, with different kinds of society, different economies, and different kinds of time. In the fertile countryside of Hunan, for example, in the small river town of Nanchang, the old world still cohered, and with it the value system of traditional China. In a recently published memoir, one local recalled his childhood there, at a time when the old lineaments of Confucian society still hung on. Born into a middling peasant family, Rao Pingru was 8 in 1930, when he went through the initiation ceremony of a middle-class literatus. Woken at 3 in the morning, he washed, dressed, and went to the main hall of the family house, where everything was prepared. Such a momentous rite of passage imprinted itself on his memory. His account contains a detailed memory of the room, where scrolls hung on the walls containing Confucian injunctions, and a small writing table by a shuttered window carried 2 big red candles and incense sticks. On the other side of the room was an old red lacquered sideboard, candles, incense, food offerings, and a large painted wooden plaque honouring Confucius. With me, he wrote, were my father and mother, and the gentleman who was to initiate me into the mystery of education was standing by the tablet that honoured Confucius. In the stillness of the night, the candlelight lent a great air of solemnity to the occasion, and I felt a thrill of excitement. But what really made me happy were the 4 treasures of the study: the brand-new brush, ink, paper, and inkstone laid out on the writing desk. The gentleman grasped my hand, and together we traced the first lesson, lines of characters dedicated to the greatest educator of all, Confucius. He gripped my hand painfully hard, but I didn't dare make a sound. It was a ritual still experienced by tens of millions of Chinese people born in the 1920s and 1930s. The author speaks of his love of calligraphy, of the poetry of Du Fu and Bai Ju Yi, and the old stories and songs. That traditional mental universe he would carry, like so many Chinese, across the great divide of the Japanese invasion when his hometown was bombed, the Civil War in which he fought, and the Communist Revolution when he was sent for re-education in the countryside, and the brave new China of Deng Xiaoping's reform and opening up. Rao's tale is a measure of the almost incredible changes that have come about in China over that time, and the tenacity with which some of the core values of the culture have been passed on across the ravages of the Maoist era and the rampant materialism that's been pursued since 1979. While, as we've seen, Rao was only 8 years old in 1930, Liu Dapeng, on the other hand, in Chiqiao village near the coal town of Taiyuan, was nearing the end of his life that same year. Aged 73 now, he'd lived through the Taiping, the Boxers, and the end of the empire. For him, the old culture meant something more visceral, a world that inhabited even his dreams, and left him with an ache of loss and a deep uncertainty about the future. The economy was in trouble in the mining belt, where the old trade routes to Russia for tea and coal were closed. The local newspapers carried news of battles to the south between the nationalist government and the communists, while the Japanese presence in Manchuria would be compounded before his death by out-and-out invasion and the occupation of his hometown. Through it all, Liu remained a Confucian and a believer in the values of the traditional culture. In the uncertain times of the 1930s, with increasing rural impoverishment, rising taxes and grain taxes, he still made his visits by local bus from the village to the great old walled town of Taiyuan. He especially loved the magnificent Jinshi Temple at the foot of Xuanweng Mountain, with its garden and its ancient cypress tree, the Hall of the Holy Mother, with its fabulously intricate wooden dragon pillars, and the shrine of the Mother of the Waters over the sacred, never-aging spring. Here in the drought-stricken early 30s, traditional people still did their prayers to the goddess for rain, and as the economy of the coal belt towns declined, they paid for a new temple to the god of mining, painting in his eyes at the dedication ceremony to bring him to life. In recent years, Liu wrote in his diary, scholars have all been divided into 2 groups, called those who hold to the old and those who hold to the new. Those who hold to the old cleave to the way of Confucius and Mencius, while those who hold to the new seek only after Western methods. In the 1930s, China saw the inexorable political rise of those who cleaved to the new. Coal had been the key to the local economy in this part of Shaanxi. A former mine manager, Liu had invested the money he'd earned as a teacher to buy some land in the village and to pay back the loans for his children's education. He also invested more of his savings in coal, still believing that the old Confucian virtues of morality and trustworthiness should drive business. In the countryside of northern Shaanxi was an isolated and, as he saw it, morally pure world of mountain villages and old mining communities. A kind of tough, hard-working pastoral idyll, where a Confucian gentleman could still present himself as upholder of the true values of civilization. Here, people's trust was still what made society tick, as Liu noted from his reading of the Analects and the Standard Commentary, which he'd studied for the examinations 40 years before. The superior man, he wrote, must be trusted before he can impose labours on the people. The word trust is at the basis of human life. In one's contacts with the world and one's dealings with people, one mustn't lose it for a moment. Confucius said, "I don't know how a man without trust can get on." We can learn much from this teaching that's been handed down to us. Through the late 1920s and 30s, however, the farming world in the north went into crisis, with rising grain taxes and the Japanese occupation of Manchuria from 1931. The bottom fell out of the coal market, as well as the old local industry of papermaking, a back-breaking task that involved soaking the bundles of fibres in cold mountain streams before beating and pressing the pulp. Many foreign observers remarked on the hard times. Set in Anhui, where she lived as the daughter of missionaries, Pearl Buck's famous novel, The Good Earth, is also the tale of a farmer clinging to the old values at this time while the world changed under his feet. In Shaanxi, by the early 30s, the whole rural economy, once supported by the province's commerce and industry and by coal, was sliding into poverty. Liu by now had one son dead, one mentally ill, two teaching in primary schools, and one doing well for himself as a clerk in the nationalist army in the provincial capital. Back in the village, the family was reduced to surviving on the produce from Liu's small parcel of land. But even as the nationalists and communists fought bitter battles to the south, and the Japanese armies swept into his own province and occupied his own village, Liu never lost his belief that the failures of the modern world were failures to hold on to the values of the Confucian order. By the 1930s, his commitment to orthodox Confucianism amused his younger neighbours. He would still stop in the street to pick up a wind-blown scrap of paper carrying writing, any writing, even on discarded cigarette papers, following the old Confucian injunction to always respect the written word. In the south, there was now savage fighting between the communists and the nationalist Kuomintang, the KMT government. In 1927, the KMT targeted the communists, murdering thousands in Shanghai and elsewhere, including Mao Zedong's wife and sister. And then in 1931, with Russian support, the Chinese communists formed a guerrilla army in the wooded, mountainous borderland of Jiangsu and Fujian, where Mao had taken refuge with the survivors of the massacres. There they declared a Chinese Soviet Republic, an enclave with its own administration, even printing its own money and raising taxes. Defended by an army which eventually numbered 140,000 men, the population inside the enclave grew to 3 million people. 3 years later, in 1934, the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek decided to crush the communists for good and encircled them with vastly superior forces. The communists, in 5 armies totaling about 87,000 fighters with 18,000 civilians, broke out of the encirclement and set out on a series of retreats to northern China. This retreat, collectively known as the Long March, in time grew to be the epic founding myth for China's Communist Party. Travelling on foot through some of the most difficult terrain in western China, in Sichuan and Gansu, they headed north into Shaanxi, reaching the region of Yan'an in late 1935. Only a tenth of the army that had escaped the encirclement survived, but it was through the march that Mao rose to leadership of the party. The battles and struggles of the Red Army guerrillas in 1934-5 were still only the subject of rumour in the outside world. And the following year, the US journalist Edgar Snow journeyed through their military lines and spent 4 months in autumn 1936 at the Communist HQ, interviewing Mao and other leaders. It was the first insight the world had of the storm that was brewing. Published in 1937, Snow's account was the most important book on China written in the 20th century, the first clear account of the Communist Party and its goals. It was called a classic by one later critic, both as a historical record and as a disastrously prophetic forecast. In 10 days of talks in Bao'an at night over copious quantities of local brandy, Mao told Snow his life story. Snow was deeply impressed by the idealism of the predominantly youthful Red Army, though his book is criticised now for its enthusiastic account of the communists as political and agrarian reformers, rather than as radical revolutionaries bearing a totalitarian ideology. In the context of rising tension with Japan, however, one effect of the book was to show that the communists could also offer an effective anti-Japanese resistance. By far the most important single source of information about Mao's early life, it is irreplaceable about his early years, not only about the facts, but about Mao's own vision of his past. So 2 great historical factors brought China to its revolutionary moment: the actions of the imperialists and the unresolved state of the peasantry. The course of the revolution, however, would be determined by the Japanese invasion. The Japanese had already occupied Manchuria and set up their captive, the hapless last emperor Pu Yi, as a puppet, and then, in summer 1937, they launched a full-scale invasion of mainland China. Liu Daopeng was 80 when the Japanese army began its advance into Shaanxi. At the village bus stop, the newspapers were pasted up with the latest reports of the fighting. Soon Taiyuan, the provincial capital 12 miles to the north, was bombed, and refugees began to flood south on the old road through the village. At night, lamps were doused for fear of bombing, and soon the villagers evacuated women and children and the elderly up into the mountains. But Liu refused to go. As houses in the village were looted by retreating Chinese troops, Liu braved it out, defending his property. When the Japanese finally approached, the last official in post, the prison warden, asked him, as the most educated man in Chiqiao village, to draft a declaration of surrender. He did so, and then barricaded himself in at home to await the invaders. When the Japanese entered the village, they occupied his house and beat him up, the neighbours pleading on his behalf because of his age. When they finally moved on, they left the house ransacked, the furniture burned for firewood, and Liu nursing his injuries and his wounded feelings. For the rest of his life, Liu lived under Japanese occupation. For him, it was the moral failure of China's rulers that had brought the country to such a pass. "We are the enslaved people of a defeated land," he wrote in his diary. All the same, he kept a close eye on developments, and critical as he was of the nationalist government, he was pleased by the successes of the Red Army in their guerrilla war. All the talk in the village was of the resistance. A Buddhist monk friend reported from the mountains that the Red Army rank and file were well behaved and didn't loot or harass the local people. To his dying day, Liu remained committed to the Confucian way. As a political creed, communism would have been anathema to him, but the victories of the Red Army pleased him as a patriot and encouraged everyone in the village. He had no doubt that in the end Japan would be defeated, though he was, as he said, still full of remorse that I don't have the power that comes from virtue to rescue the people of my own village in this chaotic time. That was how it felt in one village under occupation. not so different perhaps in some ways from living in occupied Europe. Looking at the Chinese experience of the Second World War as a whole, however, it's easy to forget that for the Chinese people, the war began in 1937 and effectively ended in 1949, and that it involved huge destruction and loss of life, running to perhaps 14 million dead. The Chinese resistance, as the fourth ally, was crucial in bringing the war to a close more quickly than it might otherwise have been. 40% of all Japanese casualties were in China. For China, though, it was devastating. The worst moment, perhaps, the deliberate destruction of Nanjing between December 1937 and January 1938, where rape was used as a weapon of war, and up to 300,000 people, according to the Chinese estimate, were murdered in a prolonged massacre. In the aftermath, one eyewitness recalled seeing daubed on a ruined building the famous lines of Du Fu, who through all the horrors of his day had maintained his belief in the humane Confucian values of Chinese civilization and his sympathy for the suffering poor. The state is destroyed, but the country remains. The main weight of resistance fell to the armies of the KMT, while the Red Army was able to mount a guerrilla war as it consolidated its power in the northwest. It was this period that led to the rise of the Communists as a plausible national leadership, as well as an anti-Japanese resistance. The Communist Party's success in its dealings with the peasantry in the zones they'd taken over, with land reform, the dispossession of landlords and rich peasants, and their educational and food programs, was such that for all their ruthlessness against class enemies, many people were drawn to support their ideals, convinced by their program, and were prepared to believe in their future. Mao was only half joking when he told the Japanese years later that but for them, he would not have become the leader of China. When the Japanese surrendered in 1945, the National Front fell apart, and the nationalists and the communists fought a bitter civil war. Backed by the West, especially the US, the nationalists had the manpower and equipment. The communists were outgunned, but after 12 years in Yan'an, their land reforms had gathered mass support across the countryside. Boosted by propaganda promising a golden age of social justice, in 1 year the Red Army swept down the length of China and broke into the south with huge battles on the Huai River. After heavy fighting, the support for the nationalists ebbed away, and they fled to Taiwan. In autumn 1949, the Chinese Red Army occupied Beijing, and the People's Republic was founded. Beijing, 1st of October, 1949. The Civil War almost over, the Red Army had taken over the city, and the people waited with hope and trepidation to see how the new age would unfold. In the alleys of the Yu family compound in the Manchu Old City, lanterns burned for a wedding celebration. With its gardens and courtyards, its 100 rooms and dozen servants, the clan house had been their home for 500 years. Among their ancestors, an eminent Chief Justice under the Qing. In the prayer room, smoke curled from antique incense burners beneath the family shrine. On the table, red lacquered boxes and bronze libation bowls. On the walls, dreamstones hung beside yellowing scroll paintings bearing ancient poems and wisdom texts. In the air, the scent of the past. Outside, the gardens with their ornamental pools and ancient cypress trees were occupied by Red Army troops, who sat around fires while the family performed the old rituals behind shuttered windows in the lamp-lit ancestral hall. It was a last glimpse of the old China. On the 1st of October 1949, from Tiananmen Gate in Beijing, Mao Zedong announced the birth of a new China. In Tiananmen Square, the newlyweds stood on the back of a truck amid huge crowds to watch Mao's speech, and then joined in the dancing and the fireworks. Once again, China faced a new age, the next dynasty. After the traumas of the Japanese invasion and the Civil War, Mao's speech promised an end to the sufferings of the Chinese people. Unlike, say, Jawaharlal Nehru's speech on the stroke of midnight, 15th of August 1947, announcing the independence of India, Mao made no attempt at stirring flights of rhetoric, prosaically noting that the people throughout China have been plunged into bitter sufferings and tribulation. But now the war of liberation has basically been won, and the majority of the people have been liberated. The Communist Party, he said, was now the sole legal government representing all the people of the People's Republic of China. The Chinese people have stood up. That moment was commemorated in China's most famous modern painting. It shows Mao on the balcony looking over the square under a blue sky. The day, in fact, was grey and overcast. Grouped to one side is the party leadership. Painted in 1953, the picture was repeatedly revised, first in the following year, and again in 1967 when a new copy was painted to incorporate further changes. Other revisions were undertaken in 1972 and 1979, responding to whether those present had been purged or rehabilitated and should be painted out or put back in, respectively. Like the famous photograph of Lenin and Trotsky in Sverdlov Square, in its ups and downs, its changing fortunes, the painting is a mirror of the trials and tribulations of the Communist Party over the next 70 years. In a culture where history has always been a preeminent discipline, it would be, and still is, one of the party's biggest intellectual problems. As Sima Qian put it 2,000 years before, fearing the power of the past to discredit the present. At the time of the liberation, in his memoir, Rao Pingru describes the Mid-Autumn Festival of 1949, eating mooncakes in bed as moonlight floods in. It was the last Mid-Autumn Festival of the old society, he wrote. In the little southern town of Anshun in Guizhou, the KMT troops retreated in early December, and gentry and merchants paid local gangsters to maintain law and order. And then 2 or 3 days later, one sunny, cloudless winter's day, the People's Liberation Army entered Anshun. The streets were lined with people waving red and green streamers and welcoming placards, Rao reports. And so Anshun was liberated. The first changes under communist rule were small, administrative reorganizations. The highway department, for example, was transferred to another town. We were all tense and nervous, Rao wrote. We'd no idea what was to happen to us. The countryside was still lawless, full of bandits and gangs. There would be peasant rebellions here against the communists well into the 1950s. But it was soon clear that one's past could count against a person. In Nanchang, Rao burned all photos of himself wearing KMT military uniform, and he threw away his green general-purpose uniform too. He and his wife, Mei Tang, started their new life as small shopkeepers, struggling to make a living. As local politics grew daily more and more tense, they just about made ends meet. Their children were born and survived in the early 1950s, but there were work struggles with burglaries and business failures. A noodle bar never took off, and they had to sell up and start again. Pingru's job prospects, as he feared, were marked by his KMT associations, but eventually he did an evening training course as a bookkeeper and got a job in a Shanghai hospital. This was before the party grip fastened on China. Life in Shanghai then was good. Pingru had a job as a hospital accountant and also worked on hospital publications in little printing establishments for magazines like Mother and Child Health. Early 1950s Shanghai was still a lively, bustling place to be. Every weekend, the hospitals and trade unions in many workplaces organised friendship dances. Private dance halls were still open, and there were foreign films to see. Though they weren't wealthy, Pingru and Meitang enjoyed life with their young children. That was in the early days of the PRC. But through the mid-50s, real life changed. By 1957, Mao decided the revolution was not thoroughgoing enough. Above all, a revolutionary, he had always said a revolution is not a dinner party, that the new world could only be born through destruction, and that loss of life was no object in achieving the goal of China's socialist utopia. He'd never wavered from his view back in Hunan in 1927 that class struggle was in the very nature of the process towards a socialist China, and it would require thoroughgoing land reform, with the wholesale transfer of land from the landlords and even the middling peasants to the poor. The analysis had much truth in it. Historic injustices and inequalities were endemic in the countryside, where over 80% of the population lived and worked. But Mao's solution was not to redistribute land gradually using the law, but through often extreme violence against class enemies, landlords and rich peasants. Law would not even come into it. As he'd written in 1949, party rule must be dictatorial. The right of reactionaries to voice their opinions, he said, must be deprived, and only the people are allowed to have the right of voicing their opinions. To the hostile classes, the state apparatus is the instrument of oppression. It is violent, not benevolent. So Mao forged a repressive state in which words and thoughts were strictly controlled and class war was brutally waged. In 1950s China, with Russian advisors telling them how to build their ideal society, Lenin was still a god. There were considerable achievements in the early PRC, in life expectancy, health, literacy, and education, especially among women. But within the first decade, an increasingly totalitarian state apparatus clamped down with a far-reaching attempt to change people's minds about everything they once knew. And then, in the late 1950s, massive administrative changes began. For Mao, the very essence of communism was the commune system of agriculture, cutting across all allegiances save those owed to the collective, and through that to the state. China was to be reorganized into huge collective farms and work brigades. Our economy will overtake Britain in a few years, Mao announced airily. As the move towards totalitarian dictatorship accelerated in the late 50s, Mao also became increasingly manipulative and dictatorial himself. When public criticism was encouraged in the 100 Flowers campaign, the ensuing torrent wrong-footed and shocked the leadership, and a few months later Mao vindictively turned on his critics and persecuted them, sarcastically citing the first emperor's purge of scholars with approbation. Thousands of intellectuals were jailed, tortured, and in some cases hounded to death. Ideology had triumphed over morality. Indeed, morality now was just another bourgeois luxury. The Chinese body politic was being hollowed out in favour of totalitarianism. Beginning in 1957, remembered Rao Pingru, there was a drastic change in the political climate. On the 28th of September 1958, I was taken to Anhui province to do re-education through labour, and thus began a separation from my family that lasted 22 years. Their story echoed that of tens of millions of Chinese families. They quickly became almost destitute. It was during those years of turmoil, wrote Rao, that the 5 children were passing through the most important period of their youth, growing to adulthood, studying and learning skills, being sent to labour in the countryside, working, and falling in love. My mother-in-law grew older, and the whole family I'd left behind languished in poverty. The arduous task of holding it all together fell to my wife, Mei Tang. At one point, the party apparatchiks came round to tell Mei Tang that her husband was an undesirable, a class enemy, and that she should divorce him. She refused. As Rao wrote, "She and I saw so many families being wrenched apart by quarrels and by destitution. Fortunately, it never entered our heads to split up." Like so many people in Mao's China, they kept in touch by letter. Mei Tang took odd jobs to survive, even shifting bags of cement on a construction site, and then working in a community workshop where her friendliness and resourcefulness made her very popular, a shoulder to lean on, even though she was still often stigmatized because of her husband's status as a class enemy. Rao was sent first to the Huai River Containment Project to do unskilled hard labour. He became extremely resourceful, making do, mending shoes with wire and squares of rubber cut from a tyre, making socks last longer by cutting and re-sewing them until long socks had been cut and recut to become small socks, juggling the food coupons with his wife's advice by letter. In the late 50s, things got worse for them. In the time Rao called the 3 years of natural disasters, he developed an edema. "My abdomen swelled up like a balloon," he wrote, "as if the skin had separated from the flesh, while my legs shrank to sticks, no more than 20 centimetres in diameter. It was difficult even to walk. So to keep my brain working, I copied sentences from an English textbook Mei Tang had sent me onto scraps of paper. During the winter, I kept these scraps in my jacket pocket, and in summer in my straw hat. And when we took a break from labour, I would take them out and recite them. At least this provided a pleasant distraction from the relentless toil." What Rao Pingru called the 3 years of natural disasters was a giant man-made catastrophe caused by the Great Leap Forward. Up to 1956, it was possible to argue that Mao's role in the creation of the new China had had some positives. But the so-called first phase of socialism was brought to a halt with the Great Leap Forward, a disastrous drive to industrialize the countryside using village forges, which ruined the environment, destroyed a household's metal utensils, and made metal too poor to be of any use. All this was accompanied by giant earth-moving and dam projects, conceived with military metaphors as a war on nature. As one Communist Party song put it, "Let's attack here, drive away the mountain gods. Let's wage war against the great earth. Let the mountains and rivers surrender under our feet. March on nature. Let's take over the power of rain and wind." At the end of the 1950s, these misguided campaigns pushed China into the Great Famine. Recently, a period of relaxation in the opening of Chinese regional archives has revealed a flood of documentation right down to local party memos and even village petitions. And the broad picture, the scale of the disaster across China, is now clear. Needless to say, the Communist Party didn't leave an honest account of its own failures, constantly contradicting itself, rewriting the record with lies, deception and self-delusion, even in the face of a human disaster of such staggering proportions. But enough evidence is there to see that even if the party's figures are underestimates, this was the worst famine in Chinese history. Chinese journalist Yang Jisheng, in his book Tombstone, a work to set beside Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, estimates that 30 million people died. Others have put the figure higher still, which makes China's Great Famine by far the worst in human history. Faced with such a catastrophe, it's hard for the historian to give a human scale. In a work of this kind, the events can't be given the space they deserve. But to focus briefly on one county and one village gives us at least a sense of what actually happened at grassroots. Fengyang in Anhui was a proverbial famine region. The town was the birthplace of the parents of Zhu Yuanzhang, the future emperor of the Ming, a man whose own peasant background had led him to expand the idea that the peasant was the very core of society. Today, in the pleasant county town, the walls of the aborted first Ming capital still stand, floodlit at night, as crowds of townsfolk take their evening stroll by a lotus-covered lake and moat. But despite its brief moment in the sun in the 14th century, Fengyang, the land of the flying dragon and the soaring phoenix, was always a byword for poverty. 9 out of 10 years were famine, it was said, and beggars from the county were famous, carrying the flower drum to all 4 corners of the country, it was said. Pearl Buck's 1931 novel, The Good Earth, a book which had crucial influence on U.S. views of China between the First and Second World Wars, portrays that world in the early 20th century, a time of class war, rural slavery, serial famine, infanticide, and warlordism. The daughter of missionaries, Buck had lived in the Anhui countryside from 1917. As the County Journal put it in the 1930s, Fengyang is just left to suffer on its own. So famine was ingrained in these parts, and in the 1950s and 60s, after the brief optimism of the new China, the itinerant rural poor of Fengyang once again picked up the flower drum and begging basket in a time of growing disillusionment about hopes for the future. Xiaogang village lies 12 miles west of Fengyang, near the Huai River. The visitor approaches the village today on a new highway through rolling farmland, the green fields edged by woods with a rim of mountains to the south. A land of hot summers and wet winters, the village suffered floods throughout the early 20th century. Life here was always hard. In the late 1950s, Mao decided to make the countryside communist in the full sense. And what happened here in Xiaogang was documented 3 years after Mao's death in an austerely titled report, an investigation of the Xiaogang Production Brigade's household responsibility system in Liyuan Commune in Fengyang County, an account of the events in the village culminating in 1978 when the peasants refused any longer to work the commune system. Produced by officials of the Communist Party, looking back on the history of the previous 30 years in the village, it tells an almost incredible story of the Great Famine in microcosm. In the late 50s, the Production Brigade, formerly the village, comprised 34 households, 175 people in all, with 30 head of cattle and 1,100 mu of farmland. 1 mu today is 920 square yards, so the villagers had about 100 hectares. In the mid-1950s, every family had 3 hired labourers and 1 plough animal. The main harvest was rice, then grain, sorghum and beans. As things had stood in 1955, there was still optimism about socialist China. No one was migrating. There was enough food to feed the people. The next year, the changes began that would make the village part of a larger commune. But in an immediate warning sign, productivity already decreased that first year. Though it would be the only time under the commune system the villagers would have a surplus to give to the state. In 1957, the government's anti-rightist campaign came to Xiaogang. Anyone in the village questioning the superiority of socialism was persecuted. The village population comprised middling and poor peasants. There was no landlord class and no rich peasants. But even so, they were part of the new order now, large in size, collective in nature, all belonging to the public. There were even regular searches of households, going through trunks and cupboards, with party cadres taking anything they wanted, grain, vegetables, firewood, even tiny personal belongings, "Only your teeth are yours," one farmer was told. The next year, on the 17th of August 1958, the experiment began of organising the local villages into communist communes. The pilot charter was displayed in every village. It said this: "This public commune will organise public communes across the whole county to become a cooperative federation under the leadership of the Communist Party, and gradually establish one single commune for the whole county as one political social entity." The commune, the people were told, collectively owns all the land, the barren hills, rivers, lakes, woods, and bamboo groves within its borders. 1/3 of everything produced should now go to the state. Half the produce was reserved for the use of the union, the remainder controlled by the communes. Houses were now owned by the collective, whose people must work with enthusiasm and loyalty to build socialism. As for rest times, the charter said, everyone should complete 10 hours labour, 2 hours study, 4 hours of eating and resting, 8 hours sleep. At busy times, members may work 12 hours. It's astonishing to think this innovation was to be enforced tens of thousands of times across rural China. But the village was now plunged into disaster by new commands from the party, whose central planners directed the planting of crops unsuited to the local soil, sometimes appearing to the villagers to be almost on whim. The villagers now began to speak of the 5 winds blowing them hither and thither, the irrational diktats of the Communist Party itself, the exaggeration and deceit, the coercion, the blind commanding of production targets, and the special treatment for party cadres. By late 1958, with a poor harvest and floods, the village sank into famine. Soon thousands across the county were dying, as was reported in the party archives, although its own cadres were still reported enjoying fine meals in the best hotel in Fengyang. With everything communally owned, the people complained, and with no private tools and animals, there was no incentive to work hard. Before long, the first young men left the land, and as labour decreased, the fields were left barren, and livestock began to die. The people were soon starving, while the 5 winds blew ever stronger. In an effort to keep in favour with the party hierarchy and deliver their quotas, however, local officials continued to exaggerate the grain production figures, and were then ordered by Beijing to requisition higher amounts for state use and even for export. In reality, there was a 15% drop in grain production nationally in 1959, and another 10% in 1960. By then, in the village, less than 20 acres were still under cultivation, and 10 families remained on the land, a total of 39 people. In those 3 years, 60 villagers died of famine, to be marked down as unnatural deaths in party records in the county office. 6 households disappeared altogether, with 76 people leaving the village hoping to find a way of making a living in cities to the south, especially over the river in Nanjing. So Anhui, the epicentre of reform, became a disaster zone of leftist mistakes, as the party admitted later. And if Anhui stood for the country, then Fengyang was the epitome of Anhui. Figures from the local party archives suggest that during the Great Famine, a quarter of the county's population, 90,000 people, died of starvation. Some estimates suggest 1/3. In Shaogang village alone, between 1958 and 1960, 67 villagers died of starvation out of a population of 120. This terrible man-made suffering was made worse by the 4 no's issued by the party in dealing with so many unnatural deaths. There should be no burials less than a metre deep, as crops must be planted on top. There should be no burials by the roadside, so as not to advertise funerals everywhere. No mourning ceremonies, and no crying over the dead. Gradually, therefore, the old bonds of Chinese society, of kinship and ancestors, parents and children, which had given the peasantry solidarity and sustained them through the hard times they'd known so often through Chinese history, were deliberately and cruelly broken down in the name of an ideology that went against everything Chinese culture stood for. By the end of the Great Leap Forward, Shaogang village was half in ruins. There were weeds everywhere, and the areas planted with useless crops had gone to waste. Scarcely a decade after the party took over, with all its utopian plans for socialism, the village was destitute. In the late 1960s, thousands migrated from the county. One farmer who stayed in Shaogang was Yan Jichang, a 21-year-old newlywed in 1968. He grew ginger, red chili peppers, onions and leeks next to the walls of his farmhouse, from which he raised a small amount of cash. By the house were a dozen persimmon trees, which, against the rules of the commune, he and his wife picked in the late autumn, baked and sold. With their surplus, they bought 2 pigs, which brought them an income of about 800 or 900 yuan a year, most of which went on buying food for the family to avoid going on midwinter trips with the children south into Jiangsu, counting doors, as they put it, that is, begging in the street. For selling the fruit of their trees, they were publicly criticized by some party officials, and even by some neighbors, as capitalist roaders. As Jan recalled, looking back in 2018, it was as if only we all starved together, then we would be equal. So in a village with no landlord and no wealthy peasants, by 1975, younger members of all 20 families had migrated away to beg or work. By then, the Cultural Revolution had further broken communal solidarity. The end result of constant denunciations and accusations was a land left barren, poverty-stricken families, and social and spiritual division. Even then, though, people still maintained some sense of gratitude to the party, as if their travails were not mainly their fault. As for the whole period from 1966 to 1978, they still depended on grain handouts and ration stamps. But as one commune member reported, "We are all people of the fields. We've worked our lifetime on farmland. Seeing such long-term shortage of crops brings the heart to a boil. We feel ashamed for not giving a single gram of grain in surplus. Yet year after year we have to eat the food given by the state. We know how to harvest more grain, but their policies don't allow it." By the late 1960s, the situation in Anhui and in China as a whole had eased, but the Cultural Revolution brought back the feeling of crisis. Between spring and winter 1967, the local government archive says that over 18,000 people left Fengyang County, mainly heading south across the Yangtze to Nanjing, hoping to find work or to beg. Over a third of the rural population of Anhui was on the move. Even into the 1970s, starvation remained a serious problem, and Fengyang became known again far and wide as the town of the flower drums. The lyric of the song is still remembered by all Fengyang folk today. To talk of Fengyang, Fengyang was once a fine place. The first Ming emperor was born here, but since then 9 out of 10 years were famine. The big families sold land, small families sold their kids, and I, who have no kids to sell, must roam around with my flower drum. By the early 1960s, the imposition of Russian-style communism on the Chinese people had clearly failed. While still upholding Mao's preeminent role in the Civil War and the Revolution, a reform-minded group, including the future paramount leader Deng Xiaoping, himself a veteran of the Long March, wanted now to demote Mao to a ceremonial role of chairman and take economic policy out of his hands. In 1961, Mao was sidelined as leader of the party, and in early 1962, the new leadership denounced the Great Leap Forward as the main cause of the Great Famine. Some of the more restrictive rules on the peasant communes were loosened, and emergency supplies of grain were imported from Canada and Australia to alleviate starvation. But Mao wouldn't let go. Now in his early 70s, in 1964 he regained control of the party and 2 years later launched what he called the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. In summer 1966, Mao mobilized millions of young people, Red Guards, to reignite the nation's revolutionary fervor, attacking all figures of authority, whether the party, the universities, teachers, or intellectuals in general. The causes are still debated. Mao feared the revolution had lost its impetus, that the party itself had become another privileged elite, and that liberal bourgeois elements were still thwarting the growth of socialism. In part, too, he was clearly motivated by revenge against those who'd opposed the Great Leap Forward and who'd pushed him aside in 1961. Frustrated also by the Chinese people's loyalty to their traditional culture and beliefs, he called on the young to smash the four olds: old customs, old culture, old habits, and old ideas, the structures of thought that had poisoned the minds of the people for thousands of years, he said. An idea which, as we've seen, had already been espoused by Lu Xun and the New Culture movement after the 4th of May 1919. The Cultural Revolution was another bitter time for the Chinese people, for the deliberate destruction of their past meant the severance of deep emotional attachments to what it had meant to be Chinese. Traditional festivals were banned, along with the old rituals of birth, marriage and death. The destruction of family altars, genealogies and spirit tablets commemorating the ancestors was aimed at breaking the old spiritual link with earlier generations. It was a time, said one outside observer, when the Chinese people lost the warmth of home. Hundreds of thousands died tortured and brutalized in mock trials and summary executions by the Red Guards and the mobs they incited. Virtually all temples, mosques and churches were closed and vandalized. In a gruesome symbolic attack on the hated feudal past, the tomb of the Ming Emperor Wan Li outside Beijing was opened, and his remains, with those of his chief consorts, were dragged out, denounced and burned. In Confucius's hometown, Chufu, the local people saved some architectural treasures by boarding them up and painting them with Maoist slogans. The family cemetery of Confucius, however, was wrecked, and some of the bodies within dug up, though the tomb of the master himself was found to be empty when the Red Guards opened it. Religion was banned. By 1971, one foreign visitor reported that it was possible to travel right across eastern China and see no sign of religious practice of any form. Today, the Cultural Revolution is still difficult to talk about in China. Though there are now websites where victims and oppressors can communicate with each other, what one did in the Cultural Revolution is still a very contentious and painful topic. Every Chinese family has its memories. In Dongtai, near Yangzhou, the Bao family, originally from Tangyue in Anhui, whom we've met before in this story, faced a terrifying dilemma the night before the Red Guards descended on their town. Loyal village officers in the Ming dynasty, philanthropic salt merchants in the Qing, they now faced the destruction of their treasured documents, paintings and calligraphy, or vicious punishment if they tried to conceal them. During the Taiping Rebellion, the family had risked their lives to save a great 18th century painting of their ancestors, and now they went through it all again. As Bao Shunsheng tells the story, "That night, Grandma came in. 'The Red Guards are coming,' she said. 'Come with me now.' We wrapped the picture up with the woodblock printed family genealogy, and we went out and buried it in the vegetable patch. We put the turf back on top, patted it down. We did a really good job. The next day, we got out some books and calligraphy and burned them in front of the Red Guards, and they were satisfied with that. Others weren't so lucky. In the old clan villages of Huizhou, tons of family documents were loaded onto carts to be burned in the town square. In Qimen County, the Xue family were able to save their precious ancestral plaques, their spirit tablets, by hiding them in the roof. But the worst loss was in ruined lives. In some places, the mass hysteria of the time snapped all bonds of humanity, as if violence took on a life of its own. In Daoxian, in Hunan, one horrific massacre was the subject of an official investigation years later by a Chinese journalist, Tan Hecheng, who pursued the story further after the case was closed. The story he uncovered was truly shocking. Over 9 weeks in 1967, over 9,000 class enemies in the town were massacred with sickening brutality. Local party bosses, caught up in the hysteria of the Cultural Revolution and paranoid about imagined counter-revolutionary insurgencies, instigated the murder of people who were branded as landlord class or simply bad elements. Many of the dead were women and children, old people, and even infants. The ideological labels were mere excuses. Most of the killings, in fact, were motivated by local enmities and by greed. The atrocities of the Daoxian story, which cannot have been unique at that time, strongly recall accounts of wanton cruelty in the wars at the fall of the Tang or during the 5 dynasties, or indeed accounts from the Second World War in Eastern Europe. It wasn't just in China that people in our own time turned with such savagery against their old neighbours, in a world where, just as in Nazi Germany, language itself was debased by totalitarianism. For modern China, it was, however, their darkest period. One of the few detailed contemporary journalistic records that came out of China was by an official photographer of the Communist Party in Harbin in the northeast. Tragic and often heart-rending, the photographs reveal how everyday cruelty and persecution happened on the ground, also giving us haunting images of the oppressed crowds, which should be scrutinized by all who wish to understand the tortured psychology of the time, the collective hysteria, the mass condemnations of capitalist roaders, the shootings of class enemies, even lovers condemned for their affair, still trying to hold hands as they face the firing squad. As one of the condemned said, "This world is too dark." Of all the regions under Chinese rule, none suffered more in the Cultural Revolution than Tibet. For most of its history an independent kingdom, from the 18th century Tibet had been a protectorate under the Qing dynasty, which had freed it from the Dzungar Mongols. From 1920, Tibet had functioned as a de facto independent country. In 1949, it was invited to join the PRC by Mao, but the Dalai Lama's council refused. It was invaded by the Chinese army in 1950, and in 1959-60, a rebellion was brutally crushed. And then, during the Cultural Revolution, the rift tearing China apart was exported to the Tibetan plateau. Busloads of Red Guards were brought in to devastate what remained of the old culture, and with widespread torture and murder, Tibet became a theatre of cruelty. On the 25th of August 1966, the Guards destroyed the famous Zhoukang Temple in Lhasa, its bronze statuary, manuscripts and textiles thrown into the central courtyard to be smashed or burned. And then they spread out across Tibet, even to the far west, with gunfire and dynamite. By the end, 90% of the monasteries and nunneries were destroyed, along with their artistic treasures and libraries built up over 1,000 years. In 1980, a fact-finding mission found all the great shrines in ruins. Ganden, Sera, Drepung, the Jokang in Lhasa, great centres of learning from the medieval heyday of Tibetan Buddhism, which, especially in the 18th century under the Qing emperors, had played such a role in Chinese civilization. In western Tibet, the Red Guards rampaged through the shrines around Mount Kailash and continued on to the far west, a region with virtually no surfaced vehicle roads. Here was an important place in the story of Buddhism, the monastery of Toling. Founded in 996 by King Yeshe, Toling was the mother house of 108 monasteries in Tibet, Nepal and the Himalayan regions. Most of these were now destroyed, although some survive outside Tibet, like Halji in Nepal and Tabo, a glorious survival of Indo-Tibetan art and sculpture just inside India. To go to Toling today by road is a 300-kilometre drive westwards from the region of Mount Kailash on dirt roads as far as the ravine of the Sutlej River, which flows down to India. The first Chinese military base behind the mountain passes on the edge of India, the town stands on a steep-sided plateau, a tiny Wild West town with a population of a few hundred, with a street of shops and restaurants and the inevitable nightclub for the Chinese troops. It's so far from anywhere that it's hard to believe the Red Guards came out here, but the existence of a drivable road sealed its fate. Toling has a very special place in the story of Tibetan Buddhism, the centre of the second great dissemination of Buddhism into Tibet in the early 11th century. When the scholar Rinchen Zangpo went to India to learn Sanskrit and came back to translate many Buddhist texts into Tibetan, another great historical moment in the long story of rich exchanges between India, the Tibetan Plateau and China. At the centre of this great complex was the temple of Yeshe, a three-dimensional mandala with a central hall and 18 subsidiary chapels, which made this one of the most splendid buildings in Asia. It was a memory room of Tibetan culture, a labyrinth full of magnificent bronzes, giant painted and gilded Buddhas and bodhisattvas, and a great cycle of medieval wall paintings by travelling Kashmiri masters, in sum, a literal representation of the Tibetan world of the spirits. All of it was destroyed in the Cultural Revolution, save for 2 chapels later used as grain stores, which preserve exquisite murals. In the main temple, dismembered heads and limbs of broken statues still lie in bare side chapels. All that's left is a few precious photos taken in 1939 and written Tibetan inventories from the 20th century, setting down in writing, as they say, everything that was here to make it easier for future ages to understand. The 1870 inventory of the greatest monastery in the Kingdom of the West is eerily prophetic. The times are bad. In the long run, the images and the vessels and the property, large and small, will eventually be taken away. Since then, there will be no chance of retrieving them. It will surely happen that one day in the future there will be nothing virtuous left outside and inside the monastery, in any place, and it will be like an empty paradise. From Tibet to Harbin, Xinjiang to Shanghai, and from Confucius's Chufu to the Temple of the Eastern Peak in Beijing, the devastation of China's traditional culture involved an almost unquantifiable loss of cultural heritage for the whole world as well as for China, the longest-lived continuous civilization in the world. And all of it driven by the personality of Mao himself, centre of a ruler cult that in some respects recalls that of the sage emperors of the past. As a Peking radio broadcast put it in the summer of 1967, in the first frenzy of the Cultural Revolution, all rivers flow into the sea, and every red heart turns towards the sun. Oh, Chairman Mao, the mountains are tall, but not as tall as the blue sky. Rivers are deep, but not as deep as the ocean. Lamps are bright, but not as bright as the sun and moon. Your kindness is taller than the sky, deeper than the ocean, and brighter than the sun and moon. It is possible to count the stars in the highest heavens, but it is impossible to count your contributions to mankind. This rhetoric has many predecessors in Chinese history, from Empress Wu declaring herself the all-powerful emperor in the 7th century, to the rights controversy of the Ming period, when the Jiajing emperor announced that none but the Son of Heaven has the right to discuss the rights of state. To measure the way according to heavenly principle and human heart, to fix it according to fairness, correctness, benevolence and righteousness, this can be done exclusively by the emperor. Such are the deep continuities of political ideas at the centre of the Chinese tradition. In some, the emperor has the supreme authority to determine the nature of heavenly principle, the human heart, centrality, correctness, benevolence, and righteousness. The supreme power, then, is also the supreme ideological authority. After Mao's death, his successor Hua Guofeng pronounced 2 cardinal principles: whatever Mao commanded, whatever Mao taught. The ancient cult of the sage monarch, harnessed by the Marxist-Leninist state. Seen in this light today, we can see that Mao's appeal was on many levels. His credentials as a revolutionary spoke for themselves. His utopian dreams, which chimed with ancient currents of Chinese thought, were at first hugely popular among the lower classes who'd always been downtrodden. He came to power after a long period of national humiliation and the breakdown of the modern state, so strong rule was much desired. In that light, the adoration of Mao can be understood. But as historians see it now, the traditional figure of the sage ruler involved not just adoration, but the creation of an overreaching political structure that controlled people's lives from cradle to grave. The natural outcome was the dictatorship of a single man, which, in the words of a contemporary Chinese historian who lived through the Cultural Revolution, became very frightening, where terror envelops the entire society, suffocating the entire nation's ability to think. And in the end, the attempt to create utopia on earth by using these dictatorial powers brought about disastrous consequences. Steered by the great helmsman, Mao's China was directed by the rigid and secretive mind of the Communist Party. At first with its Russian advisers, which set out to regulate every aspect of people's lives. Viewed from the perspective of 70 years, certain features of its rule, already evident in the 1950s, have now become clear. Though the party claimed to have liberated the people from feudalism and all its ills, the new regime after 1949, as it's turned out, has reproduced many of the most repressive features of the imperial despotism. A centralized bureaucracy, an entrenched and self-protecting elite, ideological conformity, and the control of history, corruption, and nepotism. That said, it would be a great mistake, and a Western-centric one, to view all of Chinese civilization and history as a story of unrelieved totalitarian oppression. Such generalizations don't reflect the reality that we've encountered in these pages. As we've seen, in the Mao era too there were real achievements. The unification of China under one rule after a long period of division is central to Mao's legacy. Great advances were made in public health, education and literacy. There was also a big improvement in the role and status of women, on which Mao had written from the beginning of his career. All of this undeniably helped shape today's China. It's a huge paradox, then, that Mao's achievement was the liberation of the Chinese people, one of the greatest events in history, and yet he also engineered a tragedy of unbelievable proportions, the greatest disasters in Chinese history, namely the Great Famine, the Cultural Revolution, and the devastating war on nature in the name of material progress. The balance sheet on his rule is still contested. Perhaps it is too early to tell. As an interim verdict, the party's stalwart Chen Yun put it succinctly: had Mao died in 1956, he would be an immortal. In 1966, still a great man, but flawed. But he died in 1976. Alas, what can one say? In the great Chinese divination text, the I Ching, the Book of Changes, whose origins are to be found back in the oracle bone divinations of the Bronze Age, there is a hexagram entitled Revolution. The commentary says this: in a revolution, two things must be avoided. You must not move with excessive haste, and you must not use excessive ruthlessness against the people. The revolution must correspond to a higher truth. A revolution not founded on inner truth will come to grief, for in the end the people will support only what they feel in their hearts to be just. Chapter 19. The Rise of the New China. By the late 1970s, the Chinese people had been worn down and impoverished by 30 years of communist rule, by economic mismanagement and environmental disaster, by class war, and by devastating famine. But in 1979, their new leader, Deng Xiaoping, announced a reform and opening up policy, turning his back on communism. So began an unparalleled economic and social transformation. The past 40 years have seen the biggest lifting of people out of poverty which has ever taken place in history, a huge rebuilding of the nation's infrastructure, and a massive economic lift-off. On many reckonings, China already has the biggest economy on the planet and is back on the world stage as a great power. These astonishing achievements are not without their downside. In key ways, China's rulers have remade the bureaucratic autocracy of imperial times. The rule of law is still a dream rather than a reality. The headlong pursuit of materialism has undermined spiritual life in ways still to be quantified. But all in all, China's age of reform already looks like one of the greatest events in world history. This final chapter, which of course can only offer an interim judgment, begins with the drama of the fateful year that saw the death of the great helmsman, Chairman Mao. Halfway between Beijing and the coast, Tangshan today is a city of shining high-rise business districts and an eco-park. Back in 1976, it was a shoddily built city of 1 million people, based on industry and coal mining, which had been busily and chaotically expanding since the 1950s. This part of Hebei has a humid monsoon climate with summers often sweltering in the mid-30s. But in late July 1976, the weather was abnormally stifling. That summer, which turned out to be the last of Mao's great cultural revolution, was already a cursed year. Prime Minister Zhou Enlai, who through all the madness had been loved and trusted by the people, had died. According to the rumours, Mao had been incapacitated for several months, and his health was now failing. So the stifling air was also thick with political tension, caused by paralysis in the leadership, as the court closed its ranks around the dying emperor. In Tangshan, however, a different kind of anxiety had come to the surface. Scientists from the Bureau of Seismology met in the city that July with a growing sense of disquiet. The previous year, there had been a number of huge earthquakes elsewhere in the world, and now they'd started picking up seismic anomalies in China. changes in atmospheric electricity and high levels of radon in a plummeting water table. Something was happening underground. On the 23rd of July came disturbing news from monitoring stations in Her Bay. 4 sites had recorded serious seismic activity. A day later, as the unnaturally oppressive weather continued, sudden changes in the temperature of water drawn from wells were reported, and nocturnal animals were seen in daylight. The local county earthquake team, sleepless now as they frantically tried to get the measure of what was going on, began to suspect a major quake was on the way. Some, anxiously assessing the risks, put their beds outside in the open air. For the Tangshan municipality, however, the evidence that something was going to happen had no timescale, and therefore, unable to plan when the information was so vague, they didn't act at all. The earthquake team knew that the predictions indicated a quake of 5 or 6 on the Richter scale during the next few weeks or perhaps months, and they debated mass evacuation, encouraging people to set up temporary accommodation in the fields, but still no plan of action came from the authorities. In the last hours, the omens came thick and fast. Village ponds dried up in some places and overflowed in others. A pale yellow fog blurred the air in mining areas, and radio stations detected strange magnetic waves. Later, people said that nature knew, that dogs attacked their owners and horses broke loose from their stables. There were swarms of dragonflies. Pet cats fell into a frenzy. And just as in the old European plague legends, clusters of rats with tangled tails were found in the fields. But the strangest phenomena were seen in the sky, eerily mirroring the omens in the 1330s that announced the fall of the Yuan dynasty. On the night of the 27th of July, farmers reported red lights in the night and fireballs over the coast to the northeast. Fishermen out at sea saw a sudden band of light under the water, like a procession of torches that vanished in a second. And then, just before midnight, a sudden burst of rain drove people indoors. At 3:43 a.m. on the 28th of July, the Tangshan earthquake struck. It lasted 23 seconds. Witnesses more than 60 miles away saw a red glow in the sky and heard a distant roar. In Tangshan's main park, those up early for Tai Chi reported a loud rumbling, and the sky in the northeast turned a livid red. Then the earth started to shake. The walls surrounding the park collapsed, and the buildings across the road crumbled, filling the air with choking dust and dirt. At the hospital, nurses on the late shift, who'd gone into the grounds to take the air, heard a shrill screech like a knife cutting through the sky, someone said, followed by the roar of 1,000 trucks. Where the nurses stood, a huge chasm opened up as the hospital collapsed, the workers' dormitories shaking like bird cages swinging in the air. The seismic wave of energy, it was said, was 400 times that of the atomic bomb at Hiroshima. Within minutes, the centre of the city was a scene of total devastation, looking as if it had indeed suffered a nuclear blast. Streets were torn up. The night train from Manchuria was thrown on its side and the station flattened. And then there was silence. The darkness before dawn, lit only by fires in the ruins. In the air, a gauzy haze full of dust, smoke, dirt and pulverized debris deadened the shouts of the survivors. Tangshan, whose buildings were largely made of wood, brick and cheap concrete, had been obliterated. That day, 85% of the buildings were demolished, and more went in a series of aftershocks through the next day and into the autumn. The death toll has never been established. The official estimate was at least 250,000, but others put it at more than 655,000. The The force was felt right across northeast China into Korea and northwards into Mongolia. More than 100 miles away in Beijing, 10% of the buildings were damaged and many people died. The biggest earthquake in China since the ill-omened catastrophe of 1556. This was one of a series of natural disasters over those few months, which were widely seen as signs that the government had lost its legitimacy, that the mandate of heaven had gone. For as the saying went, when the heavens crack, the earth shakes. Whether the dynasty was done, though, was still to be seen. Chinese history, after all, moves in longer, slower rhythms than any other. Some had foreseen the fall of the Qing already in the 1840s after the First Opium War, but it still took another 70 years to come about. In Beijing that night, Mao was staying in the leadership compound on the lake by the Forbidden City. Visibly shaken and confused, he was wheeled through the warm rain to a quake-proof shelter. Parkinson's and motor neuron disease had left him unable to function properly, with brief moments of lucidity before falling back into incoherence. Protected and shielded by an inner clique, the chairman had long ceased to have a realistic grip on the world. No one outside of Mao's inner circle knew this, one of Deng Xiaoping's close associates later recalled. The outside world, the Chinese people, and even senior party cadres were all in the dark. Mao was still worshipped like a god, and his remarks still taken as the supreme directives, while the state of his health was kept strictly confidential. Mao died on the 9th of September 1976, aged 83, mourned as the esteemed and beloved great leader of our party, the great teacher of the international proletariat and the oppressed people. Corrupted by power and his messianic personality cult, he was too central to the narrative of the party for his legacy to be realistically assessed after his death. Mao never underwent, and still has never undergone, the thoroughgoing public criticism that followed the death of Stalin in Russia, in part because in China there was no way to separate Mao from the party. He was the party. Before he died, Mao had summed up his legacy to his inner circle with a mixture of clarity and terrifying self-delusion. "I have accomplished 2 things in my life," he said. "First, I fought Chiang Kai-shek for decades and drove him out to a few islands. After 8 years of war with the Japanese, they were also sent home. We fought our way to Beijing and at last entered the Forbidden City. There are not many people who do not recognize these achievements. The second matter you all know about. It was the launch of the Cultural Revolution. On this matter few support it, many oppose it, but it is not finished, and its legacy must be handed down to the next generation." It was said that in the days before his final decline, he was reading Sima Guang, the famous historian of the Song dynasty. And indeed there are many lessons for rulers from all periods in Chinese history in that great historian's work. Sima's message was that the history of China had been a story of violence and chaos in which periods of good order had been short. Harmony in the state, he said, was a very difficult thing to establish and needed to be very carefully tended once it had been achieved. Today, Mao is still a hero for many in China and is undergoing a major rehabilitation under President Xi Jinping. There are Mao shrines in houses once more. Mao-themed restaurants play Cultural Revolution songs while you eat. And in the book market in Beijing, Mao memorabilia are everywhere. What you could buy for next to nothing in the 1980s, magazines, posters, badges, and of course the little red book, now fetch high prices. Many in China still think that for all his mistakes, Mao made the nation great again. Within years of his death, however, slowly, the party began the process of facing up to history, moving in a subtle, one might say, distinctly Chinese fashion. Mao's greatness was undeniable, they said, but for the party and its historians, the writers of the current textbooks in school, the balance sheet of history was perhaps 70 to 30% in his favour. In June 1981, the 11th Party Congress issued this historic resolution. Practice has shown that the Cultural Revolution did not in fact constitute a revolution, nor was it social progress in any sense. Chief responsibility for the grave error of the Cultural Revolution, an error comprehensive in magnitude and protracted in duration, does indeed lie with Comrade Mao Zedong. In his later years, far from making a correct analysis of many problems, he confused right and wrong, and confused the people with the enemy. Herein lies his tragedy. It was China's tragedy too, but, the party added, they were the faults of a great revolutionary. And as the dust settles in today's boom-time China, his place in history is uncontested, if deeply shadowed by the memory of those dark times half a century or so ago. Some modern accounts have presented a truly terrible image of a despot who descended into tyranny, a man with no mitigating features. But that is not in the main how the Chinese people see it. The emperor had lost and then regained the mandate of heaven, and then, with staggering losses, clung onto it. But the dynasty, if we may so call it, survived. Mao's funeral took place in September 1976, the memorial speech made by his appointed successor, Hua Guofeng, a Mao loyalist, a colourless and mediocre party man. It was a speech designed to continue Mao's legacy of factionalism. Hua said this: "Under Chairman Mao's leadership, the Chinese people, who had long suffered oppression and exploitation, won emancipation and became masters of the country. It was under Chairman Mao's leadership that the disaster-plagued Chinese nation rose to its feet. The Chinese people love, trust and esteem Chairman Mao from the bottom of their hearts." As for the future, Hua concluded, "We must deepen the struggle to criticize Deng Xiaoping and repulse the right deviationists' attempt to reverse correct verdicts, consolidate and develop the victories of the great proletarian cultural revolution, and combat and prevent revisionism." For anyone watching, after the savagery and terror of the Cultural Revolution, such words only showed how China's self-deluding inner circle was still in the grip of Mao's charisma. In the nation at large, society was battered and exhausted by hardship, riven with social conflict and worn down by the corruption and institutional disorder caused by the virulent leftist policies of the Mao era. The countryside was in ruins, the environment devastated, and the rural population in poverty or starving. The educational system was in chaos. The closure of universities and schools meant that a whole generation had lost 10 years of education. Industry had stagnated or collapsed. Worse still, across the country, group feeling had been fragmented. Hard as it was to admit, Mao's policies had amounted to a systematic attack on the very core ideas that had sustained Chinese society for so long. The turning point came in 1978, a moment historians now see as China's second revolution, and one of the most significant events in modern world history. After Mao's death, his clique, the so-called Gang of Four, were defeated, and in the following 2 years of party infighting, Hua Guofeng was sidelined, and a new leader emerged, the very man condemned by name in Hua's funeral oration for Mao, Deng Xiaoping. A chain-smoking veteran of the Long March and the Civil War, the diminutive Deng Xiaoping was of peasant stock from Sichuan. His family were originally from the Hakka ethnic minority and had migrated from Guangdong in the 17th century. with a strong Sichuan accent that some found difficult to follow. He was a caustic, steely man, possessed of an astonishing memory and formidable self-control. Deng had joined the Communist Party in France at the age of 15, telling his father he hoped to learn knowledge and truth from the West in order to save China. He spent 5 years there working in a Renault tractor plant and a shoe factory, where he became convinced that Western education was the key to modernization. In 1927, he returned to China to participate in the guerrilla wars of the Jiangsu Soviet, and he was on the Long March, becoming a military leader in the Civil War. Deng had supported the anti-rightist campaign in the late 1950s that had ruined many lives. He would later admit it was unjust and excessive, though never conceded it was wrong. He had also supported the initiatives that led to the disasters of the Great Leap Forward, although privately, as we now know, it was at that time that he felt the direction of China's socialist reconstruction had started to go wrong, and was particularly disturbed by the personality cult in which he felt Mao was worshipped as a deity. Deng presents us with a paradox, then, which none of his modern biographers has been able to resolve, perhaps because he left no diaries or letters, let alone a personal memoir. Deng towed the line, but like others in the leadership from the late 1950s through the 60s, though he had blood on his hands, he saw where Mao's policies were leading, and he challenged them. He was eventually sent to the countryside to do manual labour, purged for his rightist views and his opposition to Mao's concept of permanent revolution. As for the Cultural Revolution, that, for Deng, was an unprecedented disaster in which political chaos, social turmoil, sabotage of production and hardship in daily life had brought our economy to the brink of collapse and hurt countless individuals in every walk of life in innumerable ways. For him, as reported by his daughter Deng Rong, it was a tremendous catastrophe whose scars might never heal, a miasma of confusion in which political, economic, scientific, cultural and educational life were severely damaged in the name of revolution and class struggle that went on without end to the great detriment of the people. Purged twice by Mao during the Cultural Revolution, Deng's amazing career would have 3 comebacks. That said, however, Deng was a die-hard communist, with unswerving loyalty to the party, despite his criticisms, and despite the way it had treated him and his family. Throughout his life, he never doubted the one-party state, and was opposed to any whiff of democracy outside what the party imposed on itself. A multi-party system on the Western model could not, he thought, be China's path. During the Cultural Revolution, his son was imprisoned by the Red Guards, tortured and thrown out of a 4th-floor window, leaving him paralyzed. He later became an important fighter for disability rights in China. Deng and his wife were sent into exile for 4 years, during which he worked in a tractor factory in Nanchang, in rural Jiangsu. There they lived in an old school building, in a bare room furnished with just a table and chairs. Outside was a woodshed, a privy, and a vegetable patch. Deng's walk to work along a little red gravel path is now a tourist attraction. But it was a time to think, and Deng was a thinker. According to his daughter, he was a great student of history and spent much time reading Chinese historians as well as Marxist texts in an attempt to understand Chinese history, the fruits of which reading we will attempt to untangle. So how did the biggest change in China's history begin? In 1973, Premier Zhou Enlai had brought Deng back to Beijing from exile to focus on reconstructing the Chinese economy. And in 1974, Deng flew to New York and spoke at the UN, arguing that a new epoch was beginning in China's foreign policy towards the world. On his fact-finding missions, he was shocked by how far China had fallen behind the rest of the world. He became convinced of the value of study tours, crash courses, and learning from the developed world. For Deng already had a plan to reverse the policies that had led to class war. "Wherever I see a communist economy, I see poverty," he said. "And wherever I see the American system, I see people's lives enriched." In early 1976, Deng had been savagely criticized and then removed from power shortly before Mao's death by the chairman's old comrades, the Gang of Four. But in July 1977, he was reinstated, and from then on, all eyes were on him. He never became premier, chairman, or president, but he was the de facto leader, even though his conservative opponents still feared he would betray the revolution. With the help of a group of allies, and using his prestige as a long-standing revolutionary and a veteran of the Long March, he immediately began planning for sweeping change. His goal was to use capitalism to build a socialist society while not loosening the dictatorship of the party. His focus was on economics, science, and technology. The planned reform would not be political. Whether it's possible to have one without the other has become one of the great questions of current Chinese history, and no doubt will dominate the next few decades too. For Deng, the key was to face what had happened since 1949 with a clear eye. As a close associate remembered, reflecting on their conversations, China had not been a socialist society from 1956 to 1978. This was a period characterized by economic stagnation, political turmoil, cultural decay, and a population living in poverty and distress. In the 20 years after 1957, China's destiny was in great danger, and China was travelling along a path that was leading our party and our state to perdition. Deng understood this and was not so blinded by ideology that he didn't see the need for fundamental change. He began to push through reform in several areas, including the law, while being careful not to criticize Mao directly. His first moves had been long considered during his exile and were shared in private conversations with close friends and trusted colleagues. One of these discussions in late May 1977 is especially revealing of his reading while in exile. The key to modernization, he told his ally, Yu Guangyuan, is the development of science and technology. But unless we pay special attention to education, it will be impossible to develop these areas. We must have knowledgeable and trained people. Without them, how can we develop? China now is at least 20 years behind developed countries in science, technology, and education. As early as the Meiji Restoration, the Japanese began to spend a great deal of effort on them. Right now we must work in the spirit of the Meiji Restoration and of Peter the Great. To promote science and technology, we must improve education. In line with this thinking, Deng first asked to be put in charge of education, and a few days later the party leadership approved. It would be quite a task. The education system was broken. During the Cultural Revolution, only Communist Party members had access to higher education, though there was a nationwide system of peasant scholarships. Most universities were closed, and intellectuals, including many teachers, had been purged. In 1977, only 47,000 pupils were in higher education, where there had been 675,000 in 1960. So in August that year, Deng held an education conference in the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, an imposing, frankly terrifying environment for many of the delegates who'd been summoned at short notice. The mood was extremely cautious, and at first none of the attendees felt able to speak, not surprisingly given the way dissent had been handled under Mao. Deng had to cajole those in the hall to speak freely and without fear. Then one of the youngest delegates, a chemist called Wen Yuankai, stood up and broke the silence. "This is my opinion," he told Deng. "University exams should be restarted as soon as possible. They should be open to all, free and fair, and judged on merit, though the party should of course approve the candidates." Deng agreed to the first 3 suggestions and dismissed the need for party vetting. An announcement was placed in the People's Daily that university exams would be organised before the end of the year. When the news came out, 5.8 million people from all over China applied to take the exams. It's hard to exaggerate the meaning of this moment to ambitious young people with a thirst for education. People who, even during the Cultural Revolution, had tried to keep up their studies in the hope that one day things would improve. It's a moment etched into the memories of that generation. "When I finished high school," recalls Professor Zhang Weiwei of Fudan University, "I went to work in a factory in Shanghai. I didn't have any hope of entering university. The exam was very tough. Less than 5% passed. The ages of the candidates varied from 18 to 35 in my class. We were coal miners, farmers, soldiers, workers, young apprentices, like me. That exam changed the lives of so many people." In exile in the countryside at that time, for Professor Xue Lan, the current dean of Tsinghua University, the exams meant liberation. "I thought I would spend my life in that village. So when we heard the news, we were so happy, just exhilarated. It was a life-changing moment for all of us." Within 10 years, there would be an incredible 50-fold increase in college intake. Deng now sponsored a series of fact-finding tours to Hong Kong, Japan and Europe. The last led by his reformist ally, Gumu. This crucial mission of the 2nd of May to the 6th of June in 1978 has been compared by Western historians to the Iwakura mission in the 1870s, which opened up Japan to the US, Britain and Europe, or Peter the Great's Grand Embassy from Russia to Western Europe in the 1690s, when he inspected new naval technologies at the Chatham dockyards. Indeed, as we've seen, these examples were precisely the ones on Deng's mind. Deng hoped the 30 people who went with the mission would be future leaders of the economy. With so little knowledge of the West, they had much to learn. They went to a Swiss power plant and to Charles de Gaulle Airport in France. Air traffic control in China was still not computerized in 1978. They were amazed at the size of the container port in Bremen and the level of French agricultural productivity. They were not only shocked by how far China lagged behind, but how willing the Westerners were to share knowledge and technology, having been taught for so long that they were the enemies. "Our eyes were opened," said one of the mission. "Everything we saw shocked every one of us. We were enormously excited. We were taught that the capitalist West was decadent and corrupt and treated their workers brutally, but we saw with our own eyes that this wasn't true." On their return, they reported that the 4 modernizations of industry, agriculture, defense, and science and technology, first propounded by Zhou Enlai in the early 1960s, were at last a realistic prospect. It was the beginning of a new age of openness for China. Things now moved fast. In mid-September, Deng, who was nearly 75 years old now, went on a tour of northeast China to light the spark, as he put it. In Liaoning in Manchuria, Deng surprised local officials by announcing that the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, including himself, should admit their mistakes. "We have let down the wonderful Chinese people," he said, "who have been very patient." To those who were fluent readers of subtext, it couldn't have been clearer that the Mao era was in the dock. "Our nation's system is basically taken from the Soviet Union," Deng said. "It's backward, it deals with issues superficially, and it piles on bureaucracy. It needs to be thoroughly reformed." On the 22nd of October 1978, Deng himself went to Japan, visiting the most modern steelworks and the latest electronics factories. He travelled on the high-speed train and commented that though the Japanese had lost the war, they were now decades ahead of China. He took a CCTV crew with him to record what he was seeing. "Don't film me," he ordered. "Film what's out there to show the people back home." As Deng intended, the impact on the Chinese public was huge. They heard the news reports on the radio, but also through the new medium of TV. In 1978, there was only a handful of local stations. The national broadcaster, CCTV, had been formed that year, and fewer than 10 million, mostly urban Chinese, had a TV set. In her tiny apartment in a block of flats in Shanghai, for example, Rao Meitang, now a canteen worker, wrote a letter to her husband, who was in the 20th year of his re-education in the Anhui countryside. "We've rented a TV. The screen is 9 inches wide, but it's fine if you're just watching at home." The payments were being made by her son, and she reported the neighbours coming round to watch films. Charles Laughton's Hunchback of Notre Dame was a favourite, and there was a full house for the old 1962 serialisation of The Dream of the Red Chamber, which really thrilled the children. "They can't get enough of it," she wrote. With the advent of TV, the world was literally opening before their eyes. "They're showing Japanese films too," Meitang wrote, "and I've been watching all the satellite broadcasts of Vice Chairman Deng Xiaoping's visit to Japan." Reading Meitang's letters, one feels the astonishing patience and stoicism of the Chinese people, and the optimism in the air of the post-Mao age. A world stifled for so long was beginning to open up. On the 12th of November, Deng went to Singapore and was shocked to see modern, well-equipped workers' housing. Again, he compared this to China, where the condition of the peasantry in places was no better than it had been in the 1920s. At this point, Mao's follower, Hua Guofeng, was still premier, but Deng was preparing his path, his allies seeding articles in the newspapers which were avidly read on the factory floor. Writing from Shanghai on the 17th of November, Meitang sent another letter to her exiled husband. On October the 7th, in the Liberation Daily, there was an article about professionals getting their old jobs back. It says there are provisions for releasing anyone who's served their term doing re-education through labour. Get hold of a copy and look at it. Now articles about the wind of change came thick and fast. In her tenement behind the Bund in Shanghai, Meitang was now a daily visitor to the newsstand. On the 14th, there was a very good article in the Wenhui News, which said, democracy must be strengthened and the rule of law must be instituted. And another yesterday said, we must seek truth from facts. Wrongs must be righted. You must have a look at them. There are articles like this every day now. Letters like this catch the new mood of the times. The way was being prepared for a major shift by the party. The next stage, as Deng manoeuvred for power, was to get his reform ideas accepted at a plenum meeting scheduled for December. Deng decided that the first step was to air the ideas at a works conference that November. But as the delegates were arriving in Beijing, events in the countryside were starting to overtake them. As so often in history, while the leadership likes to take credit for change, in reality it's driven by the grassroots. Less than 20 years on from the Great Famine, we return to Shaogang village in Fengyang County, Anhui, just south of the Huai River. The approach to the village today is on the new highway, the G36, which goes all the way down from the Yellow River to Nanjing, through rolling farmland. As you drive through the emerald green rice paddies, with their network of reservoirs and irrigation canals, it's hard to imagine the famine-stricken world of the early 1960s and 70s, when some farmers still had wooden ploughs and harrowing boards. Even in 1978, the village was still a straggle of mud brick farmsteads along a tributary of the Huai. It's been rebuilt now, and only one old house has been saved, complete with its old farm gear, relics from 40 years ago that wouldn't look out of place in a Tudor husbandman's toft. That was the material culture of Xiaogang after 30 years of communism. In the early 1960s, during the Great Leap Forward, as we've seen, Fengyang County, along with much of the rest of the country, was plunged into famine. In Xiaogang village, half the inhabitants died of starvation between 1958 and 1960. And then, with the outbreak of the Cultural Revolution, a new generation of children was born into hunger and near destitution. In 1978, after a poor harvest, things became desperate once more, as Guan Youjiang, a young farmer then in his 20s, recalls. "I had 4 children. They all went out begging, even the youngest. There wasn't enough food for sure. Life was so hard." On the 24th of November 1978, 18 of the local farmers, heads of families, met in that mud brick farmhouse at the far end of the village to sign a secret agreement to divide the land of the local people's commune into family plots. For one of the farmers, Yan Jinchang, it was just heartbreaking. If we didn't do it, we would starve to death. If we did, we'd take a risk. Eventually we chose to go down this road. Even with the threat of prison or death, we divided the land to end starvation. It was against the law and against one of the very foundational ideas of the revolution. Now, each plot was to be worked by an individual family who would turn over their allotted quota to the government, but would keep the surplus for themselves and sell or barter it where they could. The villagers agreed that should the ringleaders be caught and executed, their neighbours would raise their children till they were 18 years old. Faced with the renewed threat of famine and the possibility of more deaths, it was, said Yan, a life or death contract. The document was signed with thumbprints in red ink, as if in blood. After this hidden mutiny, the following year, Xiaogang village produced a harvest larger than the previous 5 years combined, with a grain output increasing to 90,000 kilograms. Income for each household shot up 18 times in 1 year, says Yan Jinchang. When they found out, local government officials turned a blind eye. Facts on the ground had outflanked the hardliners in Beijing, and the innovation was soon held up as a model to other villages across the country. Within 2 years, collective farming right across China was abandoned, resulting in a huge increase in agricultural productivity. The secret contract in Xiaogang village in November 1978 is now seen as the symbolic beginning of the period of rapid economic growth and industrialization that mainland China has experienced in the years since. Communism had proved to be against the grain of Chinese civilization. Today, Xiaogang is largely rebuilt, still surrounded by rice fields and woods. At one end of the village, there's a monumental heroic frieze and a small museum where the life or death contract is proudly on show. Mr. Yan now has a thriving restaurant, and students from local sixth form colleges arrive with questionnaires about Deng's reform and opening up. When they ask him what happened, Yan simply replies, "We had no choice. We had to sign or starve." At the very moment when these events were unfolding in the countryside, the Party Works Conference was underway in Beijing. The arcane workings of the Communist Party and its plenums are dry as dust and wearisome in their jargon and self-serving mendacity. To go back over their pronouncements is to read through decades of rhetorical self-delusion, enough to wear the historian's patience thin. But this conference is worth a moment's pause, as it inaugurated one of the most important events in modern history, China's opening up and reform after the traumatic 3 decades of Maoism. The Communist Party Works Conference took place from the 10th of November to the 15th of December 1978. It was held in the Jingshu Hotel close to the Defense Ministry, 4 miles west of Tiananmen Square. A drab, concrete, Soviet-style building with heavily guarded high perimeter walls, the car park crammed with black Audis favoured by party high-ups. It's still there today, still not open to outsiders, though its current entry in TripAdvisor recommends the hotel and praises the attentive and good-looking staff. Back in 1978, 200 or so delegates gathered in the big conference room, representatives from every region of the country. There were conservative hardliners, party ideologues, and new wave allies of Deng, including Gu Mu, who had led the science and technology mission to Europe, Hu Yaobang, later chairman and general secretary of the party, and Zhao Ziyang, a pioneer of rural reform and a future premier who would play a central role in the crisis of 1989. Deng sat on the platform, flanked by other party officials, while speaker after speaker outlined their own personal experiences of the Mao years. Disastrous food shortages, famine, chaos and social conflict. This was the reality of the past 20 years of life for the Chinese people. Speaking freely for the first time, 16 provincial leaders reported real rather than exaggerated figures for grain output. The situation in Anhui, for example, was desperate, with production nowhere near that of 1955. Indeed, it was more like the 1949 level. One participant later recalled, "It was heartbreaking that farmers in the old revolutionary base areas of the Darbia Mountains were so poor they didn't have trousers to wear or quills to use." The scenes described left the delegates deep in thought. Deng now became the advocate for change and paradoxically found himself the guardian of the party's and the nation's bruised soul. In a still rural civilization, agriculture was the great question, and reformers like Hu Yaobang were keen to scrap the commune system altogether and try family quotas, an experiment already being tried in Sichuan and unbeknown to them at that very moment in Anhui. But many in the party felt they couldn't go against Mao's key directives, that they had to uphold Mao's prestige for fear of much greater impact within the party and in society as a whole, as one said. At the end of the conference, Deng spoke. He'd been thinking about the issues of the speech since at least the late 60s, when he was banished by Mao, and probably since the disasters of the Great Leap Forward. While never directly attacking Mao, everything that he said in the speech was an implicit rebuke. He decried the personality cult and slavish adherence to ideology which had suffocated the entire nation's ability to think. Most of all, what concerned him was the closing of the Chinese mind. "Today," he began, "I mainly want to talk about one question: how to emancipate our minds, seek the true path from facts, and form a united view on how to face the future." 3 pages of notes in his calligraphy survive, about 1,600 characters, 800 words. He wanted the speech to be pithy and forceful and spoken in short sentences, said a friend later. He wanted to talk about the backwardness of China and give an overview of his approach for a new era. The headline topics in his handwritten notes can be reduced to certain key ideas, which together form the blueprint for today's China. Number 1, free our minds from ideology. Number 2, promote democracy inside the party and in the legal system. Number 3, review the past to guide the future. Number 4, curb excessive bureaucracy. And number 5, allow some regions and enterprises to get rich first. The key to modernization, Deng said, was to lay out a clear, practical course. China's lack of the necessary knowledge and technology was obvious to all, so it must start to learn again. The answer to everything was education, in economics and in science. As for the party's historic errors, only later, at an appropriate time, Deng added, we will need to sum up Mao's errors and draw lessons from them. With the Cultural Revolution, everything wrong should be redressed, but without settling of scores. Spoken in a flat, unemotional monotone, after the past 20 years of class warfare, hard-line ideology, centralised economic planning and hysterical ruler cult, Deng's words signalled a fresh start. And for many in the room there was huge optimism. Deng even had to restrain the confident mood. "It won't happen overnight," he said. "Some problems will be for the next generation to solve." The plan was put to the party's third plenum in Beijing the following week, when the contents of Deng's speech were ratified. The third plenum was really just a confirmation of the work conference, but it announced changes so momentous that when a Chinese person today speaks of the third plenum, everyone knows what they mean. For Deng, rapid development of China's civil law code was one important path away from the excesses of Maoism and the burden of 2 millennia of imperial ruler cult, what he called feudal thinking, and what current Chinese historians call monarchism. But the weight of history, as it turned out, was not so easy to throw off. At every point Deng trod carefully, concerned to show he was not dismissing the whole of Mao's legacy. And when he spoke of democracy, it's important to understand he wasn't talking about a multi-party system, but reforming a one-party state whose functionaries, he thought, should be subject to democratic scrutiny to make the state machinery function better. The party, importantly, should still have a monopoly of power. The pace of events now accelerated. The week following the plenum, Time magazine put Deng Xiaoping on the front cover and declared him their Man of the Year. And then on the 1st of January 1979, after months of secret diplomacy, the US announced a major change in foreign policy, downgrading its relationship with Taiwan and recognizing the People's Republic of China, thus ending 3 decades of antagonism. 15 days later, China began its new international age, with Deng's visit to the US seeking American help for his reforms. As President Jimmy Carter remembered it, Deng was above all a man in a hurry. On the White House lawn, Carter summed up the moment. "China has taken the bold and momentous decision to open up." Standing by his side, Deng replied, "We share the sense of being on a historic mission. A single spark can cause a prairie fire." Deng visited Seattle, Atlanta, and Houston, where he even had the time to get down home at a Texas rodeo, posing for the cameras with a Stetson, an image that went down well with TV audiences east and west. As the anchorman Jim Laurie said on ABC News, Premier Deng Xiaoping not only went west, he went western. But behind the fun was a cool, calculating brain. Deng needed the US to help his great reform, while the US realized that China could be a huge market, and helping China to develop would open opportunities for their economy too. And meanwhile, back home on TV, Americans who had been demonized during the Cold War were shown as welcoming and keen to help China, and America's lifestyle, culture, and standard of living became something the Chinese people could aspire to. In early 1979, therefore, the stage was set for the reforms. Guangzhou, on the Pearl River in South China, was to be the testing ground. China's historic commercial capital, the city had gone into a steep decline since the revolution of 1949. Visitors to the area in the 1970s saw an economy in ruins. Few buses, old factories with outdated plant and no spares, and a demoralized workforce. Ezra Fogel, who first visited the city in 1973, recalls that in Guangzhou there were still dog carts. There were a lot of people without clothes, who were so thin that you wondered if they were going to make it. The head of the party in Guangdong province at the time was an old revolutionary comrade of Deng's, Xi Zhongxun, the father of the current President Xi Jinping, who, like Deng, had been purged in the Cultural Revolution. When he first arrived, the region was struggling to prevent a tide of young men fleeing to Hong Kong in search of a better life, hundreds of whom drowned trying to swim across the narrow straits. She called for greater autonomy for Guangdong, saying that it should be allowed to pursue its own trade policies and to let in foreign investment. If Guangdong was an independent country, he told Deng, and I was the leader left to get on with it, I could make huge changes in a few years. Deng agreed, and though he couldn't supply funding, he was happy to sign off on a policy giving Guangdong the status of Special Economic Zone. Xi Zhongsheng was then free to broker deals between Hong Kong and local industry, unleashing the potential of this newfound economic freedom. Subsequently, 3 more special economic zones were set up near Hong Kong and Macau, in which market forces were permitted to operate. The zones were wildly successful, in large measure because Hong Kong took advantage of the cheap labour available on the mainland and moved its production facilities into these special zones, and in a short time they became the model for the entire country. Thus, China embarked on an economic and social experiment, mixing the communist command economy with the energy of capitalist entrepreneurship. The Communist Party could push through big construction projects, providing the infrastructure for growth, but they also liberated talents lower down the chain of command, as Deng put it, to democratize economic production. By the early 1980s, the signs of reform were everywhere, from the schoolroom to the marketplace, to the cars on the streets, where once there were only bicycles. The number of television stations rose from a dozen or so in 1978 to around 100 in the 80s. A huge demographic change began too. A key feature of China's modernization process was urbanization. The rural population moved into the cities at a rapid pace, increasing the country's productivity 20-fold. In just a few years, therefore, China's agriculture was decollectivized, education and industry were reformed, and private business allowed to flourish. The Communist People's Republic of China even opened a stock exchange. Deng's concept of democratic reform was still only within one-party rule, however. He embraced only economic liberalization and rejected Western-style political liberalization. Within a decade, this tension reached breaking point. By early 1988, the reforms had stalled and economic indicators were poor. The production of staple crops was declining and prices were on the rise. Rationing of key food items like pork, sugar and eggs was introduced, and inflation rose to more than 20% in the cities. 8 million people a year were moving into the urban areas, with 30,000 migrant workers arriving daily in Shenzhen railway station. The floating population of unemployed workers was over 1 million in both Beijing and Guangzhou, and nearly 2 million in Shanghai. Meanwhile, mechanization and a freeze on capital construction projects led to a worsening situation in the countryside, where 180 million farm workers were now reported as redundant. The new entrepreneurial developments, therefore, were taking place in an increasingly tense and problematic economic situation, with real splits in the ideology at the top of the party. And in early 1989, these issues were being aired openly in the Chinese press. Inflation was now at 26%, and grain production continued to drop. Labour unrest, party corruption, rapid population growth and unregulated movement, together with the continuing failure of educational reform to combat illiteracy, formed a toxic mix. Living standards fell in the cities as big capital projects were put on hold and many people were put out of work. Shortages led to panic buying and the hoarding of a whole range of products from grain and cooking oil to soap and toothpaste. The push to modernize, some said, had been too fast and too unregulated. The dream of reforming China's economy and modernizing the whole nation now teetered on the edge of disaster. Among the hardliners, the main issue was what they saw as Deng's betrayal of the Marxist utopian dream. The breaking point came early in 1989, as calls for more political openness grew louder. Reformers on public platforms in the universities now spoke openly of freedom of expression and democratization as the keys to scientific and economic progress. Real reform and opening up, they said, was impossible without political reform. There was unrest in many Chinese cities. In some places it was suppressed, in others it was diffused without violence. But it was widespread and supported in many places by working people. And then, in April 1989, a student demonstration occupied Tiananmen Square in the heart of Beijing, precipitating the biggest crisis of the post-Mao era. Tiananmen Square, 1989, is still a controversial event in the history of modern China, one that remains very difficult to talk about in official circles or in the Chinese media. When a 48-episode TV biography of Deng Xiaoping was launched by CCTV in 2014, it ended with the events of 1988. "It's too early for 1989, the director said at the press launch. As always in China, the time will come, probably in the not-too-distant future, when the Tiananmen Square massacre can be talked about, and when authenticated sources are released to show precisely what happened inside the Politburo. As things stand, the account of this signal event in modern Chinese history must be reconstructed from eyewitness accounts and from 5 key documentary sources, 2 of which were published only in 2019. First are the Tiananmen Papers, which purport to contain the deliberations of the Politburo. There are still issues, however, over the way these have been redacted, and not all historians are sure they're genuine. It's a question that will remain until the original documents become available. The second source is undoubtedly what it claims to be, the memoir of Zhao Ziyang, the former Premier and General Secretary of the party, a reformer ousted by Deng and placed under house arrest after supporting the students. Zhao smuggled out cassette recordings of his own view of the disaster in his own voice. Third is the diary of the hardliner Li Peng, which he prepared for publication in 2003, but was refused publishing permission. Li's book is a self-justification. "I would sacrifice my life and that of my family to prevent China going through a tragedy like the Cultural Revolution," Li claims to have written on the 2nd of May 1989. Finally published illicitly in 2010, again there are issues about its genuineness, given that Li Peng was on the side of the crackdown and redacted his own diaries with self-serving motives. A fourth crucial dossier concerns the aftermath. In a meeting of the Politburo 2 weeks after the massacre, sympathizers were compelled to sign self-criticisms designed to establish the party's united line on these events. A smuggled copy was published only in summer 2019. And a fifth collection of internal documents unearthed by a Chinese investigative journalist, also in summer 2019, includes an unpublished letter by 6 army generals opposing the deployment of the military in the crackdown. From these sources, the historian may now have some certainty about what happened, when, and where, though it's still not entirely clear why. On the 15th of April 1989, Hu Yaobang died suddenly, a reform-minded moderate who had been forced to resign as General Secretary in 1987 after being blamed for being too lenient on student protesters. His resignation had only garnered him more support from progressives and intellectuals who saw him as a force for change. In the wake of his departure, the hardliner Li Peng had been promoted to Premier. With that, the party appeared to be turning away from the path to reform. So whose death was the spark for the student demonstration in Tiananmen Square. There were calls for reform, an end to corruption, and for more democratic participation in decision-making. The protests continued for a month, bolstered by new protesters arriving to mark the 70th anniversary of the May 1919 movement. Meanwhile, the central government had made the fateful error of adopting a hard-line stance. In April, the student movement was attacked in the People's Daily, in an article from the leadership which is presumed to have been authorised by Deng. The editorial called the movement an anti-communist party conspiracy and declared that the students were counter-revolutionary and unpatriotic. Inevitably, this only caused fury, and the protests grew. Soon 1 million protesters massed in the square demanding change. The students were backed by many citizens of Beijing, including factory workers, and the occupation of the square continued for 7 weeks. One witness, then a 20-year-old, working for a machine tool company who'd spent 3 years in the army, recalled the mood of the time. "To this day," he said, "I'm proud of what the people of Beijing did back then. All those people exposed themselves to the heat in the dog days of summer. To support the students in the heat, many old women brought with them mung bean soup every day on their flatbed 3-wheeled carts. My family was the same way. Almost every day my mother sent a free box of eggs, cucumbers and tomatoes. She mumbled as she went, 'We mustn't let those kids get sunstroke in this awful hot weather.' We didn't know anything about politics, much less overthrowing the government. All we thought was that the words and actions of the students in Tiananmen Square represented the feelings and the aspirations of the people. Doesn't everyone want their country to be healthier? The Communist Party says the same thing, but that's like a cancer patient announcing that cancer is what they wanted all along and calling it perfect health." In mid-May, a highly publicised state visit took place by the Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev, who was engaged in what was, to the Chinese communists, an ominous process of opening up and reform of the Soviet state, moving towards glasnost, democratization and freedom of speech. On the 13th of May, Chinese student protesters began hunger strikes in Tiananmen Square, where the welcoming ceremony had been due to be held. Attempting to avert the crisis, the government offered to hold a dialogue with the students, but the meetings quickly fell apart in antagonism and recrimination. When Gorbachev arrived, he was welcomed instead in the airport, a moment of huge embarrassment to the Chinese government. Moreover, there'd been a relaxing of press restrictions over this period, allowing many foreign journalists into China to witness Gorbachev's historic visit, and the protests now began to receive a huge amount of coverage in the international media. So how would the leadership react? Deng Xiaoping was old and frail now, at 85, the same age as Emperor Qianlong when he abdicated. Qianlong had stayed for 2 more years as the power behind the throne, and Deng had made the same mistake. He'd wanted to retire at 80, but the situation in the country was too unstable, and his name and authority were still needed. Among hardliners like Li Peng, there seems to have been a fear of major disorder breaking out on the lines of the Cultural Revolution. At least that's how Li presented it in his published diaries. The anarchy of the Cultural Revolution was also Deng's nightmare. "If all 1 billion of us undertake multi-party elections," he told President Bush that spring, "we'll certainly run into full-scale civil war. Taking precedence over all China's problems is stability." In an emergency meeting of 5 senior party members, martial law was declared. A dissenting voice in the meeting was the General Secretary of the party, Zhao Ziyang, a well-known reformer who had represented the country on the international stage in Washington alongside Ronald Reagan with charm and humour and not a little style. Zhao had urged that the People's Daily article be withdrawn, but the hardliner Li Peng argued in Deng's name that to do so would mean a loss of face. Zhao left the meeting, refusing to support martial law. Before dawn, on the 19th of May, in a scene of intense drama, Zhao went down to the square to talk to the students through a megaphone, in a speech of almost Shakespearean intensity. "You are still young," Zhao said to the students. "We are old. You must live healthy and see the day when China accomplishes the 4 modernizations. You are not like us. We are already old. We don't matter anymore. All the vigor that you have as young people, we understand, as we too were young once. We too protested, and we too laid on the tracks without considering the consequences. I beg you once again, think about the future calmly." The next day, Zhao was stripped of his office and put under house arrest. Pressure to intervene now became intense inside the Politburo, but local PLA military units were unwilling to attack their fellow citizens. "You had these touching moments," said one civilian witness, "of the people appealing to the army to join them and feeding them and giving them water and saying, 'You know, could be your son, could be your daughter.'" So the residents of Beijing effectively took over the city, setting up checkpoints to keep the army out of the centre. As another eyewitness remembers, "We'll never let them in," the locals told me. "Only the old people and the children are asleep. The rest of us are in the streets. The army and the people should be united." So they're rallying now to prevent the army from attacking the people. With the PLA troops stationed in Beijing reluctant to confront the demonstrators, the leadership now brought in units from distant provinces who were told that the demonstrators were agitating to overthrow the state. 6 generals protested, but their letter was suppressed. Finally, on the 3rd of June, after Deng had agreed to the use of force, the army moved in on the centre of Beijing. Foreign eyewitnesses say the main casualties took place not in the square, but at the roadblocks on the boulevards out to the west. Many died at the Musidi intersection, 4 miles out, where electric buses had been placed across a bridge and set on fire to block the army's advance. Chinese eyewitnesses described panic and terror amid indiscriminate shooting in the streets. "In shock," said one, "I turned around and started running back to Tiananmen Square to warn my fellow students of what was coming. I remember reaching one of the main crossings and seeing a man in a white coat heading towards a wounded man. He put up his hand, shouting, 'Don't shoot, I'm a doctor.' They shot him anyway. As I passed one of the main road junctions, people were shouting, 'Fascists, murderers,' and some of them were shot." Dozens of soldiers were also killed. The Wall Street Journal reporting shocking scenes. At an intersection west of the square, the body of a young soldier who'd been beaten to death was stripped naked and hung from the side of a bus. Another soldier's corpse was strung up at an intersection east of the square. Tiananmen Square itself was cleared in the early hours of the 4th of June. A column of students left the square under armed guard at 5 a.m. And then, at 9 in the morning, the debris of their occupation, the tents and belongings, and the famous replica of the Statue of Liberty built by the students was destroyed by tanks and bulldozers. The loss of life across the city ran into hundreds, according to the government, but may have been as many as 2,000 or 3,000, mainly ordinary working-class citizens of Beijing. According to the account of the British ambassador, Richard Evans, Deng was angered and dismayed by the scale of the bloodshed, accusing Li Peng of bungling the military operation appallingly. Nonetheless, as always in his career, he would justify the killings. As for how it looked from the wider ranks of the leadership, in summer 2019 a memoir was published by a high-ranking party member, Li Rui, then retired but one-time secretary of Mao himself. Li had spent 20 years in prison and exile for criticising the Maoist order. During 1989, he lived in an apartment block reserved for party elites near Musidi Junction in western Beijing, where the army began its attack on the demonstrators and was confronted by hundreds of angry citizens. Li's diary describes wild gunfire that even killed someone in his block. and then panic-stricken phone calls from outraged friends and former colleagues, including an old general, Xiao Ke, who earlier had tried to dissuade Deng from bringing the army in. "My friend Han Xiong's call was deeply dejecting," wrote Li. "What has the party been reduced to?" When I hung up, my tears couldn't stop falling. Another friend, An Ji-wen, called to ask about the situation. He sighed and wondered how it could be that the party did this. "The whole day I felt restless and constantly wanted to wail." Xiao Ke predicted, "The party will be condemned through the ages, and this event will go down in history as a byword for infamy." On the 9th of June, Deng reappeared to make his only major public statement about the crushing of the protest. A speech to the troops, part of which was shown on CCTV's main network news that evening. It had been, he said, a counter-revolutionary rebellion intended to overthrow the state, and its suppression had been fully justified. He admitted many troops had been killed and several thousand injured. Given the mood of the times, in Europe the first moves towards the dismantling of the Iron Curtain were underway, he suggested that the crisis had been bound to come sooner or later, and dismissed the ringleaders as bad people, the dregs of society, who had mixed in among the students. In an uncharacteristic moment of self-doubt, Deng also admitted that some of the leadership had not agreed with the actions taken, but he had faith, he said, that in the long run they would change their minds. Remarkably, though, most of his speech was devoted to the question of whether the reform and opening up policy of the last 10 years was the right course. Inviting the TV audience to ponder that, he then looked to the future. China's goal was to become a moderately prosperous nation by 2050, Deng said, but this was only achievable under the rule of the Communist Party. The events of the 4th of June had been caused by the party's failure to enforce control. It had been too open-minded in pandering to Western values. Western-style democracy, Deng asserted, was a bourgeois ideology not suited to Chinese conditions. Restrictions would inevitably follow, curtailing freedom of speech, the press, and rights of assembly. With that, the party's path to the 21st century was laid down. A week or so later, as we now know from top-secret documents published only in the summer of 2019, a meeting of 30 senior members of the leadership and elders of the Politburo was held to affirm that the turmoil had been a counter-revolutionary riot and to draw a line under the crackdown. Those who had supported Zhao Ziyang were peddling ill-considered advice to make wholesale use of Western theories put forward by people whose Marxist training is superficial and who don't have a deep understanding of China's national conditions. Blame for the disaster lay with foreign powers and imperialist interference. Even Voice of America Radio had fomented discord so that China would stay in chaos, all part of the West's continuing post-Cold War efforts to overthrow communism. Those of the leadership who had sympathized with the students were compelled now to make grovelling mea culpas, though no apology was offered for the killing of so many people. A few days later, these confessions were copied to a larger meeting of 500 members of the Central Committee and other party officials to study and internalize as the true account of what happened. This was intended to be the last word on the Tiananmen tragedy. 4 important pointers for the future emerge from the records of this meeting. First, the party saw itself as under permanent siege from opponents at home, backed by enemies abroad. Second, the weapons in this siege were Western liberal democratic values, which were contrary to the Chinese way. Thirdly, economic reforms were needed to keep the party in power. And finally, ideological discipline must be enforced. If the party is allowed to become internally divided by factions, it will fall. And these remain the party's credo today. The brutal crushing of the protest in Beijing marked Deng's career forever and stalled the reform process. He retired almost immediately, afterwards playing his cards close to his chest like the expert bridge player he was. He would always justify the military action as essential to prevent China from descending into chaos. As we've seen through the whole story of China, in the grand narrative, the greatest fear is disorder. Deng died aged 92 in 1997. Like Mao, he had overstayed his welcome. Had he retired in 1985, as he'd intended and wished, he would be remembered as one of the greatest figures in modern world history, if not the greatest. A complex, tenacious man, on whom more will come out if his daughters, or his loyal secretary Wang Rilin, who was with him from the 1950s, produce their own accounts. His legacy has been overshadowed in the West by the events of 1989. But of all national leaders in the 20th century, he did most to improve the lives of his people, who, let's not forget, make up 1/5 of humanity. Indeed, more than any other individual perhaps, he changed the course of history. Today, in the grounds of the Communist Party School in Beijing, there are 2 larger-than-life statues. One is of Mao at Yan'an, the young revolutionary. The other, Deng, coat over his shoulder, striding briskly forward, the chief engineer. A third plinth, as yet, has just a spurt of fire made of red moulded plastic, awaiting the new He Shen, the next corps leader. After Tiananmen Square, the compromise candidate Jiang Zemin came to power, but the spirit of Deng Xiaoping was still in play. Urged by Deng to accelerate the reform process, Jiang introduced the term socialist market economy in a speech at the 14th National Congress. Meanwhile, China's new premier, Zhu Rongji, proposed that the experiment of the special economic zones be extended to Shanghai, the richest, best-educated and most advanced area of the country, which Deng himself had regretted leaving out of the first wave. Across the river from Shanghai were nearly 200 square miles of flat land running along the coast, Pudong. Much of it was open country then, with factories and warehouses on the river, housing and desultory blocks of flats in the hinterland. Here, the government planned a spectacular program of development. Today's forest of futuristic skyscrapers accommodates businesses in trade and finance, modern tech companies and industries. There's a huge international airport and even a Disneyland. With a population of over 24 million people, Shanghai is now one of the largest cities in the world and the single richest urban economy. Together, Jiang and Premier Zhu, a capable economist with a dry sense of humour, presided over double-digit growth in China through the 1990s, and they brought the Chinese people with them. As Zhu said, "I always considered the social and psychological effect on the people. At the end of the day, no matter how many economic theorists were involved, if you can't get people to buy into it, it doesn't stick, and then it fails." Their era saw the return to China of Hong Kong and Macau from British and Portuguese rule, respectively. And by now, new forces were in play that would shape the next phase of China's future. In 1999, a self-made internet millionaire, Jack Ma, founded Alibaba, a company specializing in e-commerce, retail, internet sales, and the first of China's 21st century online giants. With a website in English, the global market was Ma's goal from the beginning, with the strapline, "Open Sesame." Today, Alibaba is one of the richest 10 companies on the planet, rivaling Google, Apple and Amazon. And at the start of the new millennium, as new Chinese tech companies like Alibaba, Huawei and Tencent reached out across the world, increased prosperity at home saw the growth of a huge Chinese middle class. History was on the move. In 2002, Jiang was replaced by Hu Jintao, a bureaucrat who'd been groomed for the leadership by Deng. By now, the reform model had triumphed over the conservatives, completely transforming Chinese society and its economy. But with it came huge divisions in society between rich and poor, and corruption on an unimaginable scale. The political opening up, promised in the 1980s and stifled in 1989, didn't develop, and the considerable progress made in developing a workable legal system slowed after 2004 and had stalled by 2008. It was at this moment, on the 10th of December 2008, the 60th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that a remarkable document was published online in China and across the world, calling for an independent judiciary, freedom of association, free speech, and the end of one-party rule. Charter 08 was signed by over 300 Chinese intellectuals, human rights activists, lawyers, poets and artists, most of them living inside China. The authors began with a brief but incisive overview of Chinese history from the 19th century self-strengthening movement through the end of empire, the attempts to build a constitution, the new culture movement, and then, after Japanese invasion and civil war, the descent into totalitarianism under Mao with its huge human cost. Deng's reform and opening up policy, the Charter acknowledged, had extricated China from the pervasive poverty and absolute totalitarianism of the Mao Zedong era, and had increased the standard of living, partially restoring freedoms so that civil society had begun to grow. But the authors of Charter 08 spoke of the accumulated discontents of the population at large, in a modernization, as they put it, bereft of universal human values, that in the end corrodes human nature and destroys human dignity. Among the world's great states, they said, China alone still clings to an authoritarian way of life and has, as a result, created an unbroken chain of human rights disasters and social crises which have held back the development of the Chinese people and hindered the progress of human civilization. This situation must change. We cannot put off political democratization reforms any longer. The Charter met with a swift, nervous reaction from China's rulers. State media were forbidden to report it. Arrests and interrogations followed. And one of the authors, Liu Xiaobo, was later sentenced to 11 years in prison for inciting subversion of state power. A Nobel Peace Prize winner in 2010, Liu would die in custody in 2017. In a speech only days later, President Hu Jintao pointedly conceded the need for more democracy, though not a Western-style multi-party system. The chairman of the National People's Congress said that without the single Communist Party in control, a nation as large as China would be torn apart by strife and be incapable of achieving anything. The facts of the Charter's historical analysis, however, were irrefutable, and the challenge to the continued rule of the party was plain. With communism abolished and Marxist theory discarded, what did the Chinese Communist Party actually stand for? If its only goal was to keep power by fostering the pursuit of materialism, was this not indeed the betrayal not only of the people, but of the greatness of Chinese civilization itself? The authors of Charter 08 concluded, where will China head in the 21st century? Continue a modernization under this kind of authoritarian rule? Or recognize universal values, assimilate into the mainstream civilization and build a democratic political system? This is the major decision that now cannot be avoided. The question was, how would the party respond? In late 2012, a new Chinese leader was appointed, a hitherto unremarkable provincial administrator, Xi Jinping, son of Xi Zhongxun, who had been Deng's ally in Guangdong in 1979. Born in 1953, young Xi had seen the chaos and cruelty of the Cultural Revolution close up. His father had been purged and humiliated, their home wrecked, his mother forced to publicly condemn her husband and sentenced to hard labour. His half-sister committed suicide. Xi himself was sent to the Yan'an countryside for re-education in 1969 after his father's fall, a time now seen as part of his myth. There, he later claimed, his consolation had been the poetry of Du Fu, and his hero, Song Jiang, the bandit leader from the novel The Water Margin, who was neither brilliant nor handsome, but a charismatic team leader. An admirer of American popular culture, Xi has also named The Godfather among his favourite films. He started his political career as a local party chief in the same region and remained there until leaving for Beijing in 1976. Later, he held top government jobs in Fujian and Zhejiang, where he made his name as a loyal party man, willing to pursue corruption and to attract investment. To the outside observer in late 2012, when Xi took over, it was not clear which way the new leadership would take the country, whether indeed Deng's path of economic reform might at last continue into the realm of politics. But within a year or two, the signs became clear. Xi himself, as characterized by one US diplomat, was repulsed by the all-encompassing commercialization of Chinese society, with its attendant nouveau riche, official corruption, loss of values, dignity and self-respect. For Xi, the party itself faced an identity crisis. It had lost its way through corruption and a lack of meaningful ideology, a failure of belief in its historic role. So Xi saw his essential job as a rescue mission. The tasks our party faces in reform, development and stability are more onerous than ever, he told the Politburo in 2014, and the dangers and challenges are more numerous than ever. Behind this was the question of what the party stood for. Ever since Mao's day and the beginning of reform and opening up, Xi said, we've talked about a crisis of faith, the sense that rapid growth and political turmoil have cut China off from its moral history. The answer was to renew the ideology, and the source of renewal would not be Western liberal ideas. It lay, Xi thought, in a re-energized party and in the rediscovery of the greatness of Chinese civilization. Under Xi, China was to seize back the grand narrative. Since then, Xi has pursued this goal, deploying both hard and soft power to assert the preeminence of the party and backing the massive growth of internal security and surveillance technology. He's articulated a muscular nationalism to glorify the Chinese story on the world stage and has also pursued global influence and regional leadership on several fronts. In 2013, the Chinese occupied islands in the South China Sea, through which a third of all global maritime trade flows, building bases and landing strips in the Spratly Islands between Vietnam and the Philippines, uninhabited dots to which China had no historic claim. Wei Yuan's warning to the Qing government in 1844 to pay attention to the Nanyang, the Southern Sea, was finally being heeded. The same year, President Xi announced the Belt and Road Initiative, a $1 trillion infrastructure project to link China to the world by land and sea, focused especially on the land routes of the old Silk Road. It's been characterized by observers as a Chinese Marshall Plan, a state-backed campaign for global dominance, a stimulus package for a slowing economy, and a massive marketing campaign for something that was already happening, Chinese investment round the world. The Belt and Road is an infrastructure project of extraordinary scale and ambition. At home, the state has become more and more intrusive in people's lives, particularly so in places like Xinjiang, where the current brutal clampdown on the Uyghur minority has seen a massive assault on Muslim culture and local languages, with blanket facial recognition technology and mass incarceration disturbingly similar to Mao's prison and re-education camps. In daily life in the big cities of mainland China, the visitor is rarely aware of the coercive power of the state, whether police or army. But behind the scenes, the pressure has been ratcheted up with censorship and surveillance. Forbidden topics for the nation's students, journalists, lawyers and intellectuals focus on the 7 taboos. Announced in 2013 in a secret memo known as Document Number 9, these take the form of explicit rejection of the main demands of Charter 08, including not only universal human rights, which had been guaranteed in the Constitution in 2004, press freedom, citizens' rights, and the independence of the judiciary, but also any discussion of the idea of civil society. Also ruled out is discussion of the Communist Party's historical disasters and of the privileged capitalistic class, by which they mean the red aristocracy, who have made huge fortunes out of the recent growth of China's economy. The memo was condemned by one Chinese commentator as a stunning retrogression in ideology. The president, it turns out, is not so much the son of Xi Zhongxun, but the grandson of Mao, or as one joke doing the rounds in Beijing has it, Mao's revenge on Deng. Among the 7 unmentionables, by forbidding intellectuals, journalists and the media to dwell on the party's past disasters, Xi was paving the way for the resuscitation of Maoist ideals, especially the Maoist-Leninist tradition of democratic centralism and the ruthless suppression of dissent. The party's biggest disasters, the Great Leap Forward, the Great Famine, and the Cultural Revolution, were in no small part the product of the mentality of Mao himself. But now Xi has reiterated that if we give up Maoism, the foundation of the party will be gone. In 2018, indeed, Xi put forward his now famous theory that looking at events since 1949 as a whole, the party should not differentiate between the pre-reform and post-reform periods. While socialism with Chinese characteristics, Xi said, was initiated during the period of reform and open door, after 1978, it was established on the basis of more than 20 years of socialist construction beforehand. These 2 periods should not be arbitrarily cut off one from the other, and one period should not be used to negate the other. Politically, therefore, the absolute power of the Communist Party has been reaffirmed. China today, we might say, is a hybrid Confucian-Leninist state with a market economy enriching its middle-class support. China's middle class, estimated to be around 400 million strong now and growing, has overtaken in size the entire population of the United States. But while the economic prosperity of so many citizens is improving, the government in parallel has articulated an authoritarian conception of right behaviour, uncannily resonating the edicts of the Qing emperors, but this time with the aid of modern technology, In an almost direct lineal descent from the registration system first enacted under the first emperor, today the tax records and social value indices of each citizen are encoded onto the national ID cards, which are needed for most operations, even booking a train. In 2018, facial recognition technology was introduced at all major airports and in many public places. Such high-tech surveillance capitalism reaching into everyone's lives encourages people to do as the government wishes without recourse to open threats, but with the ever-present warning of punishment behind it. It's an apparatus of control of a size and complexity unmatched in human history, but one that, so far, has been accepted by the mass of the people in exchange for stability, prosperity, good public services, leisure and jobs. In 2017, President Xi abolished Deng's time limits on the tenure of party leadership and put the creation of a professional bureaucracy further on hold. The new dynasty, founded by Mao, if we may call it that, for now seems relatively secure. Like the Manchus, after a period of immense disruption and suffering, and the brutal enforcement of an allegiance maintained by wide-ranging coercive powers, it's brought stability and a huge leap in the standard of living, accompanied by an unparalleled demographic shift from the countryside to the cities. The next stage of China's national revival will have three main planks: the continued preeminence of the party, the sustaining of economic growth, and a major push to assert the historic greatness of Chinese civilization and identity. But all will depend on the government's continued balancing act. Today, the top 1% of the population own half of the national wealth. So, as Deng knew it would, the get-rich-quick policy has skewed in favour of the party and the rich, who are often the same people. So far, the general public have accepted that imbalance in exchange for better governance, management, public services and infrastructure, and less corruption. But the party must continue to deliver these in order to be seen as legitimate. The middle classes are being given the perks of a successful economy, good food and housing, holidays, foreign travel, high-quality education for their children, and commodities and luxuries that were unimaginable 40 years ago. But those who step out of line will be in trouble, even when expressing casual online opinions, and the repression of journalists, lawyers, and human rights protesters will get smarter and tighter. China spends more money on internal security than on external defense, and certain minorities will be repressed even more harshly, whether Xinjiang Uyghurs, Tibetans, or religions deemed to be non-Chinese. But the vast majority will see a China with more freedoms. Responding to the people's desires may not mean more democracy in Western terms, but there will be more consultation. And for Chinese people, the world is opening up too. In 2017, more than 600,000 students studied abroad, and 130 million Chinese people travelled to foreign countries. In 2018, the figure for the latter was 160 million, and the prediction for 2025 is an almost unbelievable 730 million. Such enormous numbers travelling abroad will change Chinese attitudes more than previous generations could ever have imagined. The inherent danger of continuing growth on this scale, of course, is a further phase of environmental disaster when the country has yet to deal with the catastrophic pollution caused by Mao's war on nature, which left massive problems in the loss of cultivatable land and failures of the food chain. This is the biggest single concern openly voiced by the Chinese public. A recent TV documentary on the issue had 200 million online views before it was taken down by the government. In the past 40 years, China's GDP has increased almost 70 times, and carbon emissions are up 9-fold. China has 20% of the world's population, but only 11% of its land is arable. It's estimated that between 15 and 20% of that land is heavily contaminated. Just how serious this is can be seen everywhere today. Half the rivers fouled with industrial effluent, the pollution of the water table, and of huge swathes of farmland. The cost of cleaning up the soil alone is estimated to be well over $1 trillion. Hence President Xi's commitment to the Davos Climate Accords and his stated ambition for China to develop an ecological civilization is serious. Here too the party believes that only a centrist one-party state can mobilize the resources to tackle the massive and rapid changes needed in the next 30 years to save the environment. And they may be right. Paradoxically, after becoming an environmental disaster zone in the second half of the 20th century, China is already making great steps forward in solar power and low-emission technology and intends to become the global leader in environmental protection by 2030. If the planet is to be saved from climate breakdown, then China will have to be in the forefront. Over the past 3 centuries, the era of Western colonialism and imperialism has wrought both dynamic change and immense destruction across the world, rubbing out cultures that have often taken millennia to evolve. The great traditional civilisations of China, India and Islam, whose peoples make up the bulk of the population of the planet, have responded in different ways to the traumatic impact of colonialism and the challenges of modernity, with its new technologies and its new ways of seeing. With no tradition of a common political culture, and such wide regional, cultural and linguistic diversity, Africa, which is 3 times the size of China with a comparable population, was hit hardest by the impact. India, which will soon surpass China in population, is only now beginning to recover from the colonial era and the deliberate impoverishment of the country, while still wrestling with profound questions of cultural identity and its own huge linguistic and cultural differences. China, on the other hand, always had the great advantage of its long-nurtured sense of a common Han culture and the Chinese language and script, as well as its common political traditions. But even then, after the long period of tentative self-strengthening in the 19th century, China too was rocked by the impact of modernity in the 20th and is still negotiating its own path out of the multiple crises it has faced during its 150-year age of revolution. Now, though, as Mao put it in October 1949, China has stood up. China's story, which we've traced in these pages over 4 millennia, is one of almost incredible human drama. The greatest such story in history, one's tempted to say. It's a tale of the efforts of the Chinese people and their rulers to build stable societies, to create justice, order and beauty, to make art, literature and poetry, and to nurture the pleasures of life while struggling with the demons as well as the benefits bequeathed by the ancestors. In the 1670s, in what is still China's greatest manifesto against despotism, Huang Zongqi looked at the pattern of Chinese history and concluded that the necessary reform of China's mechanisms of government centered on the rule of law. Without government by law, he wrote, there can be no government by men. If he were alive today, Huang would no doubt still hold to that opinion, admiring the remarkable achievements of the modern Chinese state, and yet seeing uncanny parallels with the imperial order of the late Ming and early Qing. For today's centralized bureaucratic state, in some ways has not escaped certain deep-seated historical tendencies in Chinese history, and has reproduced the despotic structures of the past, whose development we've traced in this story. The People's Republic celebrated its 70th anniversary in 2019. Now the party has set its sights on the 1st of October 2049, the 100th anniversary of the revolution, a date to mark the consolidation of China's latest dynasty. The pattern of Chinese history has its own rhythms, longer and slower moving than in other cultures. And to end then, perhaps it's appropriate to reflect on that different order of time. Since prehistory, the Chinese saw those rhythms mirrored in the patterns of the cosmos, in the movements of the stars and planets, and especially in the rare 5-planet clusters that were seen to mark the changes of dynasties, the founding of the Xia in 1953 BCE, of the Shang in 1576 BCE, and the Zhou in 1059 BC, or the later conjunctions that inaugurated the Han and the Song. While few today believe the heavens intervened directly in our earthly affairs, perhaps it's still worth noting, as the ancients would have done, the timing of the next 5-planet gathering in the sequence of 516-year cycles that were held to affirm heaven's mandate or to take it away. The date is the 8th of September 2040. By then, no doubt, the path of the next cycle of history will have become clear, for China, as indeed for the entire world. Afterword. In October 2019, when the People's Republic celebrated its 70th anniversary, it remained confident in its international standing, the second largest economy in the world, despite growing concern over the economic impact of its trade war with the US. But at that moment, events were overtaken by a sudden and unexpected crisis. In November, a mysterious pneumonia-like infection had been reported in the city of Wuhan, in the central province of Hubei. By the summer of 2020, the coronavirus had become a global pandemic, with an enormous loss of life and huge and ongoing damage to economies across the world. In China, the epidemic exposed both the weaknesses and the strengths of bureaucratic centralism. The outbreak was initially covered up by the local Communist Party in Hubei, who fatefully delayed lockdown of the city until late January. For a time, the central government in Beijing also prevaricated, clamping down on reporting of the outbreak. By the time China shared the genetic sequence of COVID-19 with the World Health Organization on the 12th of January, the infection had already spread to Europe and America, and subsequent outbreaks there were soon followed by a surge of anti-Chinese feeling across the world, to heights not seen since the 1989 Tiananmen Square democracy protests, and causing great damage to China's reputation in the world. The obvious questions followed. If the People's Republic couldn't be honest about a matter of such vital importance to global health, how could it be trusted in other fields, such as the controversial role of the telecoms giant Huawei in the development of an international 5G network? Within China, the initial local and state reaction was treated by the general public as an epitome of the party's secrecy and suppression of free speech. On the 30th of December, Dr. Li Wenliang at Wuhan Central Hospital attempted to warn his colleagues in his private WeChat social media group of a potential outbreak of a SARS-like respiratory illness, but he was accused by the party in Wuhan of making false statements and disturbing public order, and he was swiftly forced to retract his statement by the party in Wuhan. On the 8th of January, he published his letter of admonition online, telling the Beijing-based media group Caixin, a healthy society should not just have one voice. After Dr. Li's death due to the virus, millions of people responded with fury on WeChat and other online platforms. Over the night of his death, there were 1.5 billion views of the story on the micro-blogging site Weibo. One group of middle school teachers in Chengdu cited the novel La Peste by Albert Camus. Without truth, the plague cannot be fought. In a culture uniquely alert to symbolic meanings, the disease had become a metaphor. On the 4th of February, Professor Xu Jiangrun of Tsinghua University published an extraordinary online attack on the party and on President Xi himself in language full of classical allusions whose subtext was familiar to all. In it he spoke of the volcanic popular fury against a totalitarian system that had hollowed out the moral fabric of the nation and had spread the crisis by blocking vital public information. In doing this, Professor Xu belonged to the tradition of loyal remonstrance that we've observed throughout this story. Meanwhile, with public anger growing, the central government in Beijing changed track and sweeping powers of the party were brought into play. On the 23rd of January, a lockdown was imposed on Wuhan and other cities in Hubei, affecting about 57 million people. Local party officials organised food drops on a street-by-street basis. Medical staff were flown in from around the country. The army was mobilised and hospitals built from scratch in a matter of days. So central power and control, enforced through local party structures, brought planning, coordination and mobilisation unimaginable in the West. The mood of the people on social media changed from fury to compliance and cooperation, though in reality there was no possibility of opting out, as track and trace is part of everyday life in China, where even buying a train ticket requires an identity card, and all journeys are recorded on government databases. But still, news bulletins carried a myriad stories of social solidarity and mutual help, typical of a culture which has traditionally asserted the primacy of the collective over the individual. In Wuhan, a city of over 11 million people, the lockdown lasted 76 days. By May 2020, although movement was still controlled, China was working again, but with massive disruption to the economy, and many tens, possibly hundreds of millions unemployed. A new outbreak in Beijing towards midsummer, however, underlined that without a vaccine, there were no guarantees that the plague had been contained. So the disease threw a harsh light into the workings of the regime. The Chinese system had responded to the pandemic by deploying the full powers of the centralized state. The Leninist PRC reacted in accordance with what we might call its political DNA. But the crisis could not have more clearly demonstrated that, as one commentator put it, when China sneezes, the world catches a cold. How then will the long-term effects of the coronavirus play out? With the world's main economic blocs reeling, the international balance of power is in a particularly unstable and unpredictable moment. The COVID-19 outbreak has left China's main economic rivals badly wounded, and they will take time to recover. In many eyes, this has presented China with a historic opportunity. Since 1979, China's view of foreign policy had been the crouching tiger, hidden dragon principle of Deng Xiaoping. China, Deng counselled, should lie low and bide its time, repairing the damage of the Mao years and slowly building up its economic strength while reforming its structures of governance and its legal system. But since 2013, President Xi's muscular and nationalistic brand of politics has seen China vie for global leadership with aggressive foreign initiatives from the South China Sea to the Himalayas and from Africa to the Belt and Road in Central Asia. Could 2020 then mark a tipping point in the balance of power? As the disease took its grip on the world through the summer of 2020, this question became the subject of intense debate in the West. Was the visible erosion of US leadership, wealth and reputation the sign that American global dominance, which had lasted unchallenged for over a century, was now on the wane? In the decades ahead, would the PRC take its place again as the leading world power, as it had been under the Qing in the 18th century? And would China be able to rise to the huge responsibilities that come with such a role, not only political and economic, but moral? Open-minded and outward-going as it had been, for example, under the Tang, embracing a vision of positive interdependence and enriching both itself and other cultures with its civilization? In summer 2020, the signs were not good. Under cover of COVID-19, a confrontation in the Himalayan borderland with India was followed by renewed threats towards Taiwan and a long-planned move against the judicial independence of Hong Kong, which has sent alarm bells ringing round the world. Reneging on a treaty it no longer regards as binding, China, it appeared, was not concerned with how it is seen, taking its lead from what President Xi is fond of describing as the Chinese way, a term which is used specifically to justify the party's bureaucratic dictatorship over the norms of Western liberal democracy. But as with all dynasties through Chinese history, the path to the future is contingent on the continuance of its system, in this case the Leninist party bureaucracy and the ideas that underwrite it. To maintain its position, the system needs to continue to deliver growth. But in 2020, China's further economic progress was by no means guaranteed. Big as its economy is, China's per capita income is still that of a middle-level nation, Gabon or the Dominican Republic. Its achievements, to be sure, have been astonishing. According to the World Bank, since 1979, 850 million Chinese people have been lifted out of extreme poverty, and the party has set its sights on eradicating poverty by 2020. But many are still struggling, and the gap between rich and poor is enormous and growing, with wealth concentrated in the hands of a small elite. With economic problems deepened by COVID-19, in summer 2020 the party abandoned its growth targets for the first time in the 30 years since it set them. For China's economy, then, the future is uncertain. The second great issue for the Communist Party is the matter of allegiance and the continuing debate about democratization. Can China's rise as a world power continue without further political and legal reform to match the economic opening up which has taken place since 1979? Many observers, both Western and Chinese, think not. Since 2011, there's been much debate inside China about the role of constitutional democracy and the rule of law, including voices inside the party who have criticized the leadership for its denial of free speech and the rule of law, and the failure of its anti-corruption campaign. The party's powerful Central Commission of Discipline and Control has even admitted that their anti-corruption drive with its legalist punishments, kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, has been thwarted because cadres have not internalized the essentially Confucian principles of benevolence, honesty, and virtue. And that, of course, brings us back to the ancient ideals of Chinese civilization that we have followed through this story. Here, too, at this moment, the signs are hard to read. To conclude this afterword, let's then return to the remarkable British naval intelligence account of China, written during the Second World War, on the eve of the Civil War and the communist victory of 1949, out of which today's China has emerged. In their vision of China's future, the authors chose to highlight not disorder or despotism, but the deep enduring characteristics of the Chinese worldview. For example, the strong democratic element in Chinese institutions and outlook on life, in which the rights of the people and the obligations of rulers have been the themes of China's greatest sages from the classical age. Looking ahead, beyond the immediate post-war world, they suggested that a liberal-minded intelligentsia, driven by China's national self-consciousness and strong tendency to cultural unity, would lead in a future democratic republic to a new and perhaps even greater China. The Chinese intelligentsia has taken many blows since then. But despite the devastating attacks on civil society, even in the last few years, it has not been broken. And after the 30 tumultuous years of the communist experiment and the reform and opening up period that followed, that hope remains true. For China, there are still many paths to the future. Despite current pessimistic views of the short term, then, it would be foolish in the long term to underestimate the Chinese people. Their traditional civilization, this culture of ours, was above all else in its ideals a moral order. And as Confucius said long ago, an order that is not moral will in the end lose the allegiance on which all effective governance depends.